I doubt so, Xianxia replied awkwardly. Possessing both the pathos of heaven's cultivation technique and sword art, he could defeat even middle-tier gods easily. However, it would not be as easy for him to deal with a high-tier god. Not to mention, the other party was a powerful divine beast. Of course, his goal was not to kill the phosphor-armored beast but to acquire some of its blood. Through the abilities of the Library of Heaven's Path and his persuasive speech, he was confident that he could convince the other party to give its blood or even submit to him. After all, the key to his beast-taming skills had never been his fighting prowess but the overflowing charisma dripping from him. Well, in the very slim chance that his charisma failed to work its charms, it was always possible to make a trade using God Essence pills too. He had plenty of it anyway. Given that the mountain valley was lacking in spiritual energy, the phosphor-armored beast should be more than glad to make a trade with him. You sure are brazen, aren't you? Despite not being all that confident, you still dare to come all the way here. The young man shook his head and sighed. There's also another thing that bewilders me. You claim that you want to obtain the phosphor-armored beast's blood. But do you even know where it stays and what kind of form it takes? I figured that as long as I'm able to find a high-tier God Realm divine beast possessing exceptional defense, that should be it, Xianxia replied. The manager had told him that the phosphor-armored beast was in the Valley of Falling Clouds, but when he tried to probe further, it turned out that the other party did not know too much about the matter. He had heard about it from another person, so he was not well informed. Thus, his plan was to quickly tame one of the divine beasts in the Valley of Falling Clouds so that he could gather some information from it. But who would have thought that despite walking around for hours, he still had not found anything at all. As a result, he had not been able to acquire the critical intelligence that he needed. That being said, there was only a single path through the valley. As long as he continued walking down this path, he was confident that he would eventually find the phosphor-armored beast. So, you are planning to bank entirely on luck? Don't you think that you are taking the issue too lightly? The young man leaned leisurely against the cliff as he looked at Xianxia playfully. Well, I have tamed quite a few beasts before, so I know their temperaments quite well. I am confident that I'll be able to convince it to heed my words once I meet it. Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. Thanks once more for the fine wine and meat. I don't have much time to waste, so I really must leave now. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back before dawn. After saying those words, Xianxia began making his way deeper into the valley. What a naive little boy! The young man got to his feet and said, Forget it! Since you saved my life today, I'll help you look for the phosphor-armored beast. That would really be imposing too much on you, Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. I know that you are strong, but the phosphor-armored beast is a divine beast known for its defensive capabilities. I reckon that even you will face difficulties trying to deal with it. I don't think that I should put you at risk over my own personal issues. It's fine, it's fine. I'm free at the moment anyway. What kind of person would I be if I nonchalantly watched as my benefactor dived into danger? Besides, I reckon that you won't be able to find the phosphor-armored beast before dawn, given how you are fumbling around the place. Picking up the half-filled gourd of wine beside him, the young man walked up to Xianxia. It was only at this moment that Xianxia noticed that the young man was extremely tall, towering at a height of more than 2 meters. His height, paired with his powerfully built body, gave him a very strong presence. Since that's the case, I'll accept your goodwill graciously then. Of course, it wouldn't be right for me to engage your help without giving you anything in return. Here are 5 God Essence pills. Treat it as compensation for your help, Xianxia said as he tossed a jade bottle over. He did not like to owe others favors. Since the young man was insistent on helping him, he would just have to make sure he rewarded the young man accordingly. Even for a high-tier god, 5 God Essence pills could be considered a relatively hefty sum. Oh! The young man was slightly surprised by the offer. He took the jade bottle from Xianxia's hand and uncorked its lid. There were indeed 5 God Essence pills inside. He picked one up and sniffed it to ensure that it was indeed a real God Essence pill before his eyes lit up in delight. Thanks! Popping it into his mouth, He felt warm spiritual energy flowing through into his meridians, nourishing his body. With a satisfied smile, he stowed the remaining God Essence pills into his pocket before walking toward Xianxia. Come, follow me. I'll bring you to the phosphor-armored beast. Xianxia followed him, and together, they headed even further into the valley. Due to the unique terrain of the valley, the wailing of the wind grew louder and louder the deeper they proceeded. The two of them continued walking for almost an hour before the young man finally stopped before a pitch-black cavern and said, "We've arrived. The cavern over there is the home of the phosphor-armored beast." The entrance of the cavern was incredibly tall, the height of 10 humans. At the same time, its interior was completely dark, making it impossible to discern what was within from the outside. "That's it?" Xianxia asked in confusion. It appeared that the phosphor-armored beast was larger than he thought. Otherwise, there was no way it would have been able to create such a massive cavern to use as its lair. "Yup, you wish to capture it, right? Go in then. I'll be right behind you, so call out to me if you really need help," the young man said. "All right then." Xianxia nodded. He took a deep breath before discreetly flitting toward the cavern. The young man quickly followed him. It did not take them long to arrive before the entrance of the cavern. Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight before heading into the cavern. To be safe, he made sure to walk alongside the walls of the cavern. Soon enough, the passageway opened up, revealing an empty clearing. A hint of light could be seen from the empty clearing. "It should be there," the young man told Xianxia through Jinshi telepathy. Xianxia raised his head and saw a massive divine beast sleeping atop the stone pedestal within the clearing. It was roughly 7 meters in length, and its body was covered in grayish fur. "Why does it look more like a wolf to me?" Xianxia frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the divine beast before him clearly resembled a wild wolf. The phosphor-armored beast was rumored to possess unparalleled defense. It was hard to imagine that the fur was so resilient as to provide unparalleled defense. "That fellow is definitely it. I come here often, so there's no way I can be wrong," the young man replied with a nod. "I understand," Xianxia replied solemnly. Taking a deep breath, he took out a sword and released a barrage of sword chi. Before the barrage of sword chi could strike the phosphor-armored beast, the latter seemed to have already noticed the presence of intruders and swiftly rose to its feet. With a sweep of its thick tail, a ferocious gale was whipped up within the cavern. "It's indeed a high-tier god," Xianxia remarked as he dodged the attack with a grim look on his face. Knowing that it would be dangerous for him to hold back against an opponent so much stronger than him, he chose to use his strongest technique without any hesitation. A heart of intertwined threads. In an instant, his sword chi swiftly intertwined together to form something reminiscent of a fishing net as it fell upon the phosphor-armored beast. "What a formidable sword art!" the young man behind Xianxia exclaimed in wonderment. He had been wondering what kind of trump card Xianxia had that allowed him to confidently confront the phosphor-armored beast despite the obvious gap in their fighting prowess. Upon seeing the sword art, he realized that even though Xianxia was only a low-tier god, his true fighting prowess was comparable to most high-tier gods. Roar! Trapped by the fishnet made of sword chi, the phosphor-armored beast released a ferocious roar as it clawed at the net furiously. Through its devastating might, it was able to free itself within seconds. As soon as it regained its mobility, it immediately charged at Xianxia with terrifying momentum and tore its claw down upon him wrathfully. Having seemed to have foreseen its attack, Xianxia calmly took a step back to dodge the claw swipe. At the same time, he turned to the young man behind him and said, "I need your help." "Sure. That's what I'm here for, right?" The young man seemed to have been waiting for those words. He propelled himself forward with a powerful forward leap to send a punch right into the guts of the phosphor-armored beast. At the same time, Xianxia executed a sword art to assault the other party's weakness. Pong! The phosphor-armored beast was caught off guard by the young man's sudden gut punch, and he was slammed right into the wall of the cavern, leaving a huge depression behind him. Xianxia quickly rushed forward to follow up with a barrage of sword chi, determined not to give the phosphor-armored beast any time to catch its breath. The young man was also thorough in his attacks as well. He released a series of swift punches toward the phosphor-armored beast to overwhelm it, to the point that it seemed as if his 2 fists had multiplied into 8. On top of that, his body was also surprisingly resilient. In the midst of its desperate struggles, the phosphor-armored beast struck the young man twice, but it actually did not even leave a scratch on the latter. Within 10 breaths, the phosphor-armored beast realized that there was no way it could win the battle. After spurting out a puddle of fresh blood, it rushed out of the cavern and disappeared into the darkness of the night in the blink of an eye. Great! Seeing the puddle of blood that it had left behind, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stored it into a jade bottle. After he was done, he turned to the young man and clasped his fist. "Thank you for your help earlier on. There's no need to thank me. Since I offered you my help, I expect to receive compensation in return. Just give me another 50 of the God Essence pills you gave me earlier and we'll call it quits," the young man said with a grand wave of his hands. 50 God Essence pills? Every single God Essence pill was worth 1 divine coin, and they were not that easy to procure on the market. The young man's act of demanding 50 of them in exchange for his help was no different from ripping him off. Who could have thought that the young man would have this greedy side to him? "Yep. If I hadn't helped you earlier, you definitely would have been killed. Don't you think that your life is at least worth 50 God Essence pills?" the young man asked. "I am just an ordinary cultivator, so how could I have that many God Essence pills on me? How about this? I'll give you all 10 God Essence pills I have with me at the moment," Xianxia said. "You are saying that you only have 10 God Essence pills? Well, shall we check that out?" With a wave of his hand, the young man swiftly sealed the surroundings with his divine energy, making sure that there was no way Xianxia could get away from there. "What are you trying to do?" Xianxia frowned in displeasure. "Nothing much. I am just returning the favor to you. Since you came here to kill me, isn't it only fair for me to do the same to you as well?" The young man sneered coldly. "Kill you? What do you mean by that? I saved your life earlier." "Saved my life? Ha ha ha." The young man burst into laughter. "Didn't you mention earlier that you came here to hunt the phosphor-armored beast?" Xianxia nodded in response. The young man harumphed coldly. "I am the phosphor-armored beast." In the next moment, his body began to distort, and in a few moments, he had already turned into a massive divine beast covered in scales. "You are the phosphor-armored beast." Xianxia was stunned. "You have already learned transmogrification?" He knew that divine beasts were able to transmogrify into humans, but he did not think that it would be to the extent where even he was unable to distinguish the difference. "That's right. You tried to kill me, so I made the first move to kill you first. Isn't that fair?" The phosphor-armored beast laughed gleefully. "Those who choose to hunt should be aware that they could be hunted as well. It's indeed fair." Xianxia nodded in response. "However, did you think that I wouldn't put up my guard against someone who dares to cook and drink alone in the forest at night? Not to mention, your body is actually resilient enough to grab a middle-tier godsword directly without sustaining any damage. I have already seen your strength and your trump cards. There's no way you could have any other cards in hand." The phosphor-armored beast sneered. The reason it had brought Xianxia over to fight the divine beast earlier was to see how powerful Xianxia was. After seeing that the latter did not have anything much other than his swordsmanship, it heaved a sigh of relief and decided to make its move. "I don't deny that I don't wield the strength to defeat you, but it's unfortunate that you ate something that you shouldn't have a moment ago," Xianxia said as his lips curled up mysteriously. Pong! The next instant, the phosphor-armored beast suddenly widened its eyes, and cold sweat began dripping down its forehead. An excruciating pain coming from its stomach caused its massive body to tremble uncontrollably. "The God Essence pill you gave me was poisoned?" The body of the phosphor-armored beast stiffened as it swiftly realized what was going on. From the start to the end, it had only eaten a God Essence pill given by Xianxia. Back then, it had made sure to inspect it carefully, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong did it swallow the pill. Did the other party really put something in it? But just what kind of poison could it be that would cause it to feel as if the entire heavens were crashing down on it, to the point where the phosphor-armored beast was even losing its will to retaliate? You are quite smart after all, Xianxia replied. As someone who had risen to the top of the Master-Teacher continent and the Forsaken continent, he had been through so much that anyone who dared think of him as a naive little boy would eventually regret underestimating him dearly. A human who dared to openly eat and drink in the woods in the middle of the night. Such a situation was practically shouting dubious at him. For this reason, he had prepared a hand. In the God Essence pills that he had given to the other party, he had made sure to infuse several surges of his Heaven's Path Xinqi into them. If the other party did not show him any ill will, the Heaven's Path Xinqi would help him clear up his blocked meridians and remove any bottlenecks that stood in his way. The unique nature of the upgraded Heaven's Path Xinqi would aid him in preserving his youth as well. It would have been a huge fortuitous encounter for him. On the other hand, if the other party had other intentions in mind, the Heaven's Path Xinqi would turn into lethal poison in an instant, scourging every nook and cranny of his body, inflicting unbearable pain to him. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I never thought that I would be outwitted like that. However, it's still too early for you to relish in your victory. The gazelle meat and the wine you had earlier have my poison as well. I guess we'll just have to trade antidotes. The phosphor-armored beast sneered with gritted teeth. The meat and wine were poisoned. Xianxia shook his head. Do you expect me to believe such words? On top of everything else, he was a poison master. He could easily tell whether something was poisoned or not. It was obvious that the phosphor-armored beast was trying to fool him. My wine is indeed free of poison, but it's brewed using a special kind of fruit. It's only suitable for us phosphor-armored beasts. If anyone else ingests it, while it won't cause too much of a problem initially, within half a day, his body will be completely covered in scales. An unbearable itch will quickly spread throughout his entire body, making you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The phosphor-armored beast said. As long as you give me the antidote to your poison, I'll teach you how you can cure the poison. Not only so, I'll allow you to leave safely as well. There's no need for that, Xianxia interjected sharply. You don't believe me? No. On the contrary, I believe everything that you have just said. Thanks to your reminder, I have just managed to cure the poison, Xianxia replied. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. Then, it quickly shook its head and smiled. I know what you are doing. You are trying to bluff me. It won't work. Seeing how the phosphor-armored beast was still deluding itself, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, Your wine is brewed using the Xixian fruit found only within this valley. It's the key source of nourishment that ensures the resilience of your scales, and it underscores for that reason that you aren't able to leave this valley. You know that your unparalleled defense will become a joke if you don't have the Xixian fruit anymore. The phosphor-armored beast was stunned. Was the young man a monster? How could he know a secret which it had been hiding all this while? The city lord of Twilight City had tried to tame it once, and the terms that he had offered it were truly generous. If it had been in the past, it would have surely turned down the offer without any hesitation. However, in this generation of receding spiritual energy, it knew that it would only grow weaker and weaker if it remained in this valley. There was no future for it there. Nevertheless, it had still chosen to turn down the city lord's offer, and it was all because of the Xixian fruit. This fruit was the key to its superior defense. As long as it continued to consume it, it would become stronger and stronger. However, once it stopped its consumption of the fruit, its scales would slowly lose their resilience, thus stripping it of its key strength. Furthermore, the Xixian fruit could only be nurtured using its blood. Once it left the Valley of Falling Clouds, the Xixian fruit would swiftly wither and die. For this reason, it could only continue guarding this area. This was its greatest secret, and it was determined to hide it from the rest of the world. As such, it would pit its life against anyone who entered the valley to chase them away. Yet, the young man actually knew about its secret. How was this possible? The reason you use the Xixian fruit to brew wine is to conceal your consumption of the Xixian fruit from the rest of the world. As you have been nurturing the Xian fruit with your blood, anyone else who consumes it will immediately feel discomfort. However, the poison of the Xian fruit means nothing to me at all. Xianxia replied. Even the most lethal poison in the world meant nothing before the heaven's path Xianxia, let alone mere fruit wine. All right, I hope that I have satisfied your curiosity now. Xianxia clapped his hands together as he sat down on the stone pedestal where the massive divine beast had been sleeping earlier. With a nonchalant look on his face, he said, I'll give you two choices. Give me 100 Xian fruits and 2 liters of your fresh blood. Of course, I don't intend to make you do it for free. I'll give you 20 God Essence pills, and you can be assured that none of them are poison this time around. Otherwise, you can slowly feel your life wilting away with the poison. I can absolute guarantee that no one other than me is capable of lifting that poison. Even if you beg God Monarch Chenkuan for help, there's nothing he can do to save you. Darn it! I'll kill you! The phosphor-armored beast roared furiously as it charged forward to rip the young man into pieces. However, before it could even move, it suddenly felt its body tensing up. Before it knew it, the poison within its body had sealed off all its meridians, preventing it from exerting the slightest force at all. What the? How is this possible? Just what kind of poison did you feed me? The phosphor-armored beast exclaimed in fear. There were many experts who had tried to tame it in the past, and some of them had resorted to poisoning it. For this reason, it was considerably well-versed with the most types of poisons. Through its superior constitution, it was able to nullify the effects of most poisons. But shockingly, it actually found itself completely helpless against the young man's poison. You are asking something that you don't need to know about. I have already given you 2 choices. You should know that I am giving you an opportunity here. Even after your death, I will still able to gather your blood and the Xian fruits without any difficulties. Xianxia replied. The complexion of the phosphor-armored beast turned incredibly ugly. It hated to admit it, but the young man was right. Once it was dead, the young man could simply do whatever he wanted with it. There was a moment of silence before it asked, Is there a third option? There is. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia stood up and said, Be my tamed beast and provide me your blood whenever I need it. In exchange, I'll show you the way out of the valley of falling clouds without compromising your defensive ability. Not only so, I'll even help you overcome your bottleneck and become a celestial god. Ha! Big words, but that's impossible. The phosphor-armored beast scoffed. As a beast that had already transmogrified, it was more than capable of sneaking into human cities. With its strength, it would easily be able to earn enough money for it to enjoy a decadent life. However, it knew that everything would swiftly unravel once it lost its unparalleled defense. As such, it had been looking for a way out all this while, and it had even snuck into Twilight City many times in hopes of finding a cure, but it could not even find a speck of hope. It was hard to believe that some 20-year-old would be able to do it. Not to mention, the other party even said that he would help it become a celestial god. If it was that easy to become a celestial god, there was no way the city lord would have been the only one to reach that level in Twilight City. There's nothing impossible about it, Xianxia replied with a confident glint in his eyes. He tilted his head up confidently and looked at the phosphor-armored beast deeply as he spoke. The Xian fruit strengthens your defense, but you should also be aware that its side effects are severe. As long as you stop consuming it, you will be consumed by an irrepressible itch, putting you in great agony. It's like a drug. Once you start, you will be forever bound by it. Even if you know about its properties, what can you do about it? The phosphor-armored beast replied coldly. It went without saying that it understood all of that as well, but it still had not been able to find a solution to it even after so many years. If it had been able to free itself from the restraints of the Xian fruit, it would have long done so. All things in the world are complementary to one another. Where a venomous snake roams, an antidote can often be found within 7 steps. There's bound to be something that can nullify the side effects of the Xian fruit, and the key for you to become a celestial god lies in that something. Over the years, your meridians have lost their flexibility due to the toxins in the Xian fruit, resulting in your inability to channel your divine energy properly, Xianxia said. How did you... The phosphor-armored beast was going to ask how the young man knew about it, but thinking about it, it seemed like a meaningless question. All its secrets seemed to have lost their veil of secrecy before the young man's penetrating gaze. So it sighed deeply and nodded. Yes, you're right. Many years of consuming the Xian fruit had resulted in the loss of flexibility of its meridians, resulting in its inability to expand and contract freely. As a result, it was much harder for the phosphor-armored beast to control the flow of its Xianxia. In the pursuit of perfection, it was inevitable that one would have to give up something. For the phosphor-armored beast, it was its control over its divine energy. While the Xian fruit toughened its scales and made it impenetrable, it had also induced the hardening of its meridians. If you were able to control your divine energy as finely as you did before, do you think that you'd be able to become a celestial god? Xianxia asked. Of course, the phosphor-armored beast replied in agitation. The foundation that it had built up over the years was already more than enough for it to make a breakthrough. The only issue was that the inflexibility of its meridians made it impossible for it to channel its divine energy fast enough to overcome its bottleneck. I can solve that problem for you, Xianxia replied calmly. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. Tzz. The poison that had sealed off its divine energy and inflicted excruciating pain suddenly turned into a tonic that nourished its meridians. Swiftly, its hardened meridians began to loosen up, regaining the flexibility it used to have. At the same time, the various blockages within its body also cleared up. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes in disbelief. The young man was actually able to turn the lethal poison in its body into tonic with just a single thought, and it actually achieved something it had not been able to do so despite decades of effort. This was unbelievable. Feeling the regained flexibility of its meridians, the phosphor-armored beast quivered in excitement. Everything that it had wanted was within its grasp. As long as it drove its divine energy, it would be able to reach the level it had been dreaming of. Yet, just as it was about to do so, its flow of divine energy suddenly ground to a halt. Hula! Its meridians became stiff once more, and the bottleneck in its cultivation suddenly reappeared. What was within its grasp moments ago suddenly grew distant once again. It had just felt as if it had the world in its hands, but in the next moment the world came crashing down. The vast contrast between the two feelings left it feeling so frustrated that it could have exploded on the spot. Seeing this, Xianxia chuckled softly and said, "The energy I have planted in your body is too weak, can only sustain you for a short period of time. However, I have already proved to you that I am not making empty promises. The choice is in your hands." The heaven's path Xianxia could indeed loosen its stiffened meridians, allowing it to regain its flexibility. However, such a change was temporary. Besides, there was no way Xianxia would allow the phosphor-armored beast to make a breakthrough before it had made its choice. The phosphor-armored beast fell silent. All the doubts it had harbored regarding the credibility of the young man's words had been shattered when its meridians regained their flexibility. It knew that the young man would be able to resolve the problems caused by years of consumption of the Xian fruit and help it become a celestial god. Given so, it was obvious which of the three choices it should choose. "I'll pledge my loyalty and my life to you." The phosphor-armored beast bowed down and offered a droplet of its blood essence to Xianxia. "Excellent decision. You won't regret your choice." With a smile on his lips, Xianxia drew the blood essence infused with the phosphor-armored beast's soul imprint into his glabella, creating a soul contract with it. "All right, let's head to where the Xian fruit grows to take a look," Xianxia said. The phosphor-armored beast quickly led the way forward. They returned to the cavern where it had been drinking and eating at previously. Heading into the depths of the cavern, they soon found a few trees that were not too tall. The ceiling of the cavern had been dug out, allowing starlight to shine right onto the leaves of the tree. A series of crimson fruits hung on the tree, looking fresh and delectable. There was a formation cast around the trees that prevented anyone whose cultivation was beneath that of the phosphor-armored beast from getting to the trees. Of the entire cavern, Other than these trees, there was nothing else to be seen. Xianxia walked up to the formation and stopped it with a stomp of his foot before proceeding further in. Seeing this sight, the phosphor-armored beast shuddered in fear. It would not have dared imagine that there was a person who could stop its formation with just a stomp of their foot. Even though its master was young, it was apparent that he possessed exceptional capabilities. Xianxia plucked one of the Xian fruits to take a closer look at it. It was roughly the size of an apple, and it emanated rich spiritual energy. Just breathing it in left one's muscles pulsating in excitement. Xianxia slit the back of his palm with his fingernail, causing blood to ooze out from the cut. After that, he squeezed the Xian fruit and allowed a droplet of its essence to fall on his cut. In just a few moments, his cut had already healed completely. Just as I thought, Xianxia remarked with a smile. The Xian fruit did not just strengthen a person's body. More importantly, it also carried exceptional rejuvenation properties. The Xian fruit strengthened a person's defense through continuously destroying and regenerating a person's muscles, forcing them to grow stronger and stronger. As the cycle repeated itself, it was only a matter of time before one's defense reached a point where nothing could breach it anymore. It was actually quite similar to how he used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to temper his body. Master, have you found a solution to curing my stiffened meridians? The phosphor-armored beast asked worriedly. This was its nest, so it was well aware that there was nothing there other than those trees. If there was really something that could cure it in there, it should have long found it. That's right, Xianxia replied with a nod. Then, I know that you frequently consume the Xian fruit, but have you eaten its core before? Xianxia asked. The core? Isn't it inedible? The phosphor-armored beast was taken aback. The flesh of the Xian fruit was sweet and fragrant, and it was highly beneficial to one's body as well. As for its core, it had never heard that it was edible before. Just give it a try, Xianxia said as he tossed a Xian fruit over. The phosphor-armored beast sliced the fruit in two, revealing its hard, dry core. As soon as it tossed it into its mouth, a bitter taste immediately spread all over his tongue. The phosphor-armored beast cringed. It tastes awful. I know that it tastes awful. Try to absorb the spiritual energy released by the core, Xianxia said. The core of the Xian fruit harnessed rich spiritual energy as well. The phosphor-armored beast nodded. It closed its eyes and channeled the spiritual energy into its meridians. As soon as it drew the spiritual energy into its body, its meridians, which were as tough as stone, began to soften up. The phosphor-armored beast widened its eyes. Even though many years of eating the Xian fruit had strengthened its scales, it had cost it the flexibility of its meridians, making it nigh impossible for it to become a celestial god. It had despaired over this matter at one point in time, but it eventually resigned itself to its fate. Yet, who could have known that the cure was actually in the bitter fruit core, which it had never eaten before? If only it had known the solution beforehand, it would never have acknowledged Xianxia as its master. Its freedom. The flesh hardens one's meridians whereas the core softens them. This is the balance the heavens have granted the world. Xianxia nodded. The world was divided into yin and yang, day and night, and the 5 elements. These were all powers of mutual generation and mutual overcoming, and it dictated that all beings were bound to have a complementary being. There was nothing in the world that transcended this law. Even feelings came in pairs as well. With love came hatred. With happiness came sorrow. There was a corresponding counterpart to each and every emotion. I see, the phosphor-armored beast replied with a slightly confused look. It walked over to the corner of its cavern, where the cores of the Xian fruits that it had eaten were stacked up. It had intended to find a place to plant them so as to nurture more Xian fruit, but now that he knew that it was the crux to resolving its affliction, it immediately swallowed all of them without any hesitation. Jai. The cores of the Xian fruit might be tough, but they were swiftly ground down by its powerful jaws. It did not take long for the phosphor-armored beast to swallow all of them. The spiritual energy from the cores flowed through its body and nourished its meridians, swiftly granting it the flexibility that it had lacked for many years. In return, the enhanced flexibility allowed his divine energy to flow faster and faster, causing its aura to swiftly rise. "I'll lend you a hand." With a chuckle, Xianxia swiftly took out dozens of silver needles and infused them with Heaven's Path Xinqi before tossing them over toward the phosphor-armored beast. Puha! Puha! The needles lodged themselves into the acupoints of the phosphor-armored beast, and the Heaven's Path Xinqi swiftly tore down the bottlenecks standing in its path. Hong Long. With nothing standing in its way, the phosphor-armored beast's cultivation sprinted all the way toward the celestial god realm. "Not bad," Xianxia remarked. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed 5 bottles of god essence pills over to the phosphor-armored beast. Even though it had a firm foundation, it would still require a fair amount of spiritual energy to achieve a breakthrough to the celestial god realm. Given that the valley was devoid of spiritual energy, it would take ages for the phosphor-armored beast to complete its breakthrough at this rate. Xianxia did not have much time to waste, so he could only lend it a hand. In any case, the phosphor-armored beast had already submitted to him, so it was not really a waste of resources. On the other hand, the phosphor-armored beast did not expect its master to give it so many pills at once. With a look of gratitude on its face, it opened its mouth and swallowed all 50 god essence pills. In an instant, it felt spiritual energy charging up its body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull explosions echoed within its body. A faint glossy layer formed on top of its black scales, granting it a texture reminiscent of black jade. Knowing that the phosphor-armored beast was set for a breakthrough, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Once the other party succeeded, he would have a celestial god on his side. Furthermore, considering its unparalleled defense, it was unlikely that there were many opponents of the same tier who were a match for it. In other words, he did not have to fear anyone in Twilight City. After the phosphor-armored beast successfully became a celestial god, Xianxia passed it a few more bottles of god essence pills over the next 4 hours for it to reinforce its cultivation. Once everything was done, the phosphor-armored beast reverted to its form as a young man and knelt on the floor. "Master, thank you for your help." It had previously felt as if it had been coerced into becoming the young man's tamed beast, and that had made it feel incredibly indignant. However, such emotions had completely vanished from its mind, leaving nothing but relief. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. Give me some of your blood. I need to temper my physical body," Xianxia said. Without any hesitation, the phosphor-armored beast reverted to its original form, and with a swipe of its claws, fresh blood began flowing down its body. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia turned the fresh blood into a crimson mist before absorbing it into his body through his pores. At the same time, he grabbed a Xian fruit from the tree, reduced it into juice, and swallowed it. He had already come up with a way for him to temper his body in the 4 hours that the phosphor-armored beast had spent making a breakthrough. As the phosphor-armored beast's blood and the juice of the Xian fruit flowed through his body, Xianxia's body began to undergo a change. Boom, boom, boom. His muscles were swiftly torn apart and regenerated, going through an endless process of life and death. It was an extremely excruciating process, but without a doubt, his body was swiftly becoming more compact and powerful. Making a breakthrough in one's physical body is much more difficult than making a breakthrough in one's Xinqi cultivation. Seeing that its master was tempering his body, the phosphor-armored beast chose to guard him in case any mishaps occurred. Even with powerful recovery medicine, many things could still easily go wrong while tempering one's physical body. A delicate balance had to be struck between the rate of destruction and recovery in order for it to work out well. As someone who had undergone the process, the phosphor-armored beast knew just how much pain it had to go through in order to reach its current level. It had taken decades of hard work before it reached its current level. On the other hand, its master was only a low-tier god. Even if he was blessed with superior talent, it would take at least several years for him to succeed. With such thoughts in mind, the phosphor-armored beast looked at the young man, only to see that the latter had finished absorbing the blood mist and the fruit juice. The potency of the 2 ingredients caused the young man's body to turn incredibly red. But in the blink of an eye, the young man's body suddenly turned golden before reverting to normal. Who? Xianxia exhaled deeply. He opened his eyes once more, and for a moment, one could see golden iridescence in his eyes before they swiftly turned black once more. Master, aren't you going to cultivate anymore? The phosphor-armored beast asked in bewilderment. He could not understand why the young man suddenly stopped cultivating 10 breaths after he started. I've finished cultivating, Xianxia replied. You have already finished cultivating? The phosphor-armored beast blinked blankly. What do you mean by that? It was said to be blessed with superior aptitude in terms of its physical body, but even so, it had taken decades of training in order to temper its physical body to its current level. Yet, the young man was actually done cultivating barely after a few breaths? What did that mean? Was he going to put aside his cultivation for the time being? Instead of responding to the phosphor-armored beast's question, Xianxia instructed with an excited gleam in his eyes. Strike me. The phosphor-armored beast hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. It raised its claws and pulled it down on Xianxia. Fearing that the young man would not be able to withstand its strength, it chose to use only 1/100th of its full might. However, when its claw met with Xianxia's fist, it found itself faced with a might far beyond its imagination. It felt as powerful as the might of a natural disaster. In that instant, the phosphor-armored beast had a feeling that it would be crushed into bits if it continued at this rate. Not daring to waste any time, it immediately increased the exertion of its force. 5%, 10%, 15%, 50%. In a split second, it raised the might of the claw swipe to over half of its full strength. Pong! Nevertheless, the phosphor-armored beast was still sent crashing into the walls, causing a cloud of dust to fall from the ceiling. Master! The phosphor-armored beast looked at the young man with a look of disbelief. It had just seen the full extent of the other party's strength. It admitted that the other party's swordsmanship was indeed powerful, but when did he become so strong? Even though it had only used half of its strength, the young man was still able to send it flying into the distance. In terms of raw strength, that was an attack that even an average low-tier celestial god would have difficulty withstanding. In other words, in just 10 breaths or so, the young man had managed to raise his raw strength from that of a low-tier god to that of a low-tier celestial god. Did you really get so powerful within just 10 breaths of cultivating? Or have you been lying to me this whole time? Just as the phosphor-armored beast was feeling utterly frenzied by the situation, it noticed that the young man had a depressed look on his face. Instead of celebrating his swift growth, it seemed as though he was disappointed with the results. My rate of cultivation has really slowed down a lot. Am I starting to run out of talent? Slow down? Run out of talent. The phosphor-armored beast nearly burst into tears upon hearing those words. To raise your raw strength from the level of a low-tier god to that of a low-tier celestial god. Bro, that's 3 whole realms. Yet you are complaining about slowness? Are you being serious? Or are you trying to show off? Xianxia was not trying to brag. Those were his honest feelings regarding his breakthrough. Even though it might appear that he had only cultivated for 10 breaths to the phosphor-armored beast, in truth, he had spent nearly 28 hours in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. He had needed a day in order to make a breakthrough. The flow of time in the Great Codex of Spring of Autumn was 10,000 times faster than that in the firmament. As long as he immersed his consciousness into it, he would be able to hasten the flow of his divine energy in the real world, allowing him to cultivate much faster than before. It was for this reason that the artifact was so overpowered. It was also due to this artifact that he had been able to become a god within 10 breaths while facing off against Kong Shurnaskursdun, thus achieving a victory in that dire situation. Given his past experience of cultivating using the Heaven's Path Golden Body, he had thought that it would only take him 2 to 4 hours in order to advance a single cultivation realm, but it had actually taken him an excruciating 28 hours in order to get to advance from low-tier god to high-tier god. He found it hard to accept that his rate of cultivation had gotten so slow. He had never been so slow before while cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art. This was probably the slowest he had ever cultivated, and it would surely remain a dark stain on his history. He could only pray that no one else learned about this, or else he might just die from embarrassment. It seemed like his self-created cultivation technique was still lacking in some ways compared to the Heaven's Path divine art. Forget it. At least I managed to grow much stronger than before. Choosing not to worry too much about the slowdown in his rate of cultivation, Xianxia gazed at his fist as he relished in the newfound strength harnessed within his body. Even though he did not manage to temper his physical body beyond the level of a celestial god, in a close-quarter battle, he was confident that he would at least be able to stand his ground against a low-tier celestial god. This was especially so with his enhanced defense. After being tempered by the blood of the phosphor-armored beast and the Xian fruit, his body was at least as tough as a low-tier celestial god artifact. In other words, even a full might attack from a high-tier god would not be able to harm him at all. It was due to this that he had been able to force back the phosphor-armored beast earlier with his punch. Ever since arriving in the firmament, he had felt pressured by his weakness. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect his parents and his direct disciples in times of crisis, and that left him deeply anxious. However, with this breakthrough, his fears had lessened a bit. In this world filled with experts, he was no longer in the bottommost echelon anymore. Based on the books he had read so far, celestial gods could be considered as elites in most cities. Such strength should be enough for him to plant his foot in the firmament. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia stowed all the Xian fruits into his storage ring before saying, "Let's return to Twilight City." But my defense. The phosphor-armored beast was still a little iffy about this. He would lose his constant supply of Xian fruits if he left the area. Would he grow weaker as a result of that? Don't worry. I resolved that issue for you while you were making your breakthrough earlier, Xianxia said. The effects of the Xian fruit could only be said to be semi-permanent. Once the phosphor-armored beast stopped consuming it, his defense would slowly regress back to its original level. So, Xianxia had used his Heaven's Path Xinqi to reinforce its scales earlier, turning the effects from semi-permanent to permanent. As such, his defense would not regress as a result of not eating the Xian fruit anymore. Thank you, Master. The phosphor-armored beast heaved a sigh of relief. It was actually delighted by such an outcome. Ever since its birth, its movements had mostly been limited to this valley due to the Xian fruit. It was glad that it was finally free of its restraints and able to travel the greater world out there. Not too long after leaving the valley, Xianxia quickly found the aerial divine beast that he had tamed from the divine beast market. At this moment, the phosphor-armored beast had also transmogrified into its human form. The two of them got onto the back of the aerial divine beast and made their way back to Twilight City. Yichuyan was a special envoy of the Sky of Drifting Spectre to Twilight City. Even though she was only a high-tier god, due to her background, not even City Lord Wu Fangqing would dare to rebuke her decisions. That being said, most of the matters she handled were relating to the policies and edicts passed down from the Sky of Drifting Spectres. She was not so arrogant as to overstep her boundaries to interfere in the internal management of Twilight City. After a busy day at work, she stretched her back to loosen her stiffened joints before sitting before her dressing table to examine her right cheek. There was a glaring crimson scar that looked as if a centipede was climbing up her face. As a famed beauty, she had always been rather proud of her appearance. Yet, this centipede-like scar had marred her beauty, destroying the overall aesthetics of her face. Sigh! Yichuyan shook her head helplessly. This scar came from a battle with an enemy some time ago. As the wound had been inflicted through a unique power the enemy possessed, she found that she was unable to remove the scar no matter what she tried. On top of that, her cultivation had also fallen from celestial god to high-tier god due to the severity of her injuries. Eventually, she had chosen to leave Royal City to serve as a special envoy in this remote city. She quickly dolled herself up a little before covering her face with a veil. Walking out of her room, she glanced at the elder standing guard outside and asked, "How is the investigation going?" The elder clasped his fist and replied, "Envoy Yi, I have confirmed the existence of a black market within Twilight City. The person heading the black market is Qi Linger, and she's from Royal City's Qi clan. The Qi clan is a distinguished clan that wields great power even within Royal City. The fact that their old ancestor, Qi Meng, is a conferred god king is more than enough to cement their standing. Why would their descendant open a black market in a remote place like this? Yi Chuyen frowned. Does she not know that such an act is an infringement of the laws of the sky of drifting specters? I don't really know the details, but I think it might be something related to the lower worlds. The elder paused for a moment before revealing his thoughts. Lower worlds. A deep frown formed on Yi Chuyen's forehead. His Majesty has found a particularly pure soul in recent days, and he made a special exception to allow it to recuperate in the Netherworld Lake within the royal palace. According to some sources, the soul originated from the lower worlds. However, this is something that only happened 20 days ago, whereas Qi Linger should have been here for several years now. That's indeed the case. However, the place the heaven-subjugating monarch first appeared happens to be this Twilight City as well. I feel that the movements of the Qi clan could be related to that, the elder said. The god monarch of the sky of drifting specters, demon monarch Chenkuan, had never really been too interested in the governance of his territory. As such, he delegated the responsibility of governance to the conferred god kings under him, resulting in them amassing a great deal of power. As such, despite the seeming peace in Royal City, there was a great deal of political rivalry. The rise of the heaven subjugation monarch was one thing that no one had ever expected, and it was a game-changer. Other than the 9 god monarchs who had lived since time immemorial, no one had ever come close to reaching them before. As such, it became common knowledge that it was impossible for any being to become a god monarch, thus making conferred god king the highest level that any cultivator could ever reach. However, the heaven subjugation monarch had shattered these conceptions and become an existence on par with, if not stronger than, the god monarchs. As such, everyone wanted to know what he had gone through to uncover the mystery behind his ascension. For the past 40 years, the investigation had never stopped. Aside from financial benefits, the black market was also a place where a great deal of information went around, making it a strategic location to build an intelligence network. Yi Chuyen pondered for a moment before saying, "Tell Qi Linger that I'll turn a blind eye if she's just using the black market to gather information, but she would do well not to go overboard. If she goes too far, regardless of whether she's a member of the Qi clan or not, she'll be punished strictly in accordance with the laws of the sky of drifting specters. Also, I need you to continue keeping a lookout on what she's up to. If you notice anything suspicious, make sure to report it to me as soon as possible." It was true that the Qi clan was a powerful faction in Royal City, but she was the special envoy in Twilight City. She represented God Monarch Chenkuan himself. No matter how powerful the Qi clan was, they would be wise not to supersede her authority here. There was no greater sin in the world than sullying the honor of a god monarch. This was something that anyone who had any semblance of common sense in the firmament would know. "I understand." The elder nodded before walking out. Sometime later, the elder returned with a perplexed look on his face, suggesting that he had just uncovered news that even he could hardly believe to be true. Envoy Yi, Qi Linger isn't in the underground black market at the moment. Instead, she's in the Twilight Market. Twilight Market? Yi Chuyen was surprised by the news as well. What in the world was the boss of the underground black market doing in the authorized marketplace of Twilight City? Was she trying to wash her hands clean and retire from the underground world? She has gathered some of the more distinguished female cultivators in Twilight City, and it seems like she's going to sell something. I think it's called the beauty pill, the elder said. Beauty pill? Yi Chuyen scoffed. Ridiculous. When the most famous apothecary of the firmament, Master Fu Jiangqin, visited Royal City, I had the opportunity to talk to him, and he said that one's appearance is something predetermined by the heavens and nothing can change it. There's no such thing as a beauty pill in the world. If so, I wouldn't have allowed the scar of my face to remain till now. The elder nodded in agreement. If there was truly something like a beauty pill, it would have long made its name all over the firmament. The higher a person's cultivator was, the longer they would be able to live. Living a long life was enviable, but it would be even more so if one could maintain a youthful appearance while at it. If there was really such a thing in the world, cultivators would have already gone crazy over it. Are we going to interfere in the matter? There's no need for that. The city lord will deal with it on his own. Yichuyan shook her hand as she walked back to her room to rest, but barely after taking a few steps, she changed her mind and said, "Never mind. Let's head there to take a look." After saying those words, she swiftly left the room. Twilight Market was the largest market in Twilight City. All kinds of treasures were placed on sale there, attracting the greatest crowd within the city. As such, it was viewed as the symbol of prosperity of Twilight City. Concealing her face with a veil, Yichuyan swiftly arrived in the event venue where the beauty pill was sold. Through her connections, it did not take her too long to secure an entry pass to enter the area. The event venue was already filled with people by the time she entered. Even with a swift glance, she could tell that there were at least 1,000 people in there. Nearly all of them were female cultivators, and even the weakest of them was a low-tier god. It seems like Qi Linger has quite some connections in Twilight City, Yichuyan harumphed. Despite being the boss of an underground black market, she was still able to gather so many people within hours. Furthermore, there were a few distinguished figures among the crowd. One would require some means in order to pull something like that off. Have you heard? It seems like the beauty pill is going on sale today. Is there such a pill in the firmament? I have never heard of it before. It seems like it's a new product by a formidable apothecary. It's still too early to tell whether it's real or not. I just came by to join in the commotion. There was a slight hint of anticipation and curiosity in the atmosphere. It would appear that most people had gone there out of curiosity to see what was going on. "Ladies, may I have your attention?" A shout echoed from the forefront of the room. Following that, a tall and beautiful lady walked onto the stage with widened strides. It was none other than Qi Linger. Taking a seat on a posh chair placed on the stage, Qi Linger got straight to the point. "You must be curious as to why I have gathered all of you here today." She immediately caught everyone's attention with her confident demeanor. "I live by the motto that everyone's time is precious, so I won't bother boring you with unnecessary pleasantries. As you might have heard, my apothecaries have recently forged a new kind of pill that is particularly effective in beautifying a person's appearance. So, I have invited all of you here today in order to demonstrate the effectiveness of the beauty pill to you. If any of you are interested in it, you may approach me after the event to make reservations." After saying her piece, Qi Linger calmly raised her hand, and a lady swiftly carried an elaborately ornate box onto the stage. The box was made of the precious ink jade, which was well known for its ability to completely seal off spiritual energy. This made it ideal for storing precious medicinal herbs or pills without degrading its medicinal effects. However, this material was extremely rare and expensive to purchase as well. Just the one over there would likely cost at least 10 divine coins. Qi Linger rose to her feet and opened the box. There was a pill placed neatly within that emanated concentrated spiritual energy. "Isn't that just an ordinary god essence pill?" A middle-aged lady among the crowd stood up and berated Qi Linger. "Not to mention it's a low-tier one. If that's the beauty pill you're talking about, I must say that you are really taking us for fools." "Indeed, that's the God Essence pill. Our clan has been producing God Essence pills for decades now, so there's no way I could be mistaken about that. Even though I knew that it's likely an exaggeration, I still came here with some anticipation. Yet, the organizer is trying to fool us with a mere God Essence pill. Does she take us for bumpkins?" The rest of the crowd also swiftly realized the same thing, and furious voices echoed through the crowd. Seeing such a sight, Yichuyan frowned. As an ex-celestial god who had come from Royal City, she possessed a sharp eye. No matter how she looked at it, the thing inside the container was definitely the most ordinary low-tier god essence pill. There was nothing special about it. Qi Linger should be a pretty smart person considering her accomplishments so far, so it was hard to imagine that she would make a fatal mistake like this. A female cultivator stood up and spoke with raised eyebrows. "Based on what I know, not even the apothecaries in Royal City have been able to produce anything close to a beauty pill. Miss Qi, I hope that you haven't invited all of us here just to look at a mere god essence pill. I expect you to have a satisfactory explanation for this. This female cultivator was a high-tier god. Even though she had barely reached the realm not too long ago, the fact that she had reached this realm was more than enough to make her one of the top elites of Twilight City. After all, even the principal of Twilight Academy had only reached this level of strength. Like you mentioned earlier, our time is precious. You'd better have a good reason for this. Voices of agreement echoed through the crowd. Quiet down. Do you think that I, Qi Linger, would have gathered all of you here over a mere god essence pill? Qi Linger's authoritative voice suppressed the chaos happening in the room. Rest assured, I have no intention of sullying my own reputation. Men. She raised her hand and beckoned her subordinates beneath the stage. Hula. The subordinates quickly brought a divine beast onto the stage. Upon seeing the divine beast, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's a high-tier god realm divine beast, lava python. This divine beast lives within the lava, making its body unbearably hot. It's said to be an extremely difficult foe to deal with due to its ability to freely spit flames. Why is she bringing such a beast on stage? It'll be a huge problem if someone's burned by its flames. My close friend had her arm burned by that fellow. She used all sorts of medicinal herbs in order to heal her scars. But 20 years have passed since then, and her scars show no signs of disappearing. The divine beast that had been brought into the room was exceptionally notorious in Twilight City. It was one of the more difficult flame attribute beasts to deal with. Judging from your reactions, I reckon I need not explain the ability of this divine beast. Is there anyone among you who wishes to fight with it? Qi Linger asked with a smile. The crowd immediately frowned. It was a known fact that divine beasts were usually stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Given that the enemy was a high-tier god realm divine beast, there was probably no one in the event venue who would stand a chance against it in a one-on-one. If no one is going to volunteer, I'll just have to use my own people. I hope that none of you will view this as an act of cheating, Qi Linger said. The female cultivator who had spoken earlier harumphed. With so many eyes on you, it'll be hard for you to cheat even if you want to. Hurry up and do whatever you are planning to do. Don't waste our time. Since Madame Chun has already said so, I won't stand on ceremony then. Qi Linger raised her hand and beckoned. Voila! A young lady walked over to the lava python. Her body was shivering, but she took a deep breath and forced herself to remain rooted to the spot. Begin, Qi Linger ordered. Hula! The lava python suddenly released a furious cry and opened its massive mouth. A searing bundle of flames immediately poured out of its mouth, incinerating the young lady. A moment later, when the flames vanished, the young lady's body was completely covered in burns. She collapsed to the ground due to the severity of her injuries. At the same time, her delicate skin was completely ruined as a result of the flames, causing her to look a little frightening. Qi Linger, what the hell are you doing? Yi Chuyen roared in fury. That woman was really making light of a person's life. Regardless of whether that lady was her subordinate or not, or whether they had some sort of deal with one another, Qi Linger was going overboard by using a divine beast to ruin a person's life like that. That was a major infringement of the rules of the Firmament and Twilight City. Just this act in itself was enough to warrant Qi Linger's arrest and subject her to heavy punishment. Seeing the pale faces all around the room, Qi Linger quickly waved her hand and said, Please calm yourselves. I have no intention of harming anyone. Since I have subjected her to the flames of the lava python, it goes without saying that I have my means of fully treating her. Madam Chen, you come from a clan of apothecaries, and your husband, Chan Yixiong, is the most famous apothecary in Twilight City. May I know if you know of any ways that this young lady can be treated? Madam Chun pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The flame of the lava python isn't just any normal flame. Once the fire toxin seeps into one's body, even high-tier gods will have trouble trying to expel it from their body. I'm afraid that I don't have any good remedies for this. What about Madame Lu? Your husband, Lu Mingyang, is the best physician in Twilight City. Do you have any ideas on how this young lady can be treated? Qi Linger continued asking around. There's no way at all. The fire toxin is hard to expel, so there's nothing much I can do, Madame Lu replied. Allow me to extend the question to the rest of you. Is there anyone who knows of a way to treat that young lady over here? Also, in case there are any skeptics among the crowd, may I verify with the professionals here whether there is a possibility that we could have faked the fire toxin to put on an act? Qi Linger continued. We aren't able to treat such a condition. The crowd shook their heads. There was no way they would be able to resolve an illness that even Madame Chan and Madame Lu were helpless before. As for faking the fire toxin, that was even more impossible. The lava python was right before their eyes, and they had witnessed just how vicious the flames were. There was no one here who had not felt the searing heat released by the python's mouth earlier. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance that this was a staged ploy. Since we have a consensus, allow me to proceed to treat her. This will be a good opportunity to showcase the potency of the God Essence pill that you have been talking about. Seeing that she had managed to build up the suspense long enough, Qi Linger gestured for the lady holding onto the jade container to take out the pill within and feed it to the burned lady. Who? As soon as the pill slid down her throat, the body of the burned lady immediately began trembling. In less than 3 breaths, a layer of black skin fell from her arm, and the same happened all over her body. Qi Linger raised her hand once more, and another subordinate rushed forward to clean the burned lady's body with clean water. As the latter's body was rubbed clean, a layer of delicate skin was revealed beneath the black skin. Everyone was stunned. All of them had witnessed how the lady was nearly burned to death. But just by consuming the beauty pill, not only did she manage to recover from her burns, all the bum marks vanished without a trace. In fact, the lady's skin seemed to be much better than before, almost as if it had all been a magic trick. How did this happen? Was it because the lady had eaten that God Essence pill? Were its effects really that great? The surroundings fell silent. Even those with the loudest criticism earlier had nothing to say anymore. Everyone was simply too shocked to even say a word. Satisfied by the astounded looks all around her, Qi Linger continued with her introduction. These are the effects of the God Essence pill forged by our apothecary. Not only does it beautify one's appearance, it can also heal scars and help to preserve one's beauty. This miraculous pill will be sold at a price of 1,000 divine coins each. If you reserve some doubts regarding its effectiveness, you can consume it on the spot and pay only after the pill takes effect. Due to the difficulty in producing them, we were only able to prepare 20 pills for the first sales, and we have already used one of them here. In other words, there are only 19 of them left. If you were to miss out on this opportunity, I can't guarantee when there will be new stock. My goodness, that pill costs 1,000 divine coins each? That's daylight robbery. Everyone was bewildered. Even Streak of Grey, despite years of plundering from merchants, was only able to accrue a wealth of several hundred divine coins. Yet, a single pill cost 1,000 divine coins. This was ridiculous. 1,000 divine coins is indeed overpriced, but she says that she only has 19 of them in hand. Once they're sold out, there's no guarantee whether there'll be a second batch. I thought that she might be a fraud, so I was watching everything very closely earlier. There's no way she could have played any tricks during the demonstration. Given the powerful potency of the pill, I think that charging 1,000 divine coins for it actually isn't too much. That's true. We have all aged, and our appearance isn't what it used to be. If I don't find a way to reverse it, it's only a matter of time before a foxy vixen succeeds in seducing my husband. By then, it will be futile no matter how much money I spend. Indeed, those transmogrified foxes are bomb with seductive looks, making it hard to resist their advances. Fervent discussions could be heard here and there. Even though there were quite a few people who thought that the pricing was fair, that did not change the fact that 1,000 divine coins was a price beyond what most could afford. Qi Linger had made sure to invite only the wealthiest merchants and female cultivators in Twilight City, but it would still be difficult for them to fork out so much money on the spot. Seeing the looks of hesitation all around, the middle-aged lady standing behind Qi Linger whispered worriedly into her ear. Young mistress, don't you think that the price is a little too high? This was a price that was set arbitrarily by Qi Linger without discussing with anyone, so she had only learned about it just a moment ago as well. It's not high at all. I intend to push out the beauty pill as a high-end extravagant product. Don't worry. They would be willing to spend as much as it takes for them to preserve their youth. Qi Linger replied with a smile. She understood the mentality of those women very well. The desire for beauty was encoded in the genes of all humans. As cultivators became more affluent and lived longer lives, they would begin to become more concerned about their reputation and appearance. The only thing was that it had been impossible for them to change their appearance, at least till that very day. If an opportunity to become more beautiful appeared before their eyes, most of these people would surely grasp it. I understand. The middle-aged lady nodded after seeing how confident Qi Linger was. Are there no buyers? After waiting for a while, there was still no one who was willing to step forward to buy the beauty pill. Despite that, Qi Linger did not look anxious in the least. The fact that they were staying meant that they were already hooked. All they needed was one last push. So, she turned her eyes toward Yi Chuyen and smiled. She calmly rose to her feet, walked over, and clasped her fist. It's a pleasure to meet you, Envoy Yi. Yi Chuyen nodded slightly to acknowledge Qi Linger's presence, but she did not say anything else. Since everyone is still harboring some reservations toward the beauty pill, I would like to invite Envoy Yi up to give it a try if it isn't too much trouble, Qi Linger said. Envoy Yi, you can be assured that I won't charge you if the effects of the pill aren't to your satisfaction. Yi Chuyen frowned upon hearing those words. However, seeing that the other party did not mean anything else with those words, she pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Qi Linger raised her hand, and a subordinate immediately carried another ink jade box over and opened it. Yi Chuyen first inspected the ink jade box carefully before picking up the god essence pill placed within and examining it. After ensuring that there was nothing amiss, she placed it into her mouth. Pooh! The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and a surge of energy swiftly gushed through her body. Shortly after, she felt a tingling yet slightly numbing sensation on her right cheek. She subconsciously raised her hand to hold her right cheek, but at this moment, Qi Linger suddenly took out a copper mirror and offered it to her. She hesitantly accepted the copper mirror and looked at her own reflection. Even through the veil, she could tell that her skin was much smoother and more delicate than before. Furthermore, something that was there previously seemed to have disappeared. With trembling hands, she carefully removed the veil around her face, and she gasped. The glaring scar that had plagued her for many years had vanished without a trace. Not only so, she also looked 10 years younger than she did before. The difference in her appearance was so great that it was hard to believe that she was still the same person she had seen in the mirror earlier in the day. How did you manage to do this? Yi Chuyen could hardly believe her eyes. Envoy Yi. The elder following behind Yi Chuyen muttered with reddened eyes. Even in the firmament, people still discriminated based on appearance. Over the years, Yi Chuyen had faced the scorn and derision of those around her. While she had tried to ignore them, she still found herself affected by their words. She had thought that she had no other choice but act numb before the insults of others. But who could have known that a pill would resolve her problem so easily? This was a feat that even the god kings of Royal City might not necessarily be able to pull off. At the same time, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. There were not many people in Twilight City who knew about the existence of Envoy Yi. However, those who were in the top echelon of the city, even if they had not met the beautiful Yi Chuyen, would have at least heard of her before. She was an expert from Royal City, but due to her cultivation plummeting as a result of the injuries she had sustained, she had been eventually dispatched to Twilight City. It was rumored that she had a glaring scar on the face, which was also why she always veiled her face. Yet, a single pill actually removed her scar and made her look many years younger. This was really a miracle. How is it? If any of you still harbor any doubts, you are free to give a try. Just as I've said before, if the results are not to your satisfaction, I won't collect a single coin, Qi Linger said with a confident smile. As someone who governed the massive underground black market, She was extremely skilled at controlling the scene. And at that very moment, she knew that everything was already in her grasp. "I'll give it a try." The person who had spoken the loudest against her earlier, Madame Chun, walked out from the crowd. She had come from a family of apothecaries, and her husband, Chun Yixiong, was famed for being the greatest apothecary in Twilight City. Yi Chuyen took a closer look at the other party's appearance as she walked over. The other party appeared to be in her mid-50s. Even though she had taken good care of her skin, it was inevitable that there would be some signs of aging on her body. Madame Chun picked up a god essence pill and swallowed it. She closed her eyes in an attempt to feel the medicinal energy within it so that she could decipher the ingredients used to forge the pill. However, before she could discern anything, she was already hearing excited mutterings all around her. She quickly opened her eyes, only to see a lady in her early 30s staring back at her in the mirror. "This is me." Madame Chun trembled in disbelief as she hurriedly touched her own face. The person in the mirror was exactly how she had looked decades ago. Just by eating a single pill, her skin had regained its tension, and her appearance had regressed back in time. Was it really possible to forge a pill like that? Astonished, Madame Chun quickly drove her Xianxia to check if it was just an illusion that would disappear after some time. But the result of her inspection was that her body had really changed. The pill had not just made her skin smoother and younger than before. More than that, the traumas she had sustained before and the pill toxins that had accumulated in her body had all been cleared away as well. While her cultivation had not increased, her strength was much greater than before. It isn't just a normal beauty pill. It actually has powerful recovery effects as well, Madame Chun exclaimed in agitation. As a descendant from a lineage of apothecaries, she could immediately understand just how valuable the beauty pill was. Just its effect of beautifying one's appearance was already amazing in itself, but to think that it would aid in one's cultivation as well. It was definitely a bargain to buy such a pill for just 1,000 divine coins. "Madame Chun, how is it?" Qi Linger asked with a smile. "Ahem. The effects are excellent so far, but I still need to test it out a little to check if there are any side effects. As you know, potent pills tend to have some side effects." Madame Chun suppressed her excitement and replied nonchalantly. "That's true." The crowd nodded in agreement. It was common knowledge that the stronger the medicinal effect of a pill was, the more likely it would be damaging to one's body. Madame Chen's remark immediately left everyone wondering if there was some kind of fatal flaw in the beauty pill. Qi Linger frowned in response to Madame Chen's words. It was clear from the latter's expression earlier that she had already understood the effects of the beauty pill, but why was she playing the fool? "Madame Chen, may I know what kind of side effects you suspect it to have?" A person amid the crowd shouted out. "Well, I'm not too sure. I'll have to look into it carefully," Madame Chan said contemplatively. She turned to Qi Linger. "You have 18 beauty pills with you at the moment, right? Why don't you sell them all to me? I'll be able to research them with my husband to check how severe the side effects are. If we can resolve all the issues surrounding it, I believe that everyone will benefit greatly from it." "Is that so?" Qi Linger remarked as a mocking smile crept onto her lips. She had been wondering if there was really something wrong with the beauty pill, but it turned out that Madame Chen was just impressed by the effects and wanted to monopolize all of the current pills. Madame Lu also quickly noticed that something was amiss, so she stepped forward and said with a displeased look on her face, "You want to buy all of them? That won't do. I want to try it as well." "Me too. Give me one. I'll be taking this one then. Don't you snatch with me. I'll offer L divine coins. I'll offer 1,200 then." None of those present were fools. As figures in the top echelon of Twilight City, they were able to swiftly discern Madame Chen's real intentions. There were only 18 pills available. If they did not make a move, who knew when else they would be able to secure a treasure like this? Under the panic buying, it did not take long for all 18 beauty pills to be sold out. Furthermore, the prices went up to as much as 1,500 divine coins, which was much higher than they had initially estimated. Seeing how such a small pill was able to be sold at such an astronomical price, the middle-aged lady could not help but look at Qi Linger impressed. As expected of the young mistress, her means were indeed extraordinary. There was no doubt that the beauty pill was an amazing product, but it would be all for naught without an effective marketing strategy. It was through emphasizing the limited quantity and showcasing its miraculous effects that the price had been hiked up so swiftly. Otherwise, even if they priced it at 500 divine coins each, chances were, no one would even spare the beauty pill a glance. But within a single hour, they had managed to sell everything. On top of that, they had managed to build up the reputation of the beauty pill. The next time they put it out on the market, they could be assured that it would be sold out within moments. Yi Chuyen was also looking at Qi Linger curiously. She had thought that Qi Linger was just all talk, but the effects of the beauty pill exceeded her wildest expectations. Just where in the world did Qi Linger manage to procure such a formidable pill? She had scoured Royal City, but she had not been able to find anything like this at all. Even when everything was happening before her, she still felt a little dreamy inside. Yi Chuyen turned around and instructed the elder behind her. Investigate it. Find the origin of the pill. I doubt that even conferred God King Qimeng would have been able to forge something like that. Yes, I understand. The elder nodded before vanishing in the crowd. As the envoy to Twilight City, she had her own sources to gather intelligence within the city. In City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man wearing armor looked at the box in his hands with a deep frown between his eyebrows. City Lord Wu Fangqing. He was the father of Wu Xiaoxiao, the haughty young lady whom Xianxia had met previously. Is the pill really as effective as you say? Wu Fangqing raised his head to look at the middle-aged man before him. The elder standing before Wu Fangqing clasped his fist and said, "That's right. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Even though the price of the pill was eventually hiked up to an astronomical price, given the connections of the City Lord Manor, it was not too much trouble for them to secure one. Wu Fangqing still appeared to have some reservations regarding the matter. He pondered for a moment longer before passing down an order. "Get Xiaoxiao to come here." "Father, you were looking for me?" It did not take long for Wu Xiaoxiao to be brought before Wu Fangqing. With a sheepish look on her face, she said, "I was cultivating seriously. I really wasn't slacking off at all. I didn't call you here to talk about your cultivation. Swallow this pill," Wu Fangqing instructed. Swallow this pill? Wu Xiaoxiao was perplexed as to why her father would call her there only to eat a perfectly ordinary God essence pill. Nevertheless, she still picked it up and swallowed it whole. Barely after swallowing it, she saw her father's usually impassive face slowly warping in shock, as if he was looking at something unbelievable. "Father, what's wrong?" She had always viewed her father to be a solemn individual who rarely showed any emotions on his face. As such, she was taken aback by the shocked look on his face, fearing that she had done something wrong. "Young mistress, you should take a look yourself." The elder in the room quickly passed a mirror to Wu Xiaoxiao. Perplexed, Wu Xiaoxiao took the mirror and brought it up to her face. Her body began trembling as she pinched her cheeks incredulously. "Is this really me?" In the mirror, she saw her freckles and acne scars vanishing without a trace. While there was not too much difference in her overall appearance, she looked much more beautiful than before. Furthermore, the change was not just limited to her appearance. Somehow, her disposition seemed to have become more graceful. To think that consuming a pill would induce such a massive change in her. "Father, the pill that you gave me." Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Fangqing anxiously. "It's nothing," Wu Fangqing replied curtly as he stood up and paced around the room quietly with his hands behind his back. Then, he suddenly turned to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Tell me about Xianxia, whom you met back then." "Xianxia?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little bewildered by the abrupt request. Nevertheless, she still nodded and told her father everything she knew about him. After she was done, Wu Fangqing waved his hand and said, "Got it. You are dismissed." As the city lord, it went without saying that he was aware of the existence of the underground black market. In fact, some of his spies had infiltrated it. As such, he was able to swiftly uncover that the creator of the so-called beauty pill was Xianxia. Recalling the earlier report that he had received regarding how Xianxia had consecutively won 15 slots to the Celestial Mountain, it was hard for him to ignore the young man even if he wanted to. City Lord Wu, the value of the pill is inestimable, the elder said with a glint in his eyes right after Wu Xiaoxiao left the room. Anyone who was not completely blind would be able to tell with a glance that the beauty pill would become a money fountain in the future. Wu Fangqing nodded in agreement. If we can obtain the pill formula, we will be able to further develop Twilight City. There is also a good chance that I will be able to advance to greater heights. However, as you've just heard, Xianxia appears to have an extremely powerful teacher, and there's a good chance that his teacher is a master teacher. It's likely that the pills were forged by his teacher. The reason he had invited his daughter over was to have the latter test out the medicine and confirm Xianxia's background. Mo Yuan is no more than a middle-tier god, so his ability to discern a person's cultivation might still be sorely lacking. There's no guarantee that Xianxia is as powerful as he thinks. Why don't I conduct some further investigation into this? The elder asked with narrowed eyes. Be careful. Also, I want you to negotiate with him on my behalf to see if he's willing to sell the pill formula. If he isn't willing, we'll just have to find some other ways. Naturally, make sure that he doesn't know that I'm the buyer, Wu Fangqing instructed. I understand. The elder nodded before vanishing on the spot. Someone who could rise to the position of a city lord and stand above the rules could not possibly be someone without any means. It was inevitable that he would be moved by the existence of such a formidable pill. It would be great if he could acquire it through proper channels, but if that failed, he would just have to find some other way. Someone who can forge the beauty pill, guess the numbers on the slot roulette accurately each and every time, capture the middle-tier god streak of gray despite being only a low-tier god himself. Xianxia is really no ordinary person. Wu Fangqing clenched his fists tightly together. But so what if you aren't an ordinary person? In Twilight City, I call the shots. Even if you are a dragon, you'll have no choice but to lie low before me. Who you are won't make a difference to me at all. Even if you are a master teacher. Do not call me master after we enter Twilight City. That'll make it easy for others to figure out your identity. Call me young master instead. Xianxia instructed while sitting atop the aerial divine beast. Also, you don't have a surname yet, right? You shall follow my surname Zhang. Xianxia, that will be your name. Got it. The young man, Xianxia, replied with a nod. Also, I like to maintain a low profile, so make sure not to make any trouble or do anything that stands out too much within the city. Rest assured, young master. I also like to maintain a low profile as well, Xianxia replied leisurely as it picked its ear. Despite being the strongest divine beast in the vicinity of Twilight City, it had obediently remained in its own territory and never left the area. That should probably be the epitome of humility and low profile. That's good. By the way, who are the ones who attacked you last night? Xianxia asked. The first time he encountered the phosphor-armored beast, there had been two fairly strong individuals who attempted to assassinate it. They should be from City Lord Manor. Wu Fangqing has been trying to tame me for some time now, but he has never succeeded, Xianxia replied. If the City Lord is trying to tame you, shouldn't he challenge you personally? Why would he choose to assassinate you instead? Given the prowess of the phosphor-armored beast, the City Lord Manor's prestige would be significantly boosted if the City Lord was able to tame it. However, if it was made known that the City Lord had been launching underhanded assaults on the phosphor-armored beast, it would really sully his reputation. If it was found that the one who had set the rules had not been observing them, it would surely cause a major public uproar. Why would he choose to assassinate me? Isn't that obvious? He's a hypocrite, Xianxia scoffed coldly. Putting aside assassination attempts, he has already tried time and time again to poison me. If not for my powerful constitution that allows me to break down most poisons, I would have died by now. He tried to poison you as well? Xianxia was taken aback. If that was the case, he would really have to tread carefully around the City Lord in the future. He had thought that the person who established the law in Twilight City would be someone honorable and dignified, but from the looks of it, It seemed like the rules were only a way for him to control others. Just like that, Xianxia and Xianxia chatted atop the aerial divine beast as they swiftly made their way back to Twilight City. At the same time, in the residence where Xianxia and the others were staying, a name scroll was delivered. Ting Fei. Sun Chong read the name on the name scroll with a frown. The young master was not home, and the others were busy cultivating. So, he was the one who was handling all the miscellaneous matters at the moment. Based on how he introduced himself, he appears to be a merchant that came from another town. He's here to visit the young master for an urgent matter. The servant who received the name scroll reported. Even though they had only moved in not too long ago, Sun Chong had managed to recruit a few servants to cook for them and clean the residence. It would be unfortunate if they had to cultivate on an empty stomach after earning so much money. Invite him in, Sun Chong instructed. Very soon, an elder was brought to the main hall. Butler's son, Fei greeted with a bright smile. He had already investigated the group carefully prior to visiting the residence, so he knew the names of everyone there. Sun Chong nodded as he gestured for Fei to take a seat by the side. After that, he looked at Fei and asked, "May I know the reason behind your visit? I'll get straight to the point. I heard that the beauty pill that the entire city has been raving over is forged by young Master Xianxia," Fei said. Beauty pill? Sun Chong repeated in confusion. What the heck has young master been up to? I've never heard of this before. Seeing how the fatty was able to hide his emotions so well despite his low cultivation, Fei chuckled softly and said, "There's no need to put on an act before me. I did my homework before coming all the way here." "Is that so?" Sun Chong replied calmly. "Then, what's your motive here?" He knew that the young master had many means, and he tended to do whatever he wanted based on his whims, never bothering to inform him in advance. Given the current situation, it seemed like he could only try to sound out the other party, assess the situation carefully, and adapt accordingly. "I like your forthright personality, Butler's son. Since you have asked me straight, I won't beat about the bush either. My motive is very simple. I hope that you can sell the pill formula behind the beauty pill to me. Of course, the price is negotiable," Fei said. "Pill formula? You wish to buy the pill formula of the beauty pill?" "That's right. My apologies, but the pill formula was something that our young master came up with after countless sleepless nights. It's not for sale. Men, send our guest out." Sun Chong spoke with imposing authority, leaving no room for rebuttal at all. He had no idea what the beauty pill was, but there was no way he would sell the pill formula created by the young master. Those words immediately wiped the smile off Fei's face. "Butler's son, I think you should give this matter some more consideration. There's no need to rush into an answer. Twilight City is indeed a place governed by law, but your group has just arrived here, and you even offended Streak of Grey before entering the city. It would be unfortunate if the other bandits were to exact vengeance on you. Don't you think?" Fei sneered. At the same time, he snapped his finger, and an eerie mist quietly crept towards Sun Chong's feet. The will of the city lord was very clear. They had to acquire the pill formula of the beauty pill by any means necessary. Since Xianxia's group had dealt with Streak of Grey, they could use him as a cover to make a move on them. It was not without reason that Streak of Grey had managed to live to this day. Sometimes, the city lord manor needed a cover to move, and there were no scapegoats better than bandits. "Are you threatening me?" Sun Chong's eyes narrowed into slits as he rose to his feet and stepped forward. With imposing majesty behind his movements, he sneered coldly. "I have weathered countless storms with the young master, and it was through overcoming difficulty after difficulty that we managed to come this far. Do you think that the likes of you will be able to scare me? We'll know whether I'm scary enough for you very soon." Fei smiled coldly as he quietly counted down to the moment that his poison took effect. Then he stood up as well, tilted his chin upward smugly as if victory was already his, and said, "How is it? Are you starting to feel some discomfort in your chest?" "Pa!" But before he could even finish his words, a slap had already fallen on his face, causing his cheeks to sting in pain. "Discomfort? The hell with your discomfort. Sun Chang spat with fury. Stop trying to put on airs before me. While I was gazing down upon the world, you were still playing in the mud. How many times do I have to say it to get it through your thick skull? You aren't welcome here, so scram. You! The fatty should have collapsed from the poison by now. So Inflate was completely stunned by the abrupt slap. Just thinking about the humiliation that he had just suffered caused his body to tremble in fury. He was really tempted to slap the living daylights out of the other party at that very instant. But thinking about the possible evidence it would leave behind, he suppressed his rage and held himself back. Instead, he flicked his finger once more and sent a surge of poison energy towards Sun Chang. Pa! Barely a moment after the poison energy seeped into Sun Chang's body, Inflate's face suddenly flew to the side from another slap. Do you not understand words? Or do you intend to challenge me? How are you fine? Inflate was bewildered. He might have failed by an accident the first time, but the second time, he had seen the poison energy seeping right into the other party's body. Yet, the other party was still moving around vigorously, seemingly unaffected by his poison. What the heck was going on? While this poison was not enough to deal with the phosphor-armored beast, it should have been more than enough to force any ordinary high-tier god to their knees. Given that the other party was not even a god, there was no way he should have been able to withstand his poison. Or could it be that the other party was actually concealing his true cultivation? I don't believe it. There's no way such a thing could happen. With gritted teeth, Inflate took out all the poison powder he was hiding under his cloak and tossed it all over. Pa! Sun Chang dealt yet another slap on Inflate's face as he bellowed, What the heck are you doing? If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of here right now. Or else, don't blame me for getting nasty on you. Do I look like a helpless lamb to you? Is that why you are scattering powder all over me? It seems like I have really been too kind to you. Even though the 3 slaps were not too heavy, they had really crushed Inflate's dignity. He had never felt so humiliated. If not for his fear that Sun Chang might have been hiding his true strength, he would have long made a move. You're asking for it. However, he had finally come to the limits of his patience. He raised his arm to return the slap to the arrogant butler, but at that moment, his ears suddenly twitched a little. It was a transmission from his subordinates. Who? He shot a piercing glare at Sun Chang before turning around and leaving the residence. A short moment after walking out of the residence, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared before him. They were the ones who had attempted to assassinate the phosphor-armored beast just a while ago. What's wrong? Inflate frowned. Lord, someone stepped in when we were trying to capture the phosphor-armored beast, resulting in the failure of the mission, one of the silhouettes reported. Who was it? Inflate asked lividly. Xianxia. Furthermore, it seems like he has somehow managed to tame the phosphor-armored beast, the silhouette replied. Xianxia managed to tame the phosphor-armored beast? Inflate could hardly believe what he was hearing. He knew full well just how proud the phosphor-armored beast was. The city lord had visited it time and time again, offering it all kinds of treasures, but the latter simply refused to lower its head. Yet, it actually submitted to a mere low-tier god. There's no mistake about it. Not only so, I also suspect that Xianxia might have been hiding his true strength all along. Inflate felt a little lightheaded. He had found it weird how a low-tier god like Xianxia was able to capture the middle-tier god streak of gray so easily. And now, the latter had actually managed to tame the divine beast that even the city lord had trouble dealing with. It was indeed very possible that Xianxia had been hiding his true strength, just like Butler Sun. Even though he had yet to meet Xianxia in person, he could still deduce a thing or two from how his subordinate acted. If Butler Sun was really as powerless as he appeared, how could the other party face him with such confidence and slap him without any hesitation? Furthermore, his poison actually turned out to be completely ineffective against the other party. If the other party was truly a mere semi-divinity, any one of his poisons would have been enough for the other party to die many times over. On top of that, Butler Sun had said something about gazing down upon the world. It was definitely no easy feat to gaze down on the 9 skies of the firmament. It's fortunate that I didn't make a move earlier. Inflate murmured as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt relieved that he had held his anger back when he was slapped earlier. Otherwise, if he had really confronted the other party directly back then, he might have died in there. Having realized this, he subconsciously shot a glance back at the residence that he had just left. The gates had not closed yet, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the fatty standing at the very center of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He was gazing at the sky with a firm look on his face, and it felt as if even the greatest of problems would not be able to faze him. Despite appearing to be a mere semi-divinity, he actually wields unfathomable strength. Inflate widened his eyes in realization. From beginning to end, Inflate had never concealed his cultivation as a high-tier god. There was no way a mere semi-divinity would have dared slap him without showing the slightest hint of fear. It was very likely that he had met the real deal. "Lord, what do we do?" one of the silhouettes asked. "Let's wait out here for the time being. Perhaps we'll catch sight of Xianxia while he's coming back," Inflate replied. Even though he was semi-convinced that Xianxia and his group were far stronger than they appeared, he still wanted to verify the matter once more. The value of the beauty pill was definitely worth the extra effort. Inflate quickly found a place to hide in the vicinity. Not too long later, a black shadow walked up to the entrance of the residence and passed a name scroll over to the guards. "Gia." A few moments later, the gates to the residence creaked open. Judging from the silhouette of the black shadow, Inflate judged the person seemed to be a lady with a particularly alluring figure. He nimbly climbed up a tree, and behind the cover of the leaves, he peeked at the courtyard of the residence. "It's the boss of the underground black market, Xianxia," Inflate gasped in shock. As the aide and confidant of the city lord, there was no way he wouldn't recognize Xianxia. Wasn't she still selling the beauty pill at the Twilight Market a moment ago? Why would she suddenly appear here? Sensing that something was up, Inflate pricked his ears up so as to ensure that he wouldn't miss any vital information. "Xianxia pays respect to butler's son." Xianxia clasped her fist and bowed with a surprisingly respectful attitude. May I know the reason behind your visit?" Sun Chang asked. Despite his calm exterior, he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed inside. It was just a day after they arrived, but an old man had already come knocking a moment ago demanding for the sale of what beauty pill. Yet, barely after the old man left, another person came knocking on the doors of their residence. Just what in the world had the young master been doing last night after parting with them? "The beauty pill is a joint venture between me and young master Xianxia. Under the agreement we have come to previously, we were going to split the profits equally. However, after contemplating over it once more, we decided to offer young master Xianxia 90% of the profits instead as a symbol of our sincerity. Not only so, we'll also absorb the cost of production as well." With an earnest smile, Xianxia took out a card and a storage ring and entrusted them respectfully into Sun Chang's hands. "Stored in the card is the profit we have earned from the earlier sales. All in all, there should be 28,000 divine coins inside. Also, we have managed to procure the medicinal herb that young master Xianxia requires, and it is currently in the storage ring. May I know where is young master Xianxia at? It would be my honor to pay my respects to him." "My apologies, but our young master isn't around," Sun Chang replied. "Ah, it seems like I have come at a bad timing. All right then, I won't impose on you any longer." Xianxia clasped her fist once more before backing out of the residence. "They are going by a 9:1 split in profit? Furthermore, it's Xianxia who is receiving the 90%. Taking everything in sight, Inflate's teeth clattered against one another. Having kept tabs on Xianxia for many years, he was certain that he had gained a good grasp over the latter's personality. She was extremely sharp-witted, and she had no qualms with exploiting others for her own profit. Furthermore, as a descendant of the royal city's Qi clan, she didn't fear any powers within Twilight City at all. In fact, she didn't have much respect for the city lord either. If not for that, she wouldn't have dared to open an underground black market here and trade all sorts of prohibited goods. Yet, someone as domineering as her was actually acting like an obedient child. She willingly gave away 90% of the profits and bore the cost of production. He would never fathomed that there would actually be a person in Twilight City who could curb Qi Ling'er like that. It seems like Qi Ling'er knows of Xianxia's true identity or strength. Otherwise, there's no way she would have acted in such a manner, Inflate thought. Once again, he was gladdened by the fact that he managed to keep his impulse in check earlier. If he had really made a move on Butler's son, he would have been kicked right through the gates of the netherworld. I have to report this news to the city lord. Knowing how important and urgent this matter was, Inflate sprinted all the way to the city lord manor. You said that Xianxia has tamed the phosphor-armored beast, and Qi Ling'er paid her respects to his butler, and even willingly gave away 90% of the profits from selling the beauty pills to him. Wu Fangqing could hardly believe what he was hearing. He was still thinking a moment ago that no matter how impressive a figure Xianxia might be, he would be able to curb the young man through his authority as the city lord. But as it turned out, he might have been underestimating the young man's capabilities. There's no doubt about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Inflate nodded vehemently, as if fearing that the city lord would doubt his words. The phosphor-armored beast is rumored to possess invincible defense. Even though its cultivation is at high-tier god realm at the moment, its true fighting prowess wouldn't pale too much in comparison to me. I have already offered it the most valuable things I am able to bring out, but instead of submitting to me, it actually chose that young lad instead. And just as you have said, Qi Ling'er's bizarre attitude toward him is also highly suspicious as well. We'll really have to look deeper into the young man's background, Wu Fangqing said solemnly. Twilight City had never been lacking in talented individuals, but this was the first time he was encountering such a peculiar case. Look into Qi Ling'er's movements after she met Xianxia back at the underground black market. She must have stumbled upon some crucial information regarding him for her to suddenly change the allocation of profits. Wu Fangqing instructed. I understand. Inflate nodded before leaving the room. Around an hour later, Inflate returned back to the room and reported, City Lord Wu, I have managed to compile a detailed report on Qi Ling'er's movements. Right after meeting Xianxia, she headed straight to the Netherworld Pool of the Netherworld Palace. The Netherworld Pool? Was she trying to test Xianxia's bloodline? Wu Fangqing frowned. The greatest use of the Netherworld Pool was its ability to test the prowess of one's bloodline. There was a good chance that she might have stumbled on a great secret after visiting the Netherworld Pool, leading to the change in her attitude. Inflate nodded in agreement. I believe so too. It's just that I don't have the clearance to look deeper into the matter. It's fine. I'll head there personally to take a look, Wu Fangqing replied. He swiftly rushed over to the hall where the Netherworld Pool was, and with a wave of his hand, a crystal-like recording device flew into his hands. He channeled his divine energy into it, and Qi Ling'er's silhouette slowly swirled into appearance. Celestial God Wu Jiang submitted to him? God King of Transcendent Flames has bowed down to him as well. Isn't that conferred God King Nangong Ping? He's actually paying respects to Xianxia too. Wu Fangqing was absolutely flabbergasted. He didn't even notice that he had bit on his own tongue. The bloodline test of the Netherworld Pool was famed for its impeccable accuracy, and the fact that a conferred God King had submitted could only mean that Xianxia possessed the bloodline of a god monarch. One must know that there were only 10 god monarchs in the entire firmament, and one of them had only appeared recently. Wu Fangqing could hardly fathom just how high Xianxia's standing would be if he was really the descendant of a god monarch. Could it be possible that the young man was currently traveling under another alias in order to train himself? Hurry up and prepare a gift. I must visit young Master Xianxia right now. Walking out of the Netherworld Pool with hastened footsteps, Wu Fangqing passed down an instruction to Inflate anxiously. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, Xiao has offended young Master Xianxia previously as well. Get her to kneel in front of young Master Xianxia's residence to seek his forgiveness. Yes, I'll have it done right now, Inflate replied as he rushed all the way back to the City Lord Manor. You should be quite familiar with the City Lord since he has tried to tame you many times. How is he as a person, and exactly how powerful is he? As the majestic buildings of Twilight City appeared in the horizon, Xianxia turned to the young man beside him and asked. No matter what, it was a fact that he was residing in Twilight City at the moment. It would be best for him to take precautions for all possibilities, or else no one would be there to save them if any mishaps were to occur. That fellow's Cultivation is a low-tier celestial god, and he's pretty powerful. I could barely withstand his attacks before my breakthrough, and retaliation is out of question. The only reason why I could stand my ground against him thus far is because he hasn't had any intention of killing me so far. Otherwise, I would have been a goner by now. Xianxia, the phosphor-armored beast, pondered for a moment before replying. Its unparalleled defense was only applicable against fellow high-tier gods. Against a low-tier celestial god, a higher existence than it was inevitable that its defense would prove to be lacking. What about now? In a fair battle, now that I'm a celestial god as well, I can probably send that fellow flying with a kick on his ass. However, I suspect that he has a low-tier celestial god artifact with him. If he were to use a weapon, it won't be that easy for me to defeat him. But of course, there's only so much that he can do about me too. I would say that the chances of winning are about 50:50. Xianxia replied. In the firmament, artifacts could be divided into god artifacts, celestial god artifacts, god king artifacts, and god monarch artifacts, and every single tier could be further subdivided into low tier, middle tier, high tier, and pinnacle. The prowess of a low-tier celestial god was not to be underestimated. Even with the phosphor-armored beast's superior defenses, it would still be difficult for it to deal against a low-tier celestial god wielding a low-tier celestial god artifact. Xianxia nodded in comprehension. The greatest strength of the human cultivators lay in their ability to use their body and weapons effectively. While divine beasts possessed naturally powerful bodies, they often tended to lack skills. As for how that fellow is as a person, he is a cold-hearted and deeply self-centered individual. Years of being in authority has bred his desire to control everything around him. If he were to find out that you have tamed me, it's very likely that he'll come at you one way or another, Xianxia said worriedly. The city lord was the typical come-under-me-or-die type of villain. It was likely that Xianxia's act of taming the phosphor-armored beast ahead of him would breed much hostility in him. He'll come at me? Yeep. Magnanimity is one thing that he doesn't have. 2 years ago, an outsider accidentally touched his daughter, and that fellow severed his hands without any hesitation before tossing him into prison. No one has heard of that outsider ever since, and there are rumors going around that he might already have been killed. Xianxia shook his head. Narrow-minded individuals were particularly hard to deal with because they had the tendency to overreact over the slightest matter. I will be careful, Xianxia replied. In any case, he was planning to leave Twilight City after Xiaoya and the others reached godhood. He wanted to start looking for Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi, so it wasn't likely that he would get too involved with the city lord. After chatting a while later, Xianxia glanced below and smiled. We have arrived. My residence is right below. Hearing those words, Xianxia looked down as well and saw a decently sized residence below. Oh? Why are there 2 people kneeling in front of your residence? Xianxia asked curiously. Bewildered, Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a young lady and an old man kneeling right in front of his main entrance. A fatty was gazing down at them coldly with his hands behind his back, as if berating them. Aside from them, there was also a middle-aged man nodding respectfully with a humble smile on his face. Just because our young master is kind and magnanimous doesn't mean that I'll forgive you easily for affronting him. The least you can do is to kneel till daylight as a show of sincerity. The fatty harumphed with astounding authority in his voice. What the hell is Sun Chong up to? Seeing how his butler's delusion of grandeur was acting up again, Xianxia quickly urged his divine beast to land. Then, he turned his gaze behind to explain things to Xianxia, only to see the latter trembling uncontrollably, as if he had just seen something out of the world. What's wrong? Xianxia was bewildered to see this fearless divine beast acting in such a way. With a trembling voice, Xianxia said, The ones who are kneeling on the floor are the city lord's daughter and an expert from the city lord manor. and the middle-aged man apologizing over there is no other than City Lord Wu Fangqing. It was just a moment ago that it said that the City Lord was narrow-minded and could very well make things difficult for Xianxia. But in the blink of an eye, his daughter and subordinate actually came all the way here to kneel on the floor and apologize. Holy heavens! Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Xianxia felt like he was losing touch with reality. Turning away from the frenzied phosphor-armored beast, Xianxia took a closer look and swiftly identified the young lady kneeling on the floor to be no other than the young lady he had met back at the Grand Spirit Mountain, Wuxia. However, this young lady seemed to have just undergone a transformative change. Her facial features appeared to be the same as before, but perhaps due to the difference in her disposition, she emanated a more graceful and feminine charm that made her appear different from before. Due to that, Xianxia actually failed to draw the link at first glance. Did she eat the pill I made? Xianxia quickly came to a realization. Vaguely, he could sense the presence of his heaven's path Xianxia within Wu Xiaoxiao's body. Once the divine beast got close enough to the ground, Xianxia leaped off its body and landed within the courtyard. Upon noticing Xianxia's return, Sun Chong quickly walked over to greet him. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Young master, that man over there claims to be the city of Twilight City, and he says that he's here to ask for your forgiveness, Sun Chong said as he quickly went through everything that had happened a while ago. After hearing the full story, Xianxia finally turned his assessing gaze toward Wu Fangqing. The latter was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s. What particularly stood out about him was how deep his eyes were, almost reminiscent of the boundless ocean. He didn't appear to be an easy figure to deal with. Not only so, his presence was quiet but imposing. Just like what the phosphor-armored beast had said, he seemed to be quite a powerful cultivator. City Lord Wu, you are too courteous. It's all just a misunderstanding, Xianxia said with a smile. While Xianxia was assessing him from head to toe, Wu Fangqing was doing the same as well. There was no doubt that the young man before him was indeed a low-tier god. There was nothing at all that really stood out about him, such that it was easy to overlook him amid other cultivators. If he hadn't known that the young man possessed the bloodline of a god monarch beforehand, it was questionable whether he would have even paid this young man a second glance. Even though it's a misunderstanding, it's still a huge oversight on my part to allow such a thing to happen. This is a token of sincerity from the City Lord Manor, and I hope that young Master Xianxia could accept this gift so as to assuage my guilt, Wu Fangqing said as he passed a storage ring over. Xianxia felt that it was dubious how the City Lord was acting out of character, but nevertheless, he still responded to Sun Chong's questioning gaze with a nod. It would be rude for him to turn down a person's goodwill, not to mention that the other party was the City Lord. It would be terrible if the City Lord thought that he was looking down on him by rejecting his gift. Receiving Xianxia's signal, Sun Chong immediately stepped forward to accept the storage ring on his behalf. This way, please. After helping up the kneeling Wu Xiaoxiao and Inflate, they proceeded to the main hall and took their seats. Once everyone was settled in, Xianxia looked at Wu Fangqing quietly for a moment before asking, Pardon my candidness, but I am no more than an ordinary low-tier god who has just arrived in Twilight City. I feel a little unnerved by how polite you are, City Lord Wu. There was bound to be something wrong if someone was acting out of character. He had made sure to stay out of the limelight over the past day since he arrived at Twilight City. But why would the City Lord personally pay him a visit, even preparing such a huge gift? I have heard about young Master Xianxia's affairs from my daughter. You have saved her life, so it's only right for me to express my gratitude to you, Wu Fangqing quickly replied. The fact that he, despite being the City Lord, had received no news about the arrival of an individual possessing the bloodline of a god monarch meant that the other party was likely traveling incognito. Given that the other party was hiding his identity, it would be unwise if he were to step forward and attempt to expose the other party. He would just be landing himself in trouble if he were to do so, so it might be better for him to feign ignorance. Xianxia proceeded on to ask Wu Fangqing a few more questions, but he sensed that the latter wasn't being completely honest. So, he eventually stopped asking altogether, and after chatting for a while Wu Fangqing bade his farewell. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia beckoned for Sun Chong to pass the storage ring from Wu Fangqing over in order to examine the contents within. With just a glance, he couldn't help but be impressed at how rich the city lord manor was. Wu Fangqing actually gave him 10,000 divine coins, a high-tier god sword, and innumerable medicinal herbs. If it was regarding the matter concerning Wu Xiaoxiao, there was definitely no need for the other party to give him so much. However, since the city lord was interested in getting on good terms with him, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to question his motive either. He had Sun Chong pass over the stuff that Qi Linger had brought over, and through a unique method he had devised, he swiftly forged the Mayung beast blood and green beast ancient grass together. Then, returning to his room, he set up an isolation barrier around before drawing out his soul to absorb the energy harnessed within those two medicinal herbs. Since he had acquired everything he needed, it went without saying that he should raise his cultivation right away. Once he had absolute strength, nothing else mattered at all anymore. Tzzzzzz. His soul swiftly devoured the spiritual energy harnessed by the two medicinal herbs, allowing him to grow at a visible pace. Tapping into the time difference between the great codex of spring and autumn, on the surface, his growth appeared to be terrifyingly swift. Some time later, a crisp cracking sound reminiscent of a broken egg echoed in the air. Following that, the green beast ancient grass and the Mayung beast blood suddenly burned into cinders simultaneously, terminating his source of spiritual energy. What a pity! Xianxia sighed deeply as his soul returned back into his body. While he knew it was unlikely, he was still secretly hoping that he would be able to raise his soul cultivation all the way to Celestial God realm. Unfortunately, his hopes fell flat. As he rose through the ranks, his soul had been tempered by lightning, heavenly flames, and all sorts of natural forces, resulting in its vastly superior resilience. Due to that, it was much harder for him to make a breakthrough as compared to other cultivators. As potent as the Mayung beast blood and green beast ancient grass might be, they would only suffice for him to raise his cultivation to high-tier god. He was still a fair distance away from reaching Celestial God realm. That being said, with his physical body and soul cultivation having achieved breakthroughs, he was finally able to raise his Jinchi cultivation as well. So, Xianxia took some time to reinforce his soul cultivation before taking out bottles of God Essence pills. He devoured them without any hesitation and channeled the spiritual energy through the unique circulation pathways of the pathos of heavens. Just like that, it didn't take him too long to overcome his current bottleneck. He had ample God Essence pills with him at the moment anyway, so there was no need to be worried about wasting them. So, he continued gobbling them down, providing him with the momentum for his cultivation to surge. Hong Long. Barely a few seconds had passed in the outside world, but his aura had already undergone an unbelievable change. His cultivation had risen from low-tier god to high-tier god realm. At this point, the spiritual energy harnessed within the low-tier god essence pills was already not of much use to him anymore. If not for that, he would have been able to push all the way to high-tier god pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was still contented with his improvements. With his high-tier god physical body and soul, he would be able to put up a fight even against a low-tier celestial god. Perhaps, he might even stand a chance against Xianxia too. It had been less than a day since he had arrived in Twilight City, but he had already reached the pinnacle of the city. I have managed to raise my cultivation, but I don't really have an appropriate sword art to go along with it. Let me see if I'm able to create one, Xianxia thought as he reinforced his cultivation. A heart of intertwined threads was still fairly powerful at the moment, but it was starting to lag behind his current cultivation. More importantly, it was a sword art designed to confine one's opponent, resulting in its limited offensive prowess. If he were to be faced with a powerful opponent whom he was unable to trap, he would find himself completely at a loss as to what to do. So, Xianxia quickly went through all sorts of sword maneuvers in his head and began trying to piece them together. But some time later, he let out a deep sigh and shook his head. It was not that easy to create a sword art that surpassed the heavens. Even when he created a heart of intertwining threads, he was facing great pressure from the soul imprint Kongsher had left behind in the Hall of Gods. It was in the whim of a moment that he came up with it and created it. At this very moment, He could sense a sword art at the tip of his finger, waiting to be completed. Yet, for some reason, even though he couldn't put his finger on it, he felt that something was simply missing from the sword art. Until he finally uncovered what it was, this sword art would remain incomplete. I might need another battle that pushes me to my limits in order to do it. Knowing that the problem he was facing wasn't one where he could resolve just by dwelling on it, he shook his head and left the room. From the start of his seclusion to the end, as he had used the prowess of the great codex of spring and autumn, all in all, it had only been 20 seconds in the outside world. However, his cultivation had already undergone a transformative change. He was at least several times more powerful than before. The Celestial Mountain is going to open very soon. So why is the young master going into seclusion at a time like this? Outside the room, Sun Chong paced around anxiously as he complained to Xianxia, who was guarding Xianxia outside. In order to make it in time for the opening of the Celestial Mountain, they would have to head to the City Lord Manor right now. Yet, the young master actually chose to go into seclusion when time was already tight for them. At this rate, the slots they had acquired with great difficulty. Alright, maybe great difficulty was an overstatement, but it would still be a huge waste if they missed this opportunity. Stop buzzing around here. If you have anything to say to him, wait till he comes out of his seclusion. Xianxia replied in irritation. Did the young master say when he's coming out? Xiaoya and the others are going to be late if they don't leave right now. Does the young master not intend to follow them to the Celestial Mountain? Sun Chong was still unable to calm his nerves. Entering the Celestial Mountain and searching for the aura of divinity came with a certain degree of danger. Was the young master really going to leave them be? Were there no words of advice or anything he had to offer them? The young master didn't mention how long he's going to seclusion for, but no matter how fast he is, it'll still take at least a few hours. In the past, the duration of my seclusions is usually in terms of months. I would just eat fruits when I'm starving and drink some spring water when I'm thirsty. What's the point of going into seclusion without at least going that far? The very purpose of going into seclusion was to toss aside all distractions and focus entirely on one's cultivation. During this period of time, one would pay no heed to whatever that was happening in the outside world. Through this enhanced level of focus, one would be able to improve much faster than usual. Sun Chong clenched his fists in distress before finally exhaling deeply. Forget it, we'll just head there ourselves then. I think we would have all already become gods by the time the young master comes out of his seclusion. Jia. Just as Sun Chong was about to turn around and leave, the doors in front suddenly opened up. Xianxia walked out and said, "Let's go together. How can I be absent for your trip to the Celestial Mountain?" "Young master, aren't you going into seclusion?" Sun Chong was slightly bewildered. "I just did," Xianxia replied. "You are done cultivating?" Xianxia was perplexed too. It hadn't even been a minute since Xianxia went into his room. So what kind of seclusion could possibly be so fast? When did going into seclusion become something so trivial? Baffled by how ridiculous the situation was, Xianxia took a closer look at Xianxia, and what it saw left its cheek quivering ceaselessly. It nearly fainted from shock in that instant. "Young master, you have already reached high-tier god." As Xianxia didn't intentionally conceal his cultivation as well, Xianxia was able to tell that he had already aged to raise his cultivation from low-tier god to high-tier god within the few seconds he had spent in his room. "Indeed. Hit me. I would like to try out my strength after my breakthrough," Xianxia said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Considering that the phosphor-armored beast was a celestial god, he thought that it might just be able to pressure him enough to make a breakthrough. All right then. While baffled by how ridiculously fast Xianxia was growing stronger at, Xianxia raised its fist and hammered it down upon the young man. Hong long. The ground tremored, and a shockwave gushed into the surroundings. Xianxia had used its full strength as a celestial god for this attack, and the might he exerted was indeed extraordinary. It felt like the entire residence would collapse under its strength. "Heh!" With a light chuckle, Xianxia calmly stepped forward to tap lightly on Xiangjia's fist. Wang! Xiangjia's fist immediately stopped in midair, unable to push forward at all. It was as if he had been sealed in place. This, knowing that it wouldn't be able to hurt Xianxia, even if it were to attempt to force its way through, Xianxia retracted his fist and remarked in disbelief, "Young master, on top of raising your Jinshi cultivation, your soul cultivation has reached high-tier god realm as well. I had ample time on hand, so I made a breakthrough for that as well," Xianxia replied. Ample time. A shudder ran through Xiangjia's body. "Are you trying to provoke me over here? A seclusion that didn't even last for a minute, and you are telling me that you had ample time? In other words, the months I have spent in seclusion has been spent in vain, is it? What the heck?" Xiangjia felt like the boundaries of its common sense were being challenged. Earlier, while they were still in the valley, the phosphor-armored beast had traded blows with Xianxia. Even though the latter's physical body was powerful, his Jinshi cultivation and soul cultivation were pathetically weak. Yet, in less than a minute, not only did the latter manage to advance his cultivation considerably, more importantly, he had even managed to harmonize the three perfectly together, achieving a balance that it had never been able to attain despite having cultivated for more than 100 years. The phosphor-armored beast subconsciously turned its sights to Sun Chong, expecting to see the latter equally shocked. However, what it saw instead was an as-expected expression on the latter's face. It was almost as if the butler did not think that there was anything weird about what had just happened. Did this mean that they expected Xianxia to be able to achieve breakthroughs within such short periods of time? Just what kind of people had it gotten itself involved with? Just as the phosphor-armored beast felt utterly bewildered, a tint of yellow suddenly appeared in its peripheral vision. A frail-looking little yellow chick had suddenly appeared on Zhang Xian's shoulder. "Did you just wake up?" Zhang Xian asked with a hint of relief in his voice. You managed to get your hands on quite a few god essence pills, right?" "I'm starving," the little yellow chick muttered with a dazed look in its eyes, reminiscent of a person who was still groggy from waking up. Seeing this sight, the phosphor-armored beast flew to a rage and bellowed, "Audacious! As a tamed beast, how can you demand things from the young master? This is inappropriate." It had no idea why Xianxia was rearing a chick, but tamed beasts should have some realization of the positions they were in. How could a tamed beast ask its master for food? If all the tamed beasts in the world acted in such a manner, what would become of the master's dignity? "Who are you?" The little yellow chick turned its gaze over and assessed the transmogrified phosphor-armored beast from head to toe. Then, its mouth curled up as it muttered, "It's a phosphor-armored beast. It shouldn't taste too bad." "Who?" Before the phosphor-armored beast could even react, the little yellow chick had already opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. "What are you doing? Hurry up and spit it out." "It's a tamed beast that I took in not too long ago," Xianxia exclaimed in shock, and he hurriedly smacked the little yellow chick's head. He did not expect the latter to start causing trouble shortly after it regained consciousness. It had not even been a minute since the little yellow chick reappeared, but he was already starting to miss his peaceful life in its absence. Just thinking about all the trouble that the little yellow chick would put him in was enough to make him feel exhausted. On the other hand, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, the little yellow chick looked at Zhang Xian with an indignant pout, as if protesting against his command. However, Zhang Xian's gaze remained resolute. So, with a reluctant harumph, it spat out the phosphor-armored beast. Pooh! By this point, the phosphor-armored beast had already reverted to its original appearance. Just recalling how it was gobbled up by a mere low-tier god chick was enough to send its fury through the roof. "You brat! How dare you eat me? I'll tear you apart." With a ferocious roar, the phosphor-armored beast charged at the little yellow chick furiously. Zhang Xian was going to stop the phosphor-armored beast, but the conceited little yellow chick shook its bottom gleefully and taunted it further. "Quick! Come and tear me apart. Rip me into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, how can a big and mighty beast like you possibly have the courage to continue living in this world after having been gobbled up by a cute little chick like me?" "Heh! You..." The phosphor-armored beast was frenzied. "The heck? What does a little chick like you have to brag about?" "Pong!" A powerful claw struck down and slammed the little yellow chick into the ground. But when the phosphor-armored beast lifted its claw to take a look, it realized that not only was the little yellow chick not dead, it was even crossing its legs with a relaxed look on its face. Harder! Have you not eaten yet? The phosphor-armored beast was frenzied. It slammed its claw into the ground several more times, creating tremors so powerful that some of the walls in the surroundings crumbled. But at the end of everything, the little yellow chick was remained completely unharmed, and it was even looking at him with a bored look on its face. No matter how foolish the phosphor-armored beast was, it was apparent that the little yellow chick was no ordinary low-tier god. It quickly reverted to its human form before looking at Xianxia anxiously. Master! All right, stop messing around. Little chick, if you want to die, I'll take you over to City Lord Manor later on to see if there are any ways to do it, Xianxia said. After being nearly torched to death twice, the little yellow chick had figured out that the way for its cultivation to grow was to have near-death experiences. As such, it was getting more and more fearless of death. On the other hand, seeing that the phosphor-armored beast had finally stopped, the little yellow chick patted off the dust from its body before fluttering its small wings to return to Xianxia's shoulder. Having been through the spatial turbulence, while its cultivation had not grown too much, its defense had become much stronger than before. Even the celestial god phosphor-armored beast would not be able to kill it too easily. Little Chick looked at the phosphor-armored beast smugly and said, "All right, there's no need for you to get too depressed. I am a legendary beast who used to rule the lands, so it's only normal for you to be unable to kill me. Work hard, and I'll consider taking you in as my little brother." "You want me to be your little brother?" The phosphor-armored beast sneered coldly. "It's true that I'm unable to kill you, but you aren't able to do anything about me either. There's no way I'll be your little brother. So you suggest you stop daydreaming." "Daydreaming?" The little yellow chick burst into laughter. Then, it abruptly widened its beady eyes, and a powerful aura burst forth from its body. "Pata!" The phosphor-armored beast immediately kneeled to the ground and bowed deeply. "Big brother. That's more like it." The little yellow chick nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, the phosphor-armored beast wiped off the cold sweat on its face. It had thought that the other party was just another ordinary divine beast, but as soon as the other party released the prowess of its bloodline, it felt as if the entire world was being torn to shreds. Its bloodline that it had always been so proud of was nowhere close to matching the other party. Just what kind of divine beast could that little yellow chick possibly be? The phosphor-armored beast had gone through so many shocks in one day that it could practically see its own common sense falling apart. To be honest, it felt that it was beneath a celestial god like it to acknowledge a mere god as its master, but with everything that had happened, it looked as if it was the one who had benefited instead. The Celestial Mountain is very far away from Twilight City, and it's shrouded by a seal left behind by a god monarch. It would be impossible to get there through conventional means. The only route is through the teleportation formation within the city. Paying no heed to the phosphor-armored beast and the little yellow chick, Xianxia listened carefully to Sun Chong's explanation. Even though he had heard about the Celestial Mountain, he had no idea where it was and where one could acquire the aura of divinity from. Each city is allocated a set number of slots each year, and those who have obtained a slot are teleported right into the midst of the Celestial Mountain. From there, they have to find ways to locate the aura of divinity lingering on the mountain, absorb it, and push for a breakthrough. However, it appears that it isn't as easy as it seems though. There are quite a few people who have been to the Celestial Mountain a number of times, and they still haven't succeeded. Sun Chong swiftly revealed the news that he had heard. "Let's head there to take a look. I don't think that it'll be too hard for Xiaoya and the others to succeed," Xianxia replied calmly. He was not worried about Xiaoya, his parents, and the others at all, well, maybe except for Sun Chong. Even though they were only at the semi-divinity realm, their experiences on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure far surpassed the indigenous candidates from the firmament. It might have been possible for others to fail, but when it came to them, he could not even imagine it at all. To put it harshly, they would not be qualified to be his students if they really failed. "Make sure to follow close behind them," Try to make use of this opportunity to reach godhood as well, or else you'll just lag behind the others, Xianxia instructed. I understand. Sun Chang nodded. By this point, everyone was already packed up and ready to set off. So they began making their way over to City Lord Manor. The location where the candidates would be teleported to the Celestial Mountain was the square right in front of the City Lord Manor. It took them less than 2 hours to arrive at their destination, and by then, the entire place was already flooding with people. Twilight City was not considered to be a major city within the firmament, but nevertheless it still had 1,200 slots. Furthermore, most of the candidates were accompanied by their family members and friends. As a result, the vast square ended up being completely packed with people. Young Master Xianxia, this way please. Before the group could even enter the square, the old man from before, Inflate, quickly walked up to them and ushered them in with a respectful smile. Under Inflate's lead, they were brought into a room. Wu Fangqing was already sitting inside when they arrived. Upon seeing them, he quickly rose to his feet and smiled. Young Master Xianxia, have a seat. Xianxia responded with a nod as he took a look around the room. There were roughly 20 other people inside, and a few of them were seated beside Wu Fangqing. Judging from the auras that they were emanating, it was not too hard to deduce that they were the group of the most powerful and influential people in Twilight City. Without any hesitation, he walked over to the seat right beside Wu Fangqing and sat down. But barely after his bottom touched the chair, a middle-aged man sitting along the row looked over questioningly. City Lord Wu, aren't you going to introduce this friend of yours to us? The others also quickly turned their gazes as well. They were curious about Xianxia's identity. Etiquette was exceptionally important within the upper echelons as it was a symbol of power, respect, and authority, especially towards someone higher up in the hierarchy. The seat that Xianxia had been given was one that was higher in standing than them. If he was a distinguished elder within the city, they might have considered letting it slide. However, he looked too young to have any considerable achievements, and his cultivation did not stand out compared to the rest of them. Ah, he is Brother Xianxia. He has brought his students here to challenge the Celestial Mountain, Wu Fangqing said as he gestured to Xiaoya and the others. Students. It made the crowd even more curious to hear that someone as young as Xianxia was actually a teacher. So, they turned to look at Xiaoya and the others, and deep frowns swiftly formed between their eyebrows. From their point of view, the fact that Xiaoya and the others had not reached godhood despite being 18 to 19 this year meant that they were sorely lacking in talent. City Lord Wu, I understand that you have your own reasoning for ordering the seating in such a manner, but with so many people looking, I feel that there's still a need to ensure equity as a sign of respect to all of us here. If Brother Xianxia or his students displayed exceptional skills, I would have silently acknowledged it. But I honestly don't see how they are worthy of such high honor. I can't help but feel that this is a major faux pas, the middle-aged man said either. We have spent a great deal of money in order to get in here, and I don't recall seeing Brother Xianxia in the auction back then. I don't think it's appropriate for you to arrange for his seating to be in front of us. Not to mention he has so many people with him, another middle-aged man said. Seating. Xianxia frowned. He had only come over to take a seat at the invitation of the city lord. He did not think that the order of the seating would hold such great significance as well. With a perplexed look, he turned to look at Wu Fangqing, only to hear the latter sending a telepathic message over. Young Master Xianxia, my apologies for not informing you in advance. It's like this. The closer one's starting point is to the mountain peak, the higher the chances of obtaining the aura of divinity. In comparison, one's chances are much lower if one starts at the foot of the mountain. As you know, the Celestial Mountain only opens once every 6 months, and all of the semi-divinities of the firmament try to get in. As such, it's extremely inefficient for the teleportation formation to simply teleport them to the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, that could lead to conflicts. For this reason, a group of people are teleported straight to the midpoint or even the peak of the mountain. Naturally, these people receive a much greater chance of obtaining the aura of divinity. However, due to the slot restrictions in each city, in order to maintain fairness, The city lord manor auctions the slots to the mountain peak, and everyone that is here has acquired their slot through the auction. Hearing these words, Xianxia nodded in realization. Given that the entire Twilight City only had 1,200 slots, it was understandable that the slots leading straight to the mountain peak or the midpoint were in short supply. It was a given that the others would be displeased if he cut right in and used up 14 of them just like that. My apologies. If your candidates aren't able to get into the midpoint of the mountain, I'll refund what you paid. Wu Fangqing clasped his fist and apologized. It would be one thing if Xianxia was an ordinary human, but he was someone who could very well be the offspring of a god monarch. No matter how conceited Wu Fangqing might be, he knew better than to offend a person of such standing. Thus, he could only find a way to satisfy the other party. This isn't a matter of money but rules. The middle-aged man who had spoken up earlier snapped. Why don't we do this then? If his students can defeat our candidates, I'll turn a blind eye to this matter. However, if he is unable to do so, I hope that he can apologize to us and scram to the back of the line. Furrowing his brows, Wu Fangqing was just about to reason with the middle-aged man when Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Sounds fine by me. After that, he turned to Xiaoye and the others and asked, Who wants to give it a try? Sun Chong stepped forward and placed his arms on his hips. I'll do it. You? Xianxia frowned. Sun Chong had never been too interested in cultivation. Despite that, he had still managed to reach the semi-divinity realm after putting in much effort in the Azure. That being said, he still did not feel too assured letting him compete with the geniuses of the firmament. Understanding Xianxia's considerations, Sun Chong added, I don't think that they are worthy of fighting Xiaoye and the others. In the worst-case scenario, you can have Xiaoye fight them after I lose. All right then, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. I will be your opponent. A young man with sharp eyes and an air of valiance stepped forth to accept Sun Chong's challenge. Tianheng, it'll do for you to just defeat him. Make sure not to cause any injuries, the middle-aged man said. Yes, the young man known as Tianheng replied before walking up to Sun Chong. With disdain in his eyes, he raised his hand and beckoned. Let's not waste any time and get down to it then. A middle-aged man who had not reached godhood yet had already missed the ideal timing for a breakthrough. Even if he obtained the aura of divinity, there was no guarantee that he would be able to succeed. You are going to challenge me alone. Instead of making a move right away, Sun Chong lazily pointed at the others behind him and said, Why don't all of you come at me together instead? I alone will suffice. Tianheng harumphed coldly as he struck a fist out. The fast momentum of his punch caused the air to be severely compressed, producing a sound reminiscent of the lash of a whip. Even though he was only in his teens, he was still rather skilled. He had a sharp grasp over his strength and the timing of battle. In response, Sun Chong shook his head as he pulled out his left arm from his back. The next moment, his left arm suddenly blurred into a flurry of punches, producing innumerable after-images in its wake. Pong! Before Tianheng could even react, he was already struck in his chest, forcing him to retreat 3 steps before he stumbled and landed on his bottom. Seeing this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Sun Chong was not diligent in his cultivation, he was, at the very least, still a practitioner of the simplified Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path battle techniques. Furthermore, he had been through quite a few battles back in his time on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure. Even though the young man was considerably talented, he was still far from matching Sun Chong. Like I said, you aren't a match for me. It would be so much easier if all of you were to come at me together. After defeating Tianheng with a single strike, Sun Chong looked at the remaining young men with the forlorn expression of an undefeatable expert. Yuan Tao stepped out and said, Uncle Sun, you have already fought a battle. Shouldn't I take the next battle instead? Hey, that's enough of you all. Take a look at where you are, all right? Let me do it instead. Zhang Yang whipped out his spear and stood valiantly. Of course, all of you can come at me together as well. Otherwise, if the elders wish to make a move too, you can lower your cultivation and come at me. Don't worry, I won't get any help from the others. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? I haven't made a move for a very long time either, Wei Ruyan said with a chilling smile on her lips. Zhang Xian clasped his face. Zhang Jia looked over with a dumbfounded expression on its face. Did its master not tell it that he liked to maintain a low profile? If that was the case, why were his students such troublemakers? No matter how it looked at it, none of them came close to fitting the idea of low profile. How conceited. Fine. I'll be your opponent then. I want to fight that green-robed girl. Heh, I'll teach that fatty a lesson. His words are simply too maddening. It's as if he thinks that he's the best in the world. The actions of Zhang Yang and the others had really invoked the rage of the youths in the room. With a ferocious roar, all of them charged at them. A few breaths later, though, they were all left lying on the floor. Even though they were considered above average among the cultivators in Twilight City, they were nothing in comparison to Xiaoya and the others. Even Sun Chong was more than enough to deal with them. Seeing how their candidates were defeated before they could even put up a decent fight against their opponents, middle-aged men who had cast their doubts on Zhang Xian earlier felt extremely lightheaded. They nearly spurted blood from their mouths. They had thought that Zhang Xian had relied on his connections in order to obtain his seat, but who could have known that he actually had the strength to back it up? Since his students were that formidable, why did he still waste his money buying his slots? He should have just had them participate in the fight for it in the first place. They would have surely dominated the top rankings without fail. At the same time, even though Wu Fangqing had remained silent as all of this transpired, it had affirmed the thoughts in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, it was apparent that these youths before him were monstrously talented. It would take great luck to accept one of such cultivator as one's student, but for so many of them to come under the same person, there was bound to be something more to it than just luck. Even if Zhang Xian did not possess the bloodline of a god monarch, he likely did not pale too much in comparison to that. Is this enough to prove that young Master Zhang Xian and his students are qualified to be in here? Wu Fangqing asked with a smile. Of course, the crowd quickly replied. It was true that teleporting to the mountain peak or the midpoint gave one a much greater chance of obtaining the aura of divinity, but ultimately, whether one really obtained it or not boiled down to one's strength. No one would be able to snatch the aura of divinity from the one who boasted the greatest strength. If all 14 of them were that powerful, there was no way their candidates would be able to snatch the aura of divinity from them. Since this was the case, it would be better to sell them this favor instead. Otherwise, if those 14 people targeted their candidates on the Celestial Mountain, there would be nothing they could do about it. Since everyone is fine with it, let's begin the teleportation. It's already about time. Wu Fangqing stood up and took out his City Lord token. With a light tap on it, a pure burst of white light swiftly enveloped the entire square. Then, a massive gate appeared at the very center of the square, drawing crowds to congregate around it. Young Master Zhang Xian, let them enter first, Wu Fangqing said with a smile. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the gate and noted that it was only a teleportation formation, so there was no danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, he beckoned for Xiaoya and the others to gather around him. Take 5 pills each. I have infused my power inside it, and it'll help you to overcome your bottlenecks and save you in times of crisis. With a flick of his hand, he passed a bottle of God Essence pills to each of them. The God Essence pills were not of much use of him anymore, so he might as well give them to the others. Once they acquired the aura of divinity and successfully made a breakthrough, they would be able to immediately push for higher realms with this. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Shen'er. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Xian did not have anything else for them, so he urged them to quickly enter the teleportation formation. The group swiftly passed through the gate and vanished from sight. As he was already a god, he could not pass through the teleportation formation, so he could only wait for them outside. In less than an hour, all 1,200 semi-divinity realm cultivators in the square had passed through the gate to enter the Celestial Mountain. The gate wavered a little before slowly vanishing from sight. The teleportation formation will reappear a day from now. If you aren't in too much of a hurry, City Lord Manor has prepared a banquet so that you can wait there for your kin to return, Wu Fangqing said with a smile. Sounds great. The crowd nodded in agreement. To a cultivator, a day was not too long at all. Xianxia could not be bothered to make the trip back to his residence. So he followed the group into City Lord Manor. There was slight disorientation from passing through the gate, causing Xiaoya to stumble out. By the time she regained her balance, she realized that she was already standing amid clouds. Taking a closer look, she realized that she was on top of a mountain. Unlike the Grand Spirit Mountain, the surroundings were rich in spiritual energy, creating an environment for plants to thrive. Vitality, instead of barrenness, filled the area. I should look for the aura of divinity. Knowing her priority for going to the Celestial Mountain, Xiaoya swiftly flitted toward the peak. She swiftly realized that the concentration of spiritual energy increased the higher she ascended, making it more likely for her to find the aura of divinity. After traveling several hundred meters, she suddenly heard the moaning of the wind echoing not too far away. She quickly hid behind a tree before looking in the direction where the sound had come from. It was from an arrow. Following that, a frightened white animal reminiscent of a rabbit quickly dashed away, as if fleeing from a hunter. Is that the aura of divinity? Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Sun Chong had gathered some information regarding the Celestial Mountain and relayed it to them the day before. According to him, the aura of divinity could morph itself into life forms on the Celestial Mountain, making it highly difficult to capture. Stop it! Two silhouettes dashed out from the woods to chase the rabbit. They were the ones who had shot the arrow before. So. Another volley of arrows shot forth and struck the fleeing rabbit. The rabbit struggled on the ground for a moment before dissipating into a bundle of golden fluid. I'll go first. One of the silhouettes who shot the arrows rushed forward to grab the golden fluid and swallowed it. The next moment, Xiaoya sensed the other party's cultivation swiftly surging. From the looks of it, it seemed like it would not take too long for him to overcome his current bottleneck and become a real god. I should hurry up. Seeing that it was not too difficult for hunt down the aura of divinity, Xiaoya unhesitatingly continued to charge up the mountain. Along the way, she encountered quite a few rabbit-shaped auras of divinity, but as there were already cultivators hunting them down, she could not be bothered to snatch from them. It did not take her too long to reach the peak. The atmospheric pressure was clearly much stronger at the top of the Celestial Mountain compared to elsewhere. Xiaoya took a look around, but there did not seem to be anyone in the area. This made her frown a little. Nevertheless, she quickly analyzed the tracks on the ground to search for traces of the aura of divinity. She had assessed the footprints left behind by the rabbits on her way there, so she had a good idea of how she could locate them. This trail seems a bit off. It's a bit too big to be a rabbit, but it doesn't matter. Having located her target, she drove her pure-in body to its limits and followed the trail. At the end of the trail, a white tiger carrying an imposing aura suddenly leaped out. Xiaoya was shocked. While the auras of divinity that others found were all rabbits, why did she end up stumbling onto this large, ferocious fellow instead? However, she did not think that it would make much of a difference to her. So, with a flick of her wrist, she charged forth and began her assault on the white tiger. As the first senior of all of Xianxia's direct disciples, Xiaoya had always been very strict on herself. Her diligence paired with the prowess of her unique constitution made her undefeatable among her peers such that even Zheng Yang was not a match for her. With her exerting her full force, the area swiftly turned frosty cold. This fellow is powerful. After fighting for a while, cold sweat began dripping from Xiaoya's forehead. If it had been the rabbits before, as long as she could catch up with them, she would have been able to subdue them with a single finger of hers. Otherwise, there was no way they would have been subdued by arrows so easily. On the other hand, the white tiger that she was facing was extremely powerful, stronger than her even. In terms of strength, it was at least comparable to a low-tier god. In other words, she was facing a true god despite only possessing the strength of a semi-divinity. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for her to achieve victory. She knew this as well, but it was already too late to escape. She could only attempt to push her way through. Thus, gritting her teeth, She swallowed the pill given to her by her teacher. The pill swiftly melted in her mouth, filling her body with the heaven's path Xianxia. In an instant, the fatigue and injuries she had accumulated throughout the battle vanished without a trace. Hoo-hoo! With Xiaoya's rapid recovery, she immediately began launching a barrage of forceful and deadly strikes against the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The sheer aggressiveness that Xiaoya was fighting with made it impossible for the white tiger to stand its ground, causing it to slowly accumulate injuries. However, it was no easy feat for Xiaoya to continue attacking with such fervor. It was inevitable that her stamina would be swiftly whittled down if she maintained such high-intensity offense. But when it looked as if she was about to run out of energy, she would simply pop another pill into her mouth and continue with her attacks. Shortly after Xiaoya consumed her third pill, the massive white tiger finally lost its strength and slumped to the ground. Seeing that she had finally defeated her opponent, Xiaoya wiped the sweat off her forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. If not for her teacher's pills and her purine body, there was no way she would have been able to hold on for so long. That was a battle she had to put her life on the line in order to win. Isn't it supposed to be rather easy to obtain the aura of divinity? What's going on? Perplexed, Xiaoya turned to the white tiger on the ground, which happened to dissipate right at that instant to form a bundle of golden fluid. It was like what she had witnessed with the rabbits previously, but what was different about it was the sharpness the golden fluid formed by the white tiger. To make a comparison, if the golden fluid formed by the rabbit was a stream, what she was looking at before her was a boundless ocean. And this left her feeling slightly shocked. Could it be that the aura of divinity can be classified into different tiers as well? She had never heard of something like this before, but everything before her was pointing in that direction. That's not important at the moment. I should first get down to business. Knowing that there was no way for her to know for sure, she chose to quickly sit down on the ground and started to meditate. Hoo! The golden fluid immediately surged into her body. Kacha! Kacha! As soon as the energy seeped into her body, her bottleneck was swiftly shattered, and her cultivation grew at a visible rate. What formidable aura of divinity! Xiaoya remarked with narrowed eyes. The aura of divinity carried a sharp metal aura that made her feel as if her meridians were going to be ripped apart. At the same time, it felt like the roar of sword chi, clearing away all the obstructions hindering her within her body. In less than 10 minutes, she surpassed her own limits and became a real god. Wang! The moment she became a god, a brilliant light gathered around her and embraced her, making her seem as though an angel. But Xiaoya herself remained oblivious to it. She was too absorbed in her cultivation to notice any of this. As Xiaoya made her breakthrough, Lu Chong also arrived at the other end of the mountain peak. Shortly after his arrival, he encountered a dark silhouette. It was neither a rabbit nor a tiger. Rather, it had an appearance that was similar a human, but it was made entirely out of mist. Using the pills given to him by his teacher, even though the fight was not easy for him, he still managed to defeat the dark human-like silhouette eventually. The defeated silhouette dissipated to form a bundle of golden fluid, becoming a powerful source of energy that fueled the growth of Lu Chong's soul. The others were all facing the same situation. Wang Ying encountered a snowy ancient tree. Zhang Yang encountered a behemoth covered in flames. Wei Ruyan encountered a river that could consume life. North of the firmament, there existed a vast, boundless ocean. At the very middle of this ocean was a humongous palace floating right above its surface. Like the searing sun in the sky, it radiated a brilliance that cast it in an angelic glow. The clear water beneath the palace reflected its grandeur perfectly, crafting out a dreamlike landscape. Within the palace, there was a bearded elder sitting on a grand and majestic throne. He was staring intently at the empty space in front of him, seemingly deep in thought. Monarch! A middle-aged man entered the splendid hall and clasped his fist. The elder glanced downward before nodding slightly to acknowledge his presence. Then he asked, "When will the duel between that person from the sky of freedom and the heaven subjugation monarch be held?" "It'll be held on the 15th of the next month," the middle-aged man replied with a deep voice. 15th. The night of the full moon, the elder muttered beneath his breath. That person from the sky of freedom accepted the duel faster than I thought. Monarch, pardon my insolence, but there's a question that has been bothering me for some time, the middle-aged man said. You have been with me for many years now, so there's no need for you to behave so warily around me. Feel free to pose your doubt, the elder replied. Thank you for your kind words, Monarch. The middle-aged man nodded. I was just wondering if the heaven subjugation monarch is really that formidable, such that even the other 8 god monarchs aren't a match for him. The elder paused for a brief moment upon hearing those words as he raised his head in reminiscence. Then, with a deep sigh, he remarked, Unfathomably so. What about that person from the sky of freedom? They have never appeared in public before, so no one knows just how powerful they are. Compared to the heaven subjugation monarch, who is more powerful? The middle-aged man asked. That person from the sky of freedom is unfathomably powerful as well. I have never met them in person before, but the aura they emanate was as towering as the lofty heavens, as if the entire universe revolved around them. It was not a force that any being in the world could contend with. But as for who is more powerful, I am unable to say for sure. The elder shook his head. That means that the battle between the two of them will be the greatest battle ever since the firmament came into existence. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in realization. Then, a bitter smile crept onto his lips as he sighed deeply. It would really have been a great honor to witness their battle, but it's unfortunate that a person of my caliber would have disintegrated to ashes before I could even approach them. Even a conferred god king would be easily killed if he was caught between the battle between god monarchs. It might appear to be just a realm of difference, but the gap between those two realms was absolute. Nothing could bridge the difference. That was also why the position of the god monarchs had been unshakable ever since the founding of the firmament. This might also be why there had only been 9 god monarchs in the firmament since time immemorial till recent decades. You wish to witness the battle? This is something that concerns the reputation of the 9 skies, so you should drop that idea of yours. The elder shook his head. But all of a sudden, the elder's movements halted for a brief moment, and his pupils dilated ever so slightly, reflecting the huge fluctuations in his emotions. The keen-eyed middle-aged man noticed the difference and asked worriedly, Monarch, did something happen? That person from the sky of freedom has just passed down a message. They are inviting the 8 of us to witness the battle. The elder replied with a slow and contemplative tone, as if he was trying to discern the other party's intentions. He did not think that the person from the sky of freedom would make such a call. Even for the other god monarchs, they had chosen to fight the heaven subjugation monarch behind closed doors. As a result, not even the conferred god kings beneath them were aware of the results, even though they could probably fathom a guess. Does this mean that the person from the sky of freedom is confident in defeating the heaven subjugation monarch? The middle-aged man asked. Perhaps, the elder remarked with a doubtful edge to his tone. The difference in their strength is unlikely to be too great, given that they have both reached the pinnacle of the world. It's hard to tell who will win at this point, so we can only watch what happens. Speaking of which, the 4th flood of spiritual energy is coming soon, right? Are there any outstanding geniuses in our Acheron ocean at the moment? Not yet, the middle-aged man replied. Even though most cultivators treasure the opportunity they have to cultivate more than ever after the receding of spiritual energy, it still isn't that easy to find outstanding geniuses among them. Furthermore, in order for them to stand out in the flood of spiritual energy, they must possess top-notch capabilities. Such people will eventually become god kings at the very minimum. There are simply too few of such people around. I heard that old geezer Xianxia of the Sky of Drifting Specters recently secured himself a decently talented soul, the elder remarked questioningly. There's indeed such a thing. According to the rumors, he found him from the lower worlds and absorbed his soul right into the netherworld pool. Based on our sources, it seems like God Monarch Xianxia is currently helping him forge a new body. If that soul is able to move old geezer Xianxia into action, his capabilities must be truly extraordinary. What a pity that he didn't appear in our sky of Acheron. Otherwise, I would have made sure to groom him regardless of how much it costs and turn him into a top-notch expert in the shortest time possible. Indeed, the middle-aged man shared the elder's lamentation. Rest assured, monarch. I have left a mechanism in the celestial mountains so as to ensure that we'll be able to get to any emerging top-notch geniuses as soon as they appear. The elder nodded silently before slowly closing his eyes, a gesture that symbolized that the middle-aged man was dismissed. But at that very moment, the sound of a clock suddenly echoed outside the room. The elder immediately opened his eyes and rose to his feet. The bell of conferred kings? The middle-aged man also trembled in agitation upon hearing the chimes. The sounding of the bell of conferred kings means that a cultivator who possesses the potential to become a conferred god-king has appeared, the middle-aged man exclaimed. There were only so many conferred god-kings in the world, making them existences that were almost as rare as god-monarchs. Their power was second only to the god-monarchs, so it went without saying that they were highly sought after by all powers. Hurry up and recruit that genius to our side, the elder instructed anxiously. But before finishing his words, he changed his mind and said, "Forget it. You're too slow. I'll do it myself." Right after saying those words, the elder disappeared on the spot. Those who had become god monarchs were capable of instantaneous teleportation. As powerful as the spatial laws of the firmament were, they were insufficient to curb them anymore. It seems like our sky of Acheron is set for the flood of spiritual energy then. Seeing that the god monarch had personally made a move to recruit the genius, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. In the sky of adamant gold, god monarch Fuming was in the midst of a court assembly when he heard the bell of conferred kings chiming loudly. A genius suited for our sky of adamant gold has appeared. I'll receive him personally. Who? God monarch Fuming disappeared on the spot. In the sky of cloud dragon, even in the long history of firmament, the appearance of geniuses of such a caliber has been extremely rare. The last time it happened was the heaven subjugation monarch and his direct disciples. We mustn't miss this opportunity. The rest of you should make preparations here, while I head over to take a look personally. With a slight jolt, the cloud dragon monarch morphed back into his true body, a 5-clawed golden dragon, before vanishing on the spot. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that such a formidable genius would appear for our sky of blazing sun? I still remember how that darn Qianquan bragged about the soul he found before me just a while ago. This time, I'll make sure to groom the prodigy personally. No matter how much I have to accelerate time by, I'll make sure that he becomes a conferred god-king before the flood of spiritual energy. With a brilliant chuckle, god monarch Shuiyang flung his robe to the side, revealing his bare thighs. Seeing this sight, an aged attendant beside him immediately rushed forward and awkwardly advised, "Monarch, if you are heading out, may I humbly request for you to put your undergarments on? It'll diminish your honor if someone sees it. As someone who governs the blazing sun, the heavenly flames that I harness within my body will swiftly reduce any clothes I wear to ash. It's simply too much trouble to put them on again and again. I might as well just bear it all." God monarch Shuiyang harumphed impatiently. "I understand that it's more cooling for you to bear it all. But aren't you heading out to receive someone? You might leave a bad impression if you leave like that," the aged attendant advised. As a subordinate serving god monarch Shuiyang, he was too familiar with the habits of the latter for his own comfort. No one could have imagined that one of the 9 god monarchs would actually detest putting on underwear. It was fortunate that he rarely left his palace, or else the honor and dignity of the sky of blazing sun would really be tossed into the gutters. "Enough, you are too naggy. I'll be right back with that fellow." "Who?" God monarch Shuiyang swiftly created undergarments around his bare bottom with his divine energy before vanishing. Other than the elusive sky of freedom, the next most mysterious existence in the firmament was probably the sword hut. The palaces of the god monarchs were known for their grandeur and splendor, but the god monarch of the sky of heavenly sword lived in an ordinary-looking straw hut. "Monarch!" A middle-aged man walked into the sword hut to report something, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. "I have heard. A genius who specializes in swordsmanship has appeared on the celestial mountain. Why yes, that's the case. The middle-aged man nodded in response. I have seen his swordplay, and it's indeed remarkable. He has achieved a level of conceptualization that's almost on par with ours, but he's not someone we are looking for. A calm voice sounded from within the straw hut. But the bell of conferred kings has sounded. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He exclaimed in a fluster, if we don't hurry, the other powers might just beat us to it. That would mean that our sword hut will receive fewer slots in the next flood of spiritual energy, and we will have our territories taken away from us as well. Are those important to us? Our sword hut aims to nurture sword practitioners to forge a sword intent and conceptualization that belongs to them and them alone. It's not about charging ahead and learning blindly. The voice in the straw hut said, no matter how well one leans, the highest level one can reach will just be a mere reflection of what others have already achieved. There's no need to worry about the flood of spiritual energy. The person I am waiting for has already appeared, and I'll be paying a visit to him personally very soon. I understand. Seeing that the god monarch had his own plans, the middle-aged man lowered his posture and backed out of the room respectfully. Sigh! Shortly after the middle-aged man left, a deep sigh echoed within the straw hut. A quiet, lamenting mutter sounded. I really don't know whether it was the right decision for you to do that. On a towering mountain concealed amidst clouds, a tall elder gazed upon his disciples standing right in front of him. Profound words reminiscent of symphonic music flowed out of his words, delighting his disciples. Absorbing the knowledge that was being imparted to them, the disciples found their cultivation grow swiftly. Let's stop here today. But all of a sudden, the elder stopped his lecture and turned his sights toward a certain direction. Noticing that something was amiss, a middle-aged man amidst the crowd stood up and clasped his fists before asking, Teacher, did something happen? His teacher believed deeply that the impartation of knowledge was crucial to the betterment of the world, and he was devoted to that cause as well. As such, he would always ensure that the lesson was complete before concluding it. Yet, he chose to halt halfway through this time around. It was clear that something major had happened. That person of the sky of freedom has decided on the date. The battle will be held on the 15th of the next month, the elder said with a faint smile on his lips. It was almost as if he was talking about someone else instead of himself. He showed no hints of stress as a result of that battle. The sky of freedom is the center of the 9 skies, and its monarch is the supreme ruler of the myriad worlds. Teacher, I fear that your battle with her will. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel deeply apprehensive about the battle that would be held not too long away from now. He trusted in his teacher's capabilities, but no matter what, the enemy was the strongest individual of the firmament. Even the other god monarchs bowed in the presence of that person. It would surely be a tough battle even for his teacher. More importantly, the battle between them would be a life-and-death duel, unlike the casual spars his teacher had with the other god monarchs. It's fine, the elder replied as he stroked his beard. Since it's a battle, there's bound to be a victor and a loser. No one can win all his life. It'll be fine as long as I give it my all. But, in order to deal with you, that person descended to the lower worlds to find the great codex of spring and autumn so that she could gain a deeper understanding of your powers. I'm afraid that the real reason why she's accepting your challenge is because she already knows your abilities. In a battle between 2 equals, understanding the abilities of one's opponent can make a world of a difference, the middle-aged man remarked anxiously. His teacher had challenged that person of the sky of freedom for some time now, but there had been no response all this while. Recently, however, they heard that that person descended to the lower worlds some time ago, and as soon as she returned, she immediately set the date of the duel. This could be taken as a sign that she was fully prepared and was confident of victory. In a battle between 2 equally powerful individuals, the factor that determined the winner was often the asymmetry of knowledge. If that person really knew about his teacher's abilities, that would mean that his teacher was in an extremely dangerous position. So what if she knows about my abilities? It won't be easy for her to defeat me. The elder looked at the middle-aged man and smiled calmly. Despite his leisurely tone, the elder's voice carried deep confidence. After defeating so many god monarchs, his strength had already reached the peak of the firmament as well. I have no doubt in teacher's strength, but I'm just a little bit confused. Why do you have to fight with the monarch of the sky of freedom, and why does it have to be a life-and-death duel? The middle-aged man simply couldn't make sense out of this. His teacher had already received the acknowledgement from 8 of the current god monarchs, and he had already gained widespread recognition as the 10th god monarch of the firmament. So, was there really a need for him to fight against the monarch of the sky of freedom? Was it something that was worth having him put his life down for? This is an inevitable fate that neither of us will be able to avoid. You won't be able to understand that. The elder sighed with a shake of his head. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man quietly for a moment before saying, "If I were to lose my life in the duel, I want you to wait quietly. Don't make any moves. Wait for my successor to appear and heed his words." Successor? Teacher's successor? The middle-aged man asked in bewilderment. He had been following his teacher since a very long time ago, and a step at a time they had climbed to the top of many worlds. But he had never heard of his teacher having a successor before. Indeed, he's from the master-teacher continent as well, and he possesses capabilities on par with mine, the elder said with a faint smile. May I know what is the name of teacher's successor then? How can we identify him? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. You will know him once you see him, the elder replied with a deep look in his eyes. As for his name, I guess I can tell it to you. His name is Xianxia. Meanwhile, in a certain room in the sky of freedom, thick puffs of steam filled the room, hindering one from seeing what was within. Voila! The sound of water splashing resounded in the room, and a beautiful and flawless figure rose from a pool in the middle of the room. Silky black hair paired with skin that was so delicate that it seemed as if it would crumble at a touch. That figure was so beautiful that it was hard to believe that someone like this could exist in the world. With a graceful wave of her hand, she covered her body in a thin layer of silk. Young mistress! A green-robed lady quickly walked up to the beautiful lady to pass a comb over to her. The beautiful lady unfurled her hair and began to comb it slowly. Her movement was so graceful and natural that it was pleasing just to look at it. Have you passed down the news? The beautiful lady asked. I have. The green-robed lady nodded. The response? None at the moment. The green-robed lady shook her head. She pondered for a moment before adding on. However, young mistress, we have managed to uncover what you asked for. Oh! The eyes of the beautiful lady twinkled. She stopped combing her hair and turned her gaze over, gesturing for the green-robed lady to continue on. A young man named Xianxia has appeared in Twilight City. He and his disciples are rather talented, such that while they were scouring the celestial mountain for the aura of divinity, they managed to trigger quite a few bells of conferred kings. The green-robed lady replied. It's indeed him, the beautiful lady muttered as a sweet smile subconsciously blossomed on her lips. Young mistress, are you intending to meet him? The green-robed lady asked. The sweet smile faded to a frown. The beautiful lady hesitated with a conflicted look on her face before shaking her head. There's no need for that. I need to prepare for battle over the next few days, so I won't be meeting anyone, especially him. I'm afraid that I might lose my determination. Young mistress, pardon me for saying this, but if you are already wavering, why don't you just back out of the fight? The Heaven Subjugation Monarch is powerful enough to defeat the other 8 of the God Monarchs. I'm worried that, the green-robed lady said. The young mistress possessed strength that was at the peak of the world, but the enemy she was going to face was not weak either. In just 40 short years, that man had managed to make himself a place amidst the top echelons of the firmament, becoming an existence that no one didn't know of. He challenged the other 8 god monarchs, and even though no one knew the details of the battles, from the fact how they eventually recognized him as the 10th god monarch, it was apparent that he was the victor in those battles. His achievements had opened up a new chapter in the history of the firmament. It might appear to be a cowardly decision, but escaping from the fight was always an option. Besides, even if they had to fight with one another, it shouldn't be a big deal who won or lost the battle. Was there a need to make it a life-and-death duel? It is an inevitability. I have to kill him with my own hands. There are no other paths I can take. This is the mission the world has given to me, and I can't shirk away from this responsibility. The beautiful lady replied solemnly. But you need not say more. This matter has already been decided, and nothing will change it. The beautiful lady said with a wave of her hand. All right, I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate. Leaving behind those words, the beautiful lady turned around and walked away. Young mistress. The green-robed lady didn't think that her master would be so obstinate. Even though she was unhappy with how things were going down, she heaved a deep sigh and decided to keep her opinions to herself. I heard that the aura of divinity on the celestial mountain can be divided into various tiers. After filling their stomachs with sumptuous food and fine wine, the figures who represented the top echelons of Twilight City gathered together with a cup of wine in hand to have a leisurely talk. There seems to be such a thing now that you talk about it. The higher tier aura of divinity is harder to tame, but at the same time, it is much purer and harnesses greater power. It can better temper one's divine energy, thus forging a strong foundation for future breakthroughs. I heard that the higher tier auras of divinity are refined by the 9 god monarchs personally, so it harnesses their power. As such, those whose constitutions or cultivation techniques are at odds with the powers of the god monarchs won't be able to assimilate it. As such, only a small handful of the top-notch geniuses will be able to do so. It has been 40 years since the receding of spiritual energy occurred, and the celestial mountain has opened for 79 times to date. But to date, only 3 people have been able to induce the sounding of the bells of conferred kings. Now that I think about it, they appear to be all disciples of the heaven subjugation monarch too. I wonder if the bells of conferred kings would sound this time around. That's unlikely to be the case. So far, those who have been able to become conferred god kings so far are those who possess superior bloodlines. In other words, a cultivator's fate is already decided at his birth. This is not something that diligence can make up for. Bloodline determines everything. Without a sufficiently powerful bloodline, no matter how talented one is, one's accomplishment will still be capped. The discussions swiftly reduced to a couple of sighs of lamentation. Hearing their words, Xianxia turned to Wu Fangqing and asked doubtfully, "Is bloodline really that important to a cultivator?" "Of course," Wu Fangqing replied frankly. Through his talent, a series of fortuitous encounters and diligence, there's still a chance for ordinary cultivators to become a celestial god. However, all those prove to be insufficient for one to become a god king. The hurdle is simply too high. In terms of probability, the chances of a person with a strong bloodline becoming a god king is 100 times higher than that of other cultivators. As far as I know, of the 100 or so god kings of the 9 skies, the only ones who manage to reach the level of god king without relying on their bloodline are the heaven subjugation monarch and 3 of his disciples. The disciples of the heaven subjugation monarch? That's right. I heard that his disciples are from the lower world, but other than that, there's not much information about them. There are simply too many secrets surrounding the heaven subjugation monarch that are yet to be unraveled, Wu Fangqing remarked. If anyone else were to speak about a god monarch in such a manner, he would have already been berated for his rudeness. If Xianxia was really the descendant of a god monarch, there was a good chance that he would have felt strongly about this matter. In a sense, Wu Fangqing intentionally phrased things in that manner in order to test the latter's reaction. But unexpectedly, the latter simply nodded quietly with no particular expression on his face. It was really hard to read the thoughts that were in his mind. There was a brief moment of silence before Xianxia asked once more, "If I may ask, what difference does the tier of the aura of divinity make?" All along, he thought that the aura of divinity he received on the azure would be the same as what that was on the firmament. He didn't think that it could be differentiated into multiple tiers. Frankly speaking, I don't really know either. I would say that it's more of hearsay in the firmament. There have always been rumors that the aura of divinity is differentiated into multiple tiers, and only those who boast the greatest of talents would be able to obtain the highest tier aura of divinity, paving their way to greatness. Wu Fangqing replied contemplatively before chuckling softly. But in the end, these are just nothing more than rumors. There's no need to take them for real. While Wu Fangqing was speaking, the door on the square right in front of the city Lord Manor suddenly jolted, and a silhouette emerged from it. Someone has already returned from the Celestial Mountain? Doesn't the trial typically take a day at the very minimum? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. This abrupt situation induced Zhang Xian to rise to their feet and walk to the courtyard to take a closer look. On the other hand, the rest of the crowd in the hall didn't seem to be surprised by such a development. The Celestial Mountain is indeed open for a day, and within this period of time, those who have yet to reach godhood can continue scouring the grounds to look for the aura of divinity. However, those who have succeeded will be instantly teleported back to where they came from, Wu Fangqing explained. Zhang Xian widened in realization. Ha ha ha! It's my son. It has only been 2 hours, but he has already managed to reach godhood. A middle-aged man amidst the crowd burst into hearty laughter as he walked out of the courtyard as well. Even if the cultivator started out at the mountain peak, it was still an impressive feat to be able to acquire the aura of divinity within 2 hours and successfully make a breakthrough. This, in itself, was proof of the cultivator's talent. This result would be recorded down, and it would influence one's overall standing on the ranking boards. Congratulations! With such a talented son, I reckon that the Hu clan is bound to rise to great heights in the future. Old brother Hu Su, after much contemplation, I think that it would still be best to partner with you for the business we have discussed previously. Even though we have never worked together before, I have heard much about how you do things, and I must say that I feel at ease leaving things to you. Brother Hu, your son and daughter are already of marriageable age. Why don't you settle this matter quickly? The crowd quickly gathered around the middle-aged man, Hu Su, with heated gazes. The very feat of acquiring the aura of divinity and successfully making a breakthrough within 2 hours was enough to place Hu Su's son at the peak of Twilight City in terms of talent. Without a doubt, the young man would achieve great things in the future. This was the best chance for them to get close to Hu Su, or else the latter could become a figure way beyond their reach soon. Hu Su tilted his chin up proudly as he replied to the questions of the crowd patiently with a gleeful smile on his face. It was the typical look of a parent after hearing that his son had gotten into a prestigious university. After settling the passionate crowd around him, Hu Su turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and sneered disdainfully. It was true that his son had lost Zhang Xian's students earlier, but it seemed like the tables had turned around. His son had already achieved a breakthrough, but what about the other party students? They were still struggling on the Celestial Mountain. In the end, despite the superior strength they possessed, their potential was severely lacking. Just the fact that they were still at semi-divinity realm despite their age spoke loudly about this. They might be powerful amongst their peers at the moment, but their achievements were already capped. Young Master Zhang Xian, it seems like my son was lucky to succeed ahead of your disciples. I look forward to finding out how long it will take for your disciples to reach godhood too. Hu Su walked up and said in a mocking tone. It was only human nature for a parent to brag about his child's accomplishments. How boring it would be if everyone simply lived humbly in the world. Given that he had just been humiliated further, he wanted to repay the favor back to Zhang Xian. On the other hand, Zhang Xian frowned slightly upon hearing Hu Su's words. It was not that he felt insulted by Hu Su's provocations, but he couldn't help but think that something was amiss about this matter. Given the cultivation technique he had imparted to his disciples, they should be able to achieve a breakthrough within less than an hour after obtaining the aura of divinity. But even after the passing of so much time, not a single one of his disciples had returned yet. Could it be that they had encountered some sort of danger? But that shouldn't be. He was still rather confident in the abilities of Xiaoya and the others. Even Sun Chong was able to deal with dozens of the semi-divinity realm cultivators here earlier, so there was even less of a chance that Xiaoya and the others would face any danger on the Celestial Mountain. I reckon that they have been delayed by some matters, Zhang Xian replied. This was the only explanation he could think of at the moment. Due to the severance in space between the Celestial Mountain and the rest of the world, he was unable to sense whether the Heaven's Path Xianxia he had infused into the God Essence pills he had given them had been used or not. Delayed? Ha ha ha. I pray that young Master Zhang Xian's disciples will be able to overcome whatever problems they are facing at the moment then. The middle-aged man replied smugly as he raised his head even higher than before. So what if your disciples are more powerful than the average semi-divinity? As long as they weren't able to reach godhood, they would be no different from trash. Who? While the middle-aged man was still skipping around the courtyard gleefully, the door in the middle of the square jolted once more. This time around, it was a group of 12 people. Zhang Xian quickly scanned their faces, but none of them were the ones he was looking out for. Young Master Zhang Xian, it appears that my child has returned as well. Those disciples of yours were the first to enter, and they were granted a position closest to the mountain peak, which boasts of the greatest aura of divinity. It doesn't make sense for them not to be out yet. Are they having trouble making a breakthrough to godhood? Oh my, that would mean that they are severely lacking in potential. The others who had been humiliated by Xiaoya and the others earlier also walked out with gleeful smiles on their faces. They weren't able to do a thing earlier because City Lord Wu was clearly shielding this young man, and their children ended up being no match for the young man's disciples at all. As such, they were forced to swallow their grievances. However, now that the tables were turned, how could they possibly miss out on this ideal opportunity to make a jab at that young man? I admit that your students are incredibly powerful as semi-divinities, but so what? Aren't they still lacking in talent in the end? Compared to my talented son, they are nothing at all. It will really be the joke of the century if they couldn't reach godhood despite the favorable conditions they were given. Young Master Zhang Xian, please pay no attention to them. Luck plays a huge part in determining whether one is able to find an aura of divinity or not. Perhaps they might be the next ones to appear. Wu Fangqing consoled awkwardly. It's fine. I won't take those words to heart. Zhang Xian shook his head and replied. He had no idea why Xiaoya and the others hadn't returned yet, but he had faith in their capabilities. Furthermore, he even prepared 5 pills for them. Nothing could go wrong. Another 4 more hours passed in the blink of an eye, and over 300 of the 1,200 cultivators who entered the Celestial Mountain had returned. However, Xiaoya, Sun Chong, and the others were still nowhere to be seen. Those words of ridicule had also slowly turned into disdain. The fact that those youths weren't able to make a breakthrough even after so much time had passed was concrete evidence of their lacking talent. To think that City Lord Wu actually regarded them as VIPs. How could such people be worthy of being placed on the same pedestal as them? Something is amiss. Zhang Xian frowned. He could understand it if his students weren't able to return within 2 hours. They might have faced some sort of difficulty or dilemma inside. But 3 hours had already passed so far, and none of them had reached godhood yet? That clearly made no sense at all. As individuals who cultivated the simplified Heaven's Path divine art, they should be able to achieve a breakthrough much faster than him and his pathos of heaven. There was no way they would need that much time. So why were they nowhere to be seen? Worried, Zhang Xian turned to Wu Fangqing and asked, City Lord Wu, do you know of any way to check if a person on the Celestial Mountain is doing fine? Check if a person is doing fine? Wu Fangqing nodded. It's indeed possible to do so, but the cost is rather steep. Each check will require 100 divine coins. The Celestial Mountain was considered to be generally safe, but it was still possible for cultivators to face danger, whether from the natural environment or from their peers. For those who were worried, there was indeed a way to check the current condition of the candidates inside. However, it was just that it was terribly expensive to do so. A slot only cost a divine coin, but each check on an individual would cost 100 divine coins. The difference in price was truly frightening. Zhang Xian nodded without any hesitation. I would like to check on the conditions of those whom I have brought. He couldn't allow anything to happen to his parents, his students, or his butler. They were the people who were closest to him in the world, and he felt like he would go on a rampage if anything were to happen to them. I understand. Please follow me. Wu Fangqing nodded as he walked back into the City Lord Manor. Shall we follow them to take a look as well? What's there to see? It just means that his disciples haven't made a breakthrough. That's all there is to it. He must have a lot of money to spare. It doesn't take much time to head there to take a look. If his disciples have really found an aura of divinity but aren't able to make a breakthrough, that would really be a show to behold, don't you think so? I can't deny that. Hearing the conversation between the two, the middle-aged men who had mocked Xianxia earlier smiled in unison as they quickly followed the footsteps of those two. They had some time on their hand anyway, and it was always a delight to see a person whose head was in the sky a moment ago being harshly tossed back to the cold, hard ground. Navigating through the city Lord Manor, it didn't take them too long to arrive in a narrow room. Wu Fangqing pointed to the wall ahead of them and said, "Write down the name of the person you are checking on and place 100 divine coins on the pedestal over there, and the wall will reflect the condition of the person you are looking up." After learning how the wall worked, Xianxia unhesitatingly took out 100 divine coins and placed it on the pedestal. Wang! The divine coins disappeared, and white light began to glimmer on the wall in front, forming a screen. Xianxia quickly walked up and wrote down Zhao Ye's name. Of everyone who had entered the Celestial Mountain, the one who was most likely to achieve a breakthrough first was indubitably Zhao Ye. Thus, he wanted to see what was going on inside that prevented her from achieving a breakthrough within the past 6 hours. Who? The screen flickered a little, and it looked as if the characters would appear on the screen at any moment. This is the time of reckoning. Do you recall what happened with Wang Xiao 3 years ago? He was unwilling to believe that his son was really a wastrel, so he spent 100 divine coins to check on his condition. But as it turned out, his son actually fell asleep on the Celestial Mountain. To this day, I still can't help but chuckle when I recall how his face crumbled when he saw the results on the wall. Due to how widespread that matter became, the Wang clan lost its prestige and honor overnight. Once, it was one of the top 10 clans of Twilight City, but in a matter of days, it fell to the point where it couldn't even be considered as a third-rate clan anymore. This fellow is probably doomed as well. City Lord Wu is a true pragmatist at heart. The only reason why he treated that fellow so well is probably because there is something he stands to earn from him. If that fellow loses his worth as a result of this, there's no doubt that City Lord Wu would immediately change his tune. The middle-aged men behind shook with mirth. Just as they were filling their minds with scenarios of Xianxia's impending downfall, they suddenly felt an unbelievably powerful and authoritative body clutching their bodies, causing their laughter to fall flat. Boom! It felt almost as if the world was caving in on them. The entire room rattled fearfully in the presence of this aura. This is the aura of a god monarch? Someone amidst the crowd exclaimed, and everyone quickly kneeled to the ground as a sign of respect. I am Monarch Fuming of the Sky of Adamant Gold. Zhao Ye is suited to practice the cultivation techniques of our Sky of Adamant Gold, so I'll be taking her with me. A voice that seemed to be completely devoid of emotions sounded slowly from the wall. It wasn't loud, but it seemed to hammer right into one's soul. Those on the receiving end of the voice couldn't help but tremble in fear and deference. Before such a presence, they couldn't even bring up the will to retaliate at all. God Monarch. His disciple has been taken away by a god monarch? The crowd felt as if their heads were going to blow up from how ridiculous the situation was becoming. They turned to look at the young man before them with eyes filled with frenzy. They thought that the young man's disciple, like Wang Zhao's son, would probably be sleeping or lying injured somewhere on the Celestial Mountain. But who could have thought that she would have actually caught the eye of the god monarch, inducing the latter to fetch her personally? More importantly, the god monarch even left behind a message to explain the situation. When had the god monarchs needed to explain their decisions to others? This honor was greater than anything else in the world. They were thinking of making use of this opportunity to mock the other party. But who could have thought that things would turn out in such a manner? They turned their heads toward Xianxia, expecting the young man to lose himself amidst happiness. But what they saw instead was the frown between the young man's brows tightening. The young man's face was growing so dark that it looked as if it would drip ink. To have one's disciple taken away and trained personally by a god monarch, there was probably no greater honor than that in the world. Shouldn't he be so happy that he could skip in joy? Why would he have such an expression on his face instead? Young Master Xianxia, Hurry up and thank the god monarch for his benevolence. Wu Fangqing tugged at Xianxia's robe and urged. It was one thing to offend others, but offending a god monarch. There was no one in the world that could possibly save him from the wrath of a god monarch. But before he could finish his words, the young man's angry voice had already echoed in the room. Shit! Are god monarchs that arrogant as to take away my people without my permission? Are they bandits without any pride and honor? Xianxia was on the verge of blowing up from anger. Did the god monarchs think that they could do as they please? That was his disciple. How could they take her away from him without even informing him? That was too shameless. Master! Hearing those words, Xianxia nearly burst into the tears. Didn't you emphasize again and again to me the importance of humility and low profile? Yet, you actually lost your temper and berated a god monarch when your student has been taken away by the latter. Is this what you mean by humility and low profile? Even though it will be beneath the god monarch standing to settle the score with you, still, is it really all right for you to insult them so openly? While Xianxia was on the verge of fainting from shock, it saw the young master writing down Zhang Yang's name on the wall. Barely after his name was written down, another powerful aura suddenly burst from the wall once more. I am the monarch Zhuayang of the sky of blazing Sunday. Xingyang has the aptitude for the cultivation techniques of our sky of blazing sun. So I'll be taking him away with me. Screw you. How can you lot be so shameless? Xianxia was on the verge of going insane. Getting a really bad feeling about this, he quickly wrote down Lu Chang's name on the wall as well. I am Demon Monarch Chen Kuan of the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Lu Chong has displayed an exceptional talent for the cultivation techniques of our Sky of Drifting Spectre. So I'll be taking him away with me. Xianxia felt even more lightheaded. He hurriedly wrote down the names of his other direct disciples too. I am Fairy Linglong of the Sky of Linglong. Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan fit my palate, so I'll be taking them away with me. I am the Cloud Dragon Monarch of the Sky of Cloud Dragon. Kong Shiyao and Lu Yang have caught my eye, so I'll be taking them back with me. As Xianxia went through the names of his disciples, the god monarchs made their appearances one after another, each of them leaving some words behind, by the end of which Wu Fangqing and the others were left completely dazed. Those middle-aged men who had come along to watch Xianxia's humiliating downfall hadn't expected things to turn out like that instead. The elusive god monarchs actually appeared one after another, almost as if they were watching a street parade. One must know that they were the top existences of the world, and most people wouldn't even get to see them once in their entire lifetime. Yet, why the heck were they suddenly appearing all at once? Wasn't this a little too much? While swallowing mouthfuls of saliva, the middle-aged men looked at one another, and they could see the horror in each other's eyes. How in the world did they find the courage to mock the young man's disciples earlier? Compared to the young man's disciples, their offspring were really nothing in comparison. One must know that their offspring weren't even talented enough to catch the eye of a celestial god, whereas the young man's disciples actually drew god monarchs over to snatch them up as though housewives tussling with one another over a bargain sales. Thinking about it, it was laughable how they actually felt a sense of superiority over the other party a moment ago. They immediately turned to Xianxia anxiously, hoping to placate him out of fear that he would exact vengeance on them in the future. However, what they saw was the young man pointing at the wall in agitation and bellowing, "You bunch of shameless scoundrels! They are my disciples! My disciples!" Everyone trembled even more intensely. None of them dared to speak a word at all. Insulting the god monarchs. Was this fellow insane? Young master, what happened to low profile? Xianxia tugged at Xianxia's robe as it begged with tears in its eyes. It thought that its master was a smart and reliable person. But in this very moment, it could almost see itself meeting its end at its master's recklessness. On the other hand, Wu Fangqing felt the world spinning around him. He was pinching himself so hard that his flesh was going to tear off. But he was so shocked that he couldn't feel a thing at all. After berating the god monarchs for a while, Xianxia finally calmed down a little. Looking at this from a rational standpoint, it was not necessarily a bad thing for the god monarchs to take Xiaoya and the others away. Given the limited resources he had on hand, it would be hard for Xiaoya and the others to raise their cultivation swiftly if they were to follow him. As much as he hated to admit it, the god monarchs could provide much better conditions for them. What about my parents and Sun Chong? He had nurtured his direct disciples from young, nurturing and cleansing their bodies with his heaven's path Xianxia. It was understandable why they would catch the eye of the god monarchs. But when it came to Sun Chong and his parents, they didn't build their foundation well, and their age was also on the higher side. It should be unlikely for them to catch the eyes of the god monarchs. He quickly wrote his mother's name, Wang Mingya, down on the wall. I am an envoy from the sky of heavenly sword. I'll be imparting Sun Chong, Zhang Jinxing, and Wang Mingya swordsmanship. I'll be sending them back to your side after their training is complete. This time around, a calm voice sounded from the wall. Even the secluded sky of heavenly sword has sent an envoy over? Everyone was rendered speechless once more. Just like the sky of freedom, the sky of heavenly sword was closed off from the rest of the firmament, making it a mysterious existence to the rest of the world. As such, it was perplexing why it would join in the crowd this time around just to teach 3 semi-divinity swordsmanship. Of the 14 people that Xianxia had brought, 11 of them were taken away by the god monarchs, and the remaining 3 were going to learn swordsmanship from an envoy of the sky of heavenly sword. Heavens! Just what kind of fortuitous encounter was this? All right then. Seeing that at least his parents and Sun Chong hadn't taken away, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At least they left some people for him so that he wasn't all alone. That being said, it would probably take some time for his parents and Sun Chong to grasp the swordsmanship from the sky of heavenly sword. Xianxia would have never thought that the trip to the celestial mountain would end like that. Heaving a helpless sigh, he turned around, only to see everyone kneeling on the floor, looking at him with admiration gleaming in their eyes. He immediately recoiled in shock. It took him a while before he realized what they were up to. Given that his disciples had come under the tutelage of the god monarchs, it was clear how they should act around him in the future. Shaking his head, he said, I don't wish to be in the center of attention, so I hope that you can keep whatever you have seen here today a secret. He could already imagine the hassle that would occur if others were to learn of this matter. Perhaps some might even view him as a threat and attempt to make a move on him. In the end, it was still wiser for him to maintain a low profile and continue life as it was. You don't like to be in the center of attention. The lips of the crowd twitched upon hearing such unbelievable words. Those words don't seem to hold much credibility after watching how you berated those god monarchs without holding back at all. Even though that was what they were thinking on the inside, they were smart enough not to allow it to show on their faces. Nodding their heads obediently, they replied, We understand. Our lips are sealed. Let's head back out, Xianxia replied before taking the lead out of the room. While walking back to the main hall, he turned to Wu Fangqing and asked, City Lord Wu, do you have any sword art manuals that I can browse through here? He knew that it would take some time for his parents and Sun Chong to return, and there was no way he could leave without them too. So he decided to settle this matter first. He was no longer fully reliant on the Library of Heaven's Path for his cultivation techniques and battle techniques, but it was still important for him to acquire new knowledge so as to broaden his horizon. It would be foolish to not tap into the wisdom of the predecessors and attempt to do everything by himself. He would just be making things difficult for himself for no reason. Only with a vast base of knowledge would he be able to create more profound techniques, and that was the most sustainable way for him to continue growing stronger. Young Master Xianxia, our clan has plenty of books that you can refer to. Our clan has quite a notable collection as well. I'll have my subordinates send some over this instant. I dare not say for other things, but our clan is known for the diverse array of cultivation techniques on our shelves. Before Wu Fangqing could respond, the middle-aged men at the back had already volunteered their services subserviently. This was the perfect opportunity for them to suck up to the young man, so they were more than happy to do him this favor. I'll be troubling the rest of you then. Seeing how passionate this group of people were, Xianxia accepted their goodwill. They would probably live in fear if he didn't give them a chance to redeem themselves after all of the mockings they had done. Xianxia first entered the city Lord Manor's library, and it took him 4 hours to collect all of the books inside. Shortly after he was done, the middle-aged men returned with the full collection of books they had, so he quickly began browsing through those as well. It took him another 6 hours to clear everything. Most of the manuals in Twilight City were limited at high-tier God Realm, and there was very little that covered the Celestial God Realm. Nevertheless, it still gave him a much deeper understanding of the firmament and the cultivation techniques that were practiced here. I reckon that my next realm will be regarding the ties between a teacher and his students, Xianxia thought. After what he had gone through today, he found a new direction for the next level of his pathos of heaven. While he hadn't worked things out yet, with a concrete direction to work toward, it shouldn't take him too long to perfect the theory. Once everything was in place, he should be able to become a celestial god easily. A day as my teacher, a lifetime as my father. Due to the culture of the master-teacher continent, he had a very firm view of what the relationship between a teacher and his students should be. This was especially so after the time he had spent with Xiaoya and the others. Even though they were not related by blood, they were already closer than kin. Thinking about his students filled him with many different emotions, such as the worry for their safety, the sorrow of their parting, the delight at their achievements, the expectations for their future. These feelings filled his chest, and just like hard liquor, they were slowly maturing in his heart. Even though he had the ingredients in place, creating and mastering a feasible cultivation technique was not something that could be done on the spur of a moment. So, instead of rushing right into it, he chose to broaden his understanding of the firmament first. He immersed himself in his studies for an unknown period of time, till a voice in the distance suddenly called out to him, "Young master!" Opening his eyes, he realized that Sun Chong and the Xingming Sword Saints were already standing right in front of him. Not only had they already reached godhood, they had managed to advance their cultivation to the same level as him, high-tier god. Not only so, he could sense the sharpness of a sword from their very presence, creating an unfathomable aura around them. That swordsmanship? Xianxia frowned. As someone who had created a heart of intertwined threads, he was someone who had already found his own path in swordsmanship, creating a style that belonged to him and him alone. This was what sword practitioners termed as the level of transcendence. He could tell with a glance that the sword intent that the three of them had practiced was vastly different from before. For example, the swordsmanship that Sword Saint Xing had practiced previously tapped into the temporal laws of the world. It was built upon the fusion of swiftness and slowness, a little similar to Taiji. However, after undergoing the swordsmanship training of the envoy from the sky of Heavenly Sword, his sword intent felt more like a sealed fortress, embracing the concept of protect. While protect might have appeared to carry a similar meaning to defense, they were two vastly different concepts. Defense was about fending off all malicious intent that was coming at one, similar to what a tortoiseshell was to a tortoise. On the other hand, protect encompassed the idea of counterattack as well. It was about using any means to eliminate the danger. Is this the swordsmanship of the sky of Heavenly Sword? Xianxia asked curiously. This is the swordsmanship imparted to us by an expert of the sky of Heavenly Sword. You went through all sorts of hardships when you were younger, and we weren't able to give you the love and protection that a parent should offer to their child. So, we swore we won't let any more harm come to you, even at the expense of our lives, Sword Saint Meng said with a solemn nod. Having to put her child through the turmoil of having his bloodline stripped would always remain an unhealable wound in the depths of her heart. She was determined to never let anything similar happen again. It just so happened that the conceptualization of the sky of Heavenly sword intent was aligned with her state of mind, thus allowing her swordsmanship to grow by leaps and bounds. In less than a day, not only did she manage to reach a new height in her mastery of swordsmanship, her cultivation had advanced greatly as well. Xianxia turned to look at his father, and even though the latter remained silent, his eyes were unwavering like his mother. Last but not least, he turned to look at Sun Chong, and the latter scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "Well, young master, You are my backing and my greatest source of support. It goes without saying that I must ensure your safety, right? Or else, how am I to brag and show off before others? Hearing those words, Xianxia could not help but chuckle a little. While the level of swordsmanship of those three was not on par with him, it was heartening to see that they finally had the ability to protect themselves. Furthermore, he could tell that they were already on the verge of achieving a breakthrough to become celestial gods. With a celestial god-tamed beast and 4 high-tier gods, not to mention that there was also the enigmatic little yellow chick, they had finally accrued enough power for them to at least make a place for themselves in the firmament. City Lord Wu, may I know if you have heard of the spirit god? Xianxia asked. While he was browsing through the books earlier, he could not help but notice that there were no records regarding the spirit god. However, based on what he had heard from Du Qingyuan, there was no doubt whatsoever that Luo Ruoxin was in the firmament. Previously, due to his lack of strength, he had worried that asking too much could bring trouble to himself, so he had not dared inquire carelessly about this matter. However, now that they had all become high-tier gods, they would be leaving Twilight City very soon. So, it was time for him to start gathering some news regarding Luo Ruoxin. The fact that she was able to traverse through the dimension barrier of the firmament meant that she was likely a god king at the very least. Considering the limited number of god kings in the firmament, it should not be too difficult for him to acquire some news on her. While Mo Yuan might not know too much about the god kings and god monarchs of the world, as the head of Twilight City, Wu Fangqing was likely much more knowledgeable than him. Spirit god. Wu Fangqing contemplated for a long while before shaking his head. I'm afraid I have never heard of such a person. The firmament is vast and boundless, and there are countless experts that roam the lands. Inevitably, there are a lot of people I haven't heard of. That being said, do you know what kind of unique abilities or battle techniques that the spirit god you speak of specializes in? I think that would be a good place for you to start your investigation from. There were simply too many aliases in the firmament, and there were some people who went by multiple aliases as well. For example, most addressed God Monarch of the Sky of Drifting Spectre as Demon Monarch Chenkuan, but there were also those who addressed him as Demon Emperor Chenkuan, and so on. Even though the alias Spirit God did not ring a bell with him, he should be able to deduce a thing or two based on what the Spirit God was capable of. Unique abilities. I guess it would be the use of rituals then. She's able to perform spatial teleportation through the use of rituals, Xianxia replied. When he met Luo Ruoxin on the Master Teacher continent, most of the cultivation techniques and battle techniques that she displayed were those that were present on the Master Teacher continent. As such, none of them could be considered her specialty. However, if one spoke about the feats that she had achieved so far, her ability to descend or ascend from world to world through the use of rituals was indubitably an extremely powerful ability. Through the books he had just read, he realized that not even conferred god kings were necessarily capable of such a feat. Spatial teleportation? Wu Fangqing frowned a little. The spatial teleportation you speak of should be referring to instantaneous movement through space, right? That's a feat that only god monarchs are able to pull off. So, I don't think that I'm in a good position to talk too much about it. As for rituals, I'm not too sure for the other 8 skies, but I do know that our Sky of Drifting Spectre is particularly proficient in that. Most of the celestial gods and god kings in Royal City are able to summon the souls of the dead through the use of rituals. The Sky of Drifting Spectre specializes in rituals? Xianxia was surprised. Indeed, in every major city of the Sky of Drifting Spectre, there is something that we call the Netherworld Pool. Twilight City has one as well. It absorbs the anima of yearning coming from those living in the city to regather the souls of heroic spirits. The process is extremely slow, but it is definitely doable, Wu Fangqing said. Absorbing the anima of yearning to regather the souls of heroic spirits? What is the anima of yearning? And how are the souls of heroic spirits regathered? Xianxia was a little confused. Perhaps because this concerned the secrets of the Sky of Drifting Spectres, there were no records about this in the books that he had read. On the other hand, knowing how esteemed the young man standing before him was, Wu Fangqing did not dare hide anything from him. To put it simply, the anima of yearning refers to one's desires and yearnings. For example, if a loved one passes away, it's normal for a person to want to somehow reverse it all. This desire gives rise to the anima of yearning, which can be absorbed and accumulated in the netherworld pool. Over time, it nourishes the fragmented souls within the netherworld pool and bestows upon them consciousness. However, this is an extremely lengthy process, easily taking centuries, millenniums, and even dozens of millenniums. Ordinary humans won't live long enough to see to the end of the process. Once they pass away, the anima of yearning fueling the regathering of the fragmented soul will come to a halt as there's no one else who remembers such a person anymore. As such, even if ordinary cultivators were placed inside the netherworld pool, it's impossible for them to be revived. However, it's a different case for the kin of God Kings. God Kings have a much longer lifespan, allowing them to provide a constant supply of the anima of yearning to the netherworld pool, so more often than not, the person that they yearn are able to return back to the world. At the same time, for those who have made a meritorious contribution to the sky of drifting specter, they will enjoy the privilege of having their ancestral tablet put up on altars after their death. Over time, the anima of yearning of those who pay respects to them will build up, allowing them to return to the world. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. He did not expect the sky of drifting specter to actually have such a side to it. Using the anima of yearning to reconstruct the souls of the dead. That was indeed a formidable feat. Sword Saint Meng could not help but ask, in other words, as long as a person who has died is remembered by the living, there's a good chance that they will be able to live an eternal life in the netherworld pool? I guess you could say so. Wu Fangqing nodded. As long as a person was remembered, they would constantly receive the anima of yearning, allowing them to remain alive in the netherworld pool. Of course, the amount of anima of yearning one received would also affect whether one was able to take form and regain consciousness. However, the key to it is that a ritual must be held for the possession of the deceased to be seated in the netherworld pool. Otherwise, the anima of yearning will not help to regather that person's soul, Wu Fangqing explained. I see. Other than the sky of drifting specter, do you know any other powers that specialize in rituals? Xianxia asked on. I can't think of anything else on the spot. If you wish to know more about this, it would help if you made a trip over to Royal City. The people over there are better connected, so you should be able to find out what you need over there more easily. Oh right, your business partner, Qilinger, is someone from Royal City. She should have some connections over there that can help you acquire news on what you need. Wu Fangqing said. Oh? Alright, I understand. Thanks for your help, Xianxia replied. With his business at City Lord Manor done, he quickly returned to his residence and instructed Sun Chong to send a message over to Qilinger. In less than 15 minutes, a seductive lady was already standing at the entrance of the residence. Young Master Zhang. Qilinger's attitude was particularly respectful. Even though she had no idea which power Xianxia was from, she knew very well that she would be courting death if that someone of her caliber dared oppose someone who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch. I need you to help me look into something. Have you ever heard of the spirit god? Or Luo Ruoxin? Xianxia asked. Qilinger pondered for a moment before shaking her head in response. I don't think I've heard of those names before. Then, do you have any connections that can help me look into this matter? Xianxia asked. I can do that, but I'll have to return to Royal City first. Twilight City is simply too remote, so it's hard to find out anything here, Qilinger replied. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Miss Qi to follow us to Royal City. May I know if you have time for that? Xianxia asked. Even the strongest individual in Twilight City, Wu Fangqing, was only a low-tier celestial god. If Xianxia wanted to advance to greater heights and learn more about the firmament, he would have to head to a higher-tier city. However, the issue was that he did not have any connections in Royal City, which would make it terribly difficult for him to move around. Without a doubt, things would be much more convenient if he could tap into Qilinger's connections. Ha ha ha! Since it's you who has made this request, young Master Zhang, I am more than delighted to be of assistance to you. Qilinger's eyes lit up in excitement as she hurriedly nodded in response. She was just thinking of how she could get on good terms with this young man when this opportunity fell right into her lap. Her shrewd mind was already calculating the benefits she would stand to gain from strong ties with someone who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch. So, she put on a slightly hesitant look and remarked worriedly, "It's just that. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. I don't expect you do this favor for me for free," Xianxia replied. He knew that Qilinge was not a generous person. The only reason she had agreed to help him was because she expected to receive something in return. "I'm relieved to hear those words from you. Well, it's actually not that big a matter, so let's discuss the matter further when we arrive at Royal City. Don't worry. I have no intention of forcing you to do something against your own will," Qilinge said. "Very well." Xianxia nodded. If the other party was unwilling to speak, there was no need for him to force her into it. "How far is Royal City away from here? How do we get there?" Sun Chang asked. "The Royal City of the Sky of Drifting Spectre is millions of li away from here. If we ride a divine beast there, the chances are that we won't reach our destination even after tiring ourselves to death. A more feasible way is to use the teleportation formations, and it just so happens that there's one in Twilight City," Qilinge said with a smile. "Teleportation formation?" Xianxia frowned. There was actually such a thing in Twilight City? Why had he not heard anyone talking about it then? Qilinge nodded. "That's right. The ability of moving through space is modeled after the God Monarch's ability of instantaneous movement. It allows one to traverse millions of li instantly without any restraints. However, the teleportation formation is a facility that only the city lord and nobles are allowed to use. It's completely off-limits to ordinary cultivators." "It's something that only the city lord is able to use?" Xianxia frowned. If that was really the case, the restrictions to use the teleportation formation would really be tight. It was no wonder most ordinary cultivators had not heard of it before. "That's right. Rather than to phrase it as a special privilege, it's more like a condition to protect those who are being teleported. As you might have heard, the firmament stands at the top of the myriad worlds, so the spatial laws governing the firmament are exceptionally powerful. Even conferred god kings have trouble trying to overcome them. For this reason, using the teleportation formation can create major spatial turbulence that poses great risk to the ones using it. Those who aren't powerful enough will swiftly be torn to shreds," Qilinge explained. "The City Lord token that each City Lord has contains the anima of yearning of the entire city, allowing him to remain impervious to the dangers of the spatial turbulence." "Anima of yearning?" Xianxia repeated contemplatively. That was the second time he had heard this term. The act of obeying the laws set by the City Lord is a symbol of subservience to the City Lord. If something happens to the City Lord, the entire city will descend into chaos, resulting in hardship for the populace. So, the desire for peace and stability contributes to the anima of yearning within the City Lord token, protecting their wishes. It's for this reason that the newly ascended Heaven Subjugation Monarch is intent on acquiring the recognition of the 9 God Monarchs. This is because the recognition of the 9 God Monarchs represents the acknowledgement of all life forms within their jurisdiction, thus allowing him to gather more anima of yearning, Qilinge explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded in realization. It would appear that the so-called anima of yearning was an extremely powerful and important force in the firmament. He was convinced that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was Kong Shi, and based on what he knew about the world's teacher, the latter was a person who was devoted to the betterment of the world. In contrast, the latter viewed fame and honor with little importance. So, the very act of him forcing the 9 God Monarchs to acknowledge him was out of character, and it had left Xianxia perplexed for quite some time. However, it seemed like this was the reason behind it. The very act of recognition from others would allow him to obtain the anima of yearning, allowing him to further his goals. So, if I wish to head to Royal City or anywhere else within the firmament without any impediment, I need to acquire the identity of a city lord? Xianxia asked. That's right, Qilinge replied with a smile. That's simple. I'll head to the City Lord Manor right now with little Jia to slit Wu Fangqing's throat, Sun Chang said. Funnily enough, after the first quarrel they had with one another, Sun Chang and the phosphor-armored beast had swiftly gotten closer with one another, and they had become gossiping buddies. Even if Wu Fangqing had a low-tier celestial god artifact, he would still have trouble trying to deal with the phosphor-armored beast. But in response to Sun Chang's proposal, Xianxia shook his head and rejected it. Wu Fangqing had not done anything to him, so it was not right for him to kill the other party just to claim his position. There's no need to go that far. Even though the firmament seems to be quite peaceful on the surface, there are actually battles going on everywhere. There are quite a few cities that are without a city lord at the moment, Qilinger replied. Putting everything aside, I am actually a city lord as well. The territory I rule pales much in comparison to Twilight City, but still, the anima of yearning I receive in my city lord token is enough for me to use the teleportation formation. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. It appeared that there were many ways to circumvent the rules in the firmament. It was a huge relief to hear that he did not need to resort to violence in order to acquire a city lord token. Just for the privilege of using the teleportation token, it was definitely worth the hassle for him to become a city lord. It was not as if he had not had his fair share of notable positions on his way here. Be it a principal, a clan head, or a sect leader, taking on another city lord position should not be a problem at all. So, he turned to Qilinger and asked, "Are there any cities nearby that are without a city lord at the moment?" Dusklight City, which is around a day's journey away from here, doesn't have a city lord yet. The local powers have been fighting for the spot for the past half a year, but no one has been able to gain a decisive advantage over the others so far, Qilinger said with a smile. Her information network as the underground black market boss was still rather impressive. However, that city is much larger than Twilight City, governing 3 provinces. The strongest expert there has also reached middle-tier celestial god. If even an expert of that caliber hasn't managed to become the city lord yet, the difficulty in trying to do so is bound to be very high. There are 3 provinces under Dusklight City. Do those province lords have tokens that would allow them to use the teleportation formation? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. Young Master Zhang. It is in view of your circumstances that I am recommending Dusklight City, Qilinger replied. She knew that Zhang Xian would likely want to take the 3 people beside him around, and it was for that reason that he was recommending Dusklight City. Otherwise, she could have just recommended any minor city. There was no need to go for a place that was as difficult as Dusklight City. That's perfect. If there aren't any other issues, let's set off right away, Zhang Xian said. Pardon me, young Master Zhang, but I need to make some preparations first. Why don't we leave here in 4 hours? Qilinger said. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Qilinger was extremely efficient in her work. Even though she asked for 4 hours, she was already back in the courtyard within 3. Furthermore, she brought several massive aerial divine beasts along for everyone to ride on. Stepping onto the back of the divine beasts, they swiftly made their way toward Dusklight City. They have left. Hearing that Zhang Xian had left, Wu Fangqing's face crumbled in disappointment. He had hoped to forge close ties with Zhang Xian over the next few days to get something good in return. He did not think that the latter would leave so quickly. City Lord Wu, young Master Zhang told me to pass this to you as a gift in return for all your help, Inflate said. Is that so? Wu Fangqing remarked with a perplexed frown as he received the jade token that Inflate was passing him. He placed his finger on it and infused his divine energy in, and the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. This. Recorded in the jade token were all the flaws in his cultivation, as well as the ways to resolve them. As long as he cultivated according to what was written there, he would be able to resolve the traumas in his cultivation and possibly achieve a breakthrough to high-tier celestial god in the future. But how did he know? Wu Fangqing was stunned. It had only been a day since he met Zhang Xian, and he had never mentioned anything relating to his cultivation or the sort before. Furthermore, the content on the jade token contained many things that he had neglected as well. Just how did the young man manage to see through all that and even formulate ways to resolve the issues? A long time later, Wu Fangqing shook his head and remarked with a deep sigh, "It's not without reason that he possesses the bloodline of a god monarch. Perhaps it was meaningless to try to apply common sense to someone who had already transcended his comprehension." It was arrogance in itself to claim to understand the powers of the god monarchs. Xianxia's departure did not cause any visible changes to Twilight City. After all, he had been keeping a low profile ever since he arrived there, so there were not too many people who knew him. After flying for roughly a day, a massive city finally appeared before Xianxia's sight. In terms of width, it was 3 to 4 times larger than that of Twilight City. On the streets between tall buildings, there were many people milling about. From the moment the divine beast landed on the ground and the group entered the city, Xianxia could not help but frown at just how packed the streets were. It was as if he was trying to squeeze through a horde of locusts. Seeing right through Xianxia's thoughts, Qilinger explained, ever since the receding of the spiritual energy, the area of habitable locations in the firmament has decreased rapidly, forcing most people to move into cities. As a result, it has led to overpopulation. Any man who has a house of 40 square meters here can already be considered rich and will have many girls leaping at him. Xianxia nodded in response. This was rather similar to the capitals in his previous world. Most people were frantic to squeeze into where the heart of the economy was, resulting in a scarily high population density. Houses had to be built higher and higher in order to keep up with the demand. At the same time, the prices of housing shot up insanely, reaching a level that was unaffordable for ordinary people. That was the same for the firmament. It was simply impossible to make a living outside of cities anymore, so everyone could only enter cities and hope for the best. Where do we go to compete for the seat of the city lord? Xianxia asked. It isn't due to the lack of eligible candidates that the Dusklight City hasn't been able to decide on a city lord thus far. Rather, it is due to the intense opposition coming from the political rivalry among different factions. Qilinger explained. All in all, there are 3 strong contenders for the city lord position. They are namely a scion that specializes in saber arts, Xianxia, an unaffiliated cultivator who specializes in swordsmanship, Wu Yang, and a young lady who goes by the name of Ming Laixiang. The former 2 are middle-tier celestial gods, and both possess exceptional fighting prowess. The last one, Ming Laixiang, is only a low-tier celestial god, but it would be foolish to underestimate her due to her lower cultivation. According to the rumors, she's the most fearsome of the 3. Ming Laixiang. Xianxia jotted down that person's name mentally. To be able to become a contender for such a massive city, there was no way this Ming Laixiang would be an ordinary person. There aren't any complicated procedures that you have to go through in order to become a city lord. Technically speaking, all you have to do is defeat the 3 of them and make them acknowledge you from the bottom of their hearts. And the city lord position will be yours to take, Qilinger said. So, young Master Zhang, who should we challenge first? In the past, one would have to clear a whole string of administrative processes and receive the approval of the Netherworld Hall before one could run as a contender to become a city lord, which effectively meant that one would have to make an application several months in advance. However, the receding of spiritual energy had resulted in a major change in the state of affairs in the firmament. It was inevitable that processes had to undergo a paradigm shift in order to cater to the needs of the changing environment. The current era was an era of scarcity, which made it inevitable that people would have to compete over the limited resources. In the cities, where most of the people and resources were concentrated, there was bound to be significant infighting and chaos. As such, it was imperative that the city lord possessed absolute strength in order to enforce order and security. Only a person who could keep everyone within the city under their rule was qualified to receive the mandate of the sky of drifting specters. Xianxia pondered for a brief moment before asking, "Before that, do you know where I can get some middle-tier god essence pills? I'll need to gather some before challenging them." Middle-tier god essence pills? Qilinger did not think that Xianxia would suddenly request for this. She pointed to a massive building in the distance and said, "It should be possible to get some in that market over there, but I'm not sure if they will sell any to you without any connections. As you know, the god essence pills are highly sought-after resources. Wait a minute, I think I know a place where we can procure them in high quantities, but it might not be easy to negotiate with that person." "Oh," Xianxia looked at her. "Tell me more." "He's an unaffiliated cultivator in Dusklight City, and if I'm not wrong, he seems to be in his 60s. His cultivation isn't too high, being only a high-tier god, but he specializes in pill forging. It's just that he usually keeps the pills he forges for his own consumption. At the same time, he's also a dedicated chess fan. He looks for people to play with him every day, and it's rumored that his skills are excellent. He once declared that he would give a middle-tier god essence pill to anyone who is able to beat him once. But even after so many years, no one has succeeded, Xianxia said. If his cultivation isn't too high, hasn't anyone thought of stealing from him before? Xianxia asked with a frown. In the first place, it was weird that a high-tier god was in possession of a middle-tier god essence pill. Was he not afraid that someone would attempt to steal from him? In the other cities, perhaps the cultivators might still hold back a little out of fear of crossing their city lord, but Dusklight City was a place that did not have a city lord at the moment. As such, it was not too hard to imagine that the rules would be all over the place. Even though his cultivation is weak, he has a particularly formidable younger brother. According to the rumors, his younger brother is a god king in Royal City, and his younger brother has given him a jade token to protect him in times of danger. There were 2 low-tier celestial gods who once attempted to assassinate him to claim his fortune for themselves, but they ended up dying from the aura emanated by the jade token. Ever since then, no one has dared make a move on him, Xianxia explained. God King. Xianxia nodded in realization. Having read many books, he had gained a preliminary understanding of what god kings were capable of. Most god monarchs rarely appeared in public, so hardly anyone had seen them before. On top of that, most of them had washed their hands of secular affairs, meaning that it was the conferred god kings who wielded true authority. Of the 9 skies, there were only roughly 30 conferred god kings in total, averaging out to around 3 of them per sky. Directly beneath them were the god kings, and there were around 100 of them in the firmament in total, which meant that there were only 10 of them per sky. In other words, someone who could reach the level of a god king could already be considered one of the 13 strongest experts within their own territory, making them a true powerhouse of the firmament. Given that even high-tier celestial gods were no match for such experts, there was no way a low-tier celestial god would stand a chance. It would only take a mere thought from a god king for a low-tier celestial god to be utterly obliterated. It was true that middle-tier god essence pills were valuable, but most celestial gods would probably value their lives more than that. No one really knows what his name is, so most people identify him by the 3 strands of snowy beard hanging from his chin. As such, people call him the 3-bearded cultivator. He lives in the west of the city, not too far from here. If you really wish to look for him, I can take you there, Xianxia said. Even though the influence she wielded in Dusklight City was severely limited, her intelligence network was still quite reliable. Let's go then, Xianxia said. If the other contenders were only low-tier celestial gods, he would still stand a chance with his current level of cultivation. Unfortunately, his rivals included middle-tier celestial gods, and he was not too confident of dealing with them as a high-tier god. The reason he had stopped cultivating previously was because low-tier god essence pills were no longer useful to him. So, his current priority was to find even more potent cultivation resources and raise his cultivation. The place where the 3-bearded cultivator resided was not too far away. It took only an hour's walk before they arrived at a relatively humble-looking straw hut. It seemed extremely out of place against the towering buildings beside it. In the capital, where every inch of land cost a fortune, to be able to own such a large plot of land to build this straw cottage meant that he was a person who had his means. Most of those who wanted to steal from him would probably think twice after witnessing such extravagance. Before even entering the straw cottage, they could already hear a voice sounding from within. "Elder, your skills in chess are extraordinary. I am really no match for you. You made a few bad moves over the course of the game, but looking at it overall, you aren't too bad yourself. Work hard and learn well, and there's a chance you might surpass me in the future." The voice of an old man echoed from within. "Elder, thank you for your pointers." "Gia." The doors to the straw cottage opened, and an exquisitely dressed young man walked out with a frustrated look on his face. A subordinate followed closely behind him as they walked past Xianxia's side and disappeared amid the alleys of Dusklight City. Due to the three bearded cultivator's superior skills in chess, there are quite a few challengers who drop by his straw cottage every day. That young man should be one of them, Qi Linger explained with a smile. Then, she walked up to the straw cottage and announced loudly, Qi Linger from Royal City's Qi clan is here to pay a visit to Elder Three-Bearded Cultivator. I hope that you'll spare us some of your time. I don't care whether you are from the Qi clan or the Ba clan, and I have no interest in meeting you. I'll have to ask you to leave. The old man replied from within. Elder, I have no intention of using the Qi clan's influence to force you into anything. I am sincerely paying you a visit in hopes that you can accede to our request. At the very least, I hope that you can hear us out, Qi Linger added. Had it been anyone else, the reputation of the royal city's Qi clan would have surely made them scramble out hurriedly, fearing that they would offend her. Yet, the three-bearded cultivator did not seem to be afraid of offending her at all. The rumors about his eccentricity were indeed true. But that being said, even though the Qi clan was formidable, its influence was mainly centered within the royal city. Besides, they could not possibly make things difficult for someone just because the other party had turned them down. That would be petty and narrow-minded. I am nothing more than a carefree old man. I don't think that there's anything I can help you with, so let's not waste each other's time. All right? The old man inside the straw cottage did not seem to be willing to get involved with the Qi clan. A slight displeased frown appeared on Qi Linger's face. She was just about to step forward and continue speaking when Xianxia stopped her with a raise of his hand. Then, he turned to the straw cottage and said, Elder, I am Xianxia, an unaffiliated cultivator. I have studied chess quite a bit myself, and I'm interested in having a match with you. You are interested in having a match with me? The old man seemed to be a little moved, but eventually, he said, I have already played 3 matches today. Return tomorrow instead. 3 matches. You might have heard that I am a fanatic chess player, but in order to prevent my hobby from getting in the way of other matters, I restrict myself to playing just 3 days every day. I played my 3rd match of the day with that young man from earlier, so I'll have to ask you to return tomorrow if you wish to have a game with me, the old man replied. I'm afraid that I'm in a rush for time, so I might have to leave Dusklight City today. Xianxia shook his head. Leave if you must. What does that have to do with me? The old man harumphed impatiently. Elder, why don't you at least hear me out first? Since we are having a match, there's bound to be a victor. Since that's the case, why don't we have a bet then? Xianxia said calmly. To be frank with you, I'm quite proud of my chess skills. I have wandered the world in search of someone who could be a match for me, but it's unfortunate that I haven't found a worthy opponent yet. If you are able to defeat me, I'll accede to any request you have. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'll do anything you want. On the other hand, if I were to defeat you, I'll ask you to accede a request of mine too. How does that sound? Oh, are you sure about that? The old man asked doubtfully. He did not think that the young man would speak so proudly. Of course, Xianxia replied proudly. Since that's the case, I want that tamed beast behind you, the old man said. Even though the young man had not come in yet, he had already identified the young man standing right behind Xianxia. If not for that, he would have turned down Xianxia's request right away. Pardon me, but even though Xianxia is my tamed beast, I view him as a brother and a friend. It's against my principles to use my friends as a bet. I'll have to ask you to request something else, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Master. Xiangjia's eyes reddened in agitation. For a moment there, it had thought that its master would accept the bet without any hesitation. After all, tamed beasts were often viewed as lesser beings in the firmament. It did not expect to hear such words from Xianxia. To think that its master had viewed it as its friend and brother, just from this sentiment alone, it would not hesitate to brave through danger for him in the future. Oh, the old man also did not expect to hear such an answer from Xianxia either. If that's the case, there's nothing you have that I want. I don't think that there's any need for me to make such a bet with you. You feel that I don't have anything you want? Pardon me, but I beg to differ. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a silhouette materialized in midair. The silhouette was standing right before a cauldron, forging a pill. His fingers flew around the place with elegant dexterity, precisely controlling the environment within the cauldron. Elder, I heard that you are rather skilled in pill forging as well. I'm curious to know if this pill forging technique of mine is enough to catch your attention. With a snap of his finger, the silhouette vanished into thin air. That pill forging technique of yours, the old man exclaimed in wonderment. Other cultivators might not have been able to see anything special from the earlier silhouette, but as a skilled apothecary, he could tell that the movements were part of an extremely ingenious pill forging technique. In fact, it was far superior to what he used. A moment later, the old man's voice sounded once more. Come in. At the same time, the doors to the straw cottage opened. Jia, an old servant, stepped forward and gestured for Xianxia to enter. With a smile, Xianxia walked in without any hesitation, and Qi Linger and the others quickly followed him. Based on the books that he had read, Xianxia had found that the pill forging techniques used in the firmament were quite similar to those on the Master-Teacher continent. In other words, the knowledge that he had learned back on the Master-Teacher continent was applicable here as well, making him a top-notch theoretical apothecary here. The pill forging technique that he had displayed was just the tip of the iceberg of what he was capable of. The courtyard of the straw cottage was not too large. At the center of the courtyard, an old man was seated right before a stone table. This old man had 3 strands of beard that flowed with the wind, giving him the look of an enlightened hermit. Let's start. Without even raising his head, the old man picked up his chess piece and stared intently at the chessboard. He did not bother mentioning the bet that they had spoken about earlier or the pill forging technique that Xianxia had displayed. With a smile, Xianxia walked up to the stone table, but just as he was about to sit down, he saw the chess set on the stone table and frowned. When he heard the word chess, he had immediately assumed that it would be the same as the one he played back on the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, who could have known that he would be faced with a chess set that he completely could not recognize at all? He had read a lot of books regarding the chess of the Master-Teacher continent, and his skills are more than enough to make him a grandmaster among grandmasters. However, a different chess set meant different rules and different playing styles. How could he win in a game that he did not even know the rules of? The heck! Since they were 2 different games, they should have used different names for them. How misleading! Seeing how the young man was not sitting down at all, the old man finally raised his head and asked with a frown, What's wrong? Elder, can you please spare me a moment? To me, chess is not just a hobby but a sacred ritual. I view every chess match with great respect, so I tend to take some time to condition my state of mind and prepare myself, Xianxia said without the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. Hearing those words, the old man's eyes lit up with a slight hint of approval. Only the truly skilled chess players would understand the sheer depths of the game and carry more respect for it. Despite the young age of the person before him, it was respectable how the other party was able to take what others viewed as a mere game so seriously. With a polite smile, Xianxia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His calm yet concentrated demeanor really made him look no different from a true grandmaster. But the truth was that he was desperately sending telepathic messages to Qi Linger and Xianxia. Do either of you know the rules of chess? Qi Linger and Xianxia were shocked. Did they not just hear with their own ears how the young man boasted about his chess skills? After all that had happened, it turned out that he did not even know the rules. Bro, isn't it too late for you to start asking us for the rules now? This was especially so for Xianxia. It was so flabbergasted that it nearly froze up into a statue. When its master spoke about how unrivaled he was in the art of chess, it had really thought that its master was such a multi-talented person who could do everything under the sun. Words could not even express how speechless it was when its master asked if it knew the rules of the game. Surely you can't be thinking that you can defeat a true chess grandmaster just by learning the rules? Even though it was a divine beast, it had learned the game back in the days when it was walking through the streets of Twilight City disguised as a human. Sometimes, when it got too bored in the cavern, it would also study the game a little out of curiosity. The chess that the three-bearded cultivator played was officially known as the chess of Goddess Luo in the firmament. It was much more complicated than Go. The rules of the game were simple, but the sheer number of possible scenarios made it extremely difficult to master the game. It was very testing of one's flexibility in thoughts and intelligence. There were some people who immersed themselves into it their entire lifetime, only to achieve very little. In fact, there were a lot of god kings who were fans of the game yet played average. The fact that the old man was able to defeat all the experts within the city showed that he was a true grandmaster in the game. Xianxia thought that it was nothing more than recklessness for its master to challenge him and make such a huge bet when he did not even know the rules. Can we please stop living life on the edge? I feel like my heart will just pop like a balloon one of these days. After a moment of speechlessness, Qiling finally started answering Xianxia's question. The rules of the game are. It did not take her long to run through all the rules. The essence of the game lay not in the complexity of the rules but the ability to foresee the enemy's moves. If both players were able to read many steps in advance, it would become a true fight of wits, creating a sight of ingenuity that could nearly be called an art form. Those who could not even do that much would just end up being destroyed like ants standing before a giant. I see. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the full set of rules. It was fortunate that the rules were not too complicated. Otherwise, it might really be troublesome if he had to slowly grasp the rules in the midst of the game. The old man noticed that Xianxia had finally opened his eyes, so he asked, "Can we begin now?" "Of course." Xianxia nodded as he took a seat. He picked up a chess piece with his left hand and gestured to the chessboard with his right. "Please." Without saying a word, the three-bearded cultivator picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. With a faint smile on his lips, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, where a book had just been materialized. Written on the book was the description of the chessboard, as well the flaws of each and every position on the chessboard. Each position on the chessboard had some flaws, some more than others. There was only one position that did not have any flaws. It indeed works, Xianxia thought in delight. After learning the rules, he had compiled the knowledge that he knew together with the chessboard before him, and through that, he was able to uncover the flaws of each and every move in the game. As long as he followed the impeccable calculations of the Library of Heaven's Path, he should be able to achieve a decent outcome. That move seems to be very steady. Xianxia and Qiling anxiously looked at the move that Xianxia made before heaving a sigh of relief each. To be honest, they had already tossed aside all hope of winning after being asked for the rules a moment ago. All they hoped was that Xianxia would not embarrass them too much. Even though each player had only made a single move so far, they were very conventional moves that conformed to the usual starting formations. There were no hints that one of the players was actually a newbie yet. Hoo. The first few moves consisted mainly of setting up one's formation on the board, so there was no need to think too deeply yet. Experience was more than enough to determine where one should move. The three-bearded cultivator swiftly placed chess pieces down one after another, and Xianxia followed suit. It was as if they were playing solely on instinct, barely needing any time to think. Within 5 minutes, they had already made 30 moves each. Upon catching a closer look at the circumstances on the chessboard, Xianxia and Qiling were a little taken aback. Xianxia's moves so far had been simple and conventional, similar to how an amateur player would play. There were no particularly complex ploys or traps to bait and catch the opponent. Yet, it was this simplistic playing that proved to be a huge pain in the ass to deal with. Every single move he made seemed to be impeccably calculated to achieve the greatest gains and minimize losses. So the opponent's chess ended up being tightly sealed within his pieces, unable to struggle free at all. As the person facing off with Xianxia, the three-bearded cultivator was completely dumbfounded. How can there be no openings at all? Even though it had not been too long since the game had started, he could say with certainty that this was one of the most frustrating games he had ever played. There were no terrific plans or incredible strategies at play at all. All that was happening was the other party calculating everything that was happening with precise accuracy and curbing every single move he was making. If they were to compare it to a battlefield, where they were commanders leading their troops to battle, it would be that his formations and strategies had been completely seen through. No matter what he attempted to do, he would be blockaded in advance. Just like that, he and his troops were slowly being strangled to death. And the worst part was that despite having seen through it all, he was completely helpless to do anything. Cold sweat began dripping down his back. He swiftly switched from one advanced playing style to the next, attempting to pull off all sorts of ingenious moves that he had encountered over the years. Against any other opponent, the abrupt change in playing styles would have surely thrown the other party off, leaving him befuddled. Yet, the young man simply continued to put down his pieces one after another without any thought. It was almost as if he was playing with a moving puppet instead of a living human. Often, he would think that the young man's moves were poorly thought out and inconsequential in the game. Yet, 3 moves later, it would suddenly dawn on him just how ingeniously the young man had positioned his piece in order to corner him. It felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. He could neither swallow nor spit it out, stifling him so. "This is impossible." The old man began to knock his finger against the stone table impatiently. He had absolute confidence in his chess skills. He was unmatched in Dusklight City, and even in Royal City, there were no more than a handful people who could put up a fight against him. Even if those famed grandmasters were able to defeat him, most of them would take at least 100 moves. He had only played 40 moves against the young man so far, but he was already cornered so badly. He had never imagined that a day would come where he would be rendered so helpless in a match. But what left him even more despaired was that he could not even visualize a way in which he could win the match. The opponent he was facing showed no openings. Every single move that he made only served to push him closer to the edge of the cliff, leaving him no chance at all. Wiping away the sweat on his head, he continued making a few more moves. Just like before, Xianxia continued putting down pieces without much thought. Soon, the moves of the 3-bearded cultivator got slower and slower. He was taking more and more time to think his moves through. This won't work. That won't work either. Holding the piece in his hand, he was starting to hesitate. He had no idea where he should put his pieces anymore. The young master's chess skills. Even though Xianxia was not too proficient in the game, it could also tell that something was amiss. It snuck a glance at Qi Linger, only to see the latter with her eyes bulging out. It had thought that the young master would perform badly because he had only learned the rules a moment ago, but it seemed like it had underestimated the young master's capabilities. Every move that he had made seemed to have been revised innumerable times, ensuring that there were completely no flaws that the opponent could exploit. Despite the 3-bearded cultivator's high level of mastery in the game, he still ended up being placed in a vulnerable position. Did he really just learn the game a moment ago? Qi Linger's eyelids fluttered up and down as she stared at the sight before her with a look of disbelief. As a divine beast, Xianxia's ability to read the chess game was lacking. On the other hand, as someone who had come out of a prestigious clan, even though she was not too interested in chess, she was still rather familiar with it. The 3-bearded cultivator was sufficiently skilled to stand his ground even against the chess experts of the Qi clan. But he was actually unable to do a thing about the young man before him at all. To put it bluntly, the 3-bearded cultivator was getting wrecked. It was obvious that he was not a match. But did Xianxia not just learn the rules a moment ago? Was it really possible for someone to be so formidable playing the game for the first time? The chess piece in the 3-bearded cultivator's hand never landed on the chessboard. He tossed it aside casually and shook his head bitterly. "I've lost." He had no choice but to admit defeat. All his paths had been sealed, and the young man had not left the slightest gap for him to exploit at all. He would only be humiliated further if he continued the game. "Thank you for going easy on me. Actually, I have also just learned the game, so I haven't fully understood most of the rules yet," Xianxia replied with a clasp of his fist. To be honest, he had no idea what he was doing. He only followed the most perfect moves based on the Library of Heaven's path, placing his chess pieces one after another based on that. And before he knew it, his opponent had already admitted defeat. Because he had won so easily, he could not help but think that the other party had actually gone easy on him. "Going easy on you? The three-bearded cultivator thought that Xianxia was only saying those words out of humility. His face reddened, and he said, "Friend, you are really embarrassing me by saying those words. In truth, I already knew that I'd lost this match by the 10th move. What happened afterward was nothing more than a desperate struggle for survival. Given how tragically I've lost, you should just spare me those words. If someone of your caliber hasn't fully understood the rules yet, I really don't know what I should make of myself. If he had only lost by the difference of a piece or two, it would be understandable if Xianxia had said that he had gone easy on him. However, it was clear that they were not even on the same level at all. It was as if he was a low-tier god facing a conferred god king. Even words of humility should be reasonable. Anything beyond that would just be humble bragging. "You are too polite," Xianxia replied awkwardly. "All right, since I have admitted my loss, you can feel free to speak of any request you have for me," the three-bearded cultivator said with a wave of his hand. "Elder, I wish to purchase the middle-tier god essence pills that you have. I hope that you can sell them to me," Xianxia replied. "You only want to buy middle-tier god essence pills from me." The three-bearded cultivator was slightly taken aback. Considering how the young man had gone all the way there with an offspring of the Qi clan, he had expected the young man to have an even more difficult request for him. Who could have thought that it would be something as simple as this? While middle-tier god essence pills were not readily available on the market for ordinary cultivators, those who had some connections in Dusklight City would still be able to acquire them with ease. Most wealthy merchants and clans would have a sizable stockpile of them. Did this grandmaster chess player really challenge him for the sake of something as minor as this? Xianxia nodded in response. "There's no need for you to buy them. I'll give you all 30 middle-tier god essence pills I have with me." With a flick of his wrist, the three-bearded cultivator passed 3 bottles over without any hesitation. "You are giving them to me? How can I accept such a valuable present?" Xianxia quickly waved his hands in rejection. He had looked into the price of middle-tier god essence pills previously, and it seemed like they were 100 times more valuable than low-tier god essence pills. Furthermore, it was a commodity that was not readily available on the market. As such, he did not think that it was right for him to accept such a valuable gift so easily. "I forged them myself, and they aren't as expensive as you think. If you really feel bad about that, why don't you have a few more games with me?" the three-bearded cultivator said. "I would be more than willing to accompany you for a few more matches. It's just that, Elder, didn't you mention earlier that you have sworn to only play 3 matches each day?" Xianxia asked curiously. "That's only because I have not met a worthy rival yet. Against a grandmaster of your caliber, even 30 matches won't be enough," the three-bearded cultivator replied with a chuckle. Xianxia smiled as well. It was nothing much for him to play a few more rounds with the old man in repayment of so many middle-tier god essence pills. All he needed to do was follow the sequencing of the Library of Heaven's path anyway. There was no need for him to use his head. They quickly cleared the chessboard and started on another game. 5 minutes later, the three-bearded cultivator's face flushed red, and he exclaimed, "One more round!" 4 more minutes later, "One more!" 3 more minutes later, again, 1 more minute later. "All right, I admit defeat." After losing so many rounds at once, the three-bearded cultivator was starting to doubt his own life. He had thought that luck played a part in allowing the young man to play the pieces in the way he did before, but who could have known that no matter how he started the game and no matter what playing style he used, he would still end up bumping into a wall? There was completely no room for him to squeeze in a victory. There aren't too many people in the world who will be able to overcome that playing style of yours. You can easily participate in chess tournaments to earn rewards. The three-bearded cultivator looked at Xianxia with eyes gleaming with expectations. "I have no plans of joining those at the moment," Xianxia replied. In his mind, he was just an outsider in chess who relied on the Library of Heaven's path to win. He did not think that he was qualified to join those sorts of tournaments yet. "That's such a pity." Seeing that the young man had no thoughts of developing in such a direction, the three-bearded cultivator shook his head regretfully. Xianxia quickly bade the three-bearded cultivator farewell, and the group headed back to the streets. Qi Ling shot a glance over and asked, "Shall we find a quiet place to assimilate the God Essence pills first?" She could tell that the reason Xianxia wanted the middle-tier God Essence pills was to advance his cultivation, and since that was the case, the next thing he would want to do was find a quiet place to cultivate. "There's no need for that," Xianxia replied. This response left Qi Ling bewildered. What did that mean? Did he have some other reason for gathering these pills instead of using them to advance his cultivation? Just as she was perplexed as to what the young man was up to, she saw the latter taking out the 30 middle-tier pills that he had just received and popping them one by one into his mouth, almost as if eating candy. Her eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Middle-tier God Essence pills were potent medicine even for celestial gods. Ordinary high-tier gods would need at least a month of cultivation in order to assimilate the energy contained within. Yet, this fellow was eating they if they were candies. Was he not afraid that his body would blow up and explode? However, the swift growth in Xianxia's aura answered her question. High-tier God primary stage. High-tier God intermediate stage. High-tier God advanced stage. High-tier God pinnacle. In less than 2 breaths, he had already advanced 3 cultivation stages, leaving him one step away from becoming a celestial god. Qi Ling shuddered in frenzy. As someone from a distinguished clan, she had seen plenty of geniuses and experts, but for someone to eat pills so casually and make breakthroughs so easily, this was definitely the first time that she had seen something like that. It was as if he was not human. Was the bloodline of a god monarch really so frightening? Xianxia also fell into a daze. Only at this moment did it realize that when the young master said that he cultivated slow, he was not trying to brag. His normal rate of cultivation was really that fast. Most cultivators would first have to condition their state and revise their cultivation technique before attempting to knock down their bottlenecks, but this young man did not have to do all of that at all. As and when he liked, he could simply channel his energy to make a breakthrough. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Little Jia, come here and strike me with your fist." Knowing that the young master wanted to test his newfound strength after his breakthrough, Xianxia stepped forward and said, "All right." It just happened that it was curious to see how powerful its master was at the moment as well. Over the past day since it had become a celestial god, it had not been slacking off. It had been practicing the cultivation technique that its master had imparted to it, and that had allowed it to resolve most of the traumas and flaws in its cultivation. Even though it had only been a single day, Xianxia felt like it had improved more than it did over the past 10 years. Hoo! A massive fist flew over with a powerful gust of wind, carrying the deafening explosion of a sonic boom. This sight made Qi Ling narrow her eyes in shock. She could tell that the phosphor-armored beast had successfully become a celestial god, but she did not think that it would be so powerful. After all, it had just overcome its bottleneck, so it would probably take some time for it to adapt to its newfound powers. However, the strength it was displaying had far surpassed her expectations. With its tremendous strength and invincible defense, putting aside a low-tier celestial god, it would be able to stand its ground even against a middle-tier celestial god. She could not imagine how the high-tier god pinnacle Xianxia would be able to endure such a devastating punch. Looking at the situation worriedly, she saw the young man calmly raising his hand before flicking it outward. Pong! Xianxia was immediately sent flying, and he slammed right through the trunk of a massive tree and into a wall before the momentum of the attack finally faded. It slumped to the ground while panting raggedly for breath. Young master. Xianxia really had no choice but to submit to Xianxia's prowess. It had thought that it should be able to narrow the gap against its master with the recent advancements that it had made. But from the looks of it, their disparity was only getting larger and larger despite its diligence. Xianxia turned to Qi Ling and asked, "Do you think that I'll be able to defeat the 3 of them with my current strength?" The reason he had challenged Xianxia earlier was to get a gauge of his current strength, as well as to check how powerful the other 3 contenders for the City Lord position were from Qi Ling's mouth. You should be able to defeat most low-tier celestial gods easily, but against middle-tier celestial gods you are still slightly lacking. I wouldn't say that you don't stand a chance, but it'll be a really difficult fight, Qi Ling replied hesitantly. In order to become contenders for the City Lord position, Those three had to be one of the strongest experts within Dusklight City. As such, despite the prowess that Xianxia had displayed earlier, Qi Linger still did not think that his chances of winning were too great. Not to mention, after competing for the position for so long, there was no way they would submit to a young man who was not even a celestial god that easily. Is that so? Let's look for them now then, Xianxia said with a sigh of relief. Given that he had only advanced his cultivation from low-tier god primary stage to pinnacle, he did not think that he would be able to defeat the three of them with an overwhelming advantage. It was only normal for it to be a difficult battle. However, as long as it was not completely impossible, with his eye of insight and the library of Heaven's Path, he felt that he should still be able to emerge victorious in the end. We're heading over just like that? Qi Linger had no idea where Xianxia's confidence came from, and she felt a little uncertain about this matter. Thus, she advised worriedly, once you challenge them, you'll be officially in the race. Until the results are finally out, you'll face endless harassment from them. Young Master Zhang, are you sure you don't want to make a breakthrough to Celestial God first? Given your fighting prowess, it would be much easier for you to deal with them once you make a breakthrough. She would not have made this recommendation if it was anyone else. After all, the breakthrough to Celestial God was known to be a rather high hurdle. However, if it was Xianxia they were talking about, given how he was able to advance 3 cultivation stages in a matter of seconds, she didn't think that it would take him too long to become a celestial god, perhaps just 3 to 5 days at most. It's fine. I know my limits. Let's go meet them now, Xianxia replied. The way he cultivated was very different from the others. Even though he had a general direction of where he wanted to go, it would still take him some time in order to formulate the entire cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was impossible to forcefully hasten the process since he was attempting to devise something that did not exist yet. Since that was the case, he would rather settle the matter concerning the city lord. If you're confident, there's no reason for me to stop you. Who do you wish to challenge first? Qi Linger asked. While Ming Laixiang is the weakest at the moment, she's rumored to be the most terrifying. Linxia and Wu Yang are roughly equally powerful, but if we really compare them, I'd say that the unaffiliated cultivator is in a disadvantageous position. So, my suggestion is that you can challenge Wu Yang first, and once you defeat him, you'll be able to replace his position. His faction will be left with no choice but to back you, and you'll be in a more favorable position. The first opponent you choose is actually really important. It will serve as the basis for others to gauge your strength and determine whether you will gain their support or not. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded contemplatively before saying, Let's challenge Ming Laixiang first then. Qi Linger froze in place. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? Didn't I just say that she was the scariest of them all? Why? Qi Linger blurted out. She's the closest to us at the moment. It'll save us the trouble from walking back and forth, Xianxia replied. While they were walking toward the 3 bearded cultivators' residence earlier, he had asked about where the 3 contenders resided, and based on the information he had received, it appeared that Ming Laixiang lived closest to where they were. Qi Linger nearly clawed her hair out. Are you actually an alien impersonating as a human? That's clearly not how a normal human thinks. We are competing for the seat of the city lord. Look at how powerful your competition is. There's a chance that we might lose the battle. What you should be thinking about is how you can win the battle, not who's the closest to you. After all, you can't possibly be thinking of defeating all 3 of them in one go, right? Aren't you going to condition your state to make sure you are at your peak before challenging them? After all, you are going to fight against opponents that are stronger than you. Furthermore, won't you need time to recover after each battle? Have you even considered that? Qi Linger tried to dissuade Xianxia from making such a reckless move, but the latter did not seem to care at all and kept insisting on fighting Ming Laixiang first. In the end, she had no choice but to follow him there. An hour later, they arrived at a residence. It was where Ming Laixiang lived. Send in the name scroll, Xianxia said. I haven't prepared the name scroll yet. Each city has their own rules for challenging an opponent, and I haven't fully uncovered the rules for Dusklight City yet, Qi Linger replied. Since she was unable to talk Xianxia out of his rashness, she could only hope to slow his footsteps a bit through this to make him calm down and think more rationally about the matter. Xianxia shot a glance at Qi Ling'er and immediately understood her intentions. So, he turned to Sun Chong and said, "You do it." "Alrighty," Sun Chong replied excitedly. He walked up to the residence and raised his voice to a level where it shook the surroundings. "Our young master is going to compete for the position of the city lord. The person in this residence, get out here and accept his challenge, or else we'll take it as your loss." Qi Ling'er was stunned. Is this still considered as making a challenge? More like a provocation. The fight for the city lord position was indeed intense. But there was no need to make enemies due to this. Even if one lost the battle, it would just end with some light injuries here and there. However, after how disrespectful Zhang Xian had acted, if Ming Laixiang did not retaliate viciously, others would take her lightly even if she did become a city lord. She would have to make an example out of Zhang Xian in order to build up her reputation. Audacious! Who dares make a big fuss outside the young mistress' residence? Shortly after Sun Chong spoke those insolent words, it caused a huge uproar within the residence. Those from the surrounding residences also walked out to see the face of the fool who dared to insult the great Ming Laixiang like that. Ming Laixiang was the one who was the most likely to become the city lord despite her lower cultivation. Against someone of such standing, that fool actually dared act so insolently. Just what the heck was running through his mind? With his chest puffed up, Sun Chong roared, "If you wish to become the city lord, you should stop your yapping and obediently come out here to accept our challenge. Our young master doesn't have time to listen to your prattling. Preposterous. Someone of your caliber actually dares challenge our young mistress." But before the person could finish his words, the voice of a young lady echoed in the air. "Come in, Jia." The gates to the residence opened. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian and Sun Chong made their way in. The courtyard of the residence was rather spacious. Standing inside was a valiant young lady with a particularly tall profile. It was a little weird to call her a young lady as she was extremely built. Looking just at her profile, it was extremely easy to mistake her for a guy instead of a girl. "You wish to become the city lord?" The young lady looked at Zhang Xian and scoffed. "Little brother, take a look at your age and cultivation. Someone like you should head back home and sleep in your mother's cradle. It's good that you have great ambition, but you should know your own limits." "You seem to be terribly concerned about me," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Since I have already made that declaration, I have no intention of backing off. I'll give you two options here. You can either choose to compete with me and lose tragically, or I can give you a beauty pill and you surrender to me." Those words left Ming Laixiang a little taken aback. "Beauty pill? You were the one who forged the beauty pill of Twilight City." It had not been long since the beauty pill appeared, but it had already made its name out in the world. There was hardly anyone who would not be moved by its name. Ming Laixiang was no exception. She had been born with a large bone structure, giving her a physique that was similar to a man. As a result of that, while her friends had already gotten attached and married, she could only cultivate quietly on her own. But due to that, she was able to achieve great feats in her cultivation, giving her the right to compete for the seat of the city lord. She had heard of the effects of the beauty pill from Twilight City, and she had intended to head there to purchase it. The only problem was that there were only 20 of them, and they were all sold out. She did not think that the person who had forged the beauty pill would come looking for her a day later. "Indeed," Zhang Xian nodded. "I am the apothecary who created the beauty pill. This is Qi Ling'er. You might know her as the person who sold the beauty pills at Twilight City." Qi Ling'er. Ming Laixiang turned her gaze over and saw a seductive lady standing leisurely behind Zhang Xian. Even though she had never seen the underground black market boss of Twilight City in person, she was still able to recognize the other party swiftly at a glance. Paying respects to Miss Ming, Qi Ling'er stepped forward and bowed slightly. Ming Laixiang turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Your beauty pill, other than making a person prettier, does it have the effect of altering a person's bone structure?" In terms of appearance, She was not ugly by any means. Her only concern was her huge frame, which tended to scare other people away. I'm afraid it's hard to change a person's physique. Xianxia shook his head. He could change a person's complexion by nourishing their skin and muscles with the heaven's path Xianxia, but the alteration of one's bone structure required a much more complicated medical procedure. Could not be done just by swallowing a single pill. If that's the case, I'll have to say that your beauty pill doesn't really hold much attraction to me anymore. Make your move. I'm interested to see just how powerful the person who forged the beauty pill is to dare openly challenge me here. Ming Lixiang said as she assessed Xianxia from head to toe. She could tell that Xianxia was no fool, and the fact that he dared challenge her despite so meant that he had some tricks up his sleeves. Sure. Xianxia nodded as he whipped out a sword. It was the one that he had received from Wu Fangqing back in Twilight City. He had already tamed it into his own possession along the way. As soon as the sword appeared in Xianxia's grasp, his aura immediately changed. All emotions vanished from his eyes, leaving behind just the sheer intensity of his concentration. Ming Lixiang took out a whip, and with a powerful flick of her wrist, the whip shot in Xianxia's direction. Hula! What Qi Linger was worried about turned out to be true. Even though Ming Lixiang was a low-tier celestial god, her fighting prowess was exceptional. She possessed the strength to stand her ground even against middle-tier celestial gods. Furthermore, her skill with the whip was also remarkable. She was able to control it to an extremely fine degree. Having no intentions of facing the whip directly, Xianxia took a step back and tilted his body backward to dodge her attack before stabbing his sword forward. The length and flexibility of the whip was both its greatest advantage and disadvantage. It allowed for a wide range of maneuvers, but at the same time, it also made it extremely difficult to control. As a result, there were very few cultivators who chose to specialize in it. This was also Xianxia's first time facing such a weapon. He quickly looked through all the books he had collected relating to whips in order to understand the principles behind his opponent's moves. Walala! Ming Lixiang leaped backward to create some distance before cracking her whip several more times in Xianxia's direction, but each and every time, Xianxia was able to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Seeing that her attacks were not connecting at all, her complexion turned grim. Without any hesitation, she switched her tactics and launched a barrage of whips instead. In the face of a ferocious flurry of whips, Xianxia calmly deflected them one after another with his sword. Even though he was handling Ming Lixiang's offense fairly well, it did not seem like he was interested in counterattacking at all. Is he practicing his swordsmanship? Qi Linger could not help but frown. It was apparent that Ming Lixiang had the advantage in terms of strength and speed, but by somehow predicting Ming Lixiang's attacks in advance, Xianxia was always able to deal with her. The bizarre attack trajectory of the whips did little to throw him off at all. The fact that Xianxia could accomplish this meant that he had a fairly good chance at victory. However, each and every time Xianxia attempted an attack, he would eventually back away at the last moment instead of pressing on. It was almost as if he was afraid of hurting Ming Lixiang. More importantly, his fighting style was changing throughout the battle. There was no reason for someone to keep changing their fighting style in the midst of the battle unless they were practicing their swordsmanship. To actually think of practicing your swordsmanship while facing an enemy that is a cultivation realm stronger than you. Are you serious about this? Xiangjia's eyes also widened in astonishment at that sight. It had no idea whether its master was doing it intentionally or not, but it was starting to wonder if its master had some sort of attention-seeking disease. No matter where its master was, he simply had to do things that would leave the mouths of others agape. Or could it be that the humans had a very different notion of what low profile meant compared to divine beasts? Humph! Ming Lixiang swiftly noticed Xianxia's intentions as well, and her face turned incredibly livid. As the strongest contender for the city lord position, she had never been underestimated by another person in such a way before, not to mention that the other party was weaker than her. You seem to look down on me quite a bit. Huh? Very well, I'll give a taste of my strongest move. The reason Linxia and Wu Yang don't dare fight me is because they can't deal with this move. If you wish to defeat me, you'll have to withstand it somehow. With a cold harumph, The whip in Ming Laixiang's hands suddenly shot forth like a piercing sword right toward Zhang Xian's neck. It accelerated so quickly that it seemed to appear before the latter in the blink of an eye. Seeing how the speed of Ming Laixiang's whip was actually faster than his swordsmanship, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just as the others had thought, he was indeed practicing his swordsmanship on Ming Laixiang. He had been working on a new sword art for some time, but he had not been able to find anything that was suited to him. It was then that he realized that he needed to fight a real battle in order to spark some inspiration. For that reason, he did not bother looking into Ming Laixiang's flaws. He intended to use this as an opportunity to try things out. It had not been long since the battle began, but he had already made significant gains. He could somewhat visualize the sword art that he wanted to create. Judging from the swiftness of Ming Laixiang's whip, it was apparent that she had put her all into this attack. So, Zhang Xian flicked his sword upward and released a burst of sword qi against the whip. Wang! A sword qi swiftly unfurled to form a fish net-like shape to trap whatever stood in its way. A heart of intertwined threads. Ming Laixiang was not an easy opponent for the current him, so he could not afford to hold back against her strongest move. Otherwise, he would really be courting his own doom. Heh! However, Ming Laixiang did not appear to be taken aback by Zhang Xian's move. Instead, a light chuckle escaped her lips. Who? With a slight flick of her wrist, the whip that was heading straight toward Zhang Xian's neck suddenly bent slightly downward to strike his abdomen. The change in the trajectory of her attack was swift, vicious, and completely out of expectations. Even though it was not striking his neck anymore, he would still be severely injured if it landed a clean blow on his abdomen. This was her goal from the very start. Zhang Xian quickly came to realization. The change happened too quickly, and Zhang Xian was completely unguarded against it. It was already too late for him to do anything. Pa! Qi Linger widened her eyes in horror as she quickly turned over to examine Zhang Xian's condition. But what had really happened was the opposite of what she had expected. Not only was Zhang Xian completely uninjured, there was a slight smile on his face. Looking at his opponent, Ming Laixiang was clutching her chest, and fresh blood was seeping from the edges of her lips. She was sweating profusely. What happened? The earlier clash had ended in a flash. Qi Linger did not manage to clearly see what had happened. Young Master comprehended a new sword art at the very last moment. With it, he managed to deflected Ming Laixiang's whip back to her, causing her to sustain severe injuries. Xianxia explained. With its sharp eyes as a low-tier celestial god, although everything had happened very quickly, it had still managed to see the happenings clearly. Zhang Xian was literally a split second away from sustaining severe injuries when he suddenly released a powerful outburst of sword qi. Not only did the powerful outburst of sword qi stop the whip in place, it even knocked it back to Ming Laixiang, causing her to suffer a rebound. Qi Linger was absolutely stunned. This was not just bravery anymore. It was as if he did not value his life. What if he had not comprehended the sword art in the end? What if the sword art he comprehended did not work? He could have become a cripple from that blow. The abdomen was where one's dantian was. If it had suffered a severe impact, he might have lost his cultivation for good. So, that's how it works. While the onlookers were shocked by just how reckless Zhang Xian was, the person in question was currently laughing heartily. He had been stuck all this while, but the earlier clash seemed to have parted the shadows veiling his eyes. All his confusion and doubts vanished in an instant. Camaraderie of brothers. It turns out that the sword art was in my cultivation technique all along. Zhang Xian exclaimed excitedly. Camaraderie of brothers was the sentiment and cultivation technique he had comprehended when he saw the little yellow chick getting killed right before his eyes. Humans were always searching the world for someone who understood them, but how many of them were able to find someone whom they could entrust their all to? The sorrow of losing such a person was no different from having one's heart torn to shreds. When Ming Laixiang's whip was about to approach his abdomen, everything had suddenly made sense to him. He had allowed those emotions to guide his sword art, and not only did it deflect Ming Laixiang's attack, it was even able to injure her. I admit defeat. Ming Laixiang surrendered. She had no choice but to admit defeat. She had been certain that she was going to win the battle when the sword art appeared completely out of nowhere, catching her off guard. What made it worse was that she could not even tell how it had all happened. If she was at her peak, she could have still tested the other party out a little to see if she could decipher the sword art. Unfortunately, the earlier retaliation had left her severely wounded, leaving her no choice but to surrender. Seeing that he had won the battle, Xianxia glanced at Qilinger and said, "Let's head to Lin Xie's residence." He still had 2 opponents left to defeat. Since he had already dealt with the most troublesome one of them all, he shouldn't have too much trouble with the other 2. Wait a moment. Seeing that Xianxia was going to leave, Ming Laixiang quickly got to her feet and said, "With your strength, I reckon that Lin Xie and Wu Yang won't be a match for you either. However, the real reason none of us have become the city lord yet isn't because none of us were able to claim a decisive advantage. Rather, it's due to our inability to assimilate the city lord monument, which is an insignia of one's identity as the city lord. As long as you are able to assimilate it, they will surrender of their own accord." City Lord Monument? Xianxia repeated. The previous city lord of Dusklight City was a middle-tier celestial god, and he died fighting in the flood of spiritual energy. After his death, his soul fused together with a stone monument. In order to become the next city lord, one must receive his recognition, and none of the 3 of us have been able to do so, Ming Laixiang explained. "Where is the monument?" Xianxia asked. It would be more convenient if he could get the other 2 to surrender just by assimilating the city lord monument. He would be spared the trouble of traveling here and there. "I'll take you there. However, I'll just tell you in advance that it's no easy feat to obtain its approval," Ming Laixiang warned. The young man standing before her possessed unnaturally great talent and fighting prowess. His ability to defeat her despite only being a high-tier god said as much. That being said, she still did not think that he stood a good chance. This was because the crux to assimilating the city lord monument had nothing to do with one's cultivation or talent but whether one could catch the eye of the previous city lord. In the 10 years since the previous city lord died, many experts had tried to assimilate it, only to fail in the end. No one was able to figure out what the previous city lord wanted. She felt like the young man before her would be no exception. They quickly left the courtyard and proceeded ahead. It did not take them long to arrive at the heart of the city. It was a massive square, and erected at the center of it was a humongous stone monument. The laws and commandments of Dusklight City were inscribed on it. The stone monument was over 10 meters tall, and a shimmer seemed to swim ceaselessly across its lustrous black surface. Even at first sight, one could tell that the monument was made out of no ordinary materials. "That over there is the City Lord Monument." Ming Laixiang introduced it to Xianxia. Nodding quietly, Xianxia walked up to the City Lord Monument and lightly placed his hand on it. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. City Lord Monument made of dark jadeite. Seals the fortune of Dusklight City. Harnesses a sliver of celestial god Yeyu's will. Flaws. There were detailed descriptions on the structure, history, and flaws of the City Lord Monument, but there was nothing that told him how he could assimilate it. "We have strictly obeyed and enforced the rules inscribed on the City Lord Monument, and we have also made sure to pay the utmost respect to the previous City Lord's soul. But for some reason, the previous City Lord refuses to acknowledge anyone," Ming Laixiang said in frustration. "I see." Xianxia nodded in response. He activated the Eye of Insight and began examining the City Lord Monument carefully. Vaguely, he could sense an indignant will sealed within the City Lord Monument struggling and roaring furiously. This made Xianxia frown a little. He slit his finger and flicked a droplet of blood harnessing his will toward the monument. Hula! As soon as the sliver of his will came into contact with the monument, he sensed a powerful force gushing in his direction, seemingly wanting to devour his soul. "There's indeed something weird about this." Xianxia was taken aback. Typically speaking, if a cultivator failed to assimilate an artifact, the blood essence containing their will would be rejected. Even though the monument refused to be assimilated, it had still devoured his blood essence. This was different from what he had seen before. But again, it was not as if it made much of a difference to him anyway. With a light chuckle, Xianxia was just about to use his Heaven's Path Xinqi to destroy the will within and re-enchant the monument when he suddenly noticed something and frowned. As if noticing his intentions, the spirit in the monument swiftly diffused itself all over the monument. If he attempted to destroy the spirit in its current state, the monument could very well sustain severe damage as well. If he was caught destroying the City Lord monument, he would surely become the public enemy of the entire Dusklight City. By then, there was no way anyone would accept him as the City Lord. It seemed like the forceful approach would not work. However, he did not know what the will within the monument really wanted. This was a huge dilemma. Xianxia's complexion turned grave. Xianxia turned to Qi Linger and asked, "Is it the same for other cities? Do other cities have City Lord monuments that City Lords infuse their will into? Since she was a City Lord, she should be familiar with the processes. Each city has a City Lord monument, and it's indeed used as a record of the city rules. However, I have never heard of a City Lord infusing his will into it. That would be equivalent to enchanting the City Lord monument, turning it into an artifact. It would cause the anima of yearning of the entire city to be focused on the monument," Qi Linger replied. She was also a little bewildered after hearing the story. She would have never thought that anyone would do such a thing. The City Lord monument represented the laws of the city. Infusing one's will into it would cause the anima of yearning to flow into the will, nourishing it. For the City Lord, this was not necessarily a good thing. For one, there was no guarantee that the sliver of will would remain under his control even after it had been nourished. It was a highly dangerous move to make. Xianxia turned to Ming Laixiang and asked, "What was Celestial God Yeyu's personality like?" Celestial God Yeyu was the previous City Lord of Dusklight City, who had passed away during the flood of the spiritual energy. He was a righteous and impartial man. The citizens often sing his praises, Ming Laixiang replied. It's because none of us can match his character that we aren't able to assimilate the monument. This is also why Dusklight City has remained without a City Lord for so many years. Xianxia nodded in realization. That explained things. Just the convenience of being able to use the teleportation formations made it worth it for one to become a City Lord. There were bound to be many experts vying for the spot. So, it was bizarre how Dusklight City had remained without one for almost a decade. From the looks of it, it was not that easy to become a City Lord. This was probably why Ming Laixiang did not seem particularly concerned that she had lost to him. This was because she knew that one would have to first overcome the City Lord monument in order to become the City Lord, or else he would just be nothing more than another contender in the running, just like her. Since I can't destroy the will inside, I should just try to assimilate it just like an ordinary weapon. While it might take years for others to tame an artifact spirit, Xianxia was able to circumvent the lengthy process with his abilities. So, he walked up to the black monument once more and tapped it a few times. Then, he whispered silently to it. "Wang." The City Lord monument shook a little, but it refused to submit to him. Xianxia's usual method was to employ both the carrot and the stick. He would offer the artifact two choices: submit to him and rise to greater heights, or continue refusing and be destroyed. However, such a trick would not work on the City Lord monument. This was because it knew that the young man before it would not dare destroy it. Seeing this, Xianxia chuckled softly and whispered to the monument, "I know what you were thinking. You knew that you would meet with danger, so you infused your will into the monument ahead of time, hoping that you could revive from the anima of yearning supplied by the entire city. I can't say that it's a bad plan, but you made a miscalculation, the amount of time it will take for you to succeed. Dusklight City has been without a City Lord for nearly a decade now, so there has been no one to enforce the rules you have implemented. As a result, the amount of anima of yearning you are receiving has decreased tremendously. You won't succeed at this rate. I'm sure you know that deep down. I don't have much desire to become the City Lord. All I want is to obtain the City Lord token so that I can make use of the teleportation formations. If I become the City Lord, I'll have the city continue enforcing the rules you have set and even allow your will to remain inside the monument. Only the rise of a new city lord will bring order back to this city, and only then will you continue receiving a steady supply of anima of yearning. Xianxia's voice was infused with the impartation of heaven's will, allowing him to sway the emotions of the will within the monument. The indignant and hostile intent that was within the monument a moment ago slowly cooled down. He had no interest in being a city lord at all. Even if he, just like Kong Shi, needed anima of yearning in the future, the amount he required would likely be far more than what the entire Dusklight City could offer him. So, he had no qualms allowing most of the anima of yearning to go to the previous city lord. It was also better for him that the rules did not change. He had no spare time to care about that anyway. Make up your mind quickly. I am not a person with a lot of patience. You should be able to tell that I'm an outsider, and I have no attachments to Dusklight City. I don't mind not becoming the city lord, but I'll have this monument destroyed before leaving this place. I'll give you 10 breaths to think it through. It was those who had nothing to lose that should be feared the most. They would not hesitate to do the unthinkable, and there was nothing that could scare them. After saying his piece, Xianxia took 2 steps back and waited patiently for the monument's response. How did it go? Are you able to assimilate it? Ming Laixiang asked with a slight smile. Even though she posed it as a question, she already knew that the young man had failed. On the inside, she was greatly relieved that the monument was not responding to the young man. You might be stronger and more talented than me, but that doesn't mean a thing before the City Lord monument. Ming Laixiang was expecting to see a frustrated look on the young man's face, but what she saw instead was the young man calmly opening his mouth and counting 10, 9, 8, 7. Ming Laixiang was confused. I am asking you whether you were able to assimilate it, so why are you counting down instead? 3, 2, 1. Having counted down to 0, Xianxia looked at the monument before him and said, "Make your choice." As he said those words, he quietly gathered a surge of sword qi at the tip of his finger and pointed it at the monument calmly. His relaxed demeanor showed that he had no particular deference toward the monument at all. Sensing that the young man would really carry out his threat if it did not agree to it, a crisp buzz echoed from the monument as it began shaking intensely. "That's more like it," Xianxia said with a satisfied smile. He dripped a droplet of blood harnessing his will onto the monument, and it was absorbed right away. This was a sign that the monument had accepted him as its master. Ming Laixiang was stunned. She had tried everything that she could think of to convince the monument to accept her, but from the start to the end, it had never reacted to her. On the other hand, all the young man did was count down from 10, and the monument submitted to him just like that. What was with this discrimination? Since I have assimilated the monument, does it mean that I am the city lord now? Xianxia asked. He could sense that a portion of his will was already embedded within the monument. Ming Laixiang was completely taken aback by the situation, and she felt deeply indignant. But in the end, she had no choice but to nod. Given all that had happened, she had no choice but to accept the outcome. Here is a beauty pill. I'll give it to you. Even though it can't change your physique, I believe that it'll still make a huge difference to you, Xianxia said as he flicked a low-tier god essence pill over. In exchange, I hope that you can deal with Lin Xie and Wu Yang on my behalf. Within 4 hours, I want the whole city to know that I'm the new city lord, and the rules of the previous city lord will be swiftly enforced. He had gained legitimacy as the city lord for assimilating the city lord monument, but in terms of influence, he was still nowhere close to Ming Laixiang. It would be more effective if he could have her do it on his behalf. All right then. Ming Laixiang nodded. She knew that it would make no difference to the outcome whether she helped him or not. Given that the young man had obtained the recognition from the previous city lord, there was no one who could shake his position anymore. Since that was the case, she might as well do it on his behalf and get on good terms with him. In fact, her effort would be worth it even if it was just for the beauty pill. After agreeing to Xianxia's request, Ming Laixiang swallowed the pill right away. She took out a copper mirror after that to look at her own reflection, and her eyes lit up in excitement. It was really as miraculous as the rumors suggested. The effects started showing as soon as she swallowed the pill. Her skin became supplier and smoother, and her facial features became more distinct. Even though her bulky physique remained the same, she emanated a newfound charm that would make others want to take a second look at her. Ming Laixiang did not view herself as a vain person, but it would be a lie to say that she was not concerned about her own appearance. With her standing, there was no need for her to try to intentionally please anyone anymore. But if she had a choice, she would rather be more beautiful and feminine. As such, she was very satisfied with the effects of the beauty pill. With a broad smile on her lips, she took Xianxia to the city lord manor and settled him in before swiftly heading out on an aerial divine beast to settle the task entrusted to her. Her reputation as the strongest contender for the city lord position was not just for show. In less than 4 hours, almost everyone in Dusklight City knew that a person named Xianxia would be taking over the position of the city lord. News swiftly spread, and by the evening, Royal City had already delivered the conferment edict and city lord token over to acknowledge his position. It's finally done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With this, he would be able to use the teleportation formation within Dusklight City to travel to the Royal City swiftly. These are the tokens for the 3 provinces of Dusklight City, Qilinger said as she passed 3 tokens over. She was honestly a little speechless at just how efficient Xianxia was. She had nearly lost her life competing for her city lord position. On the other hand, the young man had managed to do it in less than half a day. It sure was maddening just to think about it. Xianxia passed the 3 tokens to Sun Chong and his parents and said, "Assimilate these tokens, and you'll be able to use the teleportation formation." After that, he turned to Qilinger and asked once more, "Little Chick and Xianxia are my tamed beast, so it should be all right for them to travel together with me, right?" "That isn't a problem at all," Qilinger replied with a nod. The City Lord token was designed in a manner that allowed its master to extend its effects to their tamed beasts via the soul contract. After all, it was not uncommon for City Lords to travel together with their tamed beasts. Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Sun Chong and his parents once more and said, "If possible, try to assimilate the tokens today. We'll be heading to Royal City tomorrow morning." There were some matters that he needed to attend to as the new city lord. First and foremost, he needed everyone to learn of their existence, or else they would not be able to earn anima of yearning in their city lord token and province lord tokens. So, he walked out of the city lord manor to the square right in front of him. With a leap, he jumped on top of the city lord monument and sat down on it casually. At this moment, a huge crowd had already gathered around after hearing the news that they had a new city lord. They were a little curious yet fearful to know who their new city lord was. After all, this was the man who had the power to determine their fate. "You might have heard, but I am the new city lord of Dusklight City. My name is Xianxia. I don't intend to change how this city has been functioning so far, but it is my wish to see Dusklight City becoming stronger over time. So, in 4 hours' time, I'll be holding a lecture here to impart my comprehension of cultivation to you." Xianxia addressed the crowd beneath him with a leisurely but authoritative tone. To be honest, he did not have a concrete idea of just what the anima of yearning was, but based on what he had heard about it so far, he should be able to receive a steady stream of it as long as he could make others have a deep impression of him. The fastest way he knew he could do that was through a lecture. It was similar to how Kong Shi's reputation had become synonymous with his teachings, and it was remembered even after tens of thousands of years on the master-teacher continent. Until the day that his impartations became obsolete and forgotten, his name would continue to be passed down from generation to generation. News that the new city lord would be holding a public lecture spread like wildfire. Over the next 4 hours, millions of cultivators gathered in the city square and its vicinity. With a satisfied nod, Xianxia started his lecture. Cultivation lies in the heart, the spirit, and the soul. His voice drifted into the surroundings with the warm breeze of spring, nourishing those taking it in. Everyone was swiftly enraptured by it. Standing amid the crowd was Wu Yang, another ex-contender for the city lord position. He was still wondering why Ming Laixiang would suddenly submit to a young man in his early 20s and even went to the extent of warning him not to oppose him. However, when he came over personally to hear the public lecture, the significance of those words immediately became apparent to him. It was no wonder that young man was able to become the city lord. Putting everything aside, his comprehension of cultivation surpassed that of any expert they had seen before. Profound concepts were conveyed in simple, comprehensible terms, leaving countless citizens nodding vehemently as epiphanies struck them. They were able to swiftly understand ideas that had eluded them previously and draw links between seemingly abstract aspects of cultivation. All in all, one thing was for sure. Dusklight City would never be the same again after this lecture. Due to Lin Xia's superior talent, the Lin clan had risen to the top of the three great clans over the past few years. His strength surpassed even that of Lin Xia's mother, the current matriarch, a low-tier celestial god. Their combined prowess made it so that few dared oppose them in Dusklight City. As for the Zhao clan, they were the weakest of the three great clans. Be it the potential successor or the current clan head, they came nowhere close in comparison to Lin Xia and his mother. The only reason they were classified as one of the three great clans was because of their absolute dominance in the markets of the city, making them the wealthiest family of all. In the Lin clan's manner, Lin Xia, your current strength doesn't pale in comparison to that Ming Laixiang at all. Why do you have to heed her words and give up on the city lord position? You must know that you aren't alone. You have the entire Lin clan behind you. The clan head of the Lin clan looked at the middle-aged man before him in disappointment. There was no doubt that Lin Xia was one of the most powerful cultivators in Dusklight City. The entire Lin clan was looking forward to the day that Lin Xia took the city lord position and took the clan to greater heights. But who could have known that a nobody would actually beat him to it? Even if someone took the city lord position, all they had to do was snatch it away from him. Yet, Lin Xia simply chose to acknowledge him without even putting up a fight. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. This was the only chance that the Lin clan had to rise to the top of Dusklight City, but Lin Xia was giving up on it just like that. If Ming Laixiang isn't a match for him, I won't be able to defeat him either. Furthermore, he has managed to assimilate the city lord monument. Instead of humiliating myself, I might as well concede willingly. Lin Xia shook his head and replied calmly. All right, I'll be heading in to cultivate now. Don't bother me if there isn't anything else. After saying those words, Lin Xia turned around to return to his room. At this moment, a butler suddenly rushed over and clasped his fist. Clan head, young Master Lin Xia. The new city lord announced that he will hold a public lecture, and it began a moment ago. Quite a few people have gathered around to listen to it. Shall we send our people over to listen in as well? Send our people over to listen in? That fellow just stole our Lin clan's city lord position. He should be grateful that we aren't trying to wreak havoc in the midst of his lecture, let alone join in. Does he really expect our Lin clan to become his students? The clan head waved his hand angrily. The butler could tell that the Dan head was furious, but after a moment of hesitation, he still chose to meekly add. According to the reports from those participating in the lecture, it seems like the public lecture is quite beneficial to one's cultivation. There are many cultivators who have been enlightened by his words. Enlightened by his words? TSK. Those are nothing more than rumors that fellow is spreading around to bulk up his reputation. I have watched plenty of such charades over the years. The clan head replied impatiently. Enough. Warn the members of the clan that they aren't allowed to listen to the lecture and receive his teachings. Anyone who disobeys the orders will have their names taken out of the clan registry, and they won't be allowed to step through the doors of our manor ever again. I understand. Seeing that the Dan head had already made up his mind, the butler could only hold back his words and leave the room helplessly to relay the orders. Lin Xia, do you see that? That fellow started buying the hearts of the populace as soon as he became the city lord. Once he manages to reinforce his position, the whole of Dusklight City will fall under his control. You mentioned that you want to cultivate, right? Very well. I'll have our 8 elders to use our Lin clan's secret formation to raise your cultivation. By hook or by crook, you have to get the city lord position. the clan head said with gritted teeth. The secret formation? That won't do. It'll cause the 8 elders to sustain significant damage, and even their lifespans will be shortened. Xianxia was astounded. The Lin clan had a secret formation that channeled the powers of several cultivators into one single person, thus raising that individual's cultivation. As the increment was minor and it caused great damage to those participating in the formation, it had hardly been used before. Xianxia did not expect the clan head to propose such a thing all of a sudden. There's no need to say any more. As long as you become the city lord, it will all be worth it. There's only one thing you have to do now, and that's to condition your current state and prepare yourself to accept the powers of the 8 elders, the clan head said with a resolute wave of his hand. Soon, the 8 elders of the Lin clan, all low-tier celestial gods, entered Xia's room and swiftly prepared the formation and channeled their energy into Xia's body. All in all, the process took 8 whole hours. Boom! Xia felt refreshed and reinvigorated. He could feel incredible strength surging through his body, and he felt like there was nothing in the world that could stop him. Channeling all this power toward his dantian, his cultivation immediately rose to new heights. Half high-tier celestial god. Even though he did not manage to raise his cultivation all the way to high-tier celestial god, there was no doubt that his fighting prowess was significantly stronger than before. With such strength, the city lord position is already within my grasp. Xia exhaled deeply as an ambitious glint flashed across his eyes. His chances of victory against Ming Lixiang were only 50:50 in the past, but after absorbing the powers of the 8 elders, he was confident that he would be able to overpower the latter easily. The city lord position was his for the taking. Thank you, everyone. Xia bowed deeply in gratitude to the 8 elders were lying on the floor, looking as if they had been sucked dry. In essence, the 8 elders had traded their cultivation in order to raise his cultivation a little. Losing 8 low-tier celestial gods at once was indubitably a huge blow to any power in Dusklight City. No one would make such a choice under normal circumstances. However, the sudden change in the situation forced them to make this desperate move. Once the new city lord built up his base of support and consolidated his power, it would be nigh impossible for them to overthrow him. As long as he became the city lord, he would make sure to compensate the 8 elders who had sacrificed themselves. Say no more. Get that city lord position, and it'll be worth it even if we lose our lives. A snowy bearded elder said weakly. Go. The city lord position can only belong to our Lin clan, another elder added. Yes. Xia bowed deeply to the elders once more before leaving the room. Just as he was about to head out, the butler from before rushed over to report. Clan head young master Xia, unaffiliated cultivator Wu Yang, clan head Tian Fei, and clan head Zhao Meng have arrived with their juniors. They have come? What are they planning to do? The clan head and Xia traded perplexed glances. It was true that the 3 great clans had ties with one another, but as they were in a position of rivalry, they were very wary around one another. It was bewildering to see all of them rushing there in the middle of the night. Invite them in, the clan head said. Soon, the crowd were all settled within the main hall. It's a pleasure to see you, clan head Lin and young master Xia, the crowd greeted. Yes, it's great to see the rest of you as well. I would like to know the reason behind this surprising late-night visit. Clan head Lin got straight to the point. Clan head Tian chuckled softly before replying. We came here right after listening to the city lord's lecture. We noticed that there was no one from the Lin clan around, so we came over to take a look. The city lord's lecture? Humph. Our Lin clan is the #1 clan of Dusklight City. We are not so desperate as to listen to the lessons of a young brat. Xia immediately blew his top upon hearing those words. You must be joking with me. Clan head Lin, we have come here out of goodwill. We were concerned that you would be missing out given that none of your members were present for the lecture, so we specially recorded it down in a record crystal so as to share it with you. It's one thing for you to turn us down, but don't you think you are going overboard by insulting our teacher? Clan head Tian also lost his temper as well. It had only been a short 4-hour lecture, but that was more than enough for him to be completely awed by the young man sitting atop the stone monument. The insights he had gained from the young man were more than enough for him to view the latter as his teacher. Your teacher? Ha ha ha. I know that he's the new city lord, but surely you don't have to grovel before him so quickly. He might just be ousted very soon, making him the shortest-lived city lord in the history of the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Xianxia sneered. Ousted? You wish to stage a revolt. Clan head Tian was stunned before bursting into laughter. I see. It's because you've made a breakthrough, that's why you are saying such words. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and said, Since Brother Lin has made a breakthrough to half-high-tier celestial god, would you be interested in fighting me? The two of them had been competing for the city lord position for over half a year now, and they had traded blows several times in the past. As such, they were quite familiar with each other's skills. I would gladly accept your challenge, Xianxia replied with a confident smile. He had been wanting to test his newfound strength after his breakthrough. It would be good if he could make an example out of his previous rival, so as to show everyone in Dusklight City that he was no longer the same Xianxia as before. Who? Xianxia flitted forward with swift footsteps as he raised his palm to strike Wu Yang. Since he had decided to make an example out of Wu Yang, it would be ideal if he crushed the latter with an overwhelming advantage. So, he used his strongest move right from the start, choosing not to hold back at all. Pa! But before Xianxia could get close to Wu Yang, he suddenly felt a stinging pain on his cheek, and his body spun twice in the air before crashing to the ground. Flabbergasted, he anxiously raised his head to see what had happened, only to see Wu Yang dusting off his palm leisurely after slapping him. You! Xia's eyes reddened with rage as he dashed forward once more. Pa pa pa! 3 consecutive slaps struck Xia's face, causing him to stumble onto the ground. He clasped his swollen cheeks as he looked at Wu Yang in bewilderment. Your strength. No matter how he looked at it, it was clear that Wu Yang was still a middle-tier god. So, how could the latter be so powerful? They had been equally matched before, and he had just achieved a breakthrough. It should not have been possible for him to be so helpless before the other party. Xianxia, I have always viewed you as a rival, but you aren't worthy of it at all. Wu Yang gazed down at Xianxia disdainfully from above. Also, if you dare to speak badly about the city lord once more, I'll take your life. With those words, he turned around and left the manor. Xianxia was on the verge of going insane. He had thought that he would be unmatched in Dusklight City after his breakthrough. But who could have known that he would only end up being slapped by a longtime rival instead? How did the other party get so powerful all of a sudden? They had just fought one another the day before, and he had not been anywhere close to being that powerful. Since our allegiance differs, it would only be awkward for us to continue associating with one another. Young Master Lin, in view of our past relations, I would just like to leave you with some words of advice before I leave. Don't go against the city lord anymore. You will only be hastening the Lin clan's downfall, Clan head Tian said as he rose to his feet. Ha! Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly before me? Seeing how even the low-tier celestial god clan head Tian was making light of him, Xianxia lost his cool. He immediately got to his feet and hurled a fist toward the other party. He might be no match for Wu Yang, but it would still be a walk in the park for him to deal with a fellow who was so much weaker than him. Pa pa pa! Once again, before Xia's fist could strike, several slaps landed squarely on his cheeks and sent him crashing to the ground. The beating really made Xia go silly. The entire world should be his after his recent breakthrough. Why did he regress to getting pummeled by even a mere low-tier celestial god? Who? Just as Xia was still trying to make sense of the situation, a shadow suddenly loomed above him. Raising his head, he saw clan head Zhao Meng standing right before him with an awful expression on his face. I also can't turn the other way when you have spoken badly about my teacher. Then, without warning, his leg whipped forward to strike Xia's abdomen. Xia immediately attempted to dodge, only to find the trajectory of the kick following him no matter where he went. He could not escape at all. Pong! His body was immediately kicked into the sky and flew over 10 meters. How could this be? Xianxia did not think that he would also be no match for Zhao Meng, who was supposed to be the weakest of them all. The latter was actually able to kick him flying so easily. He was really going to lose his sanity at this rate. We paid such a huge price to raise my cultivation. But why does it seem like everyone else is progressing faster than me? Am I actually untalented as a cultivator? Tianfei and Zhao Meng. The two of you are too much. Clan head Lin did not think that the first genius of his clan would actually be trampled by those two, and he immediately lost his temper. Pong pong pong. Just like Xianxia. After a few firm slaps, Clan head Lin was left sitting on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Before, he had been respected as the head of the strongest Lin clan. While he was no match for Xianxia, he could still deal with the likes of Tianfei and Zhao Meng with ease. When had they reached a level that was unreachable for him? For some reason, those two seemed to be able to see through his maneuvers. No matter what he tried, those two could defend and retaliate impeccably. Challenge all of the offspring of the Lin clan and leave them on their knees, Tianfei ordered coldly. After those words were spoken, a crippled young man limped out from behind. Clan head Lin recognized the crippled young man. He was known to be the trash of the Tian clan. After an unfortunate accident that crushed his legs, he had fallen into negativity and eventually become the weakest among his peers. The crippled young man swiftly made his way over to the offspring of the Lin clan, and with a sword in hand, he dominated all of them like a wolf amid a pack of sheep. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of Lin clan offspring were sprawled all over the ground, subdued. Clan head Lin was losing his mind. When did this trash become so powerful as well? Just what in the world was going on with those from the Tian clan? Over the next hour, all the experts of the Lin clan were challenged by the counterparts of the Tian clan and Zhao clan, but all of them ended up suffering tragic defeat. It was as if the world was signaling that it was about time for the Lin clan to retire from the top echelon. After the Tian clan and the Zhao clan left, Clan head Lin turned to his butler and bellowed in a fluster, "Quick! Go and check! How in the world did all of them suddenly become so formidable?" In a position of rivalry, the three great clans of Dusklight City had often clashed with one another both on the surface and in the shadows. Usually, the Lin clan would be in an advantageous position due to its superior strength, making the other two not dare voice their opposition. But in the span of a few hours, the tables had suddenly turned on them. Clan head Lin could not accept this. Had those two been lying low all this while in order to catch him off guard? Yes. The butler quickly rushed out of the manor, but not long later, he returned with a bruised face. What happened? Are they camping outside the entrance to humiliate us? Clan head Lin asked with gritted teeth. Was there a need for them to be so petty? All they did was complain about the city lord a little. There was no need to go this far, right? No, it's not those two clans. Two beggars provoked me while I was walking down the street. I thought that I could crush them easily with my strength, but even they seemed to have become experts all of a sudden. I ended up getting pummeled by them instead. The butler's eyes were filled with so much indignation that it seemed as if tears were going to be squeezed out from them very soon. Beggars. Clan head Lin was rendered speechless. To think that the esteemed butler of the Lin clan would actually be bullied by beggars. According to word on the street, it seems like everyone became powerful from listening to the lecture of the city lord. This has caused a major growth in the combat sense and cultivation of everyone, the butler said. It's due to the lecture of the city lord? Did you manage to get a recording of the lecture? Xianxia asked anxiously. I had to go through much difficulty and pay a hefty price in order to obtain a copy, the butler replied as he passed a record crystal over. Xianxia took the record crystal anxiously and channeled his divine energy into it. The surface of the crystal rippled a little before revealing a young man seated atop a monument. The young man was speaking with a calm but powerful voice. Just by listening to a short segment of it, Xianxia and clan head Lin fell paralyzed to the ground. It was at this instant that they realized why the Tian clan and the Zhao clan had suddenly become so powerful, such that none of them were their match. It was all because they had listened to the lecture of the new city lord. It's impossible to emulate the effects of the lecture just by listening to the recording, so any learnings we gain from it will be greatly discounted. It seems like our Lin clan has really missed out this time, and this has caused us to lag far behind the others. It's only a matter of time before we are kicked out of the 3 great clans and fall to the ranks of a second-tier power, Clan Head Lin said with a bitter look on his face. It was impossible to recreate the enlightenment that those cultivators present at the lecture had received just by looking at the recording. It was the atmosphere of the lecture and the gradual buildup of knowledge that brought about the epiphanies they had received, and they had all missed out on this golden opportunity. With this, the decline of their Lin clan was sealed. If only I'd known that the new city lord was that formidable, I would have listened to Ming Laixiang's words, Xianxia remarked as tears flowed down his cheeks. It was no wonder even the vicious Ming Laixiang had chosen to come under the new city lord and help him consolidate his power. It was an honor, as well as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, to serve such a capable master. If they had been willing to let go of their pride and listen to the new city lord's lecture, they would still have been the esteemed #1 clan of Dusklight City. It was just a pity that there was no way for them to go back in time and do it all over again. They had sapped the cultivation of their 8 elders, only to fall in defeat at the hands of Tianfei and the others. Once news spread, Xianxia, as well as the entire Lin clan, would become the greatest laughingstock of Dusklight City. Oblivious to the major changes that had happened in Dusklight City as a result of Xianxia's lecture, Qi Linger looked at the dizzy group before her and explained, "This is the heart of the sky of Drifting Spectre Royal City." The group was currently standing atop a massive circular teleportation formation. They had just teleported over to Royal City, and the spatial turbulence around them had yet to calm down sufficiently for them to regain. The previous night, in the 4 hours that Xianxia had lectured, many low-tier gods had become middle-tier gods, and many middle-tier gods had become high-tier gods. Overnight, the overall prowess of Dusklight City had grown more than it had in the past 30 years. This caused a temporary vacuum of spiritual energy to appear above the city. Be it humans, divine beasts, or even artifacts, those who had listened to Xianxia's lecture were deeply inspired by his words, and they had grown in one way or another. As a result, his reputation had soared right to the top, earning him a loyal following. Of course, none of this meant much to Xianxia. Such things had happened so many times that he did not even pay much heed to it anymore. As the spatial turbulence finally faded, the group left the teleportation formation and looked toward Royal City. At a glance, it was clear that Royal City was many times larger than Dusklight City, and the buildings around were much grander and more exquisite. Naturally, the streets were crowded as well, but not to the extent of being as packed as Dusklight City. The streets were generally clean, and the positioning of the buildings made sense as well. This hinted that the city had been governed well. Looking toward the sky, there were all sorts of divine beasts flying around. However, what was even more mystifying were the massive mountains shrouded amid clouds floating in the air. It was as if one had stepped away from reality and into a fantasy world. Those who are able to reside on the divine mountains above Royal City are mainly those from major clans and powers. Almost all these clans and powers are headed by high-tier celestial gods and above, Qi Linger explained. High-tier celestial gods. As expected of Royal City, it's indeed a frightening place, Xianxia muttered to itself. Even while it was still a high-tier god, it was able to do as it pleased in Twilight City, disregarding even the city lord. But Royal City was simply filled with so many experts that it would have to lie low if it wanted to survive. Putting everything aside, just by scanning its surroundings, it was already able to find 5 divine beasts that were more powerful than it. It immediately reigned in its bulging pride and quieted down. This was kind of similar to a nouveau riche walking into high society for the very first time. Only upon seeing how rich the rich truly were would one realize that one was nothing special at all. What's there to fear? Brother Sun is here with you. It's only a matter of time before we conquer Drifting Spectre Royal City together, Sun Chong said with a confident smile as he hooked his arm around Zhang Jia's neck. Those words made Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitch a little. Every time Sun Chong said those words, he would have a premonition that trouble was trailing not too far away from him. Xianxia coldly pushed Sun Chang's arm away from him before turning to the small little chick sitting atop Zhang Xian's shoulder and smiling fawningly. "Boss, is there anything I can do for you?" Without even looking at it, little chick replied nonchalantly, "I want to die. Do you want to die with me?" Zhang Xian covered his face from sheer embarrassment. Just what mess of a group did he land himself in? With a deep sigh, he decided to ignore this bunch of eccentrics and turn to Qi Linger instead. "Let's find a place to stay. Do you have any suggestions?" He would not mind living in a shabby place if he was all alone, but with his parents coming around with him, he was determined to at least find a decent place so that they could have a good rest. Even though the teleportation formation was nearly instantaneous and his parents were protected by the province lord tokens, the Xingming Sword Saints still inevitably sustained some damage due to their low cultivation realm. "I spent most of my younger years living in the Qi clan's manor, and I left Royal City as soon as I came of age," Qi Linger replied awkwardly. "Since that's the case, let's just find any suitable place," Zhang Xian replied. Even though Qi Linger came from one of the major clans in Royal City, her standing was not high enough to allow her to bring an outsider back with her. Furthermore, most major clans were bound to have many rules, and that would be very stifling to them. It would be much more comfortable and convenient for them to find their own place. As travelers frequently dropped by Royal City, it was quite easy for them to secure accommodation. In less than 2 hours, they were able to find a satisfactory residence. The only issue was that the price was much higher than the one they had lived in back at Twilight City. Fortunately, the cost was still within Zhang Xian's spending power. "Here are 50 beauty pills. I need you to help me sell them one way or another. At the same time, I hope that you can help me look into all news regarding the spirit god," Zhang Xian said as he passed several bottles of god essence pills over. Along the way, he used the money that he had earned previously to buy more low-tier god essence pills. To him, the beauty pill was as good as free money. All he needed was a surge of his jinqi. "All right," Qi Linger replied as she left the courtyard. Following which, Zhang Xian turned to Sun Chang and sent a telepathic message to him. "I need you to investigate the current political situation in Royal City. While you're on it, I want you to look into Lu Chong as well. He was taken away by demon monarch Chenkuan, so he should be somewhere in the city at the moment." Shortly after Lu Chong's breakthrough on the Celestial Mountain, he had been taken away by demon monarch Chenkuan of the Sky of Drifting Spectre. Given so, he should be in Royal City at the moment. "I understand." Sun Chang nodded before leaving the residence. After they left, Zhang Xian helped to settle his parents in their rooms before returning to his room. He sat down on the chair, took out the crimson pendant hanging around his neck, and fondled it quietly. "Where are you, Ruoxin? What is your identity in the firmament?" Through his interaction with Luo Ruoxin, he could tell that her standing should be rather high in the firmament. Otherwise, she would not have been so prudent around him. "Perhaps I could try to figure something out from this droplet of blood," Zhang Xian thought as he looked at the crimson fluid flowing within the pendant. The pendant had been given to him by Luo Ruoxin. He was not sure if the blood inside was really hers, but even if it was not, it was likely a vital clue that would lead him to her. "Let me give it a try." In the past, he had been unable to channel the powers in the blood due to his lacking strength. However, with his physical body, soul, and jinqi cultivation reaching high-tier god, he should finally be able to do it. He quickly set up a formation within his room before finally floating the pendant at the very center. Then, he began to channel his consciousness into the pendant. The exterior of the pendant seemed to be made of some sort of incredibly resilient crystal, such that he could not break it even with his current strength. Fortunately, his consciousness was still able to seep through it, albeit with some difficulty. It did not take long for his consciousness to finally arrive before the droplet of blood. The droplet of blood sat quietly within the pendant, not revealing the slightest hint of power. If not for all the times it had saved Zhang Xian in the past, he might have been duped by its seemingly ordinary appearance. Determined to get to the bottom of this, he pushed consciousness toward the droplet of blood. Boom! As soon as his consciousness came into contact with it, his body jolted in astonishment. A familiar aura shrouded his body, and the words that he had heard shortly after his transcension to the Master-Teacher continent sounded in his mind. The callous heavens regard all beings as nothing more than straw dogs. The sun sets, and the moon wanes. The heavens are imperfect. The arrogant heavens dictate the rules of the world, enforcing order upon all beings. Impartially, the heavens assess all beings on the path to enlightenment. Boom! As those voices sounded in Xianxia's head, the library of heaven's path in his head suddenly jolted. The world spun around him before everything went dark. Pong! He collapsed from the chair he was sitting on and fainted. Straw dogs are basically dogs made out of straw, and they serve as ceremonial objects in ancient China. A meaningful quote from Wikipedia regarding the topic from Wuxia: "The heavens are not partial. They do not kill living things out of cruelty or give them birth out of kindness. We do the same when we make straw dogs to use in sacrifices. We dress them up and put them on the altar, but not because we love them. And when the ceremony is over, we throw them into the street, but not because we hate them." In his groggy state, Xianxia vaguely saw himself standing on top of a cloud. His surroundings were completely empty, and there was nothing to be seen. The cloud wandered freely along with the wind, embarking on a journey with no start and no end. When he took a closer look, though, he realized that he was mistaken. There was another silhouette standing on the cloud as well. That silhouette was gazing upon the humongous world beneath them, a world filled with countless gods and magnificent buildings. However, it was also a completely still world. Nothing was moving or breathing at all. It felt like the entire world was holding its breath for something to arrive. Elder. Perplexed, Xianxia walked over to the silhouette doubtfully. Those at his cultivation realm would rarely dream. He himself had only dreamt once ever since transcending over to this world. So, he had a feeling that there was a deeper reason as to why he was seeing such a sight before his eyes. The silhouette neither spoke nor looked at him. Instead, a voice echoed right within his head. "You didn't let me down. You were able to forge your own path forward with your own strength. Follow the path you have chosen for yourself, and you should be able to climb higher and higher. But you might need to hurry up a little. I can't hold on for too long. One more thing. Try to create more heaven's parchment, and you should be able to receive something that will help you on your journey." Boom! Before the silhouette could finish speaking, Xianxia's body suddenly surged forward, and the scenery around him vanished. His eyes opened, and he realized that he was back in his room. It was almost as if it was all a hallucination. What's going on? It was a brief encounter, but everything felt so real to him. He found himself unable to discern what was real and what was not anymore. Even though his cultivation was not too high, he was protected by the library of heaven's path, and his willpower and soul were extraordinarily powerful as well. This had allowed him to remain unfazed by most inner demons and illusions. Yet, his senses and mind were confused by what he had seen. Furthermore, who could that silhouette be? He seemed to know about the existence of the Golden Page too. Is he Kong sure? As far as he knew, the only ones who knew about the Golden Page and the Library of Heaven's Path were Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi. He was unable to clearly distinguish the appearance and physique of the silhouette, but he could vaguely tell that the other party was male. Since that was the case, the silhouette was very likely the world's teacher. He mentioned that he can't hold on for too long. Does that refer to his fight against the monarch of the sky of freedom? Shortly after he arrived in the firmament, he had heard that the heaven subjugation monarch and the monarch of the sky of freedom were going to have a final showdown. They were both top-notch experts of the firmament, so the outcome was impossible for anyone to predict. Regardless of whether I am right or not, it's true that I'm too weak at the moment. Those things are still too far away for me to get involved with at the moment. As a high-tier god, even dealing with a middle-tier celestial god would pose difficulties to him, let alone the god-kings and god-monarchs. Even if he looked for Kong Shi, there was nothing he could do to help the latter. He might even drag the latter down instead. What he should be focusing on was raising his cultivation and looking for Ruoxin. Shaking those thoughts out of his mind, he turned his focus to his library of heaven's path. The earlier jolt from the Library of Heaven's path had caused him to lose consciousness, so he was anxious to check if there was any changes to it. But after examining the area for a while, he was unable to find anything different. It did not seem like the earlier incident had made any changes to it at all. It looked the exact same as before. However, there was one thing he remembered clearly from the earlier exchange, and that was regarding the Golden Page. The Golden Page was a weapon that harnessed the power of the heavens. After entering the firmament, the Library of Heaven's path would have stolen a fragment of the powers from the heavens of the firmament, thus significantly enhancing the might of the Golden Page. With it, perhaps with the exception of God Monarchs, he should be able to deal with even God Kings and conferred God Kings easily. If he could just gather a bunch of them, he would pretty much be the most powerful cultivator in the firmament aside from the God Monarchs. With those thoughts in mind, Xianxia tucked his pendant beneath his robe and stood up. The earlier experience had made him realize that he was not strong enough to examine the origin of the crimson pendant yet, so he decided to postpone the matter. He pushed the door to his courtyard open and walked into the courtyard, and it was only then that he realized that he had actually been unconscious for 4 hours. Sun Chong had already finished his investigation and was waiting outside to report the matter. "Young master." Upon seeing Xianxia, Sun Chong quickly passed a jade token over. Xianxia took the jade token and scanned the contents inside with his consciousness. The information within described the current political situation and power distribution within Drifting Spectre Royal City, making it highly confidential information. Without a doubt, the most powerful expert in Royal City was Demon Monarch Chenkuan, who was one of the 9 monarchs. Demon Monarch Chenkuan had no interest in secular matters, let alone governing his territory, and he spent most of his time cooped up inside the Chenyuan Hall of his Chenkuan Divine Palace. As such, barely anyone had seen him in person before. Directly beneath him were the 3 conferred God Kings, namely the old ancestor of Qilinger's Qi clan, Qi Meng, the old ancestor of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Wufeng, and the old ancestor of the Nangong clan, Nangong Ping. 40 years prior, Nangong Ping's body and soul had been crushed by a single blow from the Heaven Subjugation Monarch, resulting in his premature demise. However, his descendants had used the Netherworld Pool to nourish his fragmented soul, and over the past few decades, he had managed to regain his consciousness. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he made a comeback. Furthermore, there were 2 other God Kings to hold the fort for the Nangong clan, so their position remained unwavering. As for the matter regarding young Master Lu Chong, as this issue directly concerns Demon Monarch Chenkuan, I wasn't able to gather any news at the moment. However, I did manage to figure out where Demon Monarch Chenkuan lives. He resides in the floating Chenkuan Palace that is located right above the center of Royal City, Sun Chong said. I think that it's highly likely that he will have taken young Master Lu Chong there if he intends to personally groom him. Xianxia nodded in agreement. His students had been practicing the simplified Heaven's Path divine art right from the start, and that had allowed them to build up a strong foundation. Furthermore, they had a deep comprehension of battle techniques, which granted them superior fighting prowess over their counterparts in the firmament. It was only natural for them to catch the eye of God Monarch experts. Given that Demon Monarch Chenkuan had left those words personally on the Celestial Mountain, it was unlikely for him to renege on his words and mistreat Lu Chong. So, he did not think that Lu Chong was in danger at the moment. Nevertheless, as Lu Chong's teacher, he still could not help but be worried. So he wanted to know how Lu Chong was faring at the moment. After all, he did not know the God Monarchs personally, so he had no way of gauging their characters. If his students were really suffering under the God Monarchs, he would have to find a way to save them. Is Qi Linger back yet? Not yet. However, she had her attendant inform us that she has managed to sell 30 beauty pills so far, and the money has been deposited into your card. As for the matter concerning the spirit god, there hasn't been any progress yet, Sun Chong said. Xianxia took out the card that Qi Linger had given him previously and scanned its contents with his consciousness. As expected, there was a change with the numbers reflected inside. The money inside had nearly depleted due to his many purchases over the past day. But at this moment, the number had risen to over 45,000 divine coins. According to his quick math, it meant that each divine pill was being sold at around 1,500 divine coins. Even while they were in Twilight City, the demand for the beauty pill had been explosive. Given that they were in Royal City, where the most affluent cultivators of the Sky of Drifting Spectre resided, the demand for the pills was bound to be even higher. The only issue that Qi Linger had to consider was how she wanted to start the market for the beauty pills here. But again, this was not an issue that he needed to be worried about. All he was responsible for was infusing his Heaven's Path Xianxia into the God Essence pills. Hearing that Qi Linger still had no news about Luo Ruoxin, Xianxia could not be bothered to leave the residence anymore. So, he returned to his room to reinforce his cultivation. A night later, he managed to recover from the side effects resulting from the Library of Heaven's Path's jolt. While he had not managed to advance his cultivation, his fighting prowess grew a fair bit. It's a pity that I haven't managed to come up with the celestial god realm cultivation technique of my pathos of heaven. He had not been slacking the past few days. He had spent any free time refining his cultivation technique. But even though he had already identified a direction he wanted to work toward, creating a brand new cultivation technique from scratch was still no easy feat. As a result, despite being only a small push away from a breakthrough, he was still unable to take that final step forward. I need more information. If I could gather the celestial god realm Heaven's Path divine art, I should be able to figure something out. If he relied solely on himself, he would need at least a month's time in order to figure things out. However, if he could compile the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art manual, he felt like he would be able to put the missing puzzle pieces together and complete his cultivation technique. So, he walked out of his room and looked for Sun Chong. Is there a Master Teacher Pavilion in Drifting Spectre Royal City? The Master Teacher Pavilion was known for generously sharing knowledge back on the Master Teacher continent. Furthermore, it regarded the bonds between a teacher and a student very highly. If he could find a talented student while he was there and impart some cultivation techniques to him, he might just be able to invoke the creation of a golden page. It was previously banned in Royal City, but after the fight between the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and Demon Monarch Chenkuan, they were allowed to create an official branch here. It's just that the students they take in tend to be less talented than the students in the other academies of the Sky of Drifting Spectres. Sun Chong replied. That being said, I heard that the master teachers there are highly capable individuals. Despite the lacking talent of their students, the master teachers are still able to groom them into cultivators on par with the students of the other academies. For this reason, most people send their less talented offspring over to the Master Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Master teachers were known for their ability to identify the individual strengths of a student and craft a lesson plan tailored for them, thus allowing the individual to grow swiftly. As a result, even if the student was untalented, as long as they were willing to put in hard work, there was still a good chance that they could do well in the future. Bring me over to take a look. Hearing that there was a Master Teacher Pavilion, Xianxia immediately instructed Sun Chong to lead the way there. Even though the Sky of Drifting Spectre no longer discriminated against the Master Teachers, it was inevitable that the Master Teacher Pavilion in Royal City was not as grand as those on the Master Teacher continent. Master Teacher was just another ordinary occupation here, and in terms of standing, it might even be beneath blacksmiths and apothecaries. As such, the scale of their branches was much smaller, too. Looking at the ordinary wooden doors and humble building, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Even though Kong Shi had defeated Demon Monarch Chenkuan, and the Master Teacher Pavilion had shown significant results over the years, it was still viewed as an unorthodox organization. Many viewed it as inferior to ordinary academies. Are the two of you here to listen to Fan Zhilaosher's lessons? As soon as they walked through the wooden doors, a young man quickly walked up to them and welcomed them with a warm smile. Fan Zhilaosher? Ah, it must be your first time in our Master Teacher Pavilion. Fan Zhilaosher is a middle-tier celestial god realm master teacher, as well as the star teacher of our Master Teacher Pavilion. His lessons are deeply insightful. However, due to some parents questioning his abilities a while back, he decided to make the lecture today open to the parents as well. If you wish to join the lecture, I can take you over, the young man replied. What is the topic of the lesson? Xianxia asked. Middle-tier celestial gods could be considered experts in the firmament, but if the content of the lecture was unsuited to him, there was no need for him to waste his time there. The topic for today is about making a breakthrough to the celestial god realm, as well as an analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of celestial gods and an evaluation on their true fighting prowess. The young man replied. Oh, if that's the case, I'm interested in listening to the lecture, Xianxia replied. The lecture sounded like something he needed at the moment. He might just find some inspiration from it. The lecture is free for the parents of the students, but otherwise, you'll have to pay an entrance fee of 10 divine coins, the young man said as he took out 2 tickets. The price appeared to be exorbitant, but it was expected given that it was a lecture by a middle-tier celestial god. Without any hesitation, Xianxia signaled for Sun Chong to pay. After that, the two of them followed the young man toward the lecture hall. Along the way, Xianxia examined the interior of the master-teacher pavilion. He really had to say that this building was much shabbier than the magnificent master-teacher pavilions on the master-teacher continent. On top of that, the atmosphere was not too lively. Just as Sun Chong had mentioned, most of the students were not too talented, and a significant number of them were either crippled or wounded. It was not easy for Kong Shi to initiate change in the firmament when most territories were already under the rule of the 9 god monarchs. The lecture hall was in a corner of the master-teacher pavilion. Xianxia pushed open the doors of the lecture hall and walked in. There were both students and parents seated inside, and all in all, there seemed to be roughly 50 people. A spirited old man was standing on top of the stage located at the front of the lecture hall. His aura felt pure, and even by looking at him from afar, his presence felt imposing. Xianxia and Sun Chong traded gazes before heading toward the seats demarcated on their tickets. After waiting roughly 10 minutes, Fanja Lauscher looked at the time before saying, "We'll be starting the lesson now. For this lesson, I'll be talking about the crux to becoming a celestial god. This is a hurdle that many cultivators have stumbled on, but if they are able to overcome it, their life will undergo a transformative change. They will be able to become city lords in some of the minor cities, and even if we are just looking at the royal city, it's the minimum requirement for one to become a leader in the city guards. As is commonly known, there are 2 main routes to becoming a celestial god. The first way is through a pure bloodline. With a pure bloodline, even if one doesn't cultivate much, one will still be able to make a breakthrough easily. An example would be the experts of the dragon tribe in the sky of Cloud Dragon. Those possessing the core bloodline will be able to become a celestial god upon maturity, and that's why they are the envy of most human cultivators. The same goes for the first generation of descendants from a conferred god king. They are set to become celestial gods upon adulthood. For the second generation, the probability falls to 90%, and for the third generation, the probability falls further to 80%. Basically, going down the lineage, the bloodline will become thinner and thinner, till the chances of becoming a celestial god are no different from those of any other cultivator. One's bloodline is determined at birth, and nothing will change that. So, most cultivators can only rely on the second method to make a breakthrough, cultivation. There is no denying that cultivating to become a celestial god is fraught with difficulty, and I'm sure most of you can agree with me on this. Not only must the cultivator find a cultivation technique suited to themselves, they must also have unyielding determination and confidence, as well as plenty of fortuitous encounters. All in all, less than a 1 in 100 high-tier gods are able to make a breakthrough to celestial god. For this reason, every celestial god didn't come about easily. So, I'll first touch on some of the conventional methods that high-tier gods use in order to advance their cultivation. Fanja began his lecture. After listening for a moment, Xianxia could not help but nod in agreement. Even though the lesson prepared by Fanja was a little too technical, which could easily bore a person, the knowledge that he was imparting was spot on. He conveyed the full picture before going down into the specifics, and he was very thorough in his information. For those who were already close to his breakthrough, there was no doubt that his lessons would be very inspirational. Xianxia was able to gain a more thorough grasp of what becoming a celestial god meant after listening to the lecture for a while. But beyond that, most of what that was covered were things that he already knew. So, he felt that there was no point in him staying and listening anymore. So, he got to his feet in preparation to leave the lecture hall, only to see the tightly sealed doors being blasted open the next moment. Pa! Following that, two figures walked into the lecture hall. The figure walking in front was a middle-aged man. He had a towering stature, and he was dressed in silver armor. His movements were very disciplined, and his eyes instinctively scanned through the interior of the room with rational coldness. With just a glance, it was obvious that he was a soldier who had been through the battlefield. Behind him was a slim young man with a pale face. His aura felt withered, a sign that he had sustained severe internal injuries. Even though his life did not seem to be at risk, the traumas that he had sustained so far would probably make it difficult for him to advance his cultivation any further in the future. It's a silver-armored general of the military. One must be a middle-tier celestial god at the very minimum to become a silver-armored general, right? That's not all. On top of possessing powerful cultivation, one must display superior fighting prowess and accrue a great deal of merit in the military. Why would such a figure come here? It's his son. His son has very poor talent in cultivation, resulting in him being rejected by all academies in Royal City. In view of that, he decided to place his son under Xianxia Lauscher's tutelage. Hushed discussions echoed around the room. Silver-armored general? Xianxia murmured as he assessed the middle-aged man before him. Indeed, he could sense tremendous power pulsating within the other party's body. In terms of fighting prowess, he would indeed be much more powerful than Ming Lixiang and the others. You are Xianxia? The silver-armored general walked right to the center of the lecture hall and glared at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. One could clearly sense the billowing rage coming from his presence. Yes, may I help you? Xianxia replied. You incompetent teacher. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for leading my son astray. With a furious roar, the silver-armored general leaped forth and threw out a punch right toward Xianxia. Pa pa pa. Even while he was in the midst of his movement, the might of his punch had already compressed the surrounding air tightly to the point that a shockwave rippled all over the room. You! Taken aback, Xianxia immediately retreated fearfully. Pada! The shockwave of the punch was so great that it crushed the nearby wooden podium. Alarmed, Xianxia quickly raised up his arm to counterattack, but recalling the rules of the master-teacher pavilion, he gritted his teeth and assumed a defensive posture instead. Pong! He was struck square in his chest, causing his back to slam into the wall. At the same time, fresh blood spurted from his lips. In terms of strength, he was probably on par with the silver-armored general. However, perhaps due to his experience on the battlefield, the silver-armored general's attacks carried extreme aggression and bloodthirst that made him difficult to defend against. It was like facing a frenzied beast. Hold it right there. If you have any problems, we can always talk it out. What are you doing? This is against the law. At this moment, the others in the lecture hall finally recovered from their shock. A few parents immediately rushed forward to hold the silver-armored general back. Infuriated, the silver-armored general bellowed, "What the hell do you all think you are doing? This incompetent teacher is not worthy of living on the face of this world." Struggling to his feet, Xianxia quickly took 2 deep breaths to recover a bit of his energy before turning to face the silver-armored general. "Excuse me, parent, but even if you wish to kill me, you should at least let me know what I have done wrong and give me a chance to make amends." He was certain that he had never seen the middle-aged man before him before. On the other hand, the silver-armored general grew even more enraged upon realizing that Xianxia was not aware of his misdeeds. He pointed at the severely injured young man behind him and questioned, "You don't even know what you have done wrong? Humph! Do you acknowledge that my son, Zhuoyan, is your student?" Xianxia nodded in response. "It's out of trust for you that I entrusted my son to you. But what did you do? Instead of teaching him well, you forced him to attend additional supplementary class after formal lessons and charged him for it. I understand that you might have some urgent need for money, so I can still turn a blind eye to that, but the least you should do is teach him properly. Yet, you imparted an erroneous cultivation technique to him, causing his cultivation to go berserk. How can you have the face to continue living in this world? The silver-armored general roared in fury. Zhuoyan's cultivation went berserk? Fan Zhe was taken aback. He quickly turned to look at the young man and swiftly noticed that there was something amiss about his internal injuries. There were indeed hints of his cultivation having gone berserk. He shook his head in disbelief and said, "What I taught him were rudimentary cultivation techniques, so there's no way there could be any mistakes with them. How did things turn out like this?" Enduring the pain from his injuries, Fan Zhe walked over to Zhuoyan and placed his fingers on the latter's pulse. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who had been planning to leave earlier, decided to stay back and see how this matter turned out. He could not help but recall how his previous self had imparted the wrong knowledge to a student, causing the latter's cultivation to go berserk. However, back on the master-teacher continent, the standing of teachers was so high that even the parents would have to think twice before confronting a teacher. Yet, the silver-armored general had barged right into the master-teacher pavilion to beat the star teacher up. It seemed like the standing of master-teachers was not too high here. Perhaps it was because Kong Shi had only been in the firmament for a few decades. If his heritage was passed down for another 1,000 years or so, people might start to recognize the value of master-teachers and view them with greater respect. That being said, if what the silver-armored general said was true, Fan Zhe would have infringed on the principles of a master-teacher. A teacher should be willing to impart knowledge to their students, but Fan Zhe had intentionally held back his lessons and forced his students to pay for supplementary lessons in order to acquire greater wealth for himself. Looking at this matter from a moral standpoint, Fan Zhe was indeed unqualified to be a teacher. It was not to say that teachers should be completely selfless and devoid of greed, but at the very least, they should uphold a basic level of professionalism. Their need for money should not be a reason for them to neglect their responsibilities. His cultivation has really gone berserk, Fan Zhe muttered with a frown. It's good that you have finally admitted it. I'll kill you today and rid the world of an incompetent teacher. Hearing those words, the silver-armored general immediately threw another punch. Calm down, calm down. The other parents quickly tried to pull him back in order to stop him from doing anything reckless. This was Drifting Spectre Royal City, the territory where demon monarch Chen lived. All who lived in the same city would do well to heed his orders, and this was including the God Kings, or else they might very well be obliterated. Zhuoyan's father, please calm down. It is impossible for there to be anything wrong with what I imparted to him. The reason his cultivation went berserk must be due to some mistake he made in his cultivation. Let's first find out the reason behind this matter and resolve the problem. All right, Fan Zhe said with a wave of his hand. After that, he turned to the young man. Tell me what happened before your cultivation went berserk in detail. Yesterday, after going through your supplementary lesson, I returned home and cultivated as you taught me, and somehow, everything just turned out like that. The young man's body trembled as he spoke. This happened after you followed my cultivation technique? Tell me what you did step by step, Fan Zhe instructed. Just as you said, I channeled my divine energy through the nascent Helios 3 focused meridians in my hands before directing them toward the Chongyang acupoint. In the end, I converged it together in the Dantian. The young man quickly went through the cultivation technique he had been taught. Hearing the story, Xianxia frowned once more. What Zhuoyan had just described was a cultivation technique for low-tier gods to advance to middle-tier gods. As he had compiled the Heaven's Path divine art for it, he was extremely familiar with it. While the method that Zhuoyan had described was vastly inferior to the Heaven's Path divine art, for an ordinary cultivator, it was quite a decent one. There were not too many mistakes with it, and generally speaking, it could be said to be almost foolproof. Using such a method, as long as Zhuoyan could gather sufficient divine energy, it should not be too difficult for him to make a breakthrough. So, how did his cultivation go berserk? Furthermore, judging from the severity of his injuries, it seemed to be quite a severe case. There shouldn't have been any mistakes. Fan Zhe was thinking that Zhuoyan might have remembered the cultivation technique incorrectly, resulting in him making a fatal error in the midst of his cultivation. But contrary to what he thought, Zhuoyan's description was all correct. This left Fan Zhe deeply bewildered. It was a major sin for a teacher to cause a student's cultivation to go berserk. Even if he was a master teacher, this was not a sin that he could bear. If there's no mistake, how could my son land in such a state? It's clearly your incompetence that led to such an outcome, the silver-armored general shouted furiously. Please calm down. Let's see if we can treat your son first, Xianxia said as he channeled his divine energy into Zhuo Yan's body to take a closer look. Zhuo Yan's cultivation had indeed gone berserk, and based on the injuries the young man had sustained, the culprit seemed to be the cultivation technique that he had imparted to the young man. To put it in other words, he did not teach the cultivation technique incorrectly, and Zhuo Yan did not practice the cultivation technique incorrectly, but somehow Zhuo Yan's cultivation simply went berserk. Just what could have gone wrong? Xianxia was at a complete loss. He had been a master teacher for 15 years now, and he had at least taught 8,000 students to date. This was the first time that he had encountered such a bizarre situation. Unable to find an answer, he turned to the student behind him and instructed, "Invite Physician Yufeng here." Physician Yufeng is one of the more famous physicians in Royal City. He should be able to resolve this problem easily. As long as we can identify the root cause, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to resolve the problem. Let's treat your son first. We have plenty of time to discuss the reason for your son's cultivation going berserk once he's well. Indeed. That being said, I must say that Xianxia has really failed as a teacher. Instead of teaching well during class, he chose to extend his lessons into supplementary classes in order to earn extra income. I have long heard of that. If not for the fact that my daughter is under his tutelage as well, I would have taught him a lesson myself. It's only out of fear that he would shortchange my daughter that I am holding myself back. Otherwise, if he just misleads my daughter, her future would be ruined. I heard that he sells priority seats in his classroom as well. Parents have to pay an additional sum in order to secure front seats for their children. The discussions of the crowd made Zhang Xian's frown even deeper. If what the crowd was saying was true, it really meant that Xianxia was unqualified to be a master teacher no matter how formidable he was as a teacher. Judge a person by his principles first, then capabilities. Back on the master-teacher continent, there was a culture where teachers were viewed with great respect, and they were expected to conduct themselves in a noble and selfless manner. Under such influence, over the course of tens of thousands of years, even though they had strayed a little from their primary cause, most master teachers still took pride in what they did, never stooping below a certain level. Xianxia, on the other hand, had chosen to abandon his responsibilities and compromise his professionalism so that he could earn some extra money. While he should be paying heed to what his students really needed, his mind was filled with ideas on how he could monetize his lessons so as to squeeze as much as he could out of his students. It was no wonder the silver-armored general lost his temper and got violent with Xianxia even though he would be infringing the laws by doing so. It was through selflessly giving their all to their students that the master teachers were able to earn the respect of the masses back on the master teacher continent. With what Xianxia was doing, even if he was truly a person with great capabilities, it was inevitable that others would look down on him. The crowd did not intentionally lower their volume. So Xianxia heard their words loud and clear. His face immediately flushed red in agitation. He wanted to refute their words and tell them that they were wrong, but he was unable to do so. This carried on for a very long time until an old man walked into the lecture. Physician Yufeng. Let me take a look at the patient. Without bothering with any pleasantries, Yufeng walked right up to Zhuo Yan and examined his condition. Slowly, his expression turned grim. He has sustained significant injuries to his organs, and his meridians have been severely damaged. It's good that you have treated him in time so as to prevent his condition from deteriorating any further, but his divine energy has already scattered all over his body. To make an analogy, the dam that has been keeping his powers in check has crumbled, causing his energy to scatter everywhere. I'm afraid that it'll be hard for him to make a recovery. Those words made Xianxia's eyebrows shoot up. If Zhuo Yan could be treated, there was a chance that he might still be able to placate the silver-armored general. However, if Yufeng's diagnosis was spot on, he would really be in deep trouble. If this matter blew up, there was no way he could remain in Royal City as a master teacher anymore. "You bastard of a teacher! Even if the military punishes me for this, I swear that I'll tear you apart today." Yu Feng's diagnosis reignited the rage burning in the silver-armored general's chest. With a furious roar, he threw a punch with frightening momentum. Even though his son was lacking in talent, he still had great expectations in him. He hoped that the latter could become a respected figure in the city as well. It was for this reason that he had made the decision to send his son over to the master-teacher pavilion. No matter what, his son had still inherited his genes. As long as his son was willing to put in hard work, even if he could not become a celestial god in the end, he should still be able to become a high-tier god eventually and live an ample life. But this, he had spent huge sums of money only to have the scoundrel Xianxia ruin his son's future. How could he accept this? Pong! Xianxia swiftly raised his arms to protect himself, but the imposing might of the other party's fist still knocked him back several steps, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth once more. "Don't treat me as a pushover just because I've been holding back all this time," Xianxia bellowed as he began driving his divine energy. He knew that this matter could not be resolved amicably anymore, and he might really lose his life if this went on. So he had made up his mind to retaliate. As a middle-tier celestial god realm master-teacher, while his fighting experience paled in comparison to the silver-armored general, his fighting prowess was still not to be underestimated. Pong pong! The two of them rushed at one another and exchanged blows, only to find that they were equally matched with one another. The rebound caused both of them to retreat simultaneously, and the shockwave shattered many chairs in the room. "I swear on my family's name that I'll send you down the pits of hell today," the silver-armored general roared ferociously. Facing such a tenacious opponent, Xianxia did not dare to hold back at all. He quickly took out his sword and drove his divine energy to its limits. Just as the two of them were about to go for a second round, a voice sounded by the side. "Please hold it a moment. Could you allow me to examine the condition of the wounded young man over there to see if I am able to treat him before the two of you continue with your fight?" Everyone quickly turned their sights over, only to see a young man walking over with a plump man following behind him. "You wish to treat him? His meridians have already deviated as a result of his cultivation going berserk. How do you intend to treat him?" Yu Feng harumphed. "You are?" Xianxia asked doubtfully upon seeing that someone actually dared to step up at such a juncture. "I am Xianxia. I have dabbled in medicine a little in my pastime. While my skills may pale in comparison to physician Yu Feng, I have experience treating a cultivator whose cultivation went berserk. I think I know of a way to treat that young man," Xianxia said. He could tell that someone would really be killed at this rate, so he could not help but step forward. He did not like getting involved in matters that did not concern him, but no matter what, he still identified himself as a master teacher. After hearing about what Xianxia had done, he felt deeply uncomfortable leaving things as they were. After saying those words, he walked straight up to Zhuyen, without bothering to wait for the responses of those two. Zhuyen appeared to be 17 or 18 this year, but his face was a slightly sickly yellow color. Due to the immense pain he was in, his face was covered in cold sweat. Xianxia placed his finger on the young man's pulse and infused his divine energy into the young man's body to conduct a preliminary scan. A moment later, he retracted his finger. Just as Yu Feng had mentioned earlier, Zhuyen's cultivation had gone berserk, and that had inflicted tremendous damage to his body. A lot of his meridians had collapsed, causing his divine energy to leak all over his body and harm his internal organs. The silver-armored general had probably used many precious pills in order to prevent his son's condition from deteriorating further. If not for that, his son might have died by now. Given so, it was understandable why the silver-armored general was so enraged. There was no one in his place who would not be. "Do you have any ideas in mind?" the silver-armored general asked. He did not bear much hope in Xianxia after seeing how young the latter was, but given the state his son was already in, he could only grasp at every straw of hope available to him. "I do have an idea in mind, but it's just that." Xianxia spoke hesitantly. "I'm willing to pay any price as long as you are able to bring my son back to how he was." Misunderstanding the intention behind Xianxia's pause, the The silver-armored general immediately took out a card and passed it over. There are 100 divine coins in this card. All I ask of you is to do your best for my son. As long as he's cured, I'll pay you 10 times what is already in the card for your service. All in all, the silver-armored general was offering Xianxia 1,000 divine coins to cure his son. This was a hefty sum even going by the standards of Drifting Spectre Royal City. Those words caused the crowd in the area to gasp in astonishment. I won't be accepting your money. Please take it back. Xianxia shook his head. He could understand why Fanja wanted to hold supplementary lessons to build up his wealth. Ever since the receding of spiritual energy, all life forms of the firmament flocked over to the cities, causing housing prices and the average cost of living to rise exponentially. A great amount of money and resources were required if one wanted to live a good life. Furthermore, the parents were often willing to pay more than what was required as long as it was to the benefit of the children, which had led to Fanja succumbing to the temptation. If not for how readily others were giving him things, Fanja probably would not have thought of starting supplementary classes and the like. After rejecting the silver-armored general, Xianxia turned his attention back to Zhuoyan and instructed, "Execute a punch. I want to see if you are still able to drive your divine energy." Zhuoyan was a little hesitant, but seeing that Xianxia's attitude was amiable and his eyes were clear, he chose to ensure the pain and raised his arm to execute a punch. Wang. A book was compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Zhuoyan, a citizen of Drifting Spectre Royal City, low-tier god. Due to a mistake made in his cultivation went berserk. Soon enough, Xianxia finished reading the entire book and shook his head. It turned out that the anger of the silver-armored general was not unfounded. The reason Zhuoyan had ended up in his current condition really had much to do with his teacher, Fanja. "How is it?" the silver-armored general asked worriedly upon seeing Xianxia's response. "His condition doesn't look too good, but I think I should be able to cure him," Xianxia replied with a reassuring smile. "You are able to cure him?" The silver-armored general slowly widened his eyes before clasping his fist together in agitation. "Please save my son. I'm willing to do anything for you as long as he can be well again. There's no need to be so polite. I'll do my best." With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out several silver needles before instructing Zhuoyan. "Bear with it and don't resist it by any means." Then he released all the silver needles into Zhuoyan's acupoints. The latter was still wondering what was going on when he suddenly felt a numbing sensation washing all over his body. After that, a peculiar energy flowed into his body. As this peculiar energy circulated around him, the meridians that had collapsed as a result of his cultivation going berserk swiftly reconstructed themselves, reverting to their previous state. This, Zhuoyan widened his eyes in disbelief. He might be young, but having come from a general's clan, he had seen and heard of many things. With the collapse of his meridians after his cultivation went berserk, he subconsciously knew that he was already ruined. Putting aside recovering to his previous state, what he should be worrying about was how long he could live. But with just a few needles, the person before him was actually able to reconstruct his meridians. Not only so, the divine energy that had diffused all over his body was also gradually regathering in his dantian. It was so inconceivable that he could hardly believe that such a thing was really happening to him. The silver-armored general keenly noticed the bizarre look in his son's eyes after the silver needles were inserted into his body. So he quickly asked worriedly, "How are you feeling?" "Father, I think I have recovered." As he spoke, the feeble Zhuoyan slowly stood up and assumed a combat pose. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, he executed a powerful fist technique that caused wind to blow around the lecture hall. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" He was able to recover just by putting a few needles into his body? This is unbelievable. I have never seen anything like this before. The crowd was stunned. They had seen the severity of Zhuoyan's condition earlier, and even the esteemed physician Yufeng had given a pessimistic diagnosis. They had thought that Zhuoyan was already crippled for good. But who could have thought that the latter would recover with just a few simple needles? Not only so, It even seemed like the young man was more vigorous than before. This was unbelievable. Brother Zhang, this is... The silver-armored general was stunned as well. If not for the fact that the patient was his son, and he had tried all sorts of means to cure him, he would really wonder if those two were working together to make a fool out of him. Xianxia stood up and said, I have channeled his diffused divine energy back into his dantian, and I have also repaired his collapsed meridians. Fan Zhe and Yufeng's eyebrows flew around the place. A person's cultivation going berserk meant that the energy in their body had turned violent and gone into disarray. To be able to tame such violent energy and repair the collapsed meridians as well, how in the world was this being done? Since you were able to treat him so quickly, I reckon that you know the reason behind why his cultivation went berserk. I taught him in the same manner as the other students, and none of them have faced any trouble so far. Why would it be different for his case? Fan Zhe asked. If he could not get to the bottom of his matter, he would have to live with the label of an incompetent teacher. I do know why his cultivation went berserk, Xianxia said. Do you really want to know? Yes, I would like to know. Fan Zhe nodded. The others in the lecture hall also looked over attentively. They also found it hard to believe that a person's cultivation could go berserk just by cultivating the most fundamental cultivation technique. If they could learn the reason behind it, they could take precautions against it in the future. It has something to do with the supplementary lessons you held, Xianxia said. The supplementary lessons? Fan Zhe was confused. Xianxia turned to the silver-armored general and said, This is my first time meeting this silver-armored general, but based on what I have observed so far, it seems like you are very anxious to see your son succeed in life. You hope that he will become an expert just like you. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, not denying the matter at all. As a general of Drifting Spectre Royal City, he carried great influence and prestige within the city. Everyone thought that his son would move on to do great things as well, but who could have thought that his son's talent would be so lacking as to be unable to even clear the entrance examinations of most academies? It was inevitable that the silver-armored general would feel anxious and attempt to push his child forward. The fact that he had sent his child here and had him attend all kinds of supplementary lessons was evidence of that. He hoped that his child could become a celestial god and carry on the family's name. The silver-armored general was initially delighted to see his son's cultivation rising to that of a low-tier god. But he did not expect his son's cultivation to go berserk just for a minor breakthrough from low-tier god to middle-tier god, even nearly losing his life. The silver-armored general often followed the military for campaigns, and it just so happened that he had received a short break for the last few days. Thanks to that, he had noticed his son's issue and saved him. If he was outside, it would already have been too late by the time he heard the news. How much self-blame would he feel if that had been the case? Just thinking about it left him deeply frightened. That was why he had lost his temper and barged in. From young, Xianxia said, Zhuoyan has been instilled with the notion that he has to become a celestial god like you. Despite his lacking talent, he has been enduring all kinds of stress, diligently going through supplementary lesson after supplementary lesson, all in the hope of not lagging behind his peers. He might not even have had a single day of rest from cultivation over the years. At the back, Zhuoyan lowered his head silently. On the other hand, the silver-armored general spoke up. A cultivator should push himself to the limits when he's young. What's the use if he only pushes himself when he reaches my age? I'm doing this with his future in mind. Furthermore, if he doesn't become a celestial god, given the lifespan of an average god, it will be difficult for him to live past 100. My lifespan is 1,000 years. Am I to watch helplessly as my young son ages and passes away earlier than me? I am not saying that the plans you have in mind for your son aren't justified, but cultivation is not about unending diligence, Xianxia replied. A balance must be struck in order for one to go further. More than just raising his cultivation, a cultivator must temper his will and his state of mind. If he trudges on without having any time to rest and reflect, it will be hard for him to go beyond a certain point. He could understand the feelings of a parent wanting his child to do well in life. He felt the same way for his direct disciples. However, that was simply infeasible. Doing well in life was often viewed as a relative term, so it was impossible for everyone to do well together. He has been working hard to meet your expectations, such that he anxiously attempted to make a breakthrough before he could reinforce his cultivation. The overwhelming stress pinned on him weakened his will, preventing him from gathering his focus to overcome the hurdle ahead of him. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, Fanja Lauscher seems to have said something to him during the supplementary lessons that worsened his stress. Fanja was slightly confused for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He has been attending your supplementary lessons for some time now, but he hasn't managed to become a middle-tier god to date, Xianxia said. My guess is that you issued an ultimatum to him, telling him that he has to make a breakthrough by tonight. His will was already worn down from all of the stress around him, and your words were the final straw that crushed him. He lost to his own impatience, causing his inner demons to get the better of him. This resulted in the current situation that we see. The silver-armored general was silent for a moment before looking at Zhuo Yan with a complicated expression on his face. Is what Brother Zhang said true? He wanted his son to fare well in life, but what was the use if something happened to his son in the process of doing so? Yes. Zhuo Yan meekly looked at his father as he fidgeted a little uncomfortably. He had never seen such a look on his stern father's face before, and he was afraid that he would be reprimanded for his weakness. As the person in question, he knew very well how he ended up in his current state. It was exactly as Zhang Xian had said. The silver-armored general sighed deeply before speaking in resignation. I won't push you anymore, so don't force yourself to take on more than what you can bear. No matter where you find yourself in the future, so be it. If that was the fate for his son, there was no point forcing it. He was tempted to criticize Fanja for pushing his son so hard, but he realized that he was equally guilty. This made him feel deeply conflicted within. He wondered if what he had been doing all this while was really wrong. Shaking his head, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Brother Zhang, you have saved my son and given him a new life. I Zhuofeng owe you a favor. No matter what you ask of me in the future, even if it costs me my life, I'll do my best to fulfill what you need without a word of complaint. General Zhuo, you are too courteous. I didn't help your son with the intention of obtaining any compensation. I just hope that the reputation of master teachers won't be sullied by the fiasco here. I can't say that master teachers are selfless individuals, but they are people who prioritize the welfare of their students above everything. I would be grateful if you don't look at master teachers in a negative light over this isolated incident. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He had been a teacher ever since he transcended over to this world, and he had come to view the occupation that Kong Shi had created with pride. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable when he saw someone undermining it. Could it be that, Brother Zhang, are you a master teacher as well? Fanja asked. The others also turned their gazes over curiously. They had never seen Zhang Xian before, but the fact that he could cure Zhuo Yan easily showed that his medicinal skills were above those of physician Yufeng. Could he actually be a formidable master teacher? Normal master teachers were nothing much in the firmament, but the direct disciples of the heaven subjugation monarch were known to be masters of multiple occupations. Even though the person standing before them looked young, could he possibly be related to them in one way or another? You can say so, Zhang Xian replied frankly. Back on the master-teacher continent, he had been known to be the strongest master teacher, and just like Kong Shi, he had been dubbed the world's teacher. That being said, the master-teacher pavilion in the firmament probably had its own set of tests in order to assess a person's qualifications as a master teacher, but he had never been through those formal procedures. I see. That's a huge relief. Fanja heaved a sigh of relief. He had caved in to his greed, but he still felt a great attachment to the occupation. He remembered the days where he had devoted his all to teaching his students, and he viewed those days as his greatest pride. He was glad that Zhang Xian was around, or else his misdeeds would have left a stain on the reputation of the master-teacher pavilion. Fanja Lauscher, may I offer you a suggestion? Zhang Xian asked. Please feel free to speak. Fanja clasped his fist. Despite being weaker than him, the young man's knowledge was far greater than his. Furthermore, The young man had saved him from the dire situation earlier. So, he was willing to heed any advice that the young man had to offer him. Indolence is a natural trait of most cultivators, and that is even more so for youths. Putting the rationale of your actions aside, I don't think that it's a bad idea for you to set up supplementary classes so that your students have more time to learn, but rote learning will only grind down their motivation and induce impatience. Eventually, they could walk down the same path as Zhuoyan, rendering your efforts futile. Fanzhe was silent for a moment as he reflected upon those words. Then, he raised his gaze and asked, "Is there any other way to go about doing it then?" There were cases where students had benefited greatly from his supplementary classes, but he had also noticed that there was a lack of substantial improvement in most students. He had tried investigating the reason behind it, and the conclusion that he had come to was that they had grown tired of cultivating. But he could think of no way to resolve this issue. Cultivation was meant to be a dull and boring process, and there was no way to circumvent it. As a teacher, you should take the individual traits of each student into consideration and nurture them accordingly. There is no one fixed formula that works when it comes to teaching. You need to purposefully adapt to the needs of each of your students. Use their unique traits to encourage good learning habits in them and encourage them to overcome their indolence. Once those good habits have been instilled in them, they will be able to find their own way forward, Xianxia said. Use their unique traits to encourage good learning habits. Fanzhe repeated while nodding slowly. But that's easier said than done. It was no easy feat to get close to a person and understand him, not to mention that he had to take care of dozens of students at once. Even if he wanted to do it, he did not have that much time and energy to spare for everyone. There are limitations to what you can feasibly do, but every small step you take makes a huge difference to the outcome. Take Zhuoyan, for example. He has faced great pressure from a young age, and his inability to meet the expectations of those around him shattered his confidence. If you gave him some encouragement, it would help him greatly. At this point, Xianxia turned to Zhuoyan and said, "You have also heard what I have just said. While I was checking your body earlier, I found that you aren't lacking in talent, unlike what you have heard from those around you. On the contrary, your talents far surpass those of most of your peers. It's just that you haven't been able to utilize them well." "My talents surpass those of most of my peers?" Zhuoyan looked at Xianxia skeptically before shaking his head. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of hope. Ever since he was young, he had been described as a wastrel. Any resources that were put into him would just go to waste. Even ordinary academies had turned him away. The views of those around him had shaped his internal perception of himself. As such, he found it hard to accept the compliments of others. "I don't speak empty words, so there's no need for you to doubt me. It's the stress that you have been mounting on yourself that fills you with fear, preventing you from making a breakthrough. Listen to my words and use the method that Fanzhe Laoshe imparted to you and try to make a breakthrough again." Xianxia had infused the impartation of heaven's will in his speech, causing Zhuoyan's emotions to sway along with his words. The young man subconsciously heeded his words and sat down on the floor. His eyes were initially filled with confusion and incomprehension, but they gradually grew firm and determined under Xianxia's encouragement. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath and began driving his divine energy around his body. Gugu. With a resounding burst, the bottleneck that had restrained him as a low-tier god was blasted apart, causing his cultivation to surge all the way up to middle-tier god. In actuality, the perception that others had of Zhuoyan was not wrong. Zhuoyan was indeed severely lacking in talent, such that it was no exaggeration to say that he was unsuited to become a cultivator. It had probably taken the silver-armored General Zhuo Feng a lot of resources in order to raise his son's cultivation to low-tier god. There was a good chance that Zhuoyan might never become a middle-tier god in his entire life. However, while Xianxia was healing his injuries earlier, he had nourished the young man's body with his heaven's path Xinqi, altering his constitution. As a result, while Zhuoyan's talents still could not be described as top-notch, he would probably be able to stand his ground against most of his peers. What he was lacking now was confidence. As long as he could regain his confidence, he should be able to reach considerable heights in the future. Xianxia, I really don't know how to thank you for your help. The silver-armored General Zhuofeng lowered his head in agitation. It's what I should do, Zhang Xian replied with a smile before falling silent. At this moment, he could not help but think about how humble and low-profile he had become ever since severing his clone from himself. This thought left him feeling deeply assured. A while later, Shuyan opened his eyes to perceive the raging energy coursing through his body. With reddened eyes, he struggled on the inside for a while before kneeling before Zhang Xian. Zhang Laoshi, please take me in as your student. He had been following Fanja for several years now, but the improvement in his cultivation had not been substantial. On the other hand, he had met Zhang Xian a moment ago, and all of a sudden, he had already made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He realized that this might be the opportunity of a lifetime for him. If he could have such a man as his teacher, his achievements in the future would be boundless. Why yes, that's right. Xianxia, I ask of you to take my son as your student. Zhuofeng hurriedly nodded in agreement. All this while, he had thought that his son was a little slow on the uptake, but it turned out that he was quite sharp-witted when it came to this matter. At the same time, he also switched from using Brother Zhang to Xianxia as a sign of respect. If you really wish to take me as your teacher, I don't mind taking you in as my student either, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Given that the other party had not built his foundation up well, it was unlikely that he would take the other party as his direct disciple. However, he did not mind taking the other party in as an ordinary student and imparting some knowledge to him. Student Zhuoyan pays respect to Zhang Laoshi. Zhuoyan kneeled to the floor and kowtowed deeply. There was also a distinction between a student and a direct disciple in the firmament. Even though Zhang Xian did not take him in as his direct disciple, Zhuoyan was already glad that he had been able to become the student of such a great teacher. Since you address me as your teacher, it's only right for me to impart something to you. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over to Zhuoyan. I'll give you a cultivation technique that's suited for your constitution, and as long as you cultivate it diligently, there's a chance that you might be able to become a celestial god in the future. He was extremely familiar with the cultivation techniques beneath the celestial god realm, and while he was checking on Zhuoyan's condition through the Library of Heaven's Path earlier, he had already gotten some ideas. It did not take him long to impart a set of cultivation techniques over to Zhuoyan. After going through the details of the cultivation technique, Zhuoyan's eyes lit up in delight. He quickly bowed deeply to Zhang Xian once more as a show of gratitude. His cultivation might be lacking, but that did not hinder the fact that he had come from a relatively prestigious family. He had the opportunity to come into contact with many formidable cultivation techniques, but in terms of ingenuity, none of them came close to what his teacher had just imparted to him. As long as he cultivated it diligently, he should be able to make a breakthrough to high-tier god and reach for higher realms in the near future. The value of such a precious cultivation technique was priceless. To actually bestow such a thing upon him without asking for any compensation. So, this was a true teacher. For the longest of time, he had been viewed as a wastrel in the eyes of others. This was the first time that someone had regarded him so highly, and it left him with mixed feelings. Zhang Xian walked forward to help the young man up. Wang! At that moment, the Library of Heaven's Path suddenly jolted, and a golden page materialized. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed like his trip to the Master Teacher Pavilion had not been wasted. This golden page would allow him to protect himself against most experts in the firmament. Not only so, coming into contact with the academies of the firmament's Master Teacher Pavilions and the teaching style of other Master Teachers had given him a newfound understanding toward the education and the relationship between a teacher and a student. Xiaoya is proud, so it's best to impart knowledge to her in a concise manner. Zheng Yang has a candid and fearless personality, so it works best to get straight to the point with him. Wang Ying is meticulous, so the details are very important to her when it comes to learning new things. Yuan Tao is broad-minded and doesn't like the nitty-gritty details, so it's better to focus on the larger picture when it comes to him. As for Lu Yang, he doesn't have any particular strengths or flaws, but he has an unyielding heart, similar to that of Zhuoyan. The personalities of the students he had taken in so far flowed through his head, and a smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips. Lu Chong is resilient and obstinate. Once he decides on something, nothing will be able to shake his determination. Wei Ruyan is cold-natured, and she would only reveal her true feelings to those whom she deems dear to her. The life and death of those outside her circle are not within her consideration at all. Zhang Jiuxiao is a little too eager for success, but he has matured greatly after becoming my student. Kong Shiyao comes from a major clan, and that allows her to be able to view things from a higher point of view. Dan Xiaotian is innocent and optimistic. Even in the face of adversity, he is able to persevere on without losing himself. His purity and kindness is a rare gem in the world. Bai Wanqing is rather similar to Lu Chong in the sense that she has a one-track mind, but unlike him, she does not inhibit her emotions. Instead, she is extremely verbal with her feelings. As a result of that, she rarely holds grudges against others, choosing to embrace hope instead. Every single one of Zhang Xian's students was unique and had their own personality. In view of that, he had created training plans and cultivation techniques tailored to their needs, tutoring them one by one. The time that he had spent with them was limited, but the amount of effort he had spent was undeniable. He did not teach them with the intention of getting something back from them in the future. If anything, the bonds that were forged through that was the greatest repayment of all. All he hoped was that they would achieve great things in the future with the knowledge he had imparted to them. This was the true meaning of what it was to be a teacher, as well as the purest form of the relationship between a teacher and a student. A flower does not drop from the tree because it is heartless. It morphs into spring soil and nourishes the next generation of flowers, Zhang Xian muttered. Boom! Spiritual energy began surging toward Zhang Xian at a furious rate, and before anyone knew it, he had already overcome the final bottleneck of a celestial god. He has become a celestial god? But he was doing nothing earlier. I went through hell in order to become a celestial god, but why does it seem to be so easy to him? I wonder what epiphany struck him for him to suddenly make a breakthrough on the spot. Everyone was rendered flabbergasted by the sight before them. Becoming a celestial god was a goal that most cultivators had set their eyes upon and devoted their whole life to pursuing. The difficulty of making the breakthrough was no joke at all. Most cultivators needed years of preparation and a mountain of resources in order to attempt a breakthrough, and even so, the process was still fraught with danger. But the young man in front of them had actually made a breakthrough while chatting with them. This must have been the easiest and most anticlimactic breakthrough in the world. Who? Divine energy flowed through Zhang Xian's meridians like water flowing through a gentle stream, producing a sound reminiscent of a crisp bell. Zhang Xian was currently in a state of complex emotions. The purest relationship between a teacher and a student required both parties to selflessly give their all to each other. Only a bond untouched by greed and other temptations would be able to remain strong and unyielding. At the very beginning, he had only taken Wang Ying and the others as his students to avoid being expelled from the Hongtian Academy. But as he got to know them better, the sentiments he had for them had grown deeper and deeper, and before he knew it, he had already fallen deep into the abyss. For them, he was willing to give his all. But at the same time, his students were willing to sacrifice themselves for his sake as well. This was a bond created by their intertwining sentiments for one another. They did not share blood bonds with one another, but their relationship had already transcended that. A flower does not drop from the tree because it is heartless. It morphs into spring soil and nourishes the next generation of flowers. As spiritual energy flowed through Zhang Xian's body, his soul, physical body, and Jinqi were being swiftly refined. He quickly swallowed the remaining middle-tier god essence pills that he had as well to ensure that he had sufficient energy for the breakthrough. As his cultivation grew, his disposition went through a transformative change. Young master is still as fierce as before, Sun Chong remarked proudly. Be it on the master-teacher continent, the azure, or the firmament, his young master was always the brightest star of them all. Like a firefly, he emanated a natural glow that made him the center of attention no matter where he went. There was nothing in this world that could cover his brilliance. Everyone else in the room was also staring at Xianxia with all sorts of expressions on their faces, be it shock, envy, or awe. The person who was the gladdest of all in the room was none other than Jueyan. He felt that it was his greatest fortune to have found such a person in his life, and he made up his mind to work hard and never embarrass his teacher in the future. It was this conviction that drove him to climb higher and higher, and he eventually accomplished things that even his father had yet to. Even Xianxia himself was slightly surprised when he finally met Jueyan once more. But of course, that was a story to be told for the future. So, this is what a celestial god is. Xianxia murmured beneath his breath as realization struck him. When he became a god, his Xianxia had adapted to the powers of the firmament and become divine energy. When he surpassed his limits and became a celestial god, his divine energy further evolved into celestial energy. This transformation marked a huge difference in terms of power. Celestial gods were able to tap into a portion of the natural powers of the firmament. While the amount of power they could call upon was limited, they were already able to hold some sway over their environment. In comparison, gods could only rely on their own cultivation. Xianxia felt his own strength growing. While he would have faced difficulties against a more powerful middle-tier celestial god in the past, with his current strength, he was confident that he would be able to hold his own ground even against most high-tier celestial gods. More importantly, this marked a difference in his level of existence. His lifespan had increased from 100 years to over 1,000 years. 1,000 years in the firmament was equivalent to 1,000,000 years on the Master-Teacher continent. Not even the history of the Master-Teacher continent went that far back. Looking at this from the perspective of someone on the Master-Teacher continent, he could indeed be considered as an immortal being. With a thought, he converted his consciousness into spiritual perception and extended his senses beyond his body, allowing him to clearly perceive everything that was happening within a 100-meter radius. Having used up the last few middle-tier god essence pills that he had with him, he was unable to raise his cultivation any higher. So he exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Once again, he found himself lacking cultivation resources. If he had sufficient god essence pills, and he could find a way to raise his physical body and soul cultivation, he would have been able to push his cultivation all the way to high-tier celestial god and even attempt a breakthrough to God King. While my self-created cultivation techniques allow me to be less reliant on the library of Heaven's path, at the same time, it has also slowed down my progress. The rate at which I am able to raise my cultivation has decreased significantly, Xianxia thought with a deep sigh. A cultivation technique built around the emotions of life was completely unheard of in the world. He could not just rely on the wisdom of his predecessors anymore. He would have to forge his own path forward if he wanted to rise to higher realms, but that was much easier said than done. For example, it took him 2 whole days in order for him to raise his cultivation to the celestial god realm. In terms of the Master-Teacher continent, that was equivalent to 2,000 days or 5 whole years. He had never been so slow ever since he started cultivating. I'll have to look deeper into what my capabilities as a celestial god are after I return to the residence, Xianxia thought. His main reason for going to the Master-Teacher Pavilion was to browse through their collection of books in hopes of finding impetus for a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, just by intervening in a conflict, he had ended up inspiring himself, allowing him to make a breakthrough. With this, there was no longer any need for him to look through the books. Of course, if he accrued more knowledge, it would make it easier for him to offer pointers to others, and that was the key for him to earn more golden pages. Xianxia, watching as Xianxia's aura stabilized as a celestial god, a commotion broke out amid the crowd. Xianxia nearly collapsed to the ground from shock. It is still understandable if you achieved a breakthrough on a whim. You might have built up your foundation and raised your cultivation so much that you were already teetering on the verge of a breakthrough, but it has only been several breaths since you made a breakthrough. How in the world were you able to reinforce your cultivation and sharpen your soul, spirit, and psyche within such a short period of time? Is this even humanly possible? Breaking Xianxia's train of thought were the words of the very man who had left him so deeply shocked. Xianxia Laoshi, may I know if I can access the library of the Master-Teacher Pavilion? I am interested in browsing the collection of books that you have here. The library? Under normal circumstances, only the master teachers of Drifting Spectre Royal City are allowed to access the library. However, since you have salvaged the reputation of all master teachers and saved a student from a tragic fate, Xianxia, you are more than welcome to browse everything we have here, Xianxia said with a smile. 2 hours later, Xianxia walked out of the Drifting Spectre Royal City Master Teacher Pavilion's library, as expected of a Master Teacher Pavilion located at a prime location. Even though it looked humble at first, paling far in comparison to the magnificent buildings on the Master Teacher continent, its collection of books was really nothing to scoff at. There were cultivation technique manuals and battle technique manuals ranging from low-tier god all the way to high-tier celestial god. Browsing through all of them, it did not take him too long to compile the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art and battle techniques. It was just a pity that there were no God King realm manuals. But thinking again, there were very few God Kings in the firmament, and most of them belonged to a major power. Naturally, their heritage would only be passed down within their own lineage. It was nigh impossible for an outsider to lay their hands on their cultivation techniques and battle techniques. It's still too early for me to make a breakthrough to God King. I'll probably need a few more days first. For the time being, I should focus on reinforcing my cultivation and find a way to raise my cultivation to high-tier celestial god. Knowing that he had to take a step at a time in order to lay a firm foundation, Xianxia had no intention of rushing. Even though he was progressing very slowly at the moment, that did not hinder him from working diligently toward his goal. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would eventually be able to reach great heights. For starters, I should try to acquire some middle-tier or even high-tier god essence pills. He had depleted all his middle-tier god essence pills for his breakthrough, so he had not been able to reinforce his cultivation properly. If he just cultivated by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, who knew how long it would take before he was done? That was simply too slow for him. At the same time, middle-tier god essence pills were not as effective on him anymore. He could sense that the pill's efficiency had decreased greatly after his breakthrough. Most likely, he would not be able to use them very soon. From this, he knew that he should prioritize the procurement of high-tier god essence pills. The only issue was that he had no idea where he could source any. There are middle-tier god essence pills on sale at the Mingyuan market not too far away, Xianxia told him. As for high-tier god essence pills, those are restricted products in Royal City. It won't be easy for you to get your hands on them. As the capital of one of the 9 skies, Drifting Spectre Royal City could be considered one of the major cities in the firmament. Naturally, the tier of goods that were sold here was much higher than that of Dusklight City. The middle-tier god essence pills that were hard to procure in Dusklight City could easily be bought here in large quantities. Middle-tier god essence pills were a cultivation resource that celestial gods needed, and there was no lack of celestial gods in Royal City. It would cause a huge uproar if the authorities restricted the sale of middle-tier god essence pills. On the other hand, the high-tier god essence pills were mainly used by god kings, so the difficulty of procuring them was on a whole new level. Anyway, for the time being, he would raise his cultivation with middle-tier god essence pills first and see how far he could go. He turned down Xianxia's offer for dinner before heading toward the Mingyuan market together with Sun Chong. With 40,000 divine coins on him, he should be able to get quite a few middle-tier god essence pills. Soon enough, Sun Chong walked over to him with a victorious smile on his lips and passed over a storage ring filled with 400 middle-tier god essence pills. Under normal circumstances, a middle-tier god essence pills was worth 100 divine coins. However, as middle-tier god essence pills were not as common as low-tier god essence pills, it was not easy to procure them in large quantities. In fact, most sellers would attempt to hike up the price when dealing with mass purchases. Young master, do you need me to rent a silent chamber for you, so that you can focus on your cultivation? Sun Chong asked. Silent chamber? Xianxia shook his head. There's no need for that. We don't have much money left, so let's save it for emergencies. Are we returning to our residence then? Sun Chong asked. Given how seriously the young master took his cultivation, Sun Chong thought that the young man would want to cultivate as soon as he obtained the middle-tier god essence pills, but surprisingly, he was deferring it till they returned. Of course not. Wait a moment. Xianxia replied with a smile. He took out all the jade bottles from the storage ring and poured bottle after bottle of middle-tier god essence pills in his mouth. In a matter of seconds, he had already swallowed over 100 middle-tier god essence pills. Just as Sun Chong was wondering what Xianxia was up to, the latter's cultivation began surging at a visible pace. Low-tier celestial god primary stage. Low-tier celestial god intermediate stage. In less than 2 breaths, he had already reached low-tier celestial god pinnacle. Xianxia swallowed another bottle of pills, but his cultivation no longer rose. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "It seems like my bottleneck came earlier than I thought." He had thought that he would be able to raise his cultivation to middle-tier celestial god with the god essence pills that he had bought, but it seemed like he was too optimistic. His cultivation was no longer rising after he reached low-tier celestial god pinnacle. It was no wonder this was the case. Even when he was cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art, he needed exceptionally concentrated spiritual energy in order to raise his cultivation, such that he often faced the problem of procuring the cultivation resources he needed. Given that he was cultivating the even stronger pathos of heaven now, the concentration of spiritual energy that he needed would inevitably be higher than before. Well, I wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough now anyway. In order to remain in a balanced state, I must make sure that my physical body and soul cultivation remain on par with my cultivation. Harnessing the powers of nature meant that the cultivator would have to endure the pressure coming from nature. For this reason, it was important for a cultivator to maintain the balance among their jinqi, soul, and physical body. Otherwise, he would only be dragged down by his weakest link. Xianxia understood the logic behind this, but the problem was that even though the library of the Master Teacher Pavilion had plenty of books on cultivation techniques and battle techniques, there was nothing concerning soul cultivation and physical body enhancement. Once again, he would have to look for other ways to raise his soul cultivation and enhance his physical body. All in all, the time Xianxia took to cultivate and ponder over these matters was no more than 3 seconds. When he looked up again, he saw Sun Chong staring at him with googly eyes, as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. "Young master, you are already done cultivating?" Sun Chong had always envied Xianxia's swift cultivation speed, and he had felt like there was nothing about the latter that could surprise him anymore. However, he just could not wrap his mind around how the time that the latter took for a breakthrough had reduced after arriving in the firmament. In the past, Xianxia would still take at least 2 to 4 hours before he was done, but he did not need any of that anymore. It felt like the speed of the young man's breakthrough was only limited by how quickly he could stuff God Essence pills into his mouth. Or perhaps, could gorging on pills actually be the secret to his fast pace of cultivation? After all, there were cases where cultivators underwent a transformative change from amassing a massive amount of spiritual energy within their bodies. Stroking his chin, a bold idea surfaced in Sun Chong's mind. Oblivious to his butler's thoughts, Xianxia turned around and asked, "Did you manage to find out more about ways to enhance the physical body while I was cultivating?" Sun Chong's eyebrows twitched in response to those words. In this moment, he actually felt an urge to plunge a knife into the young man's head to see what was inside. "You took only 3 breaths for your cultivation. What did you expect me to find out within this teeny-weeny bit of time? Do you think that information somehow pops into my head as and when I will it to? I'll have it done right now." Sun Chong had to take a deep breath before he could calm himself enough to say those words. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh right, young master. Zhuofeng has been following us for some time now, saying that he wishes to repay you for your help. Given that he's a general in Drifting Spectre Royal City, as well as a middle-tier celestial god, I think that he should know a fair bit about such stuff." Zhuofeng was that silver-armored general. Given Zhuofeng's standing, it was likely that he knew some information that would be difficult for them to source otherwise. Having become a celestial god, the ways in which Xianxia could temper his physical body and soul cultivation were bound to have reduced significantly. Furthermore, cultivation resources that were effective on celestial gods were bound to be invaluable, so there was no way one could acquire such information easily. "Let's invite him to our residence," Xianxia said. It did not take long before they were settled within the main hall of Xianxia's residence. "Zhang Shi," Zhuofeng greeted. The young man before him had saved his son and bestowed him with hope for a brighter future. This was a great favor, and he could not fathom just how he could possibly repay the debt. Nevertheless, he was determined to repay his son's benefactor. "There's one thing that I would like to ask you," Xianxia said. "Zhang, sure. Ask anything of me. I would like to temper my body and refine my soul. Do you know any ways I can go about doing that? If you could point a feasible direction out to me, I think we can consider our scores settled. We will no longer owe each other anything." This? Zhuofeng did not expect Zhang Xian to ask him for such a simple request. He pondered for a moment before replying, "I know quite a few physical body tempering methods from the military, but most of them are intended for the god realm. For someone of your caliber, I know something that would have been suitable for a celestial god like you, but it might not be very feasible now." "Oh, it's rumored that the best place for a celestial god to temper their physical body is the deathless lava reservoir. The deathless lava is filled with spiritual energy that can allow one to swiftly recover from all wounds, making it an ideal location to train one's body. However, the heat in the deathless lava reservoir suddenly extinguished 40 years ago, causing the entire reservoir to solidify. The deathless monarch hasn't repaired it since then, so it has been left in its derelict state," Zhuofeng said. "The deathless monarch?" Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. One of the 9 god monarchs? That name struck a chord in Zhang Xian's head. He recalled seeing the tombstone of the deathless monarch back in the azure city of collapsed space. Back then, he did not know about the various realms in the firmament, and he had assumed that the deathless monarch was nothing more than a simple god. As such, he did not really take it to heart. But when he heard the name from Zhuofeng's mouth once more, everything suddenly clicked together in his mind. The 9 god monarchs were known as the strongest individuals in the firmament, and they had been around since time immemorial. How could one of them simply die like that? Was the tombstone really the grave of the deathless god monarch, or did it represent something else? "That's right." Zhuofeng nodded. "The deathless god monarch is quite a low-profile individual. He hasn't appeared in public for a few decades now." "A few decades?" Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing those words. Didn't he have a fight with the heaven subjugation monarch within the past 40 years? At this point, Zhuofeng lowered his voice and spoke telepathically. "That's what has been said officially, but there are no details about where the battle has occurred, the outcome of the battle, or even if the battle happened at all. I heard a rumor that the heaven subjugation monarch headed over there to challenge him, but the deathless monarch simply admitted defeat without bothering to meet him. But again, this matter concerns the privacy of the god monarchs, so it's better not to talk too much about it." If Zhang Xian had not been the benefactor of his child, Zhuofeng would never have said so much to him. The information that he had spoken of was hardly known among the common populace, but as a middle-tier celestial god, he had still heard some rumors about it. "I see," Zhang Xian muttered with a confounded look on his face. If that was the case, the tombstone of the deathless monarch that he had seen in the city of collapsed space might very well turn out to be real. Was it possible for god monarchs to die? Not to mention, the person who had died was ironically known as the deathless monarch. If it was 40 years ago, that coincided with the period that the spiritual energy started receding. Just what in the world happened back then? "May I know which of the 9 skies the deathless monarch governs?" Zhang Xian asked. He had read much about the 9 skies so far, but weirdly enough, there was not much information regarding the god monarchs, even though he thought that they should be common knowledge. It was almost as if it was forbidden to talk about them. "The deathless monarch governs the sky of spirit origin," Zhuofeng said. Informally, the sky of spirit origin is also called as the sky of deathlessness. Located at the south of the firmament, it's right next to our sky of drifting specter. It's known for its 5 rivers and 3 marshes, which span over large swathes of land. I had the privilege to visit the spirit origin royal city once, but I was only able to tour its outskirts. I heard that the inner city is extremely prosperous, even more so than our drifting specter royal city. However, it seems like the deathless monarch took the city away with him several decades ago. Zhang Xian nodded quietly. He had read about the sky of spirit origin, but he did not think that it would be related to the deathless monarch. If he had known that it was called the Sky of Deathlessness, he would have long made the link between the two. The deathless lava reservoir was open to all of the 9 skies back then. Every year, each the 9 skies would receive some slots, and they would be able to send their talents over to temper themselves. It was previously viewed as a great honor to be selected to train there. However, with the extinguishing of the lava, that system came to a grinding halt. In response to that, each of the 9 skies created their own facilities to temper the physical body of their cultivators. Our military barrack has one as well, but it's intended mainly for gods. The best place for celestial gods to temper their body in the drifting specter royal city is definitely the lucid lunar lake of the Qi clan. It's just that the Qi clan is highly exclusive, and even old subordinates like us aren't allowed to access it, Shuofeng said with a bitter smile. Old subordinates? You are under the Qi clan? Xianxia asked. Yeah, you can say that I used to be under the Qi clan. It might be because this concerned confidential military secrets, so Zhuofeng's answer was very vague. Getting the drift, Zhang Xian diverted the topic away and said, It can't be helped if the Qi clan doesn't allow outsiders to access their facilities. Do you know of any other ways I can temper my physical body? He couldn't possibly sneak into the Qi clan and use their stuff, right? He was a law-abiding citizen and would never resort to such underhanded actions. If he had somehow done something similar to that before, that was all due to the folly of his youth. That had to be the case. There was no other reason why he would do something like that. Nothing else comes to mind. Shuofeng shook his head. Given the resilient bodies that celestial gods have, ordinary methods wouldn't work at all. Most of the resources that are effective are either very rare or they have already been monopolized by officials or major clans. Ordinary cultivators won't be able to get to them. Most cultivators can only use their celestial energy to slowly temper their bodies. Zhang Xian fell silent. Shuofeng was right. It was only after he became a celestial god himself did he realize how formidable they were. Only items that had reached a certain level of potency was effective on him, and those items were darned expensive. There was no way ordinary cultivators would have the money for that, so they could only take their time in tempering their physical body. If Xianxia really needs to use the lucid lunar lake, I can put aside my dignity and ask for you. However, I would just like to say that the chances of it working out is very slim. Zhuofeng added. I understand. That would be greatly appreciated. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and replied. He needed to raise his cultivation swiftly, so the opportunity as the lucid lunar lake was indeed important to him. I'll give it a try then. Shuofeng nodded before walking out of Zhang Xian's residence. Shortly after Shuofeng left, Zhang Xian walked to the courtyard and saw Qi Linger sitting on one of the stools. It would seem like she had a long day as her beautiful face showed signs of exhaustion, and helpless sighs would escape from her time to time. Young Master Zhang, how is your information gathering coming along? Zhang Xian asked. I went to the black market of the royal city and found some past close friends, hoping to gather some news from them. However, Qi Suner found that I have returned and intentionally reported my return to the Qi clan. I have just received a return order from the clan, so I'll have no choice but to make my way there. Qi Linger shook her head. Once I return to the Qi clan, there's a good chance that my movements would be severely restricted. So, I came back here to inform you in advance. Zhang Xian was confused by what he had just heard from Qi Linger. Why would the Qi clan severely restrict her movements after hearing of her return? It was not as if she was a criminal. He understood that major clans tended to have strict rules, but this seemed a little too extreme to him. Black markets are technically illegal in the firmament. Most of those in the upper echelons are aware of their existence, but they also understand that it would be hard to maintain peace within the cities without the presence of black markets as well. So, they choose to overlook their existence. Qi Linger began to explain. The receding of spiritual energy from the firmament was a catastrophic blow to all cultivators. It hindered them from acquiring the resources they needed to cultivate and survive. Most resources were currently within the cities, and they were regulated by the authorities. That meant that it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to access the resources, and that could potentially result in major unrest. If ordinary cultivators found themselves in a desperate position where they couldn't advance their cultivation as well, there was a good chance that they would band together and try something. Of course, a revolt was unlikely given the absolute power that god monarchs, conferred god kings, and god kings wielded, but there were many other ways for ordinary cultivators to spark chaos within the cities. Banditry was one perfect example. For this reason, the existence of the black market was of paramount importance. It was the place where cultivators knew that they would be able to acquire what they need, even though the price might be a little hefty at times. It drew attention away from the dissatisfactions from the governance, bringing stability to the cities. In a sense, this was similar to how, in Xianxia's previous world, some occupations were considered illegal, but authorities still chose to turn a blind eye to their existence due to the necessity of their existence in the world. It was not that they didn't want to intervene, but there could be a severe backlash if the authorities were to put a foot into it. Pretty much all of the black markets of the Sky of Drifting Spectre are under the control of the Qi clan. It might appear impressive at first look, but in the higher echelons, the black markets are viewed to be shady and dishonorable. For this reason, those operating the black markets are mainly the members who have been sidelined and oppressed. Qi Linger said with a bitter smile. The top echelons had reluctantly acknowledged the existence of the black markets, but that didn't change the fact that the black market was still illegal. Even if she were to show splendid results as the boss of a black market, that was no way she could flaunt about in the upper echelons. This was similar to how spies couldn't be officially recognized for their merits even if they had contributed more than the generals. To be frank, the lineage that I have descended from can be considered to be extremely close to the core lineage. However, due to the conflicts in the previous generation, my lineage has been oppressed by Qi Suner's lineage all this while. She knows that we won't be able to do anything about her due to her brother, and she's making full use of that. Her brother. Her brother is the most talented offspring of the Qi clan at the moment. He's in his late 30s at the moment, but his cultivation has already reached high-tier celestial god. Furthermore, he was able to persevere in the lucid lunar lake for more than 4 hours. According to the elders of our clan, he has the constitution of a god king. He has been receiving the best cultivation resources in our clan, and naturally that means that the standing of the lineage he has descended from rises as well, Qi Linger said. The lucid lunar lake? Xianxia asked curiously. It's a place where the members of the Qi clan refine their bloodline and temper their physical body. The purer one's bloodline is, the longer one will be able to stay within the lucid lunar lake. Even the core disciples who are able to stay in there for an hour can already be considered geniuses. In the history of the Qi clan, including him, only 5 people have been able to last that long in there, and the previous 4 eventually went on to become god kings. Qi Linger nodded. Due to such precedences, the Qi clan viewed Qi Suner's brother as a god king in the making. The top clans competing for dominance in the Drifting Spectre Royal City were those who had conferred god kings, and the old ancestor of the Qi clan, Qi Meng, was a conferred god king himself. What that set those clans apart was namely the number of god kings they had under their command. Thus, if another god king could rise up from the Qi clan, it would surely give the Qi clan an edge over the others. A person viewed as a potential god king would surely be placed on a pedestal compared to the others. Naturally, the clan would favor him over anyone he was in conflict with. That would explain why Qi Linger ended up being sent to the faraway Twilight City despite being a member of the Qi clan. It seemed like the politics within the Qi clan was complicated. Have you been to the lucid lunar lake before? Xianxia asked. I went in once, but I couldn't even last 15 minutes in there. Qi Linger shook her head. If she could persevere 4 hours on there, the Qi clan would surely be desperate to fawn on her. Not even that wench Qi Suner would be able to cross her. Those who were weak were bound to be oppressed. This was something that couldn't be helped. You couldn't last 15 minutes in there? Is it very uncomfortable to be within the lucid lunar lake? The energy in the lake is very violent, and it suppresses one's celestial energy and soul. As a result, it's impossible to protect yourself with celestial energy in there. It will be difficult to stay in there for too long just by enduring it with one's physical body. Those who are able to do it are usually those who have purer bloodline and possess great talents. Xianxia explained. It was not that she was unwilling to endure the pain, but she was really at her limits then. Just entering the lucid lunar lake made her feel as though every single cell on her body was being sliced into two simultaneously. If she were to force herself to press on, she might have either died or lost her mind there. Usually, I would have avoided the royal city at all costs due to the situation within the Qi clan. However, after consuming your beauty pill, I realized that the injuries I have sustained before has disappeared, and my recovery ability has enhanced significantly. I have a feeling that I might be able to last much longer within the lucid lunar lake in my current state. So, I hope to return to my clan and give it another try, Xianxia said hesitantly. So, you want me to forge some beauty pills for you, so as to boost your chances in the lucid lunar lake? Xianxia saw through Xianxia's thoughts. When he first asked Xianxia to come with him to the royal city and offered to compensate her for her services, the latter hesitated for a moment and eventually chose to defer her request. From the looks of it now, it should be related to the lucid lunar lake. The lucid lunar lake was representative of a person's talents in the Qi clan, and those who were able to last longer in it would be highly regarded within the clan. Most likely, she was thinking that as long as she could obtain sufficient beauty pills, she would be able to endure the violent energy within the lucid lunar lake and last long enough for her to solidify her position within the clan. That's right, Xianxia replied frankly. Very well, I can help you with that, Xianxia replied. However, you'll need to bring me along with you to the lucid lunar lake. It just happened that he was interested to see the highly acclaimed physical body tempering spot of the Sky of Drifting Specters when Xianxia suddenly spoke about it. Even if he were to just look at it, he might be able to figure out a way to emulate its effects so as to temper his body. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Xianxia's eyes lit up in happiness. In truth, her objective was not the beauty pill but Xianxia himself. She couldn't deny that the effects of the beauty pill were incredible, but even so, it would only increase the amount of time she could last inside the lucid lunar lake by 10 minutes or so. What she valued more at the moment was her relationship with Xianxia. In her journey with him, she had witnessed how the young man had created miracles one after another. If she could just convince the young man to help her on this matter, she might just be able to pull off the unexpected. I can bring you to the lucid lunar lake, but without the Qi clan's bloodline, you won't be able to enter the area. Otherwise, the violent energy will tear you apart, Xianxia replied. She wasn't worried about bringing Xianxia in as well due to the special nature of the lucid lunar lake. Those who weren't from the Qi clan wouldn't even be able to come into close proximity with it without sustaining severe damage. For this reason, the Qi clan also didn't set up strict restrictions preventing outsiders from coming close since it would be redundant to do so. Rest assured, I'm just interested to see what it's like, Xianxia said with a smile. He wasn't intending to enter the lake, at least not at the moment anyway. That being said, if a chance presented itself where he could temper his physical body, he wouldn't give up on it either. As long as he were to take it easy and not spoil the lucid lunar lake, it should be fine. That's a relief, Xianxia remarked. Having resolved the issue plaguing her mind, the tension immediately released from her shoulders. She took another look at the young man before her, and she suddenly realized that there was a huge change in the strength and disposition of the other party. Low-tier celestial god, Pinnacle? You've made a breakthrough. Xianxia felt a little lightheaded. I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, Xianxia replied calmly. Xianxia clutched her stifled chest as she felt her breathing becoming a little erratic. It was as if the young man was someone sent down by the heavens to traumatize her. If I recall correctly, you were only a low-tier god when we met a few days ago, right? Just how many days has it been? And you are already a celestial god. That's 3 whole cultivation realms. Is the bloodline of a god monarch really that formidable, such that it allows one to overcome all cultivation bottlenecks with ease? And what makes things worse is that fellow's attitude. It's one thing if he managed to raise his cultivation with ease, but he makes it sound as if it's no big deal at all, feeling no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Do you know how difficult it is for others to become a celestial god? However, This made Qi Ling'er even more certain of Xianxia's identity. Other than someone who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch, who else would have been able to pull off something as dastardly as this? The Qi clan was one of the top clans in Drifting Spectre Royal City, and this gave them the privilege to reside on one of the floating mountains in the sky. Qi Ling'er rented an aerial divine beast, and the two of them were soon on their way toward the floating mountain. It was at this moment that Xianxia took a close look at Qi Ling'er's cultivation, high-tier god. While her cultivation was lower than his, as an inheritor of the bloodline of a conferred god-king, it would be wise not to underestimate her strength. As members of the same clan, your fates are intertwined with one another. Ideally, wouldn't you all usually work together to surpass the other powers instead? Xianxia asked doubtfully as he recalled what Qi Ling'er had mentioned previously. There weren't many arguments within the clan before, as the resources that a conferred god-king was entitled to were nearly unlimited. So, there were no conflicts in the interests among fellow clan members, and it was easier for everyone to get along with one another. Then, with a deep sigh of lamentation, she said, "But 40 years ago, when the spiritual energy in the atmosphere receded, the cultivation resources we are entitled to suddenly plummeted. It's inevitable that conflicts arose as a result of that. 20 years ago, an accident occurred, and Qi Suner's father ended up dying from that. Due to that, she harbors great hatred toward my lineage, swearing to never let any of us off." "I see." Xianxia nodded. "When resources became scarce, even blood brothers would turn on one another. That was simply human nature. In the past, our lineage was one of the more powerful ones, so she didn't dare do anything to us. However, as her older brother rose through the ranks, the standing of our lineage gradually fell." Thinking about all the suffering that she had gone through over the years, Qi Ling'er could only shake her head bitterly. If she had remained with the Qi clan, she would have long become a celestial god by now. It was due to the scarce resources that she had in Twilight City that she was stuck as a high-tier god. "Tell me more about Qi Suner's older brother," Xianxia said. "A person who was deemed to have the potential to become a god-king was bound to have something more than just a powerful physical body. It was extremely likely that he possessed something far beyond what ordinary cultivators had. Her older brother is Qi Yu, and his bloodline is much purer than most of the clan members. On top of that, he is able to grasp any cultivation technique and battle technique swiftly, allowing him to rapidly improve. Currently, he is ranked 7th on the board of potential god kings." Qi Ling'er replied. Even though they were in opposing factions, she was still pretty awed by Qi Yu's talent and strength. "Board of potential god kings?" "Yes. It's a formal ranking system within Drifting Spectre Royal City that evaluates the possibility of a person becoming a god king. Most of those on the board fail to make the final step forward eventually, but nevertheless, the very fact that their names were once on the board is testament to the great strength that they possess," Qi Ling'er replied. "If Qi Yu is in 7th place, doesn't that mean that there are 6 people who are even more talented than him?" Xianxia was slightly astounded. As a conferred god-king clan, the Qi clan was indubitably one of the strongest powers in Drifting Spectre Royal City. It was a little perplexing to see that their most talented member, not to mention that Qi Ling'er had even said that there had only been 4 others like him in the history of the Qi clan, was only ranked in the 7th place. "Ah, you are thinking too simply." Qi Ling'er understood where Xianxia was coming from, so she quickly explained the significance of the ranking. Celestial gods have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and most of those who are ranked in the top 10 have lived for at least 500 years. Qi Yu is only in his late 30s, but he has already managed to squeeze into the 7th place of the ranking. This means that he could very well climb to 1st place within the next 50 or 100 years. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Youth in itself was a sign of potential. One had much more time than the others to achieve something that others had not yet done. Just by considering the disparity in age, Qi Yu was indeed much more likely to become a god king compared to the others on the board of potential god kings. After flying for a while longer, Qi Ling'er turned to Xianxia and asked, "Young Master Zhang, have you forged the pills that will help me to endure the energy within the lucid lunar lake yet?" They were about to arrive at the Qi clan, but so far, she had not seen Xianxia forging any pills. She could not help but worry that the young man had not prepared what she needed yet. If so, it would be best for them to delay the matter a little. Once they were at the Qi clan, Qi Suner would not allow them to take a breather or make preparations at all. It'll be difficult for me to prepare anything effective without seeing the lucid lunar lake in person. Otherwise, the medicinal effectiveness of the pills will be severely discounted. Xianxia replied casually. All right then. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Qi Linger decided to trust him. Before long, the floating mountain shrouded by clouds was already right ahead of them. Different from most mountain ranges, it felt as if someone had flipped the mountain upside down using overwhelming might. The bottom was sharp and pointed, whereas the top was as flat as a mirror. A resplendent and massive manor sat on top of it, and countless celestial cranes flew around the mountain. It really felt like a place where deities lived. As expected of one of the top clans of Drifting Spectre Royal City, it was really on a whole other level. Is there a formation around the mountain? Xianxia asked doubtfully as he assessed the mountain with his eye of insight. He could clearly sense the presence of a formation shrouding the floating mountain, but for some reason, he was unable to see it with his eye of insight. His eye of insight had become much stronger after he became a celestial god. Yet this formation was still able to escape his sight. This only meant that the formation was extremely powerful, most likely the doing of the Qi clan's conferred god king. There's a formation around the mountain, but you need not worry. It has the effect of discerning a person's bloodline, and as long as a visitor is around a clan member, the formation will automatically open up a passageway, Qi Linger replied. Just as Qi Linger said, the aerial divine beast did not trigger the formation while flying toward the floating mountain. Soon, they were already standing before a set of humongous gates. Big Sister Linger, you're back. The two young men guarding the humongous gates recognized Qi Linger and rushed up to her with excited smiles on their faces. I'm here to meet the clan head, Qi Linger informed them with a solemn look on her face. This way, please. Knowing that Qi Linger was there for official business based on her appearance, one of the young men glanced at Xianxia before leading the way into the manor. As soon as Xianxia entered the manor, he felt rich spiritual energy surging into his body through his skin, leaving him with an urge to sit down and cultivate on the spot. As expected of a power with a conferred god king, the spiritual energy in Royal City came nowhere close in comparison to this. Xianxia was confident that he would be able to become a middle-tier celestial god quickly even without any high-tier god essence pills if he cultivated there. Following the young man, they soon arrived before an empty grand hall. They waited for a few minutes before two figures walked into the hall. One of them was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He walked all the way to the center seat in the room. The other person was a young lady who was around the same age as Qi Linger. She was dressed in tight clothes that shaped out her curvaceous figure. She took her position behind the middle-aged man. Clan head. Qi Linger clasped her fist and greeted the middle-aged man. Xianxia knew that it was not his place to speak, so he decided to stand quietly by the side and simply watch the proceedings. The middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. He gazed at Qi Linger, assessing her, for a moment before he began speaking. Even though Twilight City is located at a remote and backward location in the sky of Drifting Spectre, it is of great strategic importance to us. I remember telling you to stay there and gather intelligence, and you were not to return till I gave you permission to do so. Why did you return of your own accord without informing us? If not for sooner telling me about it, I would still have been kept in the dark. His voice was not loud, but it carried a lot of power. The atmosphere suddenly grew so heavy that it felt difficult to breathe. God King, Xianxia thought. Even though the other party had not displayed his cultivation, he found that he was unable to perceive the depths of the other party's strength. Furthermore, his very presence seemed to meld harmoniously with the surroundings, such that it felt like nature would punish anyone who dared defy him. Xianxia quietly reined in his cultivation and watched quietly by the side, not showing any hint of standing up at all. He had come out of curiosity for the lucid lunar lake. He had no intentions of getting into a conflict with a god king from the Qi clan. As a result of that, the middle-aged man did not find anything amiss about Zhang Xian. He thought that Zhang Xian was just a subordinate that Qi Linger was bringing about with her, so he did not pay much heed to him. Clan head The immense pressure coming from the middle-aged man left Qi Linger a little nervous. She was about to speak up and explain herself when the clan head suddenly interjected once more. I'll only give you a single chance to explain yourself. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll have to deal with you according to the clan rules. I understand. Qi Linger took a deep breath before she started speaking. I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter a while back, which resulted in my body undergoing transformational changes. So, I came back to request an opportunity to cultivate in the lucid lunar lake once more. Don't you think your reason is a little too forced? Before the middle-aged man could even speak up, the young lady beside him had already sneered coldly. A person's talent is determined as their birth. Are you telling me that you are so naive as to think that it's possible for your talent to improve over time? Under the rules of the Qi clan, the members of the core family had the right to enter the lucid lunar lake 3 times, and Qi Linger had only used it once thus far. Thus, she had the discretion to apply for the opportunity to enter it once more. However, it was a known fact within the Qi clan that Qi Linger did not perform well the first time around, so what was the point of her entering it a second time? If it was possible for a person to improve their talent, the Qi clan would have been filled with geniuses. I also find it unbelievable as well, but I believe that the clan head should be able to tell whether I am lying or not. Qi Linger replied calmly. I can sense some changes in your aura, but I find it hard to believe what you are saying. The middle-aged man shook his head. I am not very satisfied with the reason you have given me. If you doubt my words, you can always test it out. Qi Linger quickly added. Test? How do you expect us to test your talent? The young lady sneered. It was possible to test a person's fighting prowess and cultivation, but how could something as abstract as talent possibly be tested? Clan head, you can impart an identical battle technique to both Sister Sooner and me and give us an hour to learn it. After that, we'll suppress our cultivation to the same level and compete with one another. The person who is able to comprehend it to a higher level is bound to be more talented than the other. Sooner, you should have no issue with that, right? Qi Linger proposed with a smile. As someone who was able to consolidate her power and rule over a black market for many years without facing any problems, she was no pushover at all. Qi Sooner's tip-off had left her in a difficult and awkward position, so she was determined to return the favor. Oh? It seems like you are very confident in yourself. Qi Linger's words did not cause Qi Sooner to panic at all. On the contrary, a smile of ridicule spread on her face. If I recall correctly, you were only able to persevere inside the lucid lunar lake for 15 minutes, right? Indeed, Qi Linger replied without any awkwardness. I wasn't even able to last for 15 minutes, but Sister Sooner, you were able to last an hour in there. Given your talent, this test should be a walk in the park for you, right? Of course. I'm just afraid that you'll embarrass yourself. Qi Sooner chuckled as she walked to the center of the hall. Clan head, I am willing to go along with Linger's request and compete with her. However, I think that Linger's actions of shirking her responsibility and lying to you are unacceptable. If she isn't able to prove herself here, I beseech you to strip her of her identity as one of the core members and imprison her. To strip Qi Linger of her identity as a core member of the Qi clan meant taking away her bloodline, and that was an extremely grave punishment. This was a sentence usually used only on traitors. Not only would it dishonor the individual herself, her entire lineage would be disgraced. It seemed like Qi Sooner was determined to do Qi Linger in thoroughly this time, so as to ensure that she would never get a chance to make a comeback. Sister Sooner, don't you think that a bet should go both ways? If I'm going to be punished severely for losing the duel, it's only fair for the same to happen to you, Qi Linger replied. I'm not the one who came back from Twilight City without permission, disobeying the commands of the clan head. Even if I lose, it just means that I'm lacking practice. Why should I be punished if I lose? Qi Sooner harumphed. Besides, Do you honestly think that you can defeat me with your caliber? Seeing how Qi Suner was not falling for her provocations, Qi Linger shrugged and said, "Don't you think it's a little disproportionate for you to suggest kicking me out of the Qi clan if I fail a test of talent? I can't help but think that you have some personal grudge. If this is not a bet, am I to take it that you are trying to make a judgment on the clan head's behalf?" Audacious! Qi Suner's face immediately flushed at that accusation. She was just about to lash out at Qi Linger for bringing up such a ridiculous notion when the clan head suddenly interjected. "Enough! One's ability to comprehend battle techniques is indeed a gauge of one's talent. Since neither of you object to it, we'll go ahead with that. God Kings had a lifespan of over 10,000 years, so they had plenty of time. Even though he only appeared to be a generation older than Qi Linger and Qi Suner, the truth was that there were many generations between them, such that he did not feel much sentiments toward them. From his perspective, he did not think that Qi Linger's words were very credible. However, since the latter was determined to prove herself, there was no reason he should stop her from doing so. He simply viewed it as a momentary break from work. If Qi Linger was able to raise her talent, it would be a blessing for the Qi clan. It was not as if he had anything to lose anyway. Right after saying those words, he flicked his wrist and tossed a book over. "This is a battle technique that I have created. I have never shown it to anyone before, so you can be assured that this test is absolutely fair." Then, with a snap of his finger, a stick of incense placed by the side of the room lit up, and a slight fragrance wafted around the room. "The two of you have an hour each. Begin." Right after those words were spoken, the book floating in the air began flipping on its own. Qi Linger and Qi Suner quickly turned their sights over and focused deeply on the books. The book was being flipped at a rapid pace, but as powerful cultivators, they were able to process the content of the book without too much trouble. In less than 3 minutes, they had already finished looking through and remembering the content of the book. Who? The two of them sat down and began interpreting the secrets of the battle technique. By the side, Xianxia quietly shot a glance at the book as well. The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a new book was compiled within it. He quickly flipped through the content before shaking his head in disapproval. There are so many mistakes in here. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, he could tell that the battle technique was riddled with errors. There were almost 100 of them inside it. He had expected a technique created personally by a god king to be close to perfection, but right now it was a long stretch to even call it a decent battle technique. A thought suddenly arose in Xianxia's mind. Did he intentionally make it this way so as to challenge them? The technique seems to be flawed in a manner that makes it incredibly unnatural and awkward to grasp. Qi Linger and Qi Suner were competing to prove their talent. If one of them was able to interpret and make sense out of this flawed battle technique, that would really be concrete proof to her talent. This sparked Xianxia's curiosity to take a closer look at the battle technique, but the sheer number of issues in it made him feel nauseated. So, he was left with no choice but to quickly clear his mind of it. Just looking at it was enough to make him feel queasy inside. He was simply spoilt by the Heaven's Path divine art and the other perfect techniques from the Library of Heaven's Path. Forget it. With a deep sigh, Xianxia gathered the books around the Library of Heaven's Path and compiled them together in order to rid the errors in the battle technique. As this was a test for Qi Linger and Qi Suner, the middle-aged man could not take out something that was too advanced. It just so happened that he had gathered a huge collection of books from the Master Teacher Pavilion not too long ago, so it was not difficult for him to correct the errors. He quickly looked at the battle technique once more and drove his celestial energy in accordance with it. Soon enough, he had already mastered it. This is too simple. Could this even be considered a test? It was child's play. He turned his gaze toward Qi Linger to see how she was faring, only to see sweat dripping down the latter's head. It felt like she was having difficulties interpreting certain parts of the battle technique, resulting in her inability to practice it. I see. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. From the very start, the middle-aged man had never intended for Qi Linger and Qi Suner to cultivate the technique as it was. He wanted them to adapt the battle technique into something that was suited for their own need. Only someone who could go beyond memorizing to integrate his web of knowledge together would be able to climb higher as a cultivator. Only such a person would be worthy of being called a genius, as expected of someone who had lived for millenniums. He had a lot of ideas in his mind. Why isn't this working? Why is nothing working at all? Is my talent really that bad? If it's a technique created by the clan head, he must have tested it rigorously. There's no way it can't be cultivated. There must be a way out of this. I must have interpreted it incorrectly somewhere. The faces of the two ladies were scrunched tightly in frustration and anxiety. There was simply too much at stake. Neither of them wanted to lose. But for some reason, no matter how they examined the cultivation technique, there were simply some parts that would not connect. They were unable to construct a feasible system out of the entire battle technique, and this really baffled them. How were they supposed to cultivate something that felt so incomplete? Time flew by, and it looked as if an hour was going to pass very soon. Yet, the two of them were still completely lost. It felt like they were not fated with this battle technique. "What a pity!" the middle-aged man remarked softly as he looked at the performance of the two ladies before him. Just as Xianxia had guessed, he had intentionally filled the battle technique with a lot of errors such that it was impossible to master without some modifications. Of course, he had also made sure to conceal the errors well so that normal cultivators would not be able to notice them easily, or else he would have been giving away the crux of the test too easily. If one of them had been able to comprehend this logic, even if she didn't manage to come up with anything in the end, the attitude she had toward learning would still have been a sign of her aptitude. Those who blindly believed in books would never become anything great in the future. The middle-aged man had intentionally mentioned that this was a battle technique that he had come up with to further exert pressure on the two of them, but they had fallen for those words and ended up cornering themselves in their thoughts. Shaking his head in disappointment, he was just about to end the test prematurely when something caught his eye. With raised eyebrows, he turned his attention to Xianxia. Her previously scrunched face had relaxed considerably, and a smile emerged on her lips. It appeared as if she had finally managed to make sense out of the situation. "It seems like Xianxia is still a notch above Linger," the middle-aged man noted with a nod. As someone who could persevere in the lucid lunar lake for more than an hour, Xianxia was indubitably a genius. This duel only served to further drive in that fact. Noticing the same change, Xianxia frowned. At this rate, Linger will lose. It was clear that Linger was still stuck, and time was swiftly running out. If she still could not comprehend the crux of the test, she was doomed to lose. If she loses, I won't get a chance to see the lucid lunar lake. I might even be implicated as well. Even though he had already made a breakthrough to the celestial god realm, from the instant he met the middle-aged man, he knew that it would be futile for him to attempt to barge into the lucid lunar lake forcefully. A god king was far beyond what he could currently deal with. Even if he could somehow amplify his strength tenfold on the spot, he would be no match for the middle-aged man. But he could not help Linger so explicitly either. They were under the watchful eye of a god king, and even if he used Xianxia telepathy to communicate with her, the middle-aged man would surely notice it right away and disqualify her. That being said, given Linger's personality, she wouldn't have put herself in a dangerous position if she wasn't confident of victory. It's weird how she ended up placing herself in such a bad position so easily. Linger was a person who knew the value of preparation and planning. She was extremely thorough in whatever she did, and that could be seen from how she dealt with the sales of the beauty pill. In fact, she was the one who had proposed the duel. How did she end up landing in such a position? Perplexed, he took a closer look at Linger, but he was not able to find anything amiss about her. She was earnestly struggling with the battle technique. Then, he turned his sights to Xianxia and willed. Flaws. A book materialized in his head. As Xianxia was in the midst of practicing a battle technique, he could easily compile a book on her. Xianxia flipped open the book and looked through the contents. After looking through the details of the book, his forehead slowly scrunched up. Linger's evaluation of Xianxia's ability was not wrong. The latter did not manage to figure out the true intention of the middle-aged man either, What she failed to calculate was the possibility of Qi Suner getting external help. It was understandable, though, given that it would indeed be hard to deceive the discerning eyes of a god king. But Qi Suner had managed to do it. It was through her external helper that she was able to practice the battle technique, and most likely, the external helper was none other than the famed genius that Qilinger had talked about, Qi Yu. Only a person of his caliber would be able to see through the problems of the battle technique, modify them, and impart it to another person in a way that the latter could understand. They sure know how to work around things. Qi Suner and Qi Yu had prepared beforehand in order to ensure that the middle-aged man would not notice their cheating, and to be honest, if Xianxia had not used the Library of Heaven's Path, their actions would likely have escaped his notice. That being said, what they did was actually very simple. Qi Yu had tamed a particularly small bug and placed it inside Qi Suner's body. The bug allowed him to communicate directly with Qi Suner's soul, making it hard for a god king to notice unless he observed closely. Through controlling the movement of the worm in her body, Qi Suner would be able to drive her celestial energy in accordance with the movements of the worm and eventually master the battle technique. Since you are already cheating, I guess there's no reason for me to hold back. Xianxia chuckled softly beneath his breath. If they had adhered to the rules, he would have still thought twice about helping Qilinger. In a sense, this was a personal grudge between the two of them, and he did not think that it was right for an outsider like him to get involved. So, even though the outcome would affect him as well, he was willing to accept it. However, since Qi Suner and Qi Yu were already cheating in this duel, he had no intention of letting Qilinger fend for herself. While it would be difficult to pull any strings before a god king, that did not mean that Xianxia had absolutely no way of doing it at all. Even though it has been a while since she ate the beauty pill, she probably hasn't managed to fully assimilate the Heaven's Path Xinqi I infused inside it. He carefully focused his consciousness toward Qilinger's body, and soon, he felt a slight connection with the Xinqi in her body. It was flowing alongside her divine energy in her meridians. Qilinger had consumed a beauty pill back when they were still at Twilight City's underground market. Back then, he had given it to her so that he would be able to deal with her if she betrayed him. Who could have thought that this surge of Xinqi would become their trump card to dealing with Qi Suner and Qi Yu? Through this surge of Xinqi, Xianxia would be able to guide Qilinger much more efficiently than a worm could, and more importantly, it was so discreet that it was impossible to see through. Hoo-hoo! Under Xianxia's control, the Heaven's Path Xinqi slowly circulated around Qilinger's body through a certain pathway, tearing down all blockages and bottlenecks in its path. Qilinger had been utterly lost a moment ago, such that she had nearly resigned herself to a despairing defeat against Qi Suner. But the abrupt changes within her body made her eyes glow in excitement. She had no idea why she suddenly experienced such changes in her body, but her intuition as a cultivator told her that as long as she channeled her divine energy through the open circulation pathway, she would be able to master the battle technique. Many of the issues that she had faced in the battle technique over the past hour would be resolved as well, granting the battle technique far greater might than before. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Qilinger swiftly drove her divine energy through the newly opened circulation pathway, and amazingly, she felt her comprehension of the battle technique surging at a ridiculous rate. It was as if someone was guiding her step by step, allowing her mastery to rise all the way to major accomplishment in an instant. She was excited by the changes that were happening to her, but she concealed her emotions impeccably under a mask of anxiety. Her act might be able to fool Qi Suner, but it was insufficient to deceive the god king sitting before her. The middle-aged man was slightly bewildered to see the confused young lady from a moment ago suddenly grasping the battle technique. He was well aware that it was no easy feat to resolve the flaws in his battle technique to make it feasible to practice. It would really take great brilliance in order to do so. I reckon she has only grasped the preliminary crux of my battle technique. She probably is some way off mastering it. He glanced at the incense by the side and raised his hand. Time's up. Qilinger and Qi Suner rose to their feet at the same moment. Begin, he ordered. Qi Suner took a look at Qilinger's state, and she could not help but smile gleefully when she saw the cold sweat dripping down Qilinger's face. She had been trying to quash Qi Linger and her lineage for some time, but that was much easier said than done. The Qi clan would not allow her to do anything that would compromise their reputation, so she could not make a move on Qi Linger and her lineage too openly. She needed a legitimate reason if she wanted to take them down. Right now, Qi Linger had openly defied the orders of the clan head. Even though neither of them had acknowledged the earlier duel, it was implied that Qi Linger would be severely punished if she won the duel. This was to uphold the clan's dignity and the legitimacy of the clan rules. Otherwise, if everyone in the Qi clan neglected their responsibilities and did as they pleased, what would become of them? This battle technique is simply too complicated. It's hard to achieve anything significant within an hour. Clan head, if you could just give me another hour, I will be able to reinforce my understanding of the technique. Qi Linger gritted her teeth in desperation. The time given to us was an hour's time. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to ask for an extension? Cut the crap and get ready for battle. Qi Suner sneered coldly. She earnestly believed that Qi Linger was trying to postpone the battle out of fear. On the other hand, seeing how Qi Suner had fallen for such a shallow ploy, the middle-aged man could not help but sigh in disappointment. Due to her close relations with Qi Yu, he had thought that Qi Suner was a talented individual who could become a pillar of support for the Qi clan in the future. However, it seemed like she was still very lacking. She allowed her pride to blind her, causing her to be so easily deceived by the other party. But again, it was not surprising for Qi Suner to underestimate Qi Linger. The two of them had grown up together, so they were well aware of each other's capabilities. Furthermore, despite being someone who was able to persevere for an hour in the lucid lunar lake, she was unable to comprehend the crux of the test until the very end. It was only natural for her to assume that the situation would be worse for Qi Suner. It was based on this confidence that she dared to take up Qi Linger challenge in the first place. Begin, the middle-aged man ordered. Qi Linger closed her eyes and sighed deeply before turning to the middle-aged man to request, "Clan head, please inspect our cultivation." Soon, both of their cultivation levels had been suppressed to the same level. Even the amount of divine energy they had in their bodies had been adjusted to the same amount. Who? After was done, Qi Suner unhesitatingly leaped forward and rained down a flurry of palm strikes upon Qi Linger. Not bad. Seeing this, the middle-aged man nodded in approval. Qi Suner had managed to leap out of the limitations of the battle technique that he had given her and altered it to improve its might drastically. Even though it still paled far in comparison to what he had come up with, this was still a sign of Qi Suner's talent. After that, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to Qi Linger, and his eyebrows immediately leaped up in shock. He had just witnessed something that had left him flabbergasted. Qi Linger had not finished executing her attack yet, but just by looking at the circulation pathway of her divine energy, he could tell that she had managed to modify the battle technique to a level that even surpassed what he had come up with. It was just a simple modification, but it ingeniously turned a second-rate battle technique to an unparalleled secret manual that even he had trouble understanding. How did she manage to do it? Pa! A sound reminiscent of the cracking of a whip echoed in the air. The confident Qi Suner was struck squarely on her cheek, causing her body to spin in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. You have lost. Qi Linger did not continue her attack after subduing Qi Suner in a single move. She placed her hands behind her back and gazed down on Qi Suner haughtily. Years of being oppressed by Qi Suner had filled her with rage and indignation. Finally, she had a chance to give that darned wench a tight slap to her face. You... Qi Suner was stupefied. She had thought that she could easily deal with Qi Linger with the battle technique her older brother had imparted to her. But she had ended up being blasted away by the other party instead. Had the other party not been struggling over the battle technique earlier? How in the world did she manage to master it to such a degree? That was impossible. Watching everything through the worm in Qi Suner's body, Qi Yu frowned, too. As the top genius of the Qi clan, he could tell just how terrifying Qi Linger's slap was. It was still the same battle technique that the clan head had imparted to them. But how did Qi Linger manage to modify it so ingeniously? Not even the God King Realm clan head would have been able to improve the battle technique to such a level. Could it be the old ancestor? Is this a warning from the old ancestor? He's displeased by our internal conflict, so he's using Qi Linger to warn us not to go too far? Qiyu thought as he felt a cold chill running down his spine. There was only one person in the Qi clan who could possibly modify the battle technique to such a degree, and that was old ancestor Qi Meng. If the old ancestor was really getting involved in this matter, they would have to rethink their plans. While Qi Yu had fallen deep in thought, Qi Suner finally recovered from her shock. Her pale face swiftly flushed crimson with rage as she furiously roared, "You bitch! You aren't using the battle technique that we were given at all. I'll slaughter you!" Without any warning, she released her seal and charged right toward Qi Linger. She could not stand the humiliation of being slapped by a person who was so much weaker than her. Astonished, Qi Yu quickly snapped out of his thoughts and leaped into the hall to stop Qi Suner. "What are you doing? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" This duel was conducted before the clan head himself. Questioning the result of the duel was no different from questioning the clan head's judgment. They would only be incurring the clan head's ire at this rate. "Brother, I have known this bitch for many years, and there's no way someone of her caliber could have comprehended that battle technique and modified it to such an extent. There's no way that bitch could have done it." Qi Suner roared indignantly. Even though she would never admit it to herself, she had always viewed Qi Linger as her rival subconsciously, and she knew very well that the latter did not possess such capability. Qi Linger was a wily fox, but her talent in cultivation was far beneath hers. The lucid lunar lake had already shown so. Qi Linger should have been nothing before her. Not to mention, she had even used the battle technique that her older brother had personally modified. Seeing the disgraceful act that Qi Suner was putting on, the middle-aged man looked at her with utterly cold eyes as he spoke with the imposing authority of a god king. "You have already lost. Don't embarrass yourself any further than this." Then, he turned to Qi Linger and said, "Demonstrate the battle technique that you have comprehended for me once more." "Yes, clan head." Qi Linger took a deep breath before executing the battle technique once more. Hoo hoo hoo. Tremendous might was compressed together to an extreme degree, causing sonic booms to echo endlessly in the air. Incredible! This is truly incredible. I never would have thought that it's possible to do something like this. The eyes of the middle-aged man were shining in amazement. It looked as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Creating a good battle technique was not just about the arrival of a sudden bout of inspiration. More than that, the cultivator would have to review it again and again in order to perfect it. The process was similar to a poet calligraphing a poem. Even the simplest detail could have rippling effects on the harmony and prowess of the entire battle technique. The battle technique that Qi Linger had come up with was absolutely flawless. There was no fault that he could pick with it at all. This was the first time that the middle-aged man had seen such a battle technique, so it was no wonder he was unable to curb his agitation. Perhaps the key for him to get to greater heights might lie in this. "Did you comprehend this battle technique yourself?" the middle-aged man asked. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that Qi Linger really possessed such talent. There was no way the Qi clan would have overlooked her if that was the case. Even if Qi Linger was only able to persevere for 15 minutes in the lucid lunar lake, her very ability to create and refine techniques was enough to make her an even more likely candidate to become a god king than Qi Yu. "Yes, I did," Qi Linger replied. She had no idea why her body had acted the way it did, but her instincts told her that Xianxia had played a part in that. However, she also knew that Xianxia was an extremely low-profile person, and he was unwilling to garner too much attention. Thus, she could only admit to it. "Not bad. Not bad at all." The middle-aged man nodded excitedly. "Thank you, clan head," Qi Linger replied respectfully. Then, she turned to Qi Suner and asked, "Is there anything else you have to say about this?" Qi Suner clenched her fists indignantly, but faced with her older brother's stem gaze, she could only swallow her pride and reply, "I have nothing to say." Qi Suner was hot-headed, but she was not dumb. Even without Qi Yu holding her back, she could tell that the tides were no longer in her favor. Qi Linger had won the clan head's approval, and there was nothing that she could say to change that. With this, Qi Linger's rise in the clan was sealed. Qi Linger turned to the middle-aged man and clasped her fist. "Clan head, as you have seen, Qi Suner bears great hostility toward me, and she tried to use this matter to fulfill her own personal vendetta. Since I have won the battle, I think that it's only right for me to hold the bet against her." The bet was nothing more than a passing remark. "There's no need to take it seriously," the middle-aged man said with a wave of his hand, signaling that he was done with this issue. Then, he added, "It must have been hard for you, having to fend for yourself in Twilight City all these years. From today, you need not go back. You shall manage our clan's lucid lunar market instead." Those words made Qi Suner's face pale further. The lucid lunar market was one of the Qi clan's business in Royal City. All along, it had been managed by her, but the clan head was actually handing it over to Qi Linger. That was no different from taking back her authority. In the end, the clan head was still punishing her for this matter. She had expected to win the duel with her older brother's help, but somehow, things had ended up differently. She felt as if she had placed her face out for Qi Linger to stomp on. "Thank you, clan head." Qi Linger bowed deeply. With this, she was finally in an advantageous position in the conflict. Once the rest in the Qi clan heard that she was given the lucid lunar market, they would understand that the winds were changing, and no one would dare to take advantage of her lineage anymore. The middle-aged man then turned his sights to the man standing behind Qi Linger and asked, "This person is?" The fact that Qi Linger was willing to bring this man to the Qi clan with her likely meant that they had an extraordinary relationship. More importantly, despite the man's young age, he was exceptionally composed. Even standing in his face, the man showed no hint of being intimidated. Putting aside those of the younger generation, most of the high-tier celestial god elders within the Qi clan were unable to remain perfectly calm in his presence either. "I am Xianxia, and I serve as Miss Linger's subordinate. It's my honor to be able to meet clan head Qi in person." Before Qi Linger could reply, Xianxia had already taken a step forward to make his greeting. The middle-aged man assessed Xianxia quietly, but the latter simply stood with his head lowered, not flinching in the least at his assessment. He finally nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Linger, you have found yourself a good subordinate. Anyway, your ability to comprehend the battle technique to this level shows that your talent has indeed improved. If you have some time on hand right now, let's head over to the lucid lunar lake to see how long you can last in there." "Thank you, clan head." Qi Linger heaved a sigh of relief. "May we come along to observe?" Qi Yu suddenly spoke up at this moment. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Just by how Qi Linger interpreted his battle technique earlier, it was clear that she was no longer the same person she used to be. She and Qi Yu were likely to become god kings in the future, and once that happened, the Qi clan could very well become the most influential power in the sky of Drifting Spectre. The lucid lunar lake was located not too far away from the main hall. Looking at it from a distance away, it looked like a mirror embedded in the midst of the mountains. Before coming close to it, one could already feel the rich spiritual energy coming from the lake. It suffused the air and pulsated with great vigor, making it seem as though it would flee into the heavens. Xianxia quietly observed the surroundings as he followed behind Qi Linger. He noticed that the lucid lunar lake was the center of the formation shrouding the upside-down floating mountain they were on. Rich spiritual energy wasn't the only thing that the lucid lunar lake had. It seemed to be connected with the lava rumbling within the mountain and the lightning of the sky. This meant that the lake harnessed the powers of three elements: water, lightning, and fire. "There seems to be the blood of innumerable powerful beasts inside too," Xianxia murmured. Just the power of three elements wasn't enough to temper the body of a celestial god. More than that, the lake harnessed the blood essence of countless powerful beasts too. With just a swift look, Xianxia could discern the blood essence of several hundred divine and celestial beasts within the lake. The clashes and collisions amongst the blood essences made the energy within the lake extremely violent, such that even a celestial god-tier weapon would melt swiftly in it. It must have taken a great deal of effort for the Qi clan to set up the lucid lunar lake. Most powers wouldn't even be able to gather that many blood essences of different beasts, let alone set up a formation with all of them. Based on the books that he had read so far, there was a period of chaos and turmoil after the spiritual energy receded. During that period of time, many rare divine and celestial beasts ended up going extinct. This meant that Xianxia wouldn't be able to recreate something similar to the lucid lunar lake even though he knew how to do it. There's no choice then. I'll have to search for an opportunity to enter the waters myself, Xianxia thought with a sigh. As much as he didn't want to use the property of another person without permission, his priority at the moment was still to raise his cultivation. At the very most, he would just make sure to properly compensate the Qi clan in the future. Soon, they finally arrived at the lake, and the middle-aged man said, "You should head in now. Clan head, please give me a moment. There are a few things which I need to relay to him before entering the lake," Qi Linger said gracefully. Then, she walked right up to Xianxia, and the composure on her face vanished. With a slightly anxious look on her face, she asked, "Young Master Zhang, what should I do?" It was true that she said that she wanted to enter the lucid lunar lake, but she didn't expect to be asked to enter it right away without any preparations. Not to mention, the clan head even came along with her. That had really taken her aback even though she managed to keep a poker face all this while. "There's no need to worry. Swallow this pill and you'll be fine," Xianxia said as he passed a middle-tier god essence pill over. Qi Linger looked at the middle-tier god essence pill hesitantly for a moment before swallowing it decisively, not asking a question at all. To her disappointment, it didn't feel like there were any changes with her body after swallowing the pill. Feeling slightly unnerved, she looked at Xianxia in hopes of receiving reassurance. However, the latter had already lowered his head, indicating that he had already done everything that needed to be done. Knowing that there was no backing out of this, Qi Linger took in a deep breath before leaping into the lucid lunar lake. Zzzzzzz. As soon as she entered the water, the violent energies within immediately surged in her direction. Qi Linger swiftly channeled the power of her Qi clan bloodline to form a protective layer on the surface of her skin. The presence of the protective layer seemed to calm the surrounding violent energies down, thus reducing the burden on her. So that's the reason why the lucid lunar lake is exclusive only to the Qi clan? Xianxia nodded contemplatively. He had been wondering how a high-tier god could ensure the lucid lunar lake when even a celestial god-tier artifact would face difficulties trying to survive in it. As it turned out, the key lay in the bloodline prowess of the Qi clan. In clans descended from powerful cultivators, the purer one's bloodline was, the stronger one's talent would be. On top of tempering one's physical body, the lucid lunar lake also served to assess how powerful the bloodline of an offspring in the Qi clan was. Even though Qi Linger had managed to hold her own against the lake for the time being, it didn't stop her heart from beating in trepidation. She knew that the prowess of her bloodline would slowly be whittled down by the violent energies. And just like what had happened before, she felt her energy starting to run out after 15 minutes had passed. Just as she was about to reach her limits, she suddenly felt a new surge of energy rising from her dantian. The middle-tier god essence pill she had eaten earlier was releasing great amounts of pure spiritual energy, replenishing her energy and reinvigorating her spirit. This granted her the energy to continue fending off the violent energies. But this flow of energy, it somehow feels similar to the experience I felt when I comprehended the battle technique earlier. Qi Linger widened her eyes in realization. Once again, she was reminded of how right it was a decision for her to agree to return to the royal city together with Xianxia. If she had chosen to remain in Twilight City, she would have really become sidelined in the Qi clan. And once Qiyu became a god king, the oppression of their lineage would have worsened even further, such that it would be a huge question whether they would have been able to keep their lives. But now, the clan head had permitted her return to the royal city, and she was even given the management rights of one of the major businesses of the Qi clan in the royal city. There was no better stepping stone for her to build her own influence in the royal city than this. And all of this was due to the young man's help. Her talent has really increased. Watching how Qi Linger was able to remain unfazed even after entering the lucid lunar lake for 15 minutes, Qi Suner muttered with tightly clenched fists. She thought that Qi Linger had only said those words out of desperation, hoping to somehow wiggle her way out of crisis she was in. Yet, the ridiculous claim she made was actually true. An hour passed, but she was still inside. Time ticked over to the 2-hour mark, but Qi Linger still showed no signs of getting up and leave. Over this period of time, even Qi Yu's complexion had turned slightly grave as well. The purity of one's bloodline was determined at birth. Considering how Qi Linger had only been able to last 15 minutes in there initially, it was hard to believe that she had already lasted 2 hours in the lucid lunar lake right now. Just how much stronger had her bloodline become over the past few years? Could it be that she had reached the same level as him as well? If that was really the case, they would be in deep trouble. Hong Long. Just as they were looking at the scene before them in disbelief, a series of cracking sounds suddenly echoed from the lady within the lake. Great power surged from her body as her cultivation rose from that of a high-tier god to low-tier celestial god. She had already hit her bottleneck a while back, but she hadn't been able to find the impetus for her to make a breakthrough so far. However, with the rich spiritual energy in the lucid lunar lake and the nourishment of the blood essences, while her physical body was being tempered, her Xianxia cultivation was rising rapidly as well. Who? She leaped out of the lake and returned back to the shore. Had she not made a breakthrough, the energy within the middle-tier god essence pill would have allowed her to last a little longer inside the water. However, as she had ended up using the energy for her breakthrough to celestial god realm, she ran out of energy faster than expected. Nevertheless, she still lasted for more than 3 hours in there. That was enough to put her amongst the top of the younger generation, second only to Qi Yu. Just what did you go through for your bloodline to suddenly get so powerful? The middle-aged man asked as Qi Linger dried herself. The ability to enhance an individual's bloodline was invaluable to most clans. It meant that the clan would be able to increase the number of talented experts in their ranks freely as long as they had sufficient resources on hand. That would really pave the way for Qi clan's ascension to the top. Putting aside the sky of drifting specters, they would have no one to fear in the firmament. Clan head, I didn't go through anything special. I only consumed the beauty pill. Qi Linger hesitated for a moment before replying. She considered hiding the matter, but given the means of the Qi clan, they should be able to root out the truth soon enough. The beauty pill? The middle-aged man asked with a frown. As a god king, there were very few things in the world that could catch his eye. Clearly, the beauty pill wasn't one of them. It's a particularly powerful pill. It can rid lasting scars and make one's skin more supple, enhancing one's appearance. Initially, I thought that its effects are only limited to aesthetic purposes, but I soon realized that the pill has changed my constitution as well, allowing me to cultivate much faster than before. I thought that my talent might have risen due to that, so I returned to the royal city hoping to challenge the lucid lunar lake once more. Qi Linger replied, "There's actually such a medicine in the world? On top of making one beautiful, it can change a person's constitution?" Qi Yu and Qi Suner were stunned. This was especially so for the latter. Her eyes were filled with envy. From the moment she saw Qi Linger earlier, she couldn't help but notice how the latter looked much younger than before. Her skin was suppler than ever, and there were hardly any defects on her face. She thought that the latter might have been consuming some sort of tonic, but to think that it was the beauty pill. The middle-aged man appeared to be a little skeptical of Qi Linger's words, but he didn't refute the possibility right away. "Do you have any beauty pill with you at the moment?" "I do." Qi Linger nodded as she passed a jade container over. It was the exact same packaging she used when she first launched the product at Twilight City. The middle-aged man opened the container, took out the beauty pill, and examined it carefully. The knit between his brows grew tighter the more he examined it. No matter how he looked at it, the pill in front of him was indubitably an ordinary god essence pill, but Qi Linger said that it could make one more beautiful and improve one's constitution? Why couldn't he tell it all? "Clan head, I know that it might be hard to believe, but you can give it a try. The effects might not be too apparent for you due to your superior cultivation, but I believe that it should still be effective to some extent." Qi Linger said. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man remarked. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. A moment later, his eyebrows shot up. Even though it looked no different from an ordinary God Essence pill, it harnessed a unique kind of energy that repaired his internal traumas ever so slightly as it flowed through his body. Just as Qi Linger had mentioned, the effects were greatly discounted on him because he was a God King, but the very fact that the pill was effective on him meant something. Even I was unable to do anything about those internal traumas, the middle-aged man murmured in disbelief. Those internal traumas were deeply lodged within his body that there was nothing he tried that worked on them. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect a low-tier God Essence pills to actually be effective on them. This so-called beauty pill sure was frightening. Where did you get this medicine from? The middle-aged man asked Qi Ellinger anxiously. The slight quiver in his voice was more than enough to betray his agitation. Qi Linger discreetly snuck a glance at Xianxia, but the latter showed no hints of wanting to reveal himself at all. While feeling impressed by the young man's humility, she pondered for a moment before adding, I got it through a friend for quite a hefty price. Each of them costs 1,500 divine coins, and they aren't readily available on the market either. 1,500 divine coins? That's not expensive at all. Tell your friend that our Qi clan will take whatever all beauty pills he has in the future, the middle-aged man said with a grand wave of his hand. Even though the effects of the pills on him was limited, the fact that it had any effect at all was terrifying in itself. One must know that the only one within the Qi clan who was capable of doing the same was likely to just be the old ancestor. If he could monopolize the distribution of the beauty pills to just within the Qi clan, it shouldn't take too long for the Qi clan to rise through the ranks. I understand. Qi Linger nodded. She didn't really expect the clan head to become the greatest buyer of their beauty pill. She flicked her wrist and took out the remaining beauty pills she had inside her storage ring. I still have 14 of them here. I'll take all of them, the middle-aged man said. He took the jade containers from her and stashed them into his own storage ring before flicking his finger lightly. In the next moment, Qi Linger sensed an additional 22,250 divine coins in her card. The clan head had paid her for the beauty pill she had offered up to him as well. It would be beneath a god king to take advantage of a junior too. Thank you, clan head. Qi Linger bowed deeply. The true value in this transaction lay not in the money but the attitude of the clan head. Now that she had been given the lucid lunar market, money would simply roll into her pockets even if she did nothing at all. However, the fact that she was in a business relationship with the clan head would increase her say in the royal city greatly. Those who intended her and her lineage harm would have to think twice before pulling off anything, or else she could possibly tap into this relationship to give them hell to pay for. Nodding quietly, the clan head waved his hand to dismiss them before walking away. He still had quite a few internal traumas that needed to be treated, so he was intending to find a quiet place to consume them. Perhaps he might be able to further his cultivation a little. It was impossible for him to become a conferred god king anymore, but at the very least, he could become one of the top experts amongst the god kings. Clan head. Qi Suner fell silent. She thought that the clan head would punish Qi Linger sternly after ratting out on her, condemning the latter to a place where she would never see the light of the day. Yet, the tables turned on them. They ended up sustaining great losses instead. Putting everything aside, the annual dividends from the lucid lunar market was more than enough for a lineage to live extravagantly for decades. And this was putting aside the influence and power that came from having the position. Where the money flowed, connections would follow. Qi Linger, you must be really smug right now. I don't know what tricks you used to be able to last 3 hours in the lucid lunar lake, and I don't know how miraculous your beauty pill actually is. However, you can be certain that I, Qi Suner, will definitely get back everything that belongs to me. Leaving those words behind, Qi Suner turned around and left as well. She had already lost this battle, so there was no point saying anything more than that. Since Qi Linger was already back at the royal city, they were bound to clash more in the future. She didn't believe that Qi Linger would be so lucky as to outdo her each and every time. Even as Qi Suner left, Qi Yu still continued standing on the spot. There was a contemplative frown on his face, as if he was trying to make sense of something. He looked at Qi Linger for a moment before turning his gaze to the quiet Xianxia by the side. Eventually, he shook his head and left the area as well. He was much more farsighted than his younger sister. In his view, there was no point competing over something that was transient. As long as he could become a god king, all of the obstacles in his path would vanish from sight. No matter how powerful one's influence was, it would be futile if one didn't have the strength to maintain it. As long as one had sufficient power, everything else, be it money, influence, or connections, would all be within reach. Young Master Zhang, thank you for your help. After everyone else had left, Qi Linger turned to Xianxia and bowed deeply. If not for the young man before her, it was likely that she would have been trapped in Twilight City for life, having no choice but to serve as the manager of an underground black market for her entire life. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xianxia replied. There's one favor which I would like to ask of you. I am actually quite interested in the lucid lunar lake, and I would like to give it a try. This was his motive for coming to the Qi clan, and his goal was already right before him. It was inevitable that he would be tempted. Xianxia's request shocked Qi Linger, such that her true emotions actually slipped onto her face for a moment. This was no simple request at all. She hesitated for a moment before replying carefully. The energies in the lucid lunar lake are extremely violent. Those without the Qi clan's bloodline will face great danger in there. As someone who had experienced the lucid lunar lake personally, she knew just how terrifying it could be. Without the protection of the bloodline, there was a good chance that one would be reduced to ashes as soon as one's body came into contact with it. I'll just give it a try. If there's any danger, I'll come up right away, Xianxia replied. Sigh. All right then. Recalling that the young man before her was someone who possessed the bloodline of a god monarch, Qi Linger knew that her worries were unfounded. With a resigned nod, she added, I'm sure you are aware that outsiders aren't supposed to enter the lucid lunar lake. I'll stand guard for you outside, so make sure that no one sees you. Also, you mustn't speak of whatever that happens here to anyone else. There were no restrictions that disallowed members of the Qi clan from bringing the outsiders to the vicinity of the lucid lunar lake, but allowing an outsider to go into it was, without a doubt, an infringement of the rules. Don't worry, I don't like drawing attention to myself either. I won't say anything unnecessary to others, Xianxia replied with a reassuring smile. Was it even necessary to voice that out loud to him? A person as low profile as him would never share such matters to others. In any case, Xianxia took in a deep breath before walking into the lake. Tzzzzzzzz. He immediately felt violent energies that threatened to tear his body apart surging over in his direction. It felt as though he was facing spatial turbulence once more. In a matter of moments, his body had been torn to the point that fresh blood wouldn't stop flowing from his body. Heaven's path Xianxia. With a thought, Xianxia began driving his celestial energy through his body, nourishing and healing his tattered muscles. However, the violent energies in the lake were simply too destructive. His rate of recovery was fast, but it wasn't sufficient to stop his body from breaking down. Come out! Xianxia brought little Chick out from his dantian. What incredibly hot-tempered spiritual energy this is. I love it. Tear me into pieces and rip me apart, baby. Upon seeing the lucid lunar lake, the little yellow chick's beady eyes immediately lit up. It unfurled its tiny wings and began waddling all around the lake. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. The reason why he brought out the little yellow chick was to have it produce some chicken soup so as to boost his rate of recovery, but it actually started swimming around instead. Remember your identity. You are a chicken, not a duck. Chickens aren't supposed to swim. Just as Xianxia was going to berate the little yellow chick, the latter suddenly lowered its head and dived into the depths of the lake. Tzzzzzz. The lake water bubbled as the violent energies shot toward the little yellow chick. As if it was struck by multiple arrows, it took only a few instants for it to be reduced into a huge cloud of crimson blood. Watching the sight from the shore, Qi Linger was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck was that chick? Where did it come from? Why was it seeking to kill itself? Was it really that afraid of being slaughtered and eaten as food? A bunch of question marks popped up endlessly on Qi Linger's head. You useless wastrel! Xianxia nearly burst into tears. Can you at least show some basic pride and dignity? I brought you out to save me, but you ended up committing suicide instead. Shouldn't a legendary beast like you be more concerned about its reputation? Xianxia covered his head from the sheer embarrassment of being associated with a waddling furball of disgrace. It seemed like he could only rely on himself then. Somehow, nothing ever went to plan whenever that darn chick was involved. Gritting his teeth, he drove his celestial energy to its maximum in order to hasten his recovery to the greatest extent. However, it was around this moment that the unexpected happened. The lucid lunar lake suddenly began trembling non-stop, signaling that something was about to happen. Taken aback, Xianxia quickly took a look around him, only to see that the lake he was in shaking so vigorously that it felt as if an explosion was going to happen anytime soon. How did this happen? Xianxia was frenzied. The previous time this happened was at the cleansing lake of Huanyu Empire. Back then, it was due to he and his clone absorbing too much energy, and he admitted that it was indeed his greed that led to such a situation too. But he hadn't even begun cultivating after entering this lucid lunar lake. He was too preoccupied with fending against the violent energies within that he didn't even have the time to pull anything off. It is one thing if I have tried to suck the lake dry and ended up succumbing to it, but I haven't done anything at all. This is injustice. Why the heck is the lake exploding? It really has nothing to do with me this time. Xianxia felt so stifled that he could lose his mind. He knew that the God King from before would really rip him apart if the lake in front of him were to really explode. So with a deep sigh, he attempted to leap out of the lake to stop whatever that was happening first. But before he could even get up, the energies rumbling within the lucid lunar lake suddenly gushed in his direction, sealing the space around him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to move at all, as if someone had used a rope to tie him up. Just like that, he was robbed of his ability to escape too. Shit! Xianxia cursed. He was already going to leaving, so why was the lake still latching onto him like a relentless ex? He tried to free himself from the restraints of the lake, but the violent energies were way more than what he, as a low-tier celestial god, could deal with. He felt as if he was stuck in the midst of a whirlpool, and it was already taking his all trying not to get swept away by it, let alone escape from it. Tzzzzzzzz. The energies finally collided onto Xianxia's body from all directions, and in that instant, he felt many hands pulling his body with insane force, trying to tear him into pieces. Even the Heaven's Path Jinqi was helpless against a force of such magnitude. Qi Linger was able to persevere in the lake for over 3 hours using just a surge of the Heaven's Path Jinqi. But that was mainly because her bloodline had the ability to calm the violent energies within the water. On the other hand, the violent energies seemed to be reacting explosively to his presence, almost as if they were trying to decimate an unwelcome intruder. Facing the full aggression of the lake, there was only so much that the Heaven's Path Jinqi could do. Pung pung. Fresh blood flowed out of Xianxia's body, and he started to feel a little lightheaded. Will I really die just like that? Xianxia felt like crying. It was one thing if the lucid lunar lake didn't welcome him, but it even trapped him and tried to explode on him like a suicide bomber. It was almost as if it would only be satisfied after he died. This won't do. Should I just use the golden page to smash the entire lake? Xianxia thought. He had wanted to reserve the golden page for stronger opponents that he could very well encounter in the future, but it would all be futile if he were to lose his life to the lake. Given the current circumstances, he really didn't know what else he could do. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to deploy the golden page he had just received when a thought flashed across his head. The lucid lunar lake reacts explosively against those who didn't possess the Qi clan's bloodline. Even though I don't have the Qi clan's bloodline, I should be able to disguise myself as having one through the disguise amulet Ruoxin has given me. Would that stop the aggression of the lake? Back then, he had used the disguise amulet to take on the persona of Luo Tianya, and he was even able to dupe artifacts that assessed one's bloodline. Perhaps it might just work here as well. Knowing that time waited for no one, He immediately changed the aura of his spirit and Jinqi as soon as the thought emerged in his head. In the blink of an eye, his presence became rather similar to that of Qiyu and the middle-aged man from before. The aura of the Qi clan's bloodline suffused from his presence. Wang. As soon as he began to disguise himself, the rumbling lake water began to gradually calm down a little, and the violent energies crashing into him reduced significantly. It seemed like his identity was being recognized. It worked! Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat off his head. He wasn't too sure about how effective disguising his bloodline would be, but it was great that it worked out in the end. And now that he was finally out of danger, the notion of leaving the lucid lunar lake also slipped from his mind as well. He began to absorb the energies surging in from the water, and the cells in his body began on an endless cycle of breaking down and reconstructing themselves, becoming more resilient and powerful. The rate at which my body is getting tempered is amazing. Xianxia could feel himself evolving with every breath that he took. His slightly apprehensive eyes began to light up in anticipation. At the rate he was going, he should be able to push his physical body to a level surpassing that of ordinary celestial gods in less than 10 minutes. It was no wonder why the lucid lunar lake was so highly acclaimed for its ability to temper one's body. High risk, high reward. Even though he had nearly lost his life back then, he felt that the result was worth the danger. Otherwise, he would probably have to spend many days figuring how he could strengthen his body. Low-tier Celestial God Realm Primary Stage. Low-tier Celestial God Realm Intermediate Stage. He reached low-tier Celestial God Realm Pinnacle in the blink of an eye, but his physical body was still growing stronger by the moment. Vaguely, a golden glow emerged from the depths of his muscles, forming a bridge that enhanced the compactness of his body. Even though he had no idea what it was, its existence felt incredibly natural to him. The golden glow allowed him to channel his physical strength wherever he wanted, granting him far greater fighting prowess than before. Brother, I really can't accept this. As soon as they returned back to their rooms, Qi Suner shattered all of the flower pots and tea set in the room to vent her anger. After all of the preparations she had made to seal Qi Linger's fate, she would have never thought that the situation would bite back at her. There's no point losing your temper now. In the end, it's all because you don't understand Qi Linger as well as you think you did. Treat it as an expensive lesson and never underestimate your opponents ever again, Qiyu said with a wave of his hand. The main reason why everything turned out the way it did was because Qi Suner was unable to gauge Qi Linger's capability accurately. If only she had done some investigation beforehand, she could have found out about Qi Linger's newfound abilities and prepared better against it. I know. I understand all of that, but I just feel so indignant inside, Qi Suner exclaimed. She had to take a few deep breaths before she finally calmed down a little. I grew up with her, so I knew the extent of her capabilities very well. There must be something more to the growth of her talent. The beauty pill, is it? I'll investigate it right now to see who is the one forging that stuff. As the person who was managing the lucid lunar market before it was passed on to Qi Linger, Qi Suner was no mediocre character as well. Other than that, you need to look into the person that was following her earlier too. I recall that his name is Xianxia, Qiyu said. Brother, are you suspecting that fellow is her backer? Qi Suner asked doubtfully. But he looks ordinary. Qiyu shook his head and replied, in terms of cultivation, he's only a low-tier celestial god. From that aspect, he does appear to be no more than an ordinary cultivator. However, he is simply too composed. Even I would feel my soul shuddering a little when I am standing before the clan head. But that fellow was able to remain perfectly calm. I felt no hint of anxiety or nervousness from his soul. There might be more to him that we think. This, hearing her brother's words, Qi Suner quickly recalled what had happened earlier, and looking at the matter from her brother's perspective, it did seem weird for the young man to act in such a manner. You're right. He seems too composed for someone of his strength, and I realized that he's quite a hottie too. Qi Yu's eyebrows twitched violently upon hearing those words. All right, let's not discuss that anymore. None of that is any of our business at the moment. The important thing at hand is to raise our cultivation as quickly as we can. She has already become a celestial god, so if you don't double your effort, you might lose your standing before the clan head very soon. I get it, Chi Suner replied with a deep sigh. Just as she was about to continue speaking, the ground suddenly started tremoring. The spiritual energy in the air suddenly began surging swiftly in a certain direction, as if something major was happening. Who? Chi stood up and swiftly discerned the direction in which the spiritual energy was moving toward. It's the lucid lunar lake. Let's go. Without waiting for Chi Suner, he immediately rushed out of the room. The place where they resided wasn't too far away from the lake. Moving at their top speeds, it took him only a few breaths to arrive at the destination. There, he saw a young man standing in the middle of the pool while Chi Linger sat on the shore, looking at her surroundings uneasily. Chi Linger actually allowed an outsider to enter the lucid lunar lake? Ha 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 ha. She has really courted her own doom this time around. At this moment, Chi Suner also arrived at the scene. Seeing the same thing in front of her, her eyes lit up in agitation. It just happened that she was looking for a way to curb the rising Chi Linger when such a thing happened. The act of allowing an outsider into the lucid lunar lake was a huge infringement of the Chi clan's rules. No matter how highly the clan head valued Chi Linger, she would still be severely punished for this act. Ooh! Just as Chi Suner's heart was thumping in excitement at the fate that would soon befall Chi Linger, many gusts of wind suddenly echoed in the air. Following that, the clan head and many high-tier celestial god realm elders arrived by the lucid lunar lake as well. When they saw the sight before them, their faces immediately turned livid. The lucid lunar lake was one of the most important resources to the Chi clan. While there was no rule preventing outsiders from observing it, outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering the premises. Yet, not only had an outsider entered the waters this time around, he even created such a huge commotion in it, leaving the lake on the verge of explosion. This was unforgivable. What is going on here? The clan head harumphed furiously. He had barely returned back to his accommodations and was preparing to study the beauty pill carefully when he suddenly felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy around him. So he rushed over as quickly as he could. Clan head, Chi Linger has allowed an outsider to enter the lucid lunar lake. Knowing that this was a golden opportunity to do her arch-nemesis in, Chi Suner hurriedly stepped forward and reported with a clasped fist. The clan head looked over and saw a young man standing in the middle of the lake with his eyes tightly sealed. It seemed like he was struggling to fend off the violent energies colliding into him within the water. Preposterous! Seeing that an outsider was really trying to cultivate inside their lucid lunar lake, the clan head immediately blew his top. Chi Linger has really allowed her pride to get to her. Men, arrest her and send her to the punishment bureau. She is to be punished for revealing the clan's secrets and colluding with outsiders. There's no need to interrogate her. She will be stripped of her identity as a core member right away. It was just a moment ago that he felt that Chi Linger had some potential, but in the next moment, she actually dared to pull something like this off. She was really courting her own death. Yes. Excited, Chi Suner volunteered herself and walked right up to Chi Linger. It was only upon hearing the footsteps did Chi Linger notice the crowd, and her face immediately paled from fright. She quickly kneeled onto the floor. Chi Linger, I didn't think that you would be so eager to die that you would plan your own downfall in such a spectacular manner. Chi Suner was just thinking about how she could return the favor to Chi Linger, but who could have thought that the latter would do something like this right after? With a derisive chuckle, Chi Suner was just about to make her move to apprehend Chi Linger when she suddenly felt an overwhelming power descending from the sky. Raising her head, she saw an elder descending to the ground. His aura was so powerful that it caused the space around him to waver. This elder had a clean white beard, and he was dressed in simple clothes. Despite so, the sharp and regal gaze he used to assess everything around him gave him an air of authority that surpassed that of the clan head. Paying respects to the old ancestor, Chi Suner immediately kneeled down and paid her respects. The others, including the clan head, swiftly did the same as well. The elder was no other than the strongest person in the Qi clan, conferred God King Qi Meng. What happened? Qi Meng's gaze eventually fell on Qi Suner as he asked. Old ancestor, an outsider has snuck into our lucid lunar lake. I was just about to arrest him. Qi Suner replied anxiously. If even the old ancestor was getting involved in this matter, Qi Linger was definitely doomed. No one would be able to save her. An outsider? Qi Meng slowly turned his gaze to the lake, and in the next instant, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. He quickly kneeled to the ground, and with a quivering voice he spoke. Conferred God King Qi Meng of the Sky of Drifting Specters pays respects to God Monarch. As the lake was shrouded in a thick layer of mist formed by the condensation of spiritual energy, it was impossible to see his appearance or silhouette clearly. Nevertheless, Qi Meng was still able to feel a pressure that pierced right into his soul. It was a feeling so deeply etched into him that he could not get rid of it no matter what he did. It was the absolute power of a god monarch. The only ones who could leave a conferred god king like him feeling like that were the 10 god monarchs. There was no way he could possibly perceive it wrongly. He had no idea which of the 10 god monarchs was in the lake. But one thing was clear. If the Qi clan wished to continue existing in the world, it would be wise not to offend the other party. For this reason, he kneeled down without much hesitation. God Monarch. Those words were not spoken too loudly, but they resonated in the ears of those present like thunder. The head of the Qi clan and the elders quickly lowered their heads fearfully, not daring to look up at all. The Qi clan was possibly the most formidable power in Drifting Spectre Royal City, but it was still no match for the god monarchs. A mere thought was all it would take for a god monarch to obliterate them from the face of the world. They were not even living on the same plane of existence. Pada. Qi Suner was unable to cope with the shock. Her knees caved, and she tumbled onto the ground. She had thought that she had found the ideal opportunity to get rid of Qi Linger once and for all, but who could have thought that the person who entered the lucid lunar lake would actually be a real-life god monarch? Even conferred god kings would not dare to say anything excessive in the face of a god monarch. In fact, it could be considered an honor for the Qi clan to have been graced by a god monarch's presence. Finding it hard to believe the situation, Qi Suner secretly peeked at the lake. Through the thick veil of spiritual energy mist, she was still able to roughly make out the silhouette in the water. It was none other than Xianxia. Was he the god monarch? Qi Suner's eyes widened with fright, and her heart beat so quickly that she found herself unable to breathe. She had even said that the other party was ordinary a moment ago. If the other party was truly ordinary, what was she? Why would Qi Linger, a person who had been demoted to the remote Twilight City, be related to a god monarch? Furthermore, she was even able to invite the god monarch to grace the Qi clan. God monarch? While everyone was shocked speechless, Xianxia, who was cultivating at the middle of the lake, was also stupefied by what he had just heard. Did he recognize the wrong person? The elder who had just appeared had a presence that harmonized with the heavens. The pressure that he exerted was so powerful that it was a struggle just to face him. Such a powerful person was calling him God Monarch. Did conferred God Kings suffer from bad eyesight or something? Nevertheless, this was a good opportunity for him to resolve the current situation. So, Xianxia lowered his voice to a very deep level and said, I don't like being disturbed by others. This misunderstanding worked in his favor. At the very least, he would not be blamed for secretly using the lucid lunar lake. Otherwise, given the limitations of his current strength, he could only use the golden page to smash the conferred god king before him to death. Hearing the will of the god monarch, old ancestor Qi Meng immediately gestured for the crowd that had gathered around to leave. In fact, fearing that the other clan members might just stumble into the vicinity and disturb the god monarch, he even went to the extent of creating a formation to seal off the surroundings. Qi Linger was at a complete loss. She had no idea what was happening, and she had no idea what she should do. While she had allowed young Master Zhang to enter the lucid lunar lake, she had expected him to come out quickly after realizing that he was unable to cultivate. She had never expected such a huge commotion to arise, drawing even the attention of the clan head and the old ancestor. When they appeared before her, she thought that it was the end of her. But the turnaround came equally fast. God Monarch. All along, she had thought that Xianxia only possessed the bloodline of a God Monarch, but who could have known that he was a God Monarch himself? And she had traded with him and tried to earn his money. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she could not help but doubt her sanity. Come out. Don't disturb the God Monarch's peace, Qi Meng ordered with a frown. Yes. Hearing the command from the old ancestor, Qi Linger hurriedly walked away from the lucid lunar lake. The group followed Qi Meng all the way to the main hall, where the latter quickly set up many formations. Then Qi Meng looked at the crowd. Explain what happened. He was completely taken aback to see a God Monarch standing within the lucid lunar lake. It's like this. The clan head stepped forward and explained everything that had happened with Qi Linger earlier. You are the one who brought him here? Qi Meng turned to Qi Linger. Old ancestor, I only knew that he possesses the bloodline of a God Monarch. I didn't know that he was a God Monarch himself, Qi Linger replied apprehensively. He possesses the bloodline of a God Monarch? The crowd were taken aback by that news. The clan head turned his head to her and gestured for her to explain her words. So, Qi Linger swiftly filled them in on what she had seen at the Netherworld pool. The God Monarchs are able to alter their forms freely, Qi Meng said with a nod. They often conceal their cultivation so as to experience the life of an ordinary person. I heard that the God Monarch of the Sky of Freedom suppressed their cultivation to visit the lower worlds once. Your ability to see through his disguise, accurately assess the situation, and come up with the best response is not bad. I can see that you are a smart person. From today onward, I'll have Qi Xiao entrust you with more important work and bestow you with the best cultivation resources. As someone who is working with the God Monarch, it wouldn't do for your identity to be too shabby. Qi Xiao was the name of the clan head. Thank you, old ancestor. Qi Linger bowed down and kowtowed deeply. She felt a little light on her feet, as if she had been dreaming all this while. She could hardly believe that such a thing was really happening to her. I believe all of you should understand what can and cannot be said. Anything that concerns the privacy of a God Monarch is a taboo in the firmament. If I hear anyone running their mouth, no matter who it is, don't expect me to show any mercy, Qi Meng ordered. Yes, old ancestor. The crowd trembled a little at Qi Meng's threats. At the very back of the hall, Qi Suner was trying her best to hold back her tears. If only she had known that the young man had such an incredible identity, she never would have stepped forward and run her mouth. Given what she had done, even if the Qi clan did not punish her for this, she would definitely be sidelined in the future. Even her older brother would not be able to save her from this. After all, between a God Monarch and a God King, even a fool would know which side to choose. Forget it. Xianxia felt both a little astounded and confused, but he could not care that much anymore. It was not as if anything would happen just by him caring about it. So, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Surges of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, causing it to continuously evolve. Sometime later, his cultivation came to a halt. He found that he was unable to raise his physical body cultivation any further than that. High-tier celestial god pinnacle. Perceiving the strength and resilience of his tempered body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had entered the lucid lunar lake in hopes of raising his physical body to middle-tier celestial god at the very least, but who would have thought that he would be able to raise it all the way to high-tier celestial god? In fact, he was not too far from reaching God King. With his current body, he would be invincible against any opponents beneath God King in close-quarter battles. This meant that he was finally approaching the top echelons of the firmament. It was at this point that the energies of the lucid lunar lake finally became ineffective on him. No matter how much he absorbed beyond this point, it did not make a difference to his body. But what are those golden lines? Xianxia murmured doubtfully as he assessed the internal state of his body. For some reason, innumerable thin, golden strands had appeared within his muscles all over his body. They did not seem to harness any particular power, but they felt unfaltering. It felt as if they were charged with an unending supply of vitality. Nevertheless, knowing that this was not a good time to study the changes with his body, he leaped out of the lake. Zzzzzzz. Through his Xianxia, he was able to swiftly evaporate the water that was on his drenched clothes. When he turned back to look at the lake behind him, he saw that the bubbling surface had already reverted to its initial calm state. A few moments later, a slight ripple appeared in the water, and a little yellow chick swam to shore. "You're fine as well," Xianxia murmured. He knew that the little yellow chick had the ability to revive from ashes ever since the last time Kong Shi's clone killed it. So, he was not too surprised to see the little yellow chick alive and kicking. "Your cultivation." Watching as it swam over, Xianxia's mouth fell agape. Just a moment ago, the little yellow chick had only been a low-tier god, but at this very moment, he could sense the aura of a celestial god coming from it. Its earlier death in the lake had allowed it to catch up with him, becoming a celestial god too. He had put in so much effort and put his life on the line just to become a celestial god. But all it took the little yellow chick was one death. Darn it! It felt really frustrating losing to a chick like that. "I'm going to rest for a bit," the slightly exhausted little yellow chick said wearily before diving into his dantian. "Rest well," Xianxia replied. He knew that it was normal for it to get extremely exhausted after its breakthrough, so he did not pay that matter much heed. Instead, he looked at the main hall not too far away with a complicated look on his face, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally began making his way over. He had no idea why the conferred God King mistook him for someone else, but it was only a matter of time before he would have to face the other party. So, he walked out of the seal, and the next moment, old ancestor Qi Meng and clan head Qi Xiao, who seemed to have been waiting outside for him, immediately walked over to greet him. Paying respects to the god monarch, old ancestor Qi Meng kneeled down and bowed formally before discreetly glancing at the young man before him. What he saw left him nodding in wonderment. Earlier, he had been able to clearly perceive the overwhelming pressure of the bloodline of a god monarch from the lake, but at this very moment, the pressure had disappeared completely. The young man before him seemed no different from an ordinary person, such that he would not have been able to tell that the other party was a god monarch either. As expected of a god monarch, he was able to control his powers to such a fine degree that no one was able to see through his disguise. "I have used your lucid lunar lake. As repayment, I'll offer you some pointers." Xianxia was glad to see that the conferred God King still carried the same misunderstanding, and he heaved a sigh of relief on the inside. Even though he did not break the lucid lunar lake, he did sap a substantial amount of energy from it for his breakthrough. As a master teacher, it would not be right for him to walk away without offering anything in return. This, old ancestor Qi Meng's first reaction was to turn down the god monarch's offer. After all, this was an invaluable opportunity for them to strike up a relationship with the latter. But on second thought, he realized that there was no way a god monarch would allow himself to owe anything to anyone, and his heart sank a little. So, he turned to clan head Qi Xiao and said, "Show the god monarch your skills." On the other hand, hearing that old ancestor Qi Meng was giving this precious opportunity to him, clan head Qi Xiao excitedly got to his feet. Hoo. He demonstrated the battle technique from earlier on. He had already grasped the crux of the battle technique when Qi Linger executed it before him. It was only at this moment that he realized why the battle technique Qi Linger had executed was devoid of any flaws. After all, how could anything that had come out from the hands of a god monarch possibly be flawed? There aren't any major problems with your cultivation. The only issue is your internal injuries. They have limited your strength, preventing you from reaching greater heights. Xianxia replied with a slow but authoritative voice. He was able to see through the flaws of a god king through the library of Heaven's path. He elaborated more on the internal injuries that Qi Xiao was facing and pointed out a general direction for him to work toward. With that, he had compensated the Qi clan for the use of the lucid lunar lake. "I don't have any other business here. I'll be leaving." As Xianxia said those words, he turned around and began walking out of the main hall. Qi Linger, escort the god monarch. Old ancestor Qi Meng quickly ordered. Qi Linger immediately shot to her feet and walked behind Xianxia subserviently. After Xianxia's departure, the atmosphere in the room immediately lightened as everyone subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. There was a slight moment of silence as everyone adjusted their tense state of mind back to normal before clan head Qi Xiao turned to the old ancestor Qi Meng and said doubtfully, "Old ancestor, the things that the god monarch spoke about are all the flaws in my cultivation. He didn't give me any pointers as to what I should do." The words of the god monarch did give him a deeper understanding of the problems he was facing, but he still was not too sure how he could go around solving them. Old ancestor Qi Meng harumphed. "This is a test from the god monarch. He pointed out your flaws so that you could work hard and think of ways to resolve them. If he helped you rectify your flaws as well, wouldn't that make you his direct disciple? Do you think that you are worthy of becoming the direct disciple of a god monarch?" "Oh, of course not. It was too greedy." A shudder ran down clan head Qi Zhao's spine as he quickly waved his hands. Old ancestor Qi Meng nodded before falling silent. Hearing the advice that the young man gave Qi Xiao had dissipated all the lingering doubts in his mind. Only the keen eyes of a god monarch would have been able to see through the flaws that even he had missed. "Old ancestor, may I know which of the 10 god emperors he is?" Clan head Qi Xiao asked curiously. "I've had the honor of meeting a few of the god monarchs, so I have a rough idea who that god monarch is. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the spirit god." "The spirit god?" Clan head Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes. "You are referring to that?" "Yes, I am indeed referring to that person. However, forget it. It's beyond us to fathom the affairs surrounding the god monarchs. It's good enough for us to know about it, but make sure not to speak it out loud. Otherwise, our entire clan might get into deep trouble," old ancestor Qi Meng advised. "I understand, old ancestor." Clan head Qi Xiao quickly nodded in response. "You may leave now." The crowd respectfully backed out of the main hall before going on their own ways. "Who?" Xianxia flew all the way back to his residence and returned to his room. Then, he finally heaved a huge sigh of relief as the tension escaped from his shoulders. That was a close one. He had thought that he would just temper his physical body discreetly. He did not think that it would cause such a huge commotion, drawing out even conferred god King Qi Meng. But why would old ancestor Qi Meng think that I'm a god monarch? It was hard to imagine that a conferred god king would make such a grave mistake on something as important as this. It simply did not make sense. Of course, there was no way he could ask the person in question about this. It was for the same reason that he did not ask the other party about the spirit god, even though he was certain that a conferred god king like him would be aware of it. He knew that he would compromise his identity as a god monarch if he asked such a question. It would simply raise the other party's suspicion. Forget it. Even though I wasn't able to gather the information I want, at least the trip was rather fruitful. I was able to temper my body, and Qi Linger managed to reinforce her standing in the Qi clan. With her new standing, she should be able to gather essential information more easily now. Xianxia thought with a smile. His Zhenqi cultivation was still at low-tier celestial god, but the tempering of the lucid lunar lake had made his body on par with the strongest celestial god-tier weapons. In other words, even if he allowed a high-tier celestial god to freely attack him, it was likely that the other party still would not be able to hurt him. Furthermore, based on the pulsating vitality from the golden strands in his muscles, he had a feeling that he would be able to swiftly recover from any injuries. To test that out, he took out a weapon and swung it at his own arm. Kacha! The sword shattered into numerous fragments, but the impact did not leave even the slightest mark on his wrist. "I reckon that it'll take a god king tier weapon at the very minimum in order to hurt me." He had hoped to injure himself slightly in order to test if his guess was right, but he did not have any weapons that could do that. This sure was troublesome. That reminds me. It's about time for me to find a better weapon to use. Due to the swift advancement in his cultivation, the rate at which he had to change weapons was getting faster and faster. However, weapons were usually one of the more expensive commodities, and God King tier artifacts were definitely not readily available on the market. Forget it. My cultivation should come first. Since I have managed to temper my physical body, next up is my soul cultivation. In the end, weapons were just good to have. What was more important was his own cultivation. If he could become a god king, he would have a lot more say in the firmament. It would increase his chances of finding Luo Ruoxin, and he might even be able to speak to Kong Shi as an equal. After sorting out his thoughts, Xianxia walked out of his room, and he found the silver-armored general, Shuofeng, waiting for him outside. The latter walked up to him with an apologetic look on his face and said, "Xianxia, my apologies. I tried making a request with the Qi clan, but the Lucid Lunar Lake is simply not open to outsiders. I'm afraid that there's no way around it. Thank you for your help, but there's no need for that anymore," Xianxia replied with a smile. Feeling that Xianxia was just saying those words so that he would not feel bad, Shuofeng's face reddened in embarrassment. He was the one who had told Xianxia about the Lucid Lunar Lake, and he had tried to pull all of his connections in hopes of securing an opportunity to enter the Lucid Lunar Lake for Xianxia, so as to repay the latter for the favor of saving his son. Yet, despite trying everything, the Qi clan simply would not change their mind on this matter. "Xianxia, you really are a kind person. You have done so much for my family, but I can't even help you on a matter as simple as this. I feel deeply ashamed by my incompetence." Shuofeng lowered his head in shame. He flicked his wrist, took out a jade bottle and passed it over. "This is the body-tempering pill that I have prepared for you. Even though its effects are inferior to those of the Lucid Lunar Lake, I believe that it should still be of some help to you." "There's really no need for that." Xianxia chuckled softly. "To be honest with you, I have just been to the Lucid Lunar Lake, and I am already done cultivating in there." "You have been to the Lucid Lunar Lake?" Shuofeng was struck dumb by those words. He had approached quite a few people over the past few hours, and he had even asked an elder of the Qi clan whom he was closer to. Based on what the other party had said, the Lucid Lunar Lake was so potent that it would kill anyone who was not an offspring of the Qi clan in a heartbeat. Furthermore, the Qi clan had paid a heavy price to build it, so there was no way they would allow outsiders to enjoy the privileges of using it. Yet, the young man said that he had just been there and was done cultivating in there. Was this for real? Did the young man not just learn of the Lucid Lunar Lake from him? Furthermore, he was a newcomer to the royal city and did not know anyone, right? "If you don't believe me, you can try to stab me with your full strength," Xianxia said with a smile. Shuofeng was slightly taken aback by those words, but looking at the serious look on the young man's face, he realized that the latter was really not kidding. So he whipped out his sword and stabbed at Xianxia. He devoted his full strength to the strike, just as Xianxia had said. A sword imbued with sword chi flew forth and struck Xianxia's arm. Kacha! Yet, it was the middle-tier celestial god sword in Shuofeng's hand that ended up shattering. In contrast, there was not the slightest harm to be seen on his body. "This?" Shuofeng's lips twitched in horror. It was just a few hours ago that Xianxia had just become a celestial god. Yet, within this short period of time, he had not only found a way to enter the Lucid Lunar Lake, he had even managed to temper his physical body to such a level. Such terrifying speed. Was he a demon? Furthermore, even high-tier celestial gods did not have bodies that were powerful enough to shatter middle-tier celestial god artifacts. What a pity! Seeing how the middle-tier celestial god artifact did not leave a scratch on him either, Xianxia shook his head in pity. Why was it so hard for him to just injure himself and test out the effects of the golden strands in his muscles? It was no wonder they said being invincible was no fun. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned his attention to the next matter at hand. "Do you know of any place where I can raise my soul cultivation quickly?" The other party had provided him with accurate news on where he could temper his physical body. The other party might be able to offer invaluable advice for his soul cultivation as well. He needed to raise his soul cultivation first before he could raise his Jinchi cultivation. "I don't really know much about how the other skies do it, but in the sky of Drifting Spectre, the only way to raise one's soul cultivation is through the Netherworld Pool," Shuofeng replied. "The Netherworld Pool? Are you referring to the place where the anima of yearning gathers? Yes. The anima of yearning can nourish the soul of the dead and allow them to come back to life. The same applies to the souls of the living. Most cultivators rely on the netherworld pool to raise their soul cultivation. Putting everything aside, our god monarch recently found a powerful soul within the netherworld pool and nurtured it. Within less than a month, it has already become on par with god kings. Shuofeng revealed the news that he had heard. It has become on par with god kings in less than a month? Xianxia was taken aback. It had been almost a month since he had come to the firmament, but he had only managed to become a low-tier celestial god within this period. To think that there would be someone even faster than him. The firmament sure was filled with hidden experts. I heard that the person wasn't even a god at the very start. He was just a wisp of a soul from the lower worlds, but for some reason, he was accepted by the netherworld pool and brought here. His tenacity to survive led him to devour the anima of yearning around him, and it was that which caught our god monarch's attention. According to what I have heard, it seems like our god monarch is currently trying to forge a body for him. That soul came from the lower worlds? Xianxia muttered with clenched fists as a thought arose in his head. Could it be Qiqi? According to what Luo Xuanqiang had said, Luo Qiqi was the spirit inside the dimension silencer. After breaking the dimension barrier of the master-teacher continent, she had not returned again. He had ordered the 6 sects in the Azure to search for her, but there was no sign of her to be found. It was then that he wondered if Luo Qiqi had entered the firmament as well. Furthermore, the soul had appeared a month ago, which coincidentally fitted the time period in which Luo Qiqi departed from the master-teacher continent. Thus, he immediately pressed on and asked, "Do you know whether the soul taken in by the netherworld pool is a male or a female? And what do they look like?" "How would I know that? I only heard the news while I was asking about the lucid lunar lake," Shuofeng replied. His standing was comparatively higher than that of most people as a silver-armored general. Nevertheless, he was still not privy to the confidential secrets that concerned the god monarchs. At most, he would only hear rumors here and there. Then, "Do you know which netherworld pool the soul is in?" Xianxia asked. "I suppose the soul should be in the netherworld pool in the god monarch's royal palace, since the god monarch was going to forge a body for them. If that's not the case, I don't really know where else the soul could be," Shuofeng said. "I see." Fearing that it would appear too suspicious if he was too curious about the matter, Xianxia simply nodded contemplatively. It was not easy for someone of the lower world to enter the firmament, and the last known person to do so before him and his direct disciples was Kong Shi. Given so, the odds were very likely that the soul was Luo Qiqi. He did not have many romantic feelings for Luo Qiqi, but he still cared for her as his student. Furthermore, the latter had done many things for him, and he owed her a lot. So, he was determined to find her no matter the price. "You mentioned that the netherworld pool can temper one's soul. Is it a place where anyone can go? Or does it require a kind of special application?" Xianxia asked curiously. No matter whether the other party was Luo Qiqi or not, since she was already on par with the god kings, it was unlikely that she was in any danger. What was more important for him was to quickly raise his cultivation so that he would not become a burden. Otherwise, it would be really awkward if he was too weak when they met once more. There's no need to go through any procedures or pay any money in order to access the netherworld pool. However, you need to have considerable fame, such that people know of your existence, Shuofeng said. Fame. Conferred god kings are more powerful than ordinary god kings due to their conferred titles and their fiefs, thus allowing them to gather more anima of yearning. If ordinary cultivators wish to use the anima of yearning, they first have to leave their soul imprint in the netherworld pool and make more people remember or be thankful to them. That's the only way to generate a steady stream of anima of yearning to nourish the soul and advance one's soul cultivation quickly, Shuofeng explained. So, what you mean is that I'll have to build up my reputation. Based on the number of people who know about me and the degree of gratitude they have toward me, I'll gain a corresponding amount of anima of yearning within the netherworld pool, and this will be the key to nourishing my soul, right? Xianxia asked. That's how it works theoretically. However, the nature of the sentiments that people have toward you matters as well. You can still gather anima of yearning if people feel ill will toward you, but the anima of yearning will be filled with something that can induce inner demons within you. It's not worth absorbing something like that, Shuofeng said. This is why every city is so concerned about the rules, and experts don't kill others indiscriminately. They are fearful that it might affect their soul cultivation. These words really enlightened Xianxia. It seemed like the anima of yearning was an indispensable force in the firmament. In order to become a known celebrity, build up a good reputation, and earn the gratitude of others, it's finally time for me to start flexing. That was not right. I am unlike that braggart of my clone. What I am going to do is official business. But what should he do? What would be the best way for everyone to think well of him without sticking out like a sore thumb? He was currently in Drifting Spectre Royal City. It was a place filled with experts. Even though he had grown much stronger after soaking in the lucid lunar lake, he was not so arrogant as to think that he was already invincible. Putting everything aside, it might be hard for him to defeat Qiyu in a proper battle. Achieving a breakthrough in one's Zhenqi cultivation was wholly different from making a breakthrough with one's physical body. The latter allowed him to become nigh invincible in close-quarter battles, but once the opponent realized his weakness and kept his distance, he would be in grave danger. Not only would he have trouble attacking, he would have difficulty trying to defend himself. The ability of celestial gods to tap into the power of nature should not be underestimated. For this reason, while trying to earn the recognition of others to gather the anima of yearning, he had to make sure not to go overboard. Otherwise, he might draw unwanted attention, and that would only lead to endless trouble in the future. Xianxia turned to Shuofeng and asked, "What do you recommend I do?" It had not been long since he arrived in the firmament, so he was not familiar with how things worked there. In contrast, there should be many cultivators who had tried all sorts of ways to gather the anima of yearning in the past. It would be much safer to follow their footsteps than to come up with something on his own. Well, the fastest way to generate anima of yearning is to challenge the god monarchs directly. That's how the heaven subjugation monarch came to prominence. Once you succeed, your name will spread far and wide around the firmament, and you'll receive an endless supply of anima of yearning. Shuofeng replied. You are joking, right? Xianxia asked with widened eyes. If he did that, he would probably die in a heartbeat. He might have never met a god monarch before, but he had just gotten a glimpse into the overwhelming power that a conferred god king possessed. It would probably only take a mere finger for Qi Meng to crush him to death, let alone the stronger god monarchs. Haha, it's just an afterthought. Shuofeng chuckled to himself. He would not usually joke like this, but it seemed like he was a little too overjoyed at his son's breakthrough, so he was not as careful as he usually was. The conventional way to obtain anima of yearning is to reach the top of an occupation, for example, blacksmith. As long as your weapons are powerful and useful, and cultivators view obtaining your weapon as a great honor, the amount of anima of yearning you earn will naturally increase correspondingly. The same goes for apothecaries. If your pills are effective yet inexpensive, it's natural that people will be thankful to you, Shuofeng explained. Pills? Xianxia's eyes lit up as a thought came to his mind. He was unskilled in smithing, and it was no easy feat to mass-produce weapons. However, when it came to pills, all it took was just a surge of his Heaven's Path Zhenqi. As long as he could gather sufficient low-tier god essence pills, he could produce as many beauty pills as he wanted. Not only would it accentuate one's appearance, smoothing their skin and enhancing their disposition, more importantly, it could heal their internal traumas and clear their meridians, allowing them to overcome their bottleneck. The only issue with that was the price. The beauty pill was currently priced quite exorbitantly, making it a commodity that most people could not afford. If he sold them too cheaply, it would tear down the market that had just barely been built up. It would surely incur much dissatisfaction among those who had spent lots of money to buy them, and this was significant given that a god king of the Qi clan had just made a bulk purchase. What kind of pills are cheap and accessible to all cultivators in Drifting Spectre Royal City? Xianxia asked Shuofeng. There was no need for him to rely on the beauty pill to make his name. He could infuse his heaven's path Xianxia in other stuff. Back when he was still on the master-teacher continent, he used to infuse his heaven's path Xianxia into vats of wine. Zhuofeng pondered for a moment before replying. Well, the best-selling pill in Royal City is definitely the God Essence tablet. It's basically a simplified version of the God Essence pills, and you can buy around 10 of them with a single divine coin. There are no restrictions on how many of them you can buy. Most cultivators usually bring dozens around with them, as even though the effects are inferior to those of God Essence pills, they can allow people to swiftly recover their strength in times of danger. I guess that'll be it then. Xianxia nodded as his mind swiftly churned to formulate a feasible plan. He needed something cheap and inexpensive for him to earn the gratitude of others. Focusing on the higher-end market would only bring him more money. It would be difficult for him to earn the gratitude of others quickly through that. So, his current plan was to continue producing the beauty pills to win over the high-end aesthetic markets, and he would produce a counterpart to the God Essence tablet in order to win over the ordinary cultivators. With that, he would make the cultivators of Drifting Spectre Royal City go crazy over him. Of course, he would have to make sure to control the amount of Heaven's Path Xianxia that he infused into each pill carefully. Each beauty pill would have a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia, and for each God Essence tablet, he would probably just infuse 1/100th of that. This way, it would still be effective, but it would not be as obvious. Otherwise, the market of the beauty pill would collapse. Not only so, it would also cause a huge commotion. If one sold a highly effective pill at a low price, it would disrupt the markets. He might still be able to win people over, but at the same time, he would make enemies out of those in the pill business. Some might even send assassins after him in hopes of learning the formula behind his pill, so that they could copy him. "Thank you," Xianxia said with a smile. It was lucky that he had consulted Zhuofeng about this matter, or else it would have taken him some effort to figure this out as an outsider. "It's nothing at all. Xianxia, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. I'll do my best to help you," Zhuofeng explained. There is something that I'll really need to trouble you for. I need to acquire a huge amount of God Essence tablets. If you are free, General Zhuofeng, I would really be thankful if you could help me buy as many God Essence tablets as you can, Xianxia said. "That's no trouble at all. Our military has connections with the suppliers, so I should be able to get them for you at a low price," Zhuofeng replied with a chuckle. "That would be great," Xianxia nodded. "Help me get as much as you can, and I need them in 7 days' time. Money is not an issue." "All right, leave it to me." Zhuofeng had no idea what Xianxia was up to, but he was glad to be of help to his son's benefactor. He bade farewell and left the residence. Right after Zhuofeng left, Xianxia called Qi Linger and Sun Chong over. "I need you two to carry out something for me." "Young master, feel free to relay your orders." The two of them bowed deeply. "Firstly, I need you to help me acquire at least 10,000 God Essence pills. I'm intending to forge all of them into beauty pills and sell them. I need you to get it done within 7 days. "I can handle that. Buying 10,000 God Essence pills isn't feasible in Twilight City, but here in Royal City, I should be able to bring them to you within half a day." Qi Linger nodded. "As for selling them, while our clan head has said that he wants all of them, I doubt that the Qi clan has the financial resources to buy 10,000 of them in one shot. That being said, with the influence I have from the Qi clan, I should be able to sell at least half of them within 7 days." Given her new position as the head of the Lucid Lunar Market, as well as the implicit backing of the old ancestor, she could tap into most of the resources in the Qi clan for this. Even with the popularity of the beauty pills, selling 10,000 beauty pills was no easy feat due to the high price. Nevertheless, as long as she laid the groundwork properly and built up sufficient momentum, she should be able to do it. Of course, there was a great deal of work that she would have to do beforehand in preparation for that. "Other than that, I need you to help me mass-purchase jade bottles. They must be cheap but look decent. They must also be able to store medicine properly without allowing any spiritual energy to leak out. Similarly, I need as many of them as possible. Last but not least, I need you to tap into the influence of the Qi clan to gather renowned figures and ordinary cultivators of Royal City together. I'm looking at a crowd of at least 100,000 people. At the same time, I also need a venue large enough to house all of them. I need you to get all of this done within 7 days, Xianxia said. If he wished to build a good reputation for himself in the shortest time possible, this was probably the way to go. He had to do it large and do it well. And he would also need a decent-sized crowd in order to get the word out. It would be similar to what Qilinger had done back in Twilight City. The effect would be the greatest if people could see it with their own eyes. I'll start working on it right now, Qilinger said with a nod. It would have been difficult for her to handle something of this scale in the past, but now that she had the full support of the clan head and the old ancestor, it was no exaggeration to say that there were no resources in the Qi clan that she could not tap into. As long as she used what she had at her disposal well, it was not impossible to get everything done within 7 days. After receiving an affirmative response from Qilinger, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Sun Chong and instructed, I'll leave the second matter for you to handle. I need you to rent 100 shops within the city. They don't have to be too large, probably around 10 to 20 square meters would do. Renovate them to make them look professional, and change their name to Zhang Xian's Pills. Zhang Xian's Pills. Sun Chong's cheeks twitched a little. It was not that he was trying to put down the young master, but was the name not a little too direct? It felt like a celebrity wannabe desperately trying to plaster his name everywhere. This is the easiest way for me to get everyone to remember me. Most cultivators won't remember the name of the apothecary who forged the pill they are eating. So, the only way for me to force them to make the association is to label all the stores under my name. This way, they will have no choice but to think of me each time they eat my pills, Zhang Xian explained with a smug smile. He could do it in a more implicit and refined manner, but the effectiveness would be reduced. Sometimes, the simplest and most coarse method was the most effective. Zhang Xian's pills did sound a little awkward, but that was precisely what would help him spread his name all around town. Once everyone associated his name with the pills that he made, the anima of yearning would start rolling in. More importantly, once he started making his name, it would only be a matter of time before Luo Ruoxin or Luo Qiqi heard about him. Perhaps they would come and look for him, which would be far easier than him searching around in vain for them. I'll give you 10 days to source and renovate those shops. Are you confident in getting it done? Zhang Xian asked. This? Sun Chong hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth in determination. I'll definitely get it down somehow. To procure over 100 stores and renovate them within 10 days was definitely no easy feat. He would have to keep tabs on the progress of each of the stores in order to ensure that they would be ready by the 10th day. However, as long as the cost was not an issue, it should still be possible to get it done if he could find a good intermediary to work with. Good. Time is tight, so you should start getting to work, Zhang Xian said. Yes. Qilinger and Sun Chong quickly walked out of the room to start on their work. Once I gain enough fame, I'll have a steady supply of anima of yearning. What I have to do now is leave my soul imprint in the Netherworld Pool. The Netherworld Pool of the Chenkuan Demon Monarch is probably out of access to me, but I can try dropping by Drifting Spectre Royal City's Netherworld Pool, Zhang Xian thought as he rose to his feet. Naturally, he also had things to do. What he had to do first was leave his soul imprint in the Netherworld Pool, or else he would not be able to gather anima of yearning even after he had spread his name. He had learned quite a bit about the various places in Drifting Spectre Royal City through the books in the Master Teacher Pavilion, so he knew his way around. Since he had time at the moment, it was best to get it done now lest he forgot about it in the future. So, he left his residence and headed toward the Netherworld Palace. For hours later, a magnificent palace appeared in his line of sight. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter the Netherworld Palace. What business do you have here? As soon as Zhang Xian walked up to the entrance, the 2 guards on duty immediately raised their spears to block his passageway. I wish to make a trip to the Netherworld Pool, Zhang Xian replied. You wish to visit the Netherworld Pool? Do you have a reservation? Are you meeting someone? A guard asked with a frown. I'm not visiting anyone. I wish to leave my soul imprint in the Netherworld Pool in order to gather anima of yearning, Zhang Xian replied. The guard was a little perplexed to hear those words, and he said, Not everyone has the power to withstand the anima of yearning, and those who haven't made any contributions to the sky of drifting specter are unlikely to earn any anima of yearning. However, if you really wish to do it, the Netherworld Palace has no reason to stop you. That being said, you'll have to pay a fee of 10,000 divine coins for that. 10,000 divine coins? Xianxia nodded. All right. Qi Linger had passed everything that the clan head of the Qi clan sent her earlier over to him. To most cultivators, 10,000 divine coins was probably their entire family fortune, but to Xianxia it was an easily affordable sum. He took out his card and sent the money over. After confirming that he had received the money, the guard led him into the palace. The Netherworld Pool was located at the depths of the palace. Different from the lucid lunar lake, the energy within it felt warm and soothing. It seemed to be constantly accumulating some sort of elusive energy that nourished whatever was within the pool. Xianxia could vaguely perceive the existence of elusive energy, but he found that he was unable to phase it at all. In that sense, it was kind of similar to an apparition, where one could only see it and nothing more. This is the Netherworld Pool. In order to leave a soul imprint in it, you'll have to place a droplet of fresh blood on the stone tablet over there. The guard pointed. Xianxia looked over and saw a small stone tablet standing by the side of the Netherworld Pool. There were peculiar inscriptions on it, reminiscent of something that one would use in rituals. It looks similar to the altars of the otherworldly demonic tribe at first glance, but there are also many differences as well. He recalled how he had asked someone in the past which power in the firmament specialized in the usage of altars, and the answer that he had received was the experts of the sky of drifting specters. So, he wondered if the sky of drifting specter was related to the spirit god somehow. But the inscriptions on the stone tablet seemed to disprove it. In terms of construct and content, it was obvious that the inscriptions on the stone tablet were vastly different from those used by the otherworldly demonic tribe and Starchaser Palace. It seemed like the spirit god did not belong to the sky of drifting specter. Just as Xianxia was about to walk over to the stone tablet to drip a blood droplet on it, the Netherworld Pool suddenly began bubbling furiously. A series of apparitions gradually rose from the surface of the pool. There were many different types of people among the apparitions. There were those who were almost a zhang tall, and there were those whose height barely reached that of a thumb. All in all, there were more than 1,000 people. As the water beneath them bubbled, they moved in response. The elusive energy that he felt previously scattered down on the apparitions, almost as if sunlight was shining on them. The larger apparitions slowly became more and more tangible, whereas the smaller ones flickered like candlelight, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Puh! A thumb-sized apparition suddenly dissipated, vanishing from view. What happened? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Those larger apparitions have more people thinking about them, so they receive more anima of yearning, which bulks them up. In contrast, the smaller apparitions are probably remembered only by some family members and friends. As time passes and their kin pass away, no one else in the world remembers them. Naturally, they run out of energy and extinguish. The guard glanced over at Xianxia and shook his head. There are quite a few people who pay a hefty sum in order to leave their soul imprint here each year. They hope to somehow come back to life after their death. But the splendor of life only lasts while you are alive. Life is already tiring enough. How many people have the time to constantly keep you in their minds once you aren't around? More often than not, the anima of yearning that one receives comes solely from their closest kin and friends. It's actually a waste of money for most people to leave their soul imprint here. Only a very small proportion of them eventually earn sufficient anima of yearning to come back to life. But I guess it's still comforting to leave a spark of hope here. Death is something that is feared after all. Xianxia could relate to those words. All sentiments, be it gratitude, love, or hatred, were transient. There are things that we tell ourselves never to lose sight of no matter what happens. But time has the mysterious ability to dull out those emotions and make us forget. This reminded Xianxia of web novel authors in his previous life. If they just stopped updating for a few days, the readers would have already forgotten about them. Once a person was forgotten by most people, the anima of yearning that they received would become so small that even maintaining their current state was difficult, let alone coming back to life. Just as the guard had said, It was probably just the possibility of it happening that comforted people from the fear of death. In the entire history of the firmament, there were probably no more than a handful of people who had succeeded in doing so. Who is that tallest apparition here? He looks like he'll be ready to revive soon, Xianxia asked curiously. Based on what had been said thus far, it seemed like the size of the apparitions was indicative of the amount of anima of yearning they had accumulated. Those who had gotten beyond a certain size should be able to be revived. He could not help but wonder what that towering apparition of over a zhang in height had done, such that he would be so dearly remembered by those around him. I don't know who he is exactly. He suddenly appeared 40 years ago. We aren't able to see his appearance clearly, and we couldn't find a record that corresponds to him. As such, we aren't too sure about who he is, the guard replied. Even an anonymous person is able to receive anima of yearning in the netherworld pool? Xianxia was slightly surprised. The anima of yearning is generated based on those who remember him. As long as there are people who keep him in their heart, he will be able to receive the anima of yearning. There isn't a need for everyone to remember him. After all, there are god kings whose souls have been in the netherworld pool for over 1,000 years, and it's inevitable that most people have already forgotten about them. Nodding quietly, Xianxia walked up to the stone tablet, bit his thumb, and dripped a droplet of fresh blood on it. Wang! As soon as the blood droplet landed, energy began rippling across the stone tablet. Following that, he felt something linking up together with his soul. At the same time, a small apparition roughly the size of a thumb appeared in the netherworld pool. This is my soul imprint? Xianxia was a little speechless at how small it was. The guard took a look at it and said, "It's not too bad given that you have just created it. Most people would not even be able to form an apparition when they first left their soul imprint on the stone tablet." The fact that the young man was able to create an apparition the size of a thumb showed that there were quite a few people who constantly thought of him. Are there usually differences in sizes when the apparitions are first formed? Xianxia asked. Most cultivators have smaller apparitions than this, and there were quite a few that can't even be seen with the naked eye, the guard replied. In the 20 years that I have worked here, the largest apparition I have seen upon formation is that of God King Bai. He was killed during the flood of spiritual energy, and his subordinates placed his possessions in the netherworld pool. The next instant, an apparition of the size of a palm appeared inside. It really shocked quite a few people back then. Is God King Bai extremely popular among the people? Xianxia asked. Well, that's not really the case. It was mainly because he had quite a few powerful subordinates under him. They were probably the ones generating the bulk of the anima of yearning, the guard replied. Does the anima of yearning generated have something to do with the strength of the people thinking of him? Of course. The stronger one is, the greater the sway they have over the world. Furthermore, their longer lifespan means that they will be able to generate more anima of yearning over the course of their life. Typically speaking, the amount of anima of yearning generated by a celestial god is 100 times that of a god, and the amount generated by a god king is 100 times that of a celestial god, and so on, the guard replied. Xianxia nodded in realization. If the anima of yearning was depicted to be a force of nature generated by a cultivator, it stood to reason that the strength of the cultivator would affect the amount of energy generated. It was common for humans to associate themselves with those who were like them. The reason it was more likely for those with higher cultivation to revive was not just because of how well known they were, but more importantly, their circle of family and friends were mostly powerful experts. With that, they would likely be able to revive. The guard chuckled. You're not too bad. The fact that your apparition is the size of a thumb shows that you are remembered not just by gods but by celestial gods as well. Celestial gods? Xianxia nodded contemplatively. Qi Linger and Xianxia were both celestial gods, and they were both loyal to him. They were probably the ones who were generating his anima of yearning. He focused his consciousness on his soul, and he could vaguely feel some sort of energy flowing through the connection between his soul and the apparition to nourish his soul, causing his soul cultivation to grow. Seeing that it was working, he clasped his fist and bade his farewell. Shortly after Xianxia left, a guard walked in and asked the guard from before curiously, How was it? What do you think of that fellow? His apparition is only around the size of a thumb. I reckon that it'll dissipate within less than half a year. The first guard scoffed. Well, that's not too bad given that it's his first time here, the second guard replied. I beg to differ, the first guard said. If he's already desperately thinking of ways to keep himself alive when he's that young, I doubt that he'll be able to do anything great in the future. Even I look down on coward like him, so why would people think of him and admire him? I reckon that the only reason there are people still thinking of him is because they don't know his true personality. Once they learn who he is, their remembrance of him will probably stop right away. That does make sense. Let's see how it turns out, the second guard replied with a slight chuckle. In the firmament, people carried great respect for the strong and the valiant. It would have been understandable if the young man was already in his later years and wished to seek a way to circumvent death. However, he was only in his early 20s, and he had a long life ahead of him. Yet, out of fear of death, he had actually spent such a hefty sum to leave his soul imprint there. From this, it was clear that the young man was a coward. How could a coward possibly win the respect of others and make others remember him? Even if he was able to create a decent-sized silhouette, chances were that it would dissipate soon enough. Let's go, the first guard said as he turned around to leave the room. Suddenly, the netherworld pool began to shake. The two guards halted and turned around. The apparition left behind by the young man was trembling non-stop. Despite its small size, it was causing the entire pool to tremble ceaselessly. The two guards were perplexed for a moment before the first guard suddenly thought of something. His eyes narrowed as he said, Could it be that more people have thought of him, causing more anima of yearning to surge over? Boom! Shortly after those words were spoken, the thumb-sized apparition suddenly jolted and became the size of a palm. At the same time, its translucent silhouette became more tangible, making it look more lifelike. Even though there are quite a few people who are thinking of him, they are mostly gods. The effects are unlikely to be too long-lasting. Even though they had no idea why it took so long for this surge of anima of yearning to arrive, based on the concentration of it, they could tell that it mostly originated from God realm cultivators. While it did increase the size of the apparition, the increment was slight and unlikely to be long-lasting, given the short lifespan of gods. Boom! Before he could even finish those words, the palm-sized apparition suddenly began growing frenziedly at a visible rate. This is the anima of yearning from a god king. The first guard was stunned. The other party was just a low-tier celestial god, so why would he receive anima of yearning from a god king? Hoo-hoo! The apparition suddenly grew once more. 2 god kings. The second guard was stunned as well. 3 god kings actually provided him with anima of yearning. Is that fellow really just a low-tier celestial god? The first guard muttered with trembling lips. It was just a moment ago that they had said that the apparition would disappear in less than half a year. But who could have known that the young man would suddenly receive such a huge surge in anima of yearning from innumerable gods and 3 god kings? Boom! The apparition suddenly grew once more, becoming the size of a normal human. The 2 guards looked at one another with their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had just witnessed something unbelievable. It took some time before words finally came out of their mouths once more. That is the anima of yearning from a conferred god king?